Welcome, everybody, back to Segal Talk here at the Martin E. Segal Theater Center at the great Graduate Center CUNY in the middle of Manhattan, in Midtown, in New York City, in the US, North America, the Americas, and part of the world. It is a big day for us. It's an important day. It is the official closure, the final day of what will be the Segal Talks focused on Corona, the devastating effect this virus had not only on mankind, our planet, but especially, of course, onto our field on theater and performance. It's been devastating to everyone in our work, perhaps much more than in other fields. And we use the time to think, to reflect about what we are doing, what is essential, what is important, what is of urgency. And after over 150 talks with artists, theater artists from over 50 countries, and 200 of them actually, we are coming now to a final close, highlighting what we think is a situation that was, of all the talks, perhaps the most devastating, the most complex, and the most heartbreaking. It was our talks with Abhishek and Anurupa Roy in India, and even so in the Western world, even so here in New York, in America, things look better, which is also a reason to stop these daily broadcasts, which we have done now for a year and a half. It is still very dark, very complicated, and apocalyptic, even in some parts of the world. Indonesia, especially, also now is in the news. And so we would like to highlight and show our compassion. Nobody has done more, I think, when it comes to theater than Abhishek and his team in India, in Bangalore. They stayed up night after night, connecting people often in rural villages, to the internet, trying to find them places and hospitals and so on, while they were also doing their theater work, all voluntarily. And so this is our reason today to celebrate their work, honor it, but also see that as a stand-in for all the theater artists around the globe who have done incredibly inspiring work, important work, and very often it were those artists in the non-profit sector, not the commercial theaters, which has done, in our eyes, very little compared to what they could have done. So we are going to take a tour around the world, again, 30 countries in 24 hours, and we will hear from many who have been with us. But also, since this is about India, in every hour in the very beginning, we will hear from two artists from all the regions of India, often also rural areas. It is also a very first, not only for us to do something like this, not only for HowlRound, but also for India to have a connection with everybody in it. So let me first welcome everybody here who is with us. I would like to welcome Tanvi and Abhishek from India. And where are you guys? What time is it? Abhishek?
Thank you, Frank, for having us here. I'm in Bangalore and Tanvi is in Bombay, and it's 6:35 right now p.m. in the evening. And I just want to say thank you for putting this together, inviting us to do this 24-hour session as a closure of your talks, and also maybe in some sense a closure of many things for us after having spent this year and a half. So thank you.
Is the audio clear enough? Can you hear Thea? Everybody is good? Yeah. Tanvi, where are you now?
I'm in Bombay, same time, 6:35 in the evening. And thank you so much for this. This is wonderful. Thank you.
So tell us a bit, last time we talked, it was truly in the middle, I think, of an apocalyptic scene. I think things do have changed, but I do remember, about the bodies being still burned on the streets because the morgues were full, about not enough oxygen available in hospitals, the oxygen that helps to actually move the lungs, help them breathe, and people who you were talking to actually dying in the small areas, in the rural areas. teams members, people who came in to volunteer, not being able to handle it, dropping out, the deaths of so many healthcare workers also. How is the situation at the moment in India, Abhishek?
I think in India at the moment, things in the urban areas are much better than what it was when compared to what we spoke last time. And that is primarily because there was a lockdown for almost 2.5 months, pretty much across all over the country when this second wave of Corona hit us. So this is a kind of period between what we are thinking is the second wave and the third wave. And it's early after the lockdown, so the numbers are low because people have been indoors. There is a vaccination drive going on, which is at the moment quite abysmal in terms of how many people have actually received the vaccine. It's very, very low. But I think the bigger challenge is that the situation in rural India is quite bad because this virus has been pushed in for many reasons, in many ways, from the cities to the villages. And obviously, healthcare and other things are much less capable of handling this in non-metro, non-big cities. So we are actually on the cusp of something at the moment. And I think 1 month later will look very, very different from what it is looking now as things open up. So yeah, that's where we are right now.
We read reports still only under 5% of people are vaccinated in India. Is that true?
Yes. In terms of both vaccines, yeah. The numbers that the government reports are often on the higher side. So I'm not sure where I hope your numbers are not official numbers, because then even that is quite high. But yeah, it's a strange accounting that they do. You multiply the number of vaccines by 3, and you divide the number of deaths by 3. So the official figure is somewhere in between that. But yes, there is a vaccination drive. India had also actually just if you look at the rate of vaccination, just mathematically, it'll take about 40 years to get everybody a vaccine.
Would take 20 years.
So,
incredible.
One doesn't know how this is going to add up, but it will just take 40 years to get everybody the second dose. So it has to go up considerably. It can't be at this number. They're not available. For most people, the vaccine is not available. Yeah.
Tanvi, how is it? You are in Bangalore, right? In Mumbai at the moment. And so how is it when it comes to theater? What is going on? Are you working? Are your friends working? How is this situation?
I think we're still working online, and most of the theatre people that I know in Bombay are currently still very much doing relief work because food security is still a massive concern. So while the kind of request for oxygen concentrators and oxygen cylinders and BiPAP machines and all of those things has perhaps reduced, now the concern still remains food. So in terms of the relief work that a lot of people across the city have been doing, including my father is a doctor and has been at the front line of COVID for the last 1.5 years. So he's seen over 15,000 patients. And so the reality of COVID has not really left us for a single day. And I think that it's become very clear with what we've seen that citizens are saving citizens in what we've established. Yeah, that's what we've really seen. And in fact, speaking of vaccination centers, my father was threatened by local ministers for saying that vaccination centers are hotspots because of how in the kind of way that they are being conducted, in the lack of social distancing and this flurry to show that people are getting vaccinated. So it really feels like we're trying to show things that are not the truth. And he was really pulled up and threatened. So it's felt like a dangerous time to be speaking out, or even to be a doctor, where doctors are kind of put up on a pedestal and revered. And the thing about our brand of reverence is that you elevate them and you shun them. So doctors also get assaulted. People I know have been assaulted while doing their work, for doing their work. because there isn't a respect. You know, we are entitled to healthcare, but we don't feel like we are as responsible for them as they are for us. So it's been a strange and stressful time. Yeah.
It is quite a stunning time. The Western world often numbers are close to 70% already, and world population, I think, is under 1%. Abhishek, how is it with you and theater? I remember it was so moving the last time, and also one of the reasons we made the talk, you were reading in your night shifts when you said, after our Segal talk, I have 114 calls on my list, which I have to make to connect people to hospitals. You said, I have Tom Stoppard next to me. I'm reading from The Coast of Utopia. Carrie Perloff said, you know, this was so touching for, she was actually working on the book about Tom Stoppard. She actually also included in her final words about it. She also will join our talks, by the way. But how did you get this together in your head, theater and this incredible work, what you and your team did? I think it's heroic, and the theater community should be so proud what you did and the contribution you have made. And but how were you able to combine this as a working theater professional who is you know, so highly regarded inside India, but also outside, and also controversial, of course, but how did you keep it all together?
Yeah, I think firstly, you know, the work that we did was just a very small part of a huge task which was taken up, as Tanvi said very correctly, of citizens saving citizens. And there were many theater people who were part of these, you know, different groups that were trying to bring food and then oxygen and so on and so forth to people. And I think this happened because of, there are three parallels between the theater and relief work in India, which I discovered while we were doing this. The first thing is that, you know, you have to work with the community. You have to work with a diverse set of people, people from different walks of life. If you are in the theater, it's not a homogeneous field, and that directly translates to, you know, the kind of relief work we were needed to do. We had to speak to, you know, we had to speak to. I worked with cops and thieves at the same time, because everybody was the same suddenly, you know, at this time. The second thing, I think the similarity is that in both cases, there are limited resources. We are very used to working, figuring out a way of putting up a play, or, you know, taking plays there with very limited resources. And that turned out to be quite an asset, the ability to do that during this period of managing to get network people and get things together. And I think lastly, you know, what is quite strange is that generally when we are in the theater, we are always trying to convince people that theater is as important as food and oxygen. We spend our whole life doing that every day. And this was the time when we were actually trying to convince people that it is about food and oxygen. It is about giving food and oxygen. So it was much easier to convince people on that. And ironically, I think what is very strange is that we had to convince so many people, including, you know, ministers and people high up and authorities, in order to just provide food and oxygen. Also, I think there is the kind of integrity that people associate with the theater. So although we have no real power, but it turns out that we have some power because of the perception of integrity that theater people have, that they are telling the truth, they are asking the right questions. So that, I think, helped us enormously to do this together.
Yeah, amazing. Let me introduce our two other guests. They are already visible and they're with us. So we have Thea Rogers, who is the great producer from HowlRound for 1.5 years. She has spent with us every morning, making sure that our broadcasts went out, that we connected to the people around the world. And Professor Marvin Carlson, the great Marvin, the most prominent theater historian in the world, who has been also greatly supportive of our Segal programs. They are also possible because of his support, which he also made towards our center. But he has been a great a colleague, a friend, a supporter, and contributor to this series. I'm going to come back to both of you, but Thea, first, tell us a bit about HowlRound and where did where does this series fit in? What did you think of it?
Oh, of course. HowlRound is a Center for Theatre Commons. We have a journal and a blog online, as well as a live stream channel. And it was created with the idea of decentralizing the theater conversation. So anyone with internet access could have the same access to conversations anywhere in the English-speaking, for the moment, world. So whether you are in rural Kansas or in New York or in this case, is it Bangalore? You can still access the same conversations, discussions, things that are happening, developments that are happening in other parts of the theater communities. And we can get very much in our bubble, and that's as true of New York as it is of anywhere else, and true of the United States. So we're also really excited to hear from other parts of the world to start to pop the United States theater bubble. So it was really incredible on our end to hear all of these Segal talks from all over the world, perspectives from theater artists, obviously in a moment where we were all experiencing not the same exact thing, but this moment in such different but also similar ways.
Incredible. How was it for HowlRound, the whole idea, the whole experience for all the COVID? What changed? And also for you, how did you all go through this?
I mean, it was interesting because HowlRound is an online platform, so we were in many ways prepared, prepared for going inside and prepared for this lockdown, and prepared to support people through it, which I feel very, very honored to have been a part of that and a part of HowlRound in that. I've been working with them with their live stream channel for the last seven years, and it's always been very, very slow stuff here and there, the same companies coming back. And this year, it was incredible to watch everyone learn how to do this, or learn how to connect through this format, reach audiences that they'd never reached before. You know, difficult and not the same as being in person. We're all theater people. We all experience that difference, but to have this in its place when that isn't available was very special for me, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's incredible that HowlRound in a way was created just for something like this, right? That you were there, that it has been established. Emerson College, who was part of the creation of it, and I think it's a service that was crucial, I think, and still is for the time here. And how did you experience it? As you're also an artist, you know, but you're also a producer. How was that time for you?
Incredibly difficult. I never got into Zoom theater. The in-person aspect of theater was always the most important thing for me. So I have in many ways stepped away from the creation of theater for this time and stepped into this role. This is what I've been doing for a year and a half, almost full time, often more than full time. There were many, many months where this was, you know, I'd wake up, I'd sign in to Zoom. And then, you know, 14 hours later, I'd go to bed and do the same the next day. But I do have to say that at the beginning of this, Segal Talks happening 9 a.m. every weekday with that kind of schedule kept me sane in a lot of ways. It was an incredible schedule. I could wake up, have my coffee, hear from somebody around the world who was, again, experiencing this moment in a way that was so different, but so similar, and so many different approaches to it, both in government and in individual artists' lives, that to hear that, to connect through that was really special. It was really special. And the volume of it, just having someone different every day, there were individual talks that stood out. There were individual moments that were incredible, but the sum total of it was a beautiful, I think, a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Thank you, Thea. And really thank you for being there every day, and thank you for HowlRound for taking this on. Marvin, tell us a bit, first of all, thank you for joining us. Tell us a bit from, a year and a half later since the beginning of the crisis, how do you look at it now? How do you look at theater in the time of Corona, the time after Corona? What's on your mind?
Well, thank you for having me, Frank, to begin with, and for your kind introduction. I couldn't help thinking as you spoke to Taya and said that HowlRound could have been created for this situation. I couldn't help thinking the same thing might be said of the Segal Center. That is the kind of outreach, the kind of internationalism, the kind of connection between theatrical cultures and theatrical activities, and between theater as a social instrument and its society and the questions it raises. All of these, of course, have been central to the mission of the Segal Center. And so this incredible series has been a kind of culmination and affirmation of the enormous international and professional effect that the Segal Center has had. So I have to begin by that. I really have not, unlike you and Taya, been able to go at this every day, and I'm astonished that you could weather this. Although every time I've signed in, it's been enormously exciting and interesting and stimulating. I think that going back to your basic question, Frank, the whole last year and a half has really brought into focus and confirmed me in something that I already sort of knew, but didn't know in as fundamental and emotional and physiological a way, and that is how essential the living body is to theater. Zoom is just not it. I mean, Zoom is interesting. It has certain values of its own. It's not quite film, it's not quite theater, although it's closer to film. And the fact that there is not a live body there, and a live body that is occupying the same space that you are, I always rather knew that was special, but not in as fundamental a way as it is now. I managed to get into New York last week and went down to the meatpacking district where they're doing the 7 deadly sins as a kind of partially immersive or environmental space and partially traditional live space. And again, I was struck by how different the live experience is. This has come up again and again in your discussions. So I think and people have said to me, indeed early on in the year, every so often somebody will say, "No, are we now transitioning to a post-theatrical era? Will we look back on this and say, oh, that's when we really moved away from live theater?" And as the year has passed, I've heard much less of that and much more of, I can't wait to get back to live theater. I think this is, if anything, has confirmed the fact that we as sentient beings desperately need live theater for a way of exploring ourselves, of our world, our social questions, and so many, really almost everything that occupies us and concerns us about being human. So I think that's maybe not what I have learned, but what I have relearned by this experience.
Incredible, yeah. I remember from your talk with us when you pointed out that it is truly, as far as we know, the first time globally theater came to a standstill. Even in the time of Shakespeare, companies would go out of London, when he was at the Plague there, where he also wrote some of his great plays, but they could perform outside. This was a unique moment. Mosques have been closed. They haven't been closed for 1,500 years. So this moment is quite significant, big, and perhaps we are still too close to understand what it really means.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. Let me also remark that I find it moving and highly appropriate that you're ending this series in this way. That there is something very special about India. I guess partly we in the Anglo-Saxon tradition feel there's something special about India because of it represents a kind of exotic other to the Anglo-Saxon, and the same but different. So there's a kind of a special fascination that, say, Japan or China do not have. But I think beyond that, it has always seemed to me that India was a world country in a way that very few are. I think the United States is too, for very different reasons. The United States, because people have come here from everywhere. It's an immigrant nation more than almost any place in the world, or a more varied immigrant nation. India's the situation is different. There has been, of course, a great deal of immigration, but India has been, from the beginning of recorded history, the crossroads of culture. People have come there from all different directions and brought different things that have mixed or not mixed. I remember seeing a tree in Delhi which had shrines to 4 different religions on 4 sides of the tree. I thought, this is India. I mean, this is something really kind of wonderful about it. And so, or to take another example, one of the things that really struck me when I first went to Mumbai was, of course, in those days we had theater, but in Mumbai you could go to a different theater every night for several weeks, it seems to me, and see theater in a different language, in a different culture in the same city. There's no place else in the world where you can do that. And again, that is another reason why India is such a wonderful place to kind of sum up where we are at this time. I feel in India, unlike almost any place else, even very large countries like China or Russia, you go to different parts of India, you really are in different worlds. My favorite part of India is Tanya's part of India, Tamil Nadu and Chennai. I'm a big architecture fan, and the temples there are just astonishing and totally different, obviously, from in Bangalore or in Delhi or in other parts of northern or even central India. So just a few words to say why I think ending in this way is a particularly effective choice.
Thank you, Marvin. Yes, this is one of it, and of course this existential crisis, Abhishek went through, and none of the theater artists I talked to were in such a deeply engaged and in such a profound way affected by it. Often European theater artists would get support money. They said it's okay, but we get some money and we played for 5%, 10% audiences, but we are still paid. And US artists, of course, have a devastating financial situation, but they could somehow often retreat in a private world. But what Indian theater artists did, I remember Anurupa talking about a village she called it close to, I think it was New Delhi, where 15,000 artists lived, a lot of them puppeteers, and she had to organize food. Food was available, but it wouldn't get there. People were like in existential crisis. Then, of course, Both of them mentioned that in New Delhi, 500,000 people, the lower caste who work in houses who were shut out in kind of almost like a biblical march, left New Delhi or tried to leave on foot, prepared to walk almost 1,000 miles, and then were returned at state borders. It was just incredible. And I remember Abhishek saying, you know, I'm going to distribute 10, 15 meals tonight. The list I have in front of me is 2,000 people who might need some food. And what this theater community did is so inspiring, so important. But let's ask Tanvi and Abhishek, you had this great idea to say, since we focus on India, let's also show what we have in India, the variety. So we're going to do something extraordinary. We're going to have 50 theater artists from all of India joining us at the beginning of each hour. Tell us a little bit, why did you do this? Who are the artists? Where do they come from? Do you all know them? And how did you curate them? Maybe whoever we start with. Tanvi, you want to start?
Yes. It is an incredible lineup of artists from across the country. There are young, established and veteran artists, people in urban India, theatre makers in rural and semi-urban places. One of the interesting challenges of this will be to see how this talk will show people who are stars in their own villages, but maybe because of the digital divide, are not necessarily represented as such online. So there will be linguistic diversity. We have about 8 to 9 languages that will be spoken, and theatre makers will be live translated in their sessions as well. So you will get to hear many Indian languages in the next 24 hours. But also in terms of their practice, we have folk artists, we have Lavani performers, we have puppeteers. Anurupa works with Gundu Raju, who's a master puppeteer, who will be talking about his relief work with his community and the puppetry community in general. We have Hana and Rajgopal from the Kattai Kutu Sangam, who will be talking about the closure of institutions. We have Jannate Manch, which is a street theatre troupe, the biggest in India, who will be talking about their very important work, speaking truth to power and sharing political work, and what it has meant for a street theatre group that is out in the streets performing for nearly 200 days in a year to not have done that in the pandemic. We have young artists across practices and belief systems who will be talking about how they're about reflecting on their own practice as well as their position in the arts and what they see the role of the arts in as citizens. So artists as citizens is a real conversation that we've been having. But no, it's a brilliant group of people, and I'm very personally excited to be co-curating this because I began my theatre journey about 10 years ago as apprentice to a lot of these people, including Abhishek. So now to be with them on the platform and to collaborate with them on this is very inspiring. So, yeah.
Has this ever happened that these artists came together in some way in India?
Not on this scale for sure, but also I think linguistically perhaps there are groups of theatre that often talk to each other, the commercial Marathi troupe, the Gujarati, the Hindi. So to see people having a conversation across different backgrounds of theatre is not very common. And so this is also special for them.
Which is, just to highlight, interesting that with the loss, as Marvin said, the loss of the body, the representation of the human being on stage in the moment, in time, with the audience ages at the same second as the actor in a way, but in sharing the heartbeat. Zoom did allow us all this time to connect globally, like also, I think, as far as we know, from a theater community to get together from 30 countries in 24 hours has never happened. So this is something that happens after a time, of Corona. And also for India, that the artists from these various regions and different languages come together in a way is also something that happened now something is emerging, something new, and we are part of it. We are really, really proud of that, and happened. It organically evolved. We didn't really invent it, but we thought that's what the situation called for. Abhishek, well, what do you think about these program you put together? What were your guidelines in putting it? And putting in, I also saw you took yourself out, you gave others the chance. So tell us a little bit about your idea for this and why is it important?
I think, firstly that although it seems like a very modern thing right now that we are on Zoom and different places and doing this for 24 hours, it reminds me of traditional performances, because in India, most traditional performances happen for, a month, and it's 24 hours. And, like there are certain Ramlilas, which are performances of the Ramayana, where the village travels with the performers. So the act is moving between, it'll happen for 1.5 months and it will end in a different village. So this thing about having a performance for 24 hours, it actually reminds me of certain performances that I have seen in my childhood, which were like this, which is where you watch the performance, you brought your food, and then the driver of the only car in our neighborhood would become Hanuman, the monkey god, in the evening. But then he would also, there's this sort of exciting metamorphosis of things in terms of the way we think of time. This particular event reminds me of classical theater rather than something postmodern and sort of on the internet. So which I find interesting in any case. But in terms of curation, really, I was really glad that Tanvi agreed to come on board. She has a very vast experience of researching and archiving, and for many years, between many of us theater practitioners, one of the conversation was that where is Tanvi now? Because she was with somebody or the other researching. So we used to ask each other, where is she right now? So she would be somewhere. And it was just natural that she should have we should have collaborated on this, and I think she did a great job of reaching out to so many people. We shared our lists. We were looking for diversity being the absolutely key thing, because I also think this whole thing about the future of theater is digital is kind of myth, really. In terms of like people are not online. This is not true about the world that most people are online. It's really a very small percentage of people who are online. At any rate, with the kind of bandwidth that can allow people to watch a theater performance, this is minuscule. And I think the theater should be really worried if we believe that the future of theater is online, which is what I've been hearing a lot for the last year. We should be very worried. It means that we were not speaking to a large part of the world anyway, if the transfer is so seamless. And I'm glad that we have managed to bridge that gap. And there are lots of people. I think we'll have some technical challenges for sure, because the bandwidth everywhere is not common. We might have some talks in which the video might have to be turned off. But I'm sure as a global community, we will still be richer with that. Without the video, maybe sometimes, at least we'll hear the voices of people who, like Tanvi said, are not represented generally. Mm-hmm. So that was the guideline. The other big guideline was something that comes from your talks, actually, Frank, because I have always really admired the way you've held the conversations. And we wanted that same ease right from the beginning with every participant, where they don't feel interviewed. They feel that it's a conversation. I think that you are the absolute master of that art. So we have tried to take a cue from that book, and we could also curate it with confidence because we are sure of the nature of interaction with you. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that is the sort of guideline we had for ourselves, I think.
Yeah, thank you for your kind and generous words. But I remember in our conversation when it sounded so desperate and apocalyptic, and we said, should we organize some fundraising, what can we do? And you said, no, India is a rich country. It has so many resources. It's a political malfunctioning of this one. I think you even used the word state murder, something, at least toleration of this, that the very rich people flew to London in their own planes, made so much more money. Actually, they will be richer. The big ones will be bigger and the small ones will be smaller. And you said what is needed is to get some attention from the outside. So the idea actually of the Segal talk really is to say, okay, if Abhishek thinks this helps, we organize something to focus some attention. This event, these 24 hours, do you think it will have an impact? Will people listen? Did it already show that that it's been taken serious as a theater community is in a way organizing or taking a stand?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Firstly, I think, you know, when we talk of a place like India, or and we think of impact, it has to be slow. I don't think a country of this age and this size uh, can have narratives which have impacts tomorrow morning. The most you know, authoritative book on India that people still quote is from the, you know, 11th century, written by an Arab traveler. And I would echo what Marvin was saying. It's, our first books were written by Arab and Chinese travelers. So it is a place where people have been traveling. So I am sure the impact of this particular conversation will be seen over a long period of time, and will be seen from various contexts. It's not just what people said, but how many people said, and in what all languages were they saying, and which words echoed in different languages. I think that's really the impact, because our government is so obsessed with what it calls a good image of India abroad. And I think it's very important to establish that India's image is not dependent on any government of 5 or 10 years. It absolutely is inconsequential. No government can make the image of a country which is this old. And so we want to displace that. We want to displace that idea that this is not about a bad image. This is about what happened and what continues to happen. And I think we are a global country, and we need to have this conversation globally.
Mm. Your work has also been controversial. You have gotten into trouble. Your Tibet place, about Pakistan, where you went to. How is the impact, you know, of this? I remember when we prepared, you say, make sure we say, you know, things already changed from last month when we spoke last time. Yeah. So is that is that controversial, or is that a welcome initiative, what we're doing now?
I think at the moment, it's neither, because it hasn't happened. But I'm sure once it happens, it will be controversial, what we are doing. By the day after, it will be a controversy. It might be a controversy by tomorrow afternoon. So welcome to India, and good luck with this, Frank. I really have nothing, because it can turn controversial any moment. It's on the internet. You know, there is, and just yesterday we have discovered that our government has planted various, you know, this Pegasus, this Israeli technology, in the phones of multiple journalists, academics over last months to spy on them. This has come out just yesterday in the news. So we continue to be a surveillance state. We continue to be under, you know, looked at, and our phones and our everything is tapped most of the times. So I'm sure this will be controversial in a good way. But as a theater maker, I look forward to the controversy always. I think it's fine. If we should be a pain for the power, I think that's the role of good theater practice, and hopefully we will do that.
Yeah. I'm sure your phone number is on the list of the government. I mean, that Pegasus software, which has done so much damage to activists around the world, or people in opposition to regimes. Sia, how was it within the HowlRound administration to say we do such a big event, 24 hours, 3 shifts of 8 hours, 2 or 3 producers behind this? How easy was that? Have you done something like this before, or and how are you organizing it on your end that this all runs smoothly?
We have not done this before, so it was very exciting. We've had conversations about what a 24-hour event would look like, given the different time zones and the opportunities that live streaming presents to connect with different parts of the world, but we've never made it happen. So it was exciting that you came to us with this. We're a platform. So people come to us and they say, hey, we have this event. We want to share it with the world. We think it would contribute to the conversation, and we're here to make that happen. And normally that means saying we have a channel, we'll train you, we'll do everything. We'll, make sure that you have everything you need to make this happen. But in this case, I happen to be available and excited about being involved in this event, specifically about operating and being able to physically support this. So we have a very complicated cue sheet, a very long cue sheet for every one of the 24 hours that we have here for all of the artists. We are running this stream through Zoom, which is a wonderful platform for this because it has its own fail safes. So if I were to drop off the call, if our operator were to drop off the call, we would automatically continue streaming. We have, 2 people on each shift to make sure that we have backups for if one person's connection is dropped, or if anything were to fall out of place. We have people to support each other in each of those shifts. Yeah, so we're nervous but excited. It's just like running a show, you do everything you can, you prepare for every eventuality, and then you just see what happens.
Amazing. Yeah, good. Abhishek and Tanvi, did you guys prepare a reading for this? We said you want to, because we're going to now move into the artistic part where we'll talk about it. So let us know if there's something you prepared for this 24 hours to start it all off.
Yes, thank you. We've also suggested that each of the artists bring in something, an excerpt, a reading, which they dedicate to someone, to another artist or someone. So I would like to dedicate this to the 15 COVID patients that my father has lost in the last year and a half. The youngest of who was a 54-year-old sole breadwinner of a middle-class family. So this is for them. The poem I'm reading is a Gujarati poem. I am a Gujarati, which I'm from, my ancestors were from the state of Gujarat. And this is called Tare Bolvanu Nahi, which translates as You Shall Not Speak. It was published in a literary fortnightly called Nirikshak a month ago in June 2021 as a response by Parul Khakkar when she wrote out and spoke out against the deaths, the COVID deaths that were in the Ganga River and the bodies that were there. And when she wrote about it, she was called an anarchist and was questioned about the role of poetry and poets and the truth. And it's really relevant to our conversation as well, because the only non-artists I think who are joining our 24-hour marathon are the daughter and nephew of Vara Vara Rao, the poet activist, who will be speaking about their family's experiences and what it means to be a poet activist and somebody who's writing poetry to speak truth to power in this country. So Parul Khakkar is one such poet. Tare Bolvanu Nahi. I will be saying it in Gujarati and then translating it in English. Bhale ho peed paravar, tare bolvanu nahi. Kare hayu bhale chitkar, tare bolvanu nahi. Tane आदेश छे कि जीभ कापीने મૂકી દેજે. થશે તારાએ જય જયકાર, તારે બોલવાનું નહીં. જરા ઇતિહાસના થોથા ઉઘાડીને મનન કરજે. જે બોલ્યા તે થયા છે ઠાર, તારે બોલવાનું નહીં. તને તો એક શું લાખો ખબાઓ આપશે ટેકો. શરત છે એટલી દોસ્તાર, તારે બોલવાનું નહીં. अगर बहरा नगरजन सत्यनी महफिल सजावीने करे इरशाद 100 बार, तारे बोलवानु नहीं. Which translates as, you shall not speak. The pain will get unbearable, but you shall not speak. Even if your heart screams, you shall not speak. They will force you to slash your tongue and keep it out of sight. Many more will cheer you then, so you shall not speak. Open those thick volumes of history and look. Those who speak up have been shot, so you shall not speak. Not one nor few, but millions will lend you their shoulder. Remember their condition, though, that you shall not speak. If deaf citizens host a gathering to celebrate spoken truths and implore you over and over to speak, you shall not speak. But I am very happy today that we are talking, we are speaking and speaking up, and that we are speaking our truths to one another, and we are speaking truth to power. So I am very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanvi. Wonderful. That's very, very powerful words, and also new words. Abhishek, did you prepare something for us?
Yeah, I thought I'd read a little bit from one of the pieces that I wrote this recently. It's from a monologue called Najma, the Najma trilogy. It has another Urdu name, which is Najma Nama, and it's about a sex worker called Najma who lives in the city, and it's a one-woman monologue. She plays 3 roles. It opened in Tara Arts in London a few weeks ago, so I'm just presenting an excerpt from that. This is the beginning. Najma is sitting on her bed, smiling. Next to her is a cosmetics box. She's 27, red lipstick. She's wearing a shiny top and cheap but bright skirt. The clothesline has a bed sheet on one side, behind which one can change clothes, a pair of high heels, mobile phone with headphones. She smiles a fake smile in silence and says, bye, 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 bye. She gives a flying kiss. She gets up hurried, runs back to the back of the bed sheet, cleans her mouth in a hurried manner, spits. Thank Allah for sinners. Would have starved otherwise. Who knew the road to paradise was littered with tin sheds? The virtuous go to heaven, the sinners go to hell, and the rest of us set up shop, survive, provide service. I'll leave tomorrow, go back to my village, the city, Allah, the city. It's shut completely day and night. Who would have ever believed it? The government has started a train after 2 months for us to go back to our villages. Tomorrow I have a seat on it, finally. We have advanced, a Sahib said, lying on top of me one night. He was extremely high on a bottle of whiskey when he said, "You are fortunate to be fucked by a superpower," and laughed out loudly. We have advanced. There is an app. Log into the app, fill details, press enter. Next page, enter more details, upload photograph, upload your national identity card, details, press enter, and immediately the network goes off. Start again, enter, 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 and again repeat over and over. All this to be done by me, Najma, who never got to see a school, never read a word in my life, never had a piece of chalk to call my own. Tried it over and over again, none of it worked. Provided service, full service to a timid man, turned on but terrified of dying of the virus. He works for the party, got my name on the list. I have no idea how the virtuous survive. What do they do? How do they get seats on train? I'll stop there, I think, for sake of time.
Thank you.
That goes on. Yeah.
That goes on. So she's reflecting on her bed about what she does to survive and the gods and virtues.
Yeah, and how to escape the city. She wants to escape the city and how. So the second part of it is with her sister who's in the village. And the third part is her last customer who visits her. Mm-hmm. So that tells the story of development in one sense.
Development, how to get out of a situation and dreaming and thinking about change. That is a very, very powerful. Marvin, maybe also as a comment, you wrote that what I think is that brilliant book, A Short History of Theater, that overviews like like an astronaut's view on theater around the world, globally. That's also why we have you here. I encourage everybody to read it. I'm sure you thought about it, and but do you think this is just a brief pause, or do you think we are witnessing something, a dramatic change in mankind's engagement with art and what art means?
I don't see a fundamental change in man's relation or mankind's relation to the theatrical impulse. I think, as we talked about earlier, I think that's really hardwired into us, like the ability to learn language. On the other hand, I do think that the global crisis has surely going to make an ongoing effect on our idea of who we are, what it means to be human, what it means to be related to the world. There are so many different things that are feeding into forcing us into a change of attitude. Obviously, the COVID crisis itself, but equally obviously, or even more obviously, the climate change. And then behind both the COVID crisis and the climate change comes a recognition of all that that needs to be re-examined about our society, about our class structure, about our economic structure, about our ethnic structure, our assumptions and our histories. All of these are now really brought into play in a way that they have not before. And I think that while I don't see a radical change in the operations of theater itself, I do see a radical change in our understanding of and our exploration of our social and psychological world, which inevitably is going to change how theater works and what and how it operates in this global community.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite something. History will tell in 20, 30, 100 years from now, we will exactly know what happens, what was important or not. And there are two models. One is it's something we get over. It is like a bad flu mankind had, and the other idea, which many speakers pointed out, this is the very beginning of a new time. The ecological crisis will be coming. It is just a rehearsal. It's a dress rehearsal, like Bruno Latour, Frédéric Aitouy, who said, this is something we cannot screw up. We have to learn from it. This is an emergency, and if mankind doesn't react right, this will be the beginning of an end. And there is even the idea of an extinction of a species. It's no longer unthinkable. If there is a virus where no vaccine could be found fast, we now know, because everyone travels and the global connection, we have no defense mechanism, but the ecological crisis, which is looming, and what we see now in Germany with floodings and everything, this is something we need to address. And theater also has to take care of that, has to not just entertain anymore and make people, give them that famous Broadway smile, but to really point out to what is real truth and important. Abhishek and Tanvi, maybe tell us about the names of all the teams involved in India who are helping us, and tell us a little bit about the artists we are going to meet now.
Are we speaking about the back-end teams?
Yeah, so we should say thank you. It's an amazing lineup of people we have with us.
Yes, we have currently on tech, we have Jashran Tao and Rachit Khetan, who are running tech for the first 8 hours non-stop. They will then be joined by Thea and Travis Amir from HowlRound, who will go for the next 8 hours. And then we have Kaushiki Gupta and Krutad Karanjkar, who will be there for the last 8 hours. We also have two stage managers, Shraddha Raj and Meghna Talang, who will be here in 6-hour shifts, so they will alternate between one another. We have a brilliant social media team who is live streaming and live tweeting and live posting about the event on all of our social media. Their names are Shannon Fernandez, Nihar Nair, and Elton Fernandez.
Yeah, we want to thank Jonathan Slav, who helped us in New York City to get the word out, Andy Lerner, HowlRound, everybody, VJ, who greenlighted the project. So it is really amazing. So now we're going to do the first switch over. I'm excited, to the Indian artists, and a few words about them, or we do it when the session starts. So thank you all for participating. Sia, Marvi, Abhishek, Tanvi, thank you so very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
So hello and welcome everybody to Segal Talks here, and I would like to welcome everybody who is with us, and hi there to India. Can you hear us? Can you?
Yes. Hello.
Yes. Wonderful. And hey to Carol here at NYU in New York City. So thank you so much for joining. We are very excited. You are the very first hour of that 24-hour marathon, and it's all beginning. And we have with us Hope Asida from Rwanda. We have Carol Martin here in the US, and Mullah Yashri, if I say Hashmi, and Komita Danda from New Delhi, if I say that right. So welcome everybody, and we're gonna stick to our script. We're gonna have 1 hour, 20 minutes segments, and we're gonna start with India. This is all about India. So I would like to welcome all of you and ask our Indian friends and colleagues, you know, what was this crisis for you personally and politically?
Thank you, Frank. May I just very quickly introduce both of us?
Yes,
I am
please.
Molashri Hashmi, and this is my colleague Komita Dhanda from Delhi, India. And we are both organizers and actors, and Komita is also a director-writer with India's premier street theatre group, Jannatya Manch. Our work is among the ordinary and the marginalized in spaces where they live and work. And why I'm telling you all this is because that will give you an indication as to how we respond to our times on a regular basis and how we responded during the pandemic. This actually means, you know, when we go and work, perform in actual spaces where people live and work, we go to slums, to factory gates, to offices, to schools. These are spaces that are not conventionally for performance. So that in itself poses many challenges theatrically, but also organizationally, and which is part of the nature of our work. And this is also very importantly the mainstay of our work philosophy of taking theatre to the people and theatre for the people. So this, you know, going to the audiences makes art, at least our theatre, accessible to all. And this art, this theatre becomes a lived and integral part of people's lives. I'm sure that when anyone in the audience, you know, goes past that particular space, like what you can see now, this is actually the path of workers who go to work, you know, go back after their factory shift is over, and that's where they have stopped and they're watching the play. So tomorrow or the next day, when they pass that way, I am sure, you know, whether it's the road, the pavement or park, wherever they're going, they'll recall, you know, that we saw a play here yesterday or the day before or 2 weeks earlier. And I think this sort of answers the oft-asked question of what is the reach and impact of a play. I think this is, you know, the unstated impact. And I think performing in spaces like this also adds another dimension to the space. It democratizes the space, because otherwise spaces are used for only one thing. and that is to go from one place to the other, or occasionally maybe have a meeting over there. I think that also democratizes it, and here art is democratizing it, and I think that is really the the most important aspect of going to different spaces. The plays that you see, they are of, as you can see, of various topics and various issues, and they cover things that are happening then. So there are plays which are about immediate happenings, but there are also plays about abiding issues, and that I think is an important point to note when we look at the body of our work that we've done from in 2020 and 2021 during the pandemic. This crisis, the question that Frank asked, the COVID crisis, this has many aspects. Want to speak about this? Okay, Komita is very quietly making fingers at me and telling me to speak. This is a particular picture I want to show you. This is the image of our constitution maker, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, and the constitution that is democratic India. He's the one who was the architect of it, of course with a team, but he was the architect. And this is a space where there is his statue. So clearly it is a space which honors him. Possibly it is a space where large populations of Dalit people live, but not just Dalits. Everybody, I revere him a lot, admire him, and I think the Constitution is a wonderful Constitution. And performing there with him or his statue looking on, I think adds a completely new dimension to the play that we are doing, which suddenly connects us to the past and possibly to the future also. So that's the kind of thing we were talking about. The next picture that you will see is a person called Safdar Hashmi, and I just want to say one line about him, that 32 years ago when we were performing for industrial workers, we were attacked. The performance was attacked, and in that performance, an artist was killed, Safdar, and an audience member, a worker called Ram Bahadur. And that was that killing, the killings rather, and those murders were because we were performing for workers, and it created a huge impact on the artistic and the struggling, and everybody actually across the country and across the globe actually, of how what is the power of art. So when we went on the 4th of Jan, this happened on the 1st of Jan 1989, and when on the 4th of Jan we went back to the same spot, the crowds that you can see are not just the local workers, of course they are there, but there are also hundreds of people who joined us from outside that particular industrial colony. And we went back and completed the play that had to be stopped kind of halfway. And it's that action that led us, that led people to see again once more the power of art. And Safdar actually became an icon of, political theater. It continues to be like that. And today, lots of people remember him and do his plays and read his poetry, even children's poetry, which have nothing to do with theater per se or the issue, but they are to do with current issues. And so the youth has taken him up as their hero. Mm-hmm. That's great.
Amazing.
Yeah. I think one of the why we wanted to talk about a little bit of our history is to do with that, how pandemic has impacted our work today. The photographs that we are showing is to show that the kind of spaces we go to, and in the times when physical distancing has become so important, and then how do we go to these spaces and perform for the workers. So last year when the pandemic hit in March 2020, a lot of our shows which were lined up got cancelled, and it took us a bit of a time. We saw several artists immediately kind of putting out their art on the internet. But for us, it became a question that, how do we go to, where do we put our art? Because for us, our audiences live, as Maloyshri was saying, in these working class areas. This is an audience that who, in one household, only maybe one or two people can afford a phone, forget about a smartphone. So how do we then take our plays to them? So we took a little bit of a time to come to terms with the situation, to start thinking that what do we do, also, can we use technology? How do we put up our plays on the internet? Who is going to watch it? There was also this sense that our audience that live in the working class areas will not have access to the internet. Then who are we doing our performances for? So it took us a bit of a time, one month, 1.5 months, and then we started thinking that, for a group like ours, Frank, it is also important to keep the group together, because all of us work on voluntary basis. We work in the daytime and we come and do the rehearsal. So if we are not meeting every day, then how do we also keep our work, keep the group together? So that was also one of the main questions, or a challenge for us. So what we slowly started to do is to started performing online. So we started with performing some poetry recitation online. We went Facebook Live, and I want to say that a lot of our people in our group, they did they learned how to do a WhatsApp video call for the first time, because of the pandemic. And so how do we deal with the technology? How do we, what are we going to do with the content? So some of the things that we started doing is to read our older plays. We did some, this is one of the performances that we do. So last year we did it online, and we also had to kind of adapt our performances to the medium. But we also knew that this is not going to be it's not, we do not understand technology, and I'm being very frank. Our group members come from very various cultural and social backgrounds, various age groups. So how do we put something together? So what we started to do, whatever we could do, we started adapting our various plays which we were already doing. We also did some of the older plays. We started reading them. Some of our plays which were already we were doing before the pandemic hit. When the lockdown opened, we started to take those plays like this to the areas, and you can see that our actors are wearing these shields while doing so it also became sort of we were also cracking a joke about it, that it almost looks like that a street theater is happening in 2050. It's totally very dystopic kind of an imagery, but we did not change the content. So in terms of our audiences, in terms of our content, one of the major challenges that all of us felt politically is how to reach out to the audience, to the working class who was still struggling, and then we saw the migrant crisis unfolding in front of us, and there was this agitation that we are not going there, because the trade unions were still working on the ground, they were still providing relief to them. But we as cultural artists, as cultural workers in Jannatya Manch, we were not able to go to the field. So I think our political and personal crisis vis-a-vis theatre was also, at least for me, it's also interlinked. It's not that, obviously, people, there was a health crisis and it opened up several, people had problems in their personal households. But for us, not being able to do theatre, not being able to go in these areas was not only an artistic challenge, but also also a political challenge in that way. And we tried various things. We also created a performance like this, which was only for Zoom. But again, the question remained that who are we reaching to? Who is our audience? And that became absolutely crucial for us.
I'd like to begin. Thank you, Kamita. I'd like to begin with something that Kamita mentioned. The COVID crisis, it has, of course, many aspects, and I'm sure that will be talked about, and it affects us at many levels, not, very many levels. And I think, as thinking, concerned citizens, what we have seen in our country is the abject failure of our public health system and the completely, like shamefully pro-rich bias of the government. It's really, really something that it just makes me so angry. As a theatre person, let me tell you, I personally and in the group also, it was very clear that, okay, COVID is there, so we can't go out, right? We'll try some things, that they may work, they may not, but ultimately COVID will go. The Spanish flu went away, so will the COVID. And therefore, that's the only way that theatre can flourish as a life form. I mean, I am personally completely convinced of that. So it was only a matter of, marking time till we are clear of it. And as it happened towards the end of 2020, when workers came to the to the streets with their agitations, and later on so did the farmers, we went and performed for them, and not just us. Many other artists, poets, they continued their creative creative solidarity with whatever agitations are happening. The farmer struggle has been going for over 6-7 months now, and even so, it's a source of inspiration. And really, I mean, I just thought, if the farmers can go to the streets and be there out in the open, in the cold, braving everything, and we can also go and perform. There's nothing. It's fine. Yeah. It's that which gives me inspiration. Because, our plays are not just about the darkness of the working people's lives. It's also about the radiance in their lives, of the ordinary people, of their aspirations and joys.
That's fantastic. Do you have a reading for us? We have like 4 or 5 minutes left. Will you?
Yes.
So this is a poem written in Hindi, and it was also put to tune to one of our, to our online show that Kamita showed. It's a poem that in Hindi is called Dekh Lenge, by a poet called Munesh Tyagi, and in English it's called Defiance. This is in memory of all the people who passed away during COVID or were incarcerated for their beliefs. It's also a tribute to the ongoing fight of farmers, workers, and students. I'll read it now. देख लेंगे. आंधियों ने तय किया है कोई दीपक नहीं जलेगा. दीपकों ने तय पाया है आंधियों को देख लेंगे. जुल्मतों ने शोर मचाया रोशनियों को रोक लेंगे. रोशनियों ने तय किया है जुल्मतों को देख लेंगे. हाकिम तो अब दास बने हैं पूंजी और बेईमानी की. लोग भी अब कह रहे हैं हाकिमों को देख लेंगे. दुश्मन फिर से डरा है आशिकों की जात को. आशिक भी तो कह रहे हैं दुश्मनों को देख लेंगे. जालिम फिर से दिखा रहे हैं, जालिम फिर से दिखा रहे हैं फांसियों की रस्सियां. लोग अब भी कह रहे हैं फांसियों को देख रहेंगे.
So this was also a poem that we used in one of our performances that I showed, that we prepared only for the medium of Zoom. I think to what we are talking today and what our work has been is primarily dedicated to the working class people who reached their home in the COVID crisis, but some who died during COVID crisis. So that's what our work is for, and that's whom we would like to dedicate.
I just say one line after this, that Janam is like a fish, like fish which lives and survives in waters. We survive in the waters of the struggles of the fighting people, without which we can't survive.
Incredible. And the poem starts, the storms have decided no lamps would be lit. The lamps then resolve to defy the storms. That is quite beautiful. And thank you so much. How is it in your group? Have you lost people to COVID in your theater community?
To theater community, yes. Across
in your
the
group,
country.
In your group also,
No,
and
not
family?
in our group. No, in Janam, nobody. People fell ill.
People got COVID, and
they recovered.
And everybody has to be tested because we did a rehearsal during those times also. But fortunately, nobody in our immediate theater group, was affected. But there have been friends in the theater community who was
amazing.
second wave of COVID was quite devastating. Yeah.
All my respect for your work is so beautiful. This is so important and so significant and urgent, and what you do. And we're gonna now switch over and move from India to Africa, and perhaps you guys one day could collaborate. Who knows, And we have with us Hope Aseda, who is one of the great artists, and we are listening now to the transitional music, which Shavi and her team put together to help us to ease into the next segments. So Hope, welcome. Where are you now? What time is it?
It is 4:20 p.m. and I'm in Kigali, Rwanda. This is our living room, and this is Miranda Teta, my daughter.
Why Miranda? Welcome.
She'll be reading with me a few
Good.
And,
so tell us a bit, before we start, and like our Indian friends, like Komita and Molo Yashiri said, so tell us a little bit who you are and what you do.
I'm Hope Aseda. I'm an artist, I'm a human being, and I'm also a festival curator. I'm also a writer, and I do a lot of theater productions in Kigali. I run a theater company called Mashirika Performing Arts and Media Company, and it's been on the run, on the move for the last 21 years. And like our friends in India, we've been using art as a tool for social transformation. We've been taking art to communities as well. We've been doing it as our way of intervention and bridging gaps for development. And wherever there is a gap in communities, we've been using art to bridge those gaps, or to start certain kind of conversations that communities are not having about a certain knowledge that they don't have. I'm also a curator for Ubuntu Arts Festival. Ubuntu means being human, and it started off in 2015. And for the last 2 years, it's been running online, part of HowlRound's program as well. And so that's who I am.
That's amazing. And you're one of the few theater organizations in the world that also did almost daily programming in a time of the crisis, right? You had theater artists present their work during almost a year. So tell us a little bit about it. It was extraordinary what you did, I think.
What we've been doing basically is also trying to not to die twice, not to we used, all the lockdowns as a way to begin online collaborations. So we've been putting so much energy on online collaborations, and, I feel it's up to be reading for you basically collaborations between German, Bosnia, and Rwanda. And for the festival, for the 7th edition of the festival this year, we focused again on collaborations. We're just forcing artists to work together across the globe, regardless, because that was our main pillar of our festivals, was just to, invite artists to Rwanda and, take 2 weeks working together, because we believe in the power of collaborations, in the power of connecting, in the power of knowing that my story could be your story could be my story, my pain could be your pain could be my pain. And since we're a shared humanity, how do we use art to bring, to tailor humanity in whatever we do? Because it's important to invite empathy in our spaces, but to understand our environment and to understand who we are and what kind of art do we need to do that has meaning to our own lives. So we've been focusing on a lot of online collaborations, and we've been focusing on different themes. Our theme last year was focusing on breathe, to just stop, breathe, and live. And this year we're focusing on rebirth. And so everything we've been working along our collaborations have been around rebirth. How do we, from whatever has happened, from the crumbles of the world around us, from the broken pieces that we are, how do we get back on our feet? Because we have that power, and that's what we've been using art, for also healing, as a healing element. It has a healing element as well.
Yeah, I remember you had that theme "Breathe" even in the time, you know, of Trevor Martin and the George Floyd killing, you know, that became so significant. And you did hundreds of programs, right? I mean, this is just a stunning number of what you did last year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And are you a free group? You are supported by the government, by your city, or by donations? How does it work?
We are a company. We do a lot of commissioned work. Our theater company does a lot of commissioned work, but we also do works that we feel like no one is commissioning us to do them, but we feel like it's that story that finds a place in my heart and no one is commissioning me to do it, but I need to do it. So I look for my own ways of doing it. I become my first sponsor, and then I just do it to just shed light on what's happening. Because I believe art is an encounter, and so is life. It's that particular story that I encounter in life that comes and finds a place in my heart. And once it finds a place in my heart, I'm indebted, you know, to give it back to the world as a gift, because it came to me as a gift. And that's what really I've learned from COVID, from these very uncertain times, that each day comes as a gift and it comes with a story. And that story comes to, you know, grow in me, and I need to just give it back to where it came from. So there are stories that we're never commissioned to do, but we do them ourselves. So we look for sponsors, corporates, we do whatever. Sometimes, like for the other programs, it's non-government organizations that commission us, like UNICEF, if it's things to do with around, you know, child violence, like domestic against, you know, children. Yeah, some programs we get sponsored sometimes, but certain things we just sponsor ourselves, because I feel like it's a burning idea in my heart and I just need to bring it out. I need to give birth to it because it's grown. Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. I remember from our talk, Hope will go to villages, and also for our Indian colleagues. So you know what they do. They go to villages. They often have a theme, let's say domestic violence. They interview people, they talk to families. She also said, we look at the place, we look at the marketplace perhaps, or where there are stairs, where it's just higher, which is lower. Then they go back, they write something, they come back, they talk to people, they go back, and then they come and perform outside or in the spaces. And often, as she said, we have been commissioned because there are problems in communities. It is truly extraordinary, so radical. We would say so avant-garde, or you might say very traditional, wherever it fits in, but it is just inspiring and really hope for bringing together the community from Rwanda, upon all of Africa, but also internationally to your programs, your online programs. What you did there was sensational. So tell us a bit about the reading.
Yeah, the reading, we are going to share with you a few excerpts from our online collaborations. But I wanted to start, first of all, with a tribute to my mother, because in 2020, I remember we were supposed to go and, you know, put flowers on her grave, but we could not. So I wrote a letter to her. And letter writing has become a technique in my writing of productions and doing all these things. So it's important that I start off with this tribute, and then we can go to another reading that I'll introduce.
Mm-hmm. So this is a letter to your mother, because you could not go to her grave, you wrote her a letter.
Yes, so I wrote a letter to her. Can I share a photograph?
Yes, please. Yeah, looking for it, or maybe Hope, you read it and Miranda can try to.
Yeah, I'll read it and Miranda can try to sort this out.
Yes.
Okay, so on this day, the 15th of June, 2018, you left the world. In this same world, today, 2020, is being choked by two pandemics, the coronavirus and another virus caused by prejudice. For someone like you who love to hug people, this is no place for you. Humans don't touch anymore. And in fact, if we met, I doubt you could recognize me because half of my face is covered in a mask. The world went on a lockdown and left us for animals and nature to party. As I write this note, the skies are filled with angry, fiery smoke. The streets are filled with adults and children holding signs, "I can't breathe." A volcano erupted, causing a revolution. They say it was sparked by the knee of a bad apple. How is that even possible? Our world is drenched in oceans of crimes against humanity. Tomorrow is so blurry and uncertain, but I'm going by your words. Worry not about tomorrow. Do good and value every moment. It's getting harder each day to do what you loved seeing us do. Play like a child. I'm trying to live every minute that when tomorrow does come, I may roll with the wheel of time and breathe the story of hope. We miss you dearly. Rest well, beautiful. So that was one to my mother.
Mhm.
The next reading is going to be one of our collaborations with German, and it's a story by an immigrant, and her name is Vanessa Badel. So Miranda will read that.
Good. Yeah, if you could get back to your screen.
You must not breathe, you must not walk, you must not eat or drink, you must not think and you must not speak. You must not brush your teeth or wash your hair. You must not love but also not hate. You must not fight, you must not give up. You must not cry but also not laugh. You must not hope but also not be hopeless. You must not be friendly but also not be unfriendly. You must not be helpful, but also not refuse help. You must not make plans, but also not to be without a plan. You must not walk the streets by day, but also not by night. You must not talk to people, but also not ignore them. You must not see it, but also not stand. In a city under siege, nothing belongs to you. Everything you have, you can lose at any moment. But at the same time, you can lose something that you do not have at any moment. In a city under siege, nothing is more important than good timing. Walk or stop at the right moment, cry or laugh at the right moment, drink or eat at the right moment, preferably when no one is nearby. Otherwise, you will feel unstoppable shame and guilt for not wanting to share your food with others. This I can assure you. In a city under siege, not only the ones who come from the outside, your official tormentors, are the ones who made you the person you have become. It is also not only the people suffering with you that made you the person you have become, it is you. You do not want to walk anymore. You do not want to breathe and think. You do not want to make plans anymore and help others. You do not want to be friendly anymore, and you do not want to love anymore and share your thoughts and your food with others. You think, what for the next moment? Everything will be over anyways. But the most important thing you have to know to survive in a city under siege is that you might have to wait a long time for the end, and you should live every moment, even if it is the last one. As a human, and share the last step, the last breath, the last drop of water, and the last whiff of love with others. Because just to survive is not enough. Death is also something you have to accomplish.
Thank you, Miranda. And our next short poem is also my collaboration with another actor from Bosnia. It's called Clouding Memories. You can help me go to the photos. You had a life, and somebody took a scissor and made a stop. Material home was lost. I was always on the move. Everything was really disappearing. Nothing really exists. You have absolutely had no idea how long it will last. You had this hope. This is gonna end tomorrow, but it continues and continues and continues. Amidst the time-worn lonely echoes, I hear songs unheard, Of ashes you left me, clouding memories, voices from within burst like fiery powder. In the midst of storms, the wind lifts the dust around me, from dust to soul and from somebody to dust, where love and peace still prevail. Out of this cracked earth, I walk on this soil called home. From the buried sand, shattered pieces of the past slip softly out of breath. Below the blanket of dust, I reckon each bit of self past with the awareness of the lost, where dust follows soul, from dust to soul, and from somebody to dust, where love and peace still prevail. It is still my home, but for the time being, it seems to be the best place to live. Everyone has a story that connects with someone else. Our next piece is a tribute. If you can go to the photos. Our next piece is a tribute that my daughter Miranda wrote to our fellow Indian artists that lost their lives in 2020.
Last year, COVID-19 took and it took and it took. From artists who inspired to those from whom we had learned from artists who made us wonder to those whose works stretched our minds to the unimaginable. We thank you. We thank you for your music, your films, your acting, your arts that left room for us to laugh, cry, and connect with each other. Although we say goodbye to the people behind the breathtaking works, we continue to feel inspired and we continue to share what these amazing artists have taught us. We continue to enjoy the legacies you have left, and we continue to embrace the amazing arts you left for us as proof of your true passion. We thank you.
We thank you. And our last reading is a short letter I wrote to the next generation. And that's Miranda. And yeah, dear next generation, during these unprecedented times, I am not sure that what words to pass on to you. Like many others, I'm struggling to see where the path of life will lead me. Although what makes life beautiful and exciting is the uncertainty, it is hard to hold on to hope when humanity is under home. Earth's futures are blurry, but you're given one life with a body, mind, and soul. Don't worry too much about what is to come. Do spend time advocating for humanity and protecting our nest. Spend more time caring about yourself, because you can only start truly caring and loving someone or something else when you have learned to love yourself. Life gets hard as you grow older, but you will grow stronger. Thank you. And that's our end for our tribute. For our reading.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So you were spanning your mother, you yourself, Hope, and your daughter, and it's about survival and life. Abhishek, what comes to your mind when you listen to all of it?
Thank you very much, Hope. We are very, very grateful for such a thoughtful presentation. And thank you, Miranda, for that beautiful piece that you've written for artists from India. The feeling is mutual. I can tell you that completely. So it's really wonderful to hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that was really to hear from Mullah Yashre, if I say right, and Kumita, and from Hope and Miranda, also, and to hear from here, being here in New York, it's truly a feeling of there is a connection, as I think Hope said, there are stories that connect us, and your pain could be our pain, and your story could be our story, and we just happened by chance to be in places where we are, and we all have to prepare for a better future. And so have you, to our Indian colleagues, have you been to Africa? Did you ever perform your street theater in Africa?
Yes, we have. We've been to actually only one place, no?
We have been to Cape Town.
Cape Town.
Cape Town.
Yeah.
No, actually, no. We then went around in Beresford. We performed.
Yeah, Beresford,
Sorry, and there were 3-4 other places.
Yeah. But basically, it was in South Africa, and we were there for about a month in 2014. Yes.
And we are waiting for you with open arms of love in Rwanda.
Yes, please. We shall come. In fact, the play that we were doing was a play on violence against women. And we realized it was particularly suitable. And though we performed it in the language that we do in Hindustani, but we had, kind of those like Brechtian placards, which summed up the scene and that was not just in English, but in the other languages as well that was spoken in that area. And somebody from the audience, we would ask them to pick up the correct placard at the right time. So it actually was very, very accessible to the people. And even young adolescents saw it.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Really, really thank you, Molo and Yashri and Komita and to Hope and Miranda. And so this is inspiring. I think this was a great start in the first hour, but we are not done yet. We have with us the great Carol Martin, who was a repeated guest, one of the very few on the Segal Talk, and her contribution to theater, contemporary theater, the theater also of the real, has been tremendous and enormous. So Carol, tell us a little bit maybe about you for everybody who doesn't know who you are and where you are.
Hello, everyone. I'm in New York City. I'm in my NYU office, which is my preferred broadcast place, I guess.
We always think if you're at NYU, you have like golden doors, big windows overlooking
some people
Washington
do.
Square.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's actually a wood door. It is golden colored, but anyway. Yeah, so I write about theater. Occasionally, I used to be a dancer, and I did choreography in the United States and in Belgium and Italy. And what I'd like to, this whole thing, which is a wonderful idea, Frank, and everyone else who was involved in conceptualizing it, really got me to thinking about my time in India and my Indian connections. So it's been a bit of a kind of memory thing for me. And, I just want to say, when I first traveled to India on a Fulbright, the Padatik Dance Center in Calcutta, now Kolkata, had a festival of traditional Indian theater and dance. So this was an amazing experience because I got to see so many forms in one place over a period of about 8 days. Sarekala, Purulia, and Mayurbhanj Chow, Yakshagana, Kudiyatam, Kathakali, Bharatnatyam, Kathak, Sanjukta Panigrahi, the formidable Odissi performer, performed there, as did Birju Maharaj, the Kathak master. A lot of these people are no longer with us. I stayed with Shyamanan and Chetna Jalan, and after the festival was over, I actually stayed with Naveen Kishor's mother, which was a kind of extraordinary experience, although not at all exactly about performance. And at that time, I had no inkling that Naveen Kishore would be my publisher. Of course, most Indian artists and scholars know about Segal Books, and he is the publisher of a series of mine called In Performance. And it's an incredible thing that he created in Kolkata. I do want to mention an Indian artist who just passed away. I don't think it was of COVID, but Sureka Sikri, who I met in Delhi when I was there. And at her she was extraordinary, an extraordinary actress. And at her passing, Amal Alana wrote in, I forgot which newspaper, that she was first attracted to Sureka's withdrawn quality. And I think that that's exactly right. Her acting was infused with this kind of thoughtful interiority that made me and others want more, because it seemed to be so rich. So when I was in Delhi, Sureka gave me this beautiful, long, silver necklace with a trinket on it that looked like an egg, which I wore for many years until one day, I think it disappeared in the subway, to tell you the truth. So in fact, I was in India to study Sarekala Chow with Guru Kedarnath Sahu, who has since passed away, to study it in Sarekala. And when I was there, and I told people where I was going, what I was doing, many of my Indian friends and colleagues said, "Oh, Carol, even we don't go there." So Sarekala is in Bihar, in a very poor rural area. And this was a tiny village, and it was absolutely an extraordinary experience. So all this stuff is amazing to me. What we remember, what we don't remember, all this stuff is very vivid to me. And I don't have photographs of it. I have a few, just a handful. Other things, this is a kind of homage to Indian artists that I've been in contact with. In 2019, I saw Amal Alana's Nati Binodini about Binodini Dasa, performed in Washington, and this is perhaps Amal's most famous production. More recently, the Asia Society here in New York did an incredible exhibition by members of the Progressive Artists Group. And these painters really formed this group in the aftermath of India's Declaration of Independence in 1947. And their mission, I think, is something for our time. So the exhibition examined the ways in which artists from different social, cultural, and religious backgrounds found common cause at a time of massive political and social upheaval. And these artists in the exhibition worked from about 1940 to the 1990s. And I actually was walked through I saw the exhibition, and then Amal Alana walked me through it, highlighting the incredible painterly inventions and all the signs of a hoped for emergent cosmopolitanism, which I think is really still a lesson for our time. So more recently, I wrote about the work of director Zuleika Alana, formerly Zuleika Chowdhury, now again Zuleika Alana. And this, I think, is relevant to the discussion of COVID, but in a sideways kind of way. So Zuleika, just call her Zuleika, did a piece called Landscape as Evidence, Artists as Witness. And for this piece, she did fictional court proceedings in a courtroom setting. She was asking about the judicial usefulness of artistic knowledge and theater techniques. She wrote to India's parliament requesting that it consider admitting the testimony of artists in the courts, much the same as the testimony of economists, historians, doctors, industrialists, politicians, and lawyers. Her subject was testimony about the destruction of the environment. And I think coronavirus is, a cousin to the destruction of the environment. So, the central question of the work is, why shouldn't artistic knowledge be admitted as testimony in a court of law? It's highly specialized knowledge. And I think we've heard, different ways of using artistic knowledge from Abhishek earlier this morning and from everyone in the room today, that it can be used in multiple ways. So this is my little reading at the center of this. In this piece, Zuleika quotes Mihir Sampson and a petition she wrote. It reads, this is how it reads. When an ecosystem endures the loss or extinction of an indigenous species or plant, it is not just the tiger or the native wheat variety which has been annihilated, What's been destroyed is the tiger's contribution to the ecosystem in maintaining a balance with other species. The native crop's ability to nourish the human language and its relationship to the tiger and the complex food culture surrounding the native wheat, involving song, dance, spirituality, and countless other facets of the ecosystem's beauty. And I think we've experienced that kind of loss, with the coronavirus, especially in India, but also all over the world. Yeah.
Well,
that's what I've been thinking in preparation for this.
Mm-hmm.
As a scholar, I've been mindful of knowing about theater all over the world as much as I can. And India has been in my knowledge for a long time, although not especially the most contemporary performance, and also especially Japan. Yeah.
No, that is quite deep, and true. In a way, I didn't completely make the connection, but the Segal books which you put out, of course, they are produced and in India, right? And they are put out. They are such deep connections. So we really have and should care what is happening there. So, Carol, how is it for you now? Now this semester break now, and what's going to happen at NYU for the coming? I think we will open at the City University. The doors will open in August. Still, it's really hard to get in right now. Marvin, who was with us, you have to fill out a form in the building. And if you get one answer wrong, you're not allowed back for 10 days. So they wouldn't let Marvin in because he tipped one wrong answer. And the Segal Center, our space, will not be open. It will be used for classrooms. So I cannot present any programs. So for 2 years, actually, was on a hold. But how is it at NYU? What will happen?
So right now, I think many administrators are still working from home. In the spring, most classes were on Zoom, and we have to use passes, which we get on our phones by filling out a daily form to get into the building, and I show it to the guard. And the plan right now for the fall is that all classes will be live in person, still required to wear masks in the building, like in public spaces in the building, not in your personal offices. So that's the plan. I mean, last year I taught many freshmen who were having their first year of college alone at home in their childhood bedroom. And it was not what they expected to be doing. And that was disappointing for some, traumatic for some. So it'll be, some of those students have already registered for my course in the fall, so I'll see them live.
And is vaccinations mandatory? Do they have to be vaccinated to enter the building?
Everybody has to be vaccinated. Yes, mandatory, yeah.
So, Carol, what came to your mind when you heard the contributions from India, from the Street Theater and Hope in Rwanda? What comes to your mind when you see that?
So, I did meet Badal Sarkar, and I did a workshop with his company many years ago. So I was delighted to hear about street theater continuing. I don't think I saw a rehearsal of Badal Sarkar's work, but I don't think I've seen street theater in India. As a matter of fact, I know I haven't. But, one of the things that occurred to me that was provoked by something Abhishek said earlier this morning was this sense of, the question of the 8-day festival so many years ago in India was, how can we use our traditional forms to make a contemporary theater? That's not the question today. But in thinking about that, and something that Abhishek said, the whole idea of time in Indian performance, of duration, of at least in traditional performance, the expansion of a moment well beyond a moment. So I think of Lakshmi Knight, who's the daughter of Balasaraswati, performing a piece about Radha and Krishna, and one solo performer performing Radha, who Krishna's been, he's the quintessential bad boy, always off with other women, and Radha sees him coming home in the early morning hours and sees him first with relief, and then with anger, and then with jealousy, and then with love, with myriad emotions. And all this is an absolute expansion of one moment in time. So I'm thinking about, wondering about actually what is going on in Indian performance today in terms of these, the presence of these many different forms simultaneously, and the move into the street, the move into social activism that Abhishek described so well, also on his Facebook page. Yeah.
Yeah, that is quite quite stunning. Abhishek, how do you respond?
Thank you, Carol, for being here too. Carol and I have been strangely colleagues in a department where we have never been at the same time. When I've
We've
been
never
there,
met.
but we are at the same department. So it's wonderful to actually meet you here. And yes, I'm so amazed at the experiences that you have narrated about learning Saraikela Chao and various other forms, and being able to see several forms like that Padatik festival sounds extraordinary. If it were to happen today, I'm sure many of us here would line up to see that festival. It must be quite something to also imagine in what shape could something like that happen again. Because so many of those artists who are in those forms were literally starved in the last few months in various parts of India. And that's something I found thinking about a lot in this time, that we have seen performances of traditional folk forms and so on and so forth. But this time when we were out, we really got to see the backstage, so to say. Because in these performances, there is no backstage.
Right.
But the pandemic presented a backstage for us, I think. So that has been quite visible. And I think that's what I was reflecting on while you have been speaking so beautifully. And also thank you for your books. My God, you just mentioned, that's my daughter. You can hear my daughter.
It's quite loud. It's hard to hear you.
On her own. Your books are real windows to many parts of the world for many of us, your in-performance series. And I hope at the end of this pandemic, we have more scholarship like that, which talks about what happened right now, what was written around the world. I assume people are still writing and making work. So yeah, thank you for that, Carol.
Carol, what do you think? What will be the impact of this time on theater?
Well, it partly has to do with you, Frank, and the quote that I read from Zuleika's piece, and the whole idea of artists and scholars of artists, especially performance, being an ecosystem, and ways which we connect to that ecosystem, ways that we nourish it and feed it, and that artists of performance are specialists in calling worlds into being. So they're, in a certain sense, they're very, very powerful with the imaginary of what we don't yet know. I think these connections on Zoom and these talks, and I'm so thankful to you, Frank, for doing this since March 1st, 2020, always there, with extraordinary energy and reach space and gameness, if you will. and all the artists who have shared their experiences and the scholars who have talked about the pandemic. I think, you know, both a closer look at one's local performance, theater, dance, music, and a greater international awareness probably are part of our lives going forward, hopefully. You know, in the US, students are a little bit not interested in anything other than American performance. This is, you know, very exasperating. So I think you, Frank, have created intervention in all this, you know, international richness and knowledge.
Thank you, Carol. It really means a lot. Also comes from you. We know you mean, and I know what you say. So I really would like to thank you. We have the first hour behind us. That's incredible. We worked so hard for everybody. We really put it together in 3 weeks. It's astonishing that we got this off the feet. And Molayashri and Komita, Hope, and Miranda, you know, and of course, Carol. This is so wonderful to have you guys with us, and thank you for sharing. Thank you for taking time out of your busy lives, and also to our listeners. Really, thank you for taking the time to listen and join in. And we are going to move on to the next section. So thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you. So here we are.
How are you?
Hi there. Hi to Palermo.
Yes, we are in Palermo.
Wonderful, wonderful. Hi, Elizabeth, and hi to our Indian friends, to have Ajitale Sivalale, if I say it right, who's with us from Kerala, and Vivek from Karnataka. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Frank.
So Vivek, where are you now? What time is it?
It's 8:30 here in India, and I'm speaking to you from Bangalore, which is the capital city of the southern Indian state, Karnataka.
Wow! So it's in the evening, and
yes.
You are joining us. So Atit Shalal, is he with us, or maybe he is reconnecting? But let's start with you, Vivek. Tell us a little bit about you and your work.
Yes, Frank. Firstly, me and Ajit will do this together. Also, in the end, the little performance that we will be doing, we'll be doing it together. And I'll also be translating what he speaks in Malayalam. Okay, I'm Vivek Vijay Kumaran. I'm an actor, trainer, director, and writer from Bangalore. I also run a theatre collective by name Our Theatre, of which I'm the founder and director. We also have a small studio space where we hold training programs for actors, have rehearsals, and also host some small intimate performances. So that's me in a brief. Yeah, I want to talk about how this year and a half has been personally. I think among many other things, what's been really difficult for me is to just, get myself accustomed to this new relationship that I seem to be developing with this idea of death and people dying. Of course, you have people who who've passed away, some are acquaintances, and people also dying, without COVID. And then some people are just numbers, and there are so many of them who have not even made it to that data. So there seems to be a certain kind of normalcy and convenience that is, being attached to people dying, which is very disturbing. And I'm grappling with that change myself personally. Apart from that, I have a 7-year-old daughter who's not been able to go to school for a year and a half, and having very little social interaction. So trying to make sure that I'm able to engage her in interesting ways and keep her in a happy space mentally. That's been another shift that has happened. My wife works in the IT sector, and like many people across India have not gone back to office for a long time. So there's a definitive change in the home dynamics with all three of us working with limited space that we have. And I'm also not someone who's very often at home, but the last year and a half has made me be at home. So these have been the essential shifts, for me personally. Politically, I think, it's been a time, when one has been, feeling a lot of anger, resentment, and rage of the mishandling of the situation by the central government. And I think, the social divide, which is already prevalent in our society here in India, only got more evident, more pushed. The boundaries became more sharper. And this term that was there, of social distancing, I think only made it more problematic. I think what we needed was just physical distancing and social intimacy. But that was not the case. And I think especially the second wave, the government was very lazy in its response and extremely insensitive. So it fills one with rage, and I wasn't someone who participated too much in the relief work. I was more of a witness, and I wanted to respond to it through my work. And thankfully, I live very close by to my studio, so which helps me to go to the studio. So I worked through most of last year creating a solo piece, which is like a political response to what's going around. It tells the story of a young Indian middle-class youth and his struggle with political conviction, choice making, while he works as a data analyst in a company dealing with data security problems. So that was also what was possible in the time that we had, just me in the studio, and I had a friend who would come in once in a while as an observer and respond. And I think that it's, I feel that each of us have to be very responsible to not forget how the last year and a half was. I think we in India especially have this tendency to forget things very quickly. And I think it's very important for us to remember how it was done and what happened, and make sure that we, take this as a wake-up call, maybe, to keep questioning and to raise our voice. And I would also like, I'd also like to kind of share that, I must also be, share that the studio space that we have is supported by this person, Prashant, and his company, Invisible Bed, which makes these space-saving furniture. It's been extremely generous of them to cut the rent of the studio by 50%, because of which we've been able to hold on to that space. Because I also know of many other, theater companies who lost their space because they couldn't pay the rent or otherwise. So he's been extremely supportive, and I think we need people like that to facilitate people, artists to have space, give us the freedom to work passionately. So that was truly a bright spot over the last year and a half.
Yeah, that's great. Do you have a reading for us? Did you bring something?
Yes, yes, we do have something. Yeah. So at the end of, after Ajit also finishes, then both of us will read it together.
Oh, great! You do it together. Yes. So actually, tell us a little bit about you and where you are.
Hello.
Yeah. We can hear you.
I am Ajitlal Shivalal. I am an actor, theater maker, and performance artist from Kerala, which is the southern coast of India, southern part of India. And I explore different forms to tell stories that need to be told. I studied at two drama schools, National School of Drama, Bangalore Center, and Thrissur School of Drama. Performance is one of the primary mode of my expression, and which will make me very free. And I also respond to a lot of social problems, social inequalities through my performance. I do a lot of street theater, invisible theater, and clowning in a street. And I will speak in Malayalam, which will give me more freedom and expression. So Vivek will translate that into English. Yeah. Personally, എങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു ഈ കോവിഡ് എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, കോവിഡിന് മുമ്പ്, കൊറോണയ്ക്ക് മുമ്പ് വളരെ വളരെ ചലനാത്മകമായിരുന്നു എൻ്റെ ആക്ടിവിറ്റികൾ നാടകരംഗത്ത്. ഞാൻ ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ ഒരു നാടകത്തിൽ അഭിനയിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു കോവിഡിന് മുന്നേ. അറ്റ് ദ സെയിം ടൈം ഞാൻ അവിടെ ഒരു ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് നാടകം പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഇന്ററാക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. എന്നിട്ട് ഞാൻ വീക്കെൻഡ്സിൽ ഞാൻ കേരളത്തിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വരികയും ഇവിടെ ഫെലോഷിപ്പ് പ്രോഗ്രാം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സർക്കാരിന്റെ ഒരു പരിപാടിയുണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഇവിടെ നാടകം പഠിപ്പിക്കുകയും തിരിച്ച് ശനി ഞായർ ഇവിടെ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഞാൻ തിരിച്ച് ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ പോയി റിഹേഴ്സൽ ചെയ്യുകയും ഒക്കെ ചെയ്തിട്ട് വളരെ വളരെ ഡൈനാമിക് ആയിട്ട് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന ഒരു പേഴ്സണൽ ജീവിതമായിരുന്നു എനിക്ക്. ഞാൻ വീട്ടിൽ വളരെ വല്ലപ്പോഴും മാത്രം 1-2 ആഴ്ചയോ മാത്രം ഇടപഴകാൻ സമയം കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന ഒരാളായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പോൾ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് വരിക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എനിക്ക് ഒരു വെക്കേഷൻ പോലെയുള്ള ഒരു സംഗതിയായിരുന്നു. അതെ. പിന്നീട് ഈ വിഷയം എങ്ങനെയാണ് പൊളിറ്റിക്കലി ഞാൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇത് കാണുന്നതെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, കേരളത്തിലെ സർക്കാർ, കേരളത്തിലെ ഗവൺമെന്റ്, കേരളത്തിലെ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് കോവിഡിനെ വളരെ കെയർഫുൾ ആയിട്ടാണ് കണ്ടത്. അവർ ഭയങ്കര സെൻസിറ്റീവ് ആയിരുന്നു, ഭയങ്കര എമ്പത്തറ്റിക് ആയിരുന്നു അവരുടെ റിയാക്ഷനുകളിൽ മറ്റു കാര്യങ്ങളിലും. പക്ഷെ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഭയങ്കര കെയർഫുൾ ആയിരുന്നില്ല അത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ കോവിഡ് വന്ന് ആൾക്കാർ മരിക്കുന്നതിലുപരിയായിട്ട് ആൾക്കാർ നടന്നു മരിക്കുന്നു, ട്രെയിൻ ഇടിച്ചു മരിക്കുന്നു, പട്ടിണി കിടന്നു മരിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അതൊക്കെ ഭയങ്കര ശക്തമായിട്ടുള്ള ദേഷ്യം, ആങ്കർ എന്നിൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആസ് എ പെർഫോമർ എന്റെ പ്രൈമറി എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നാടകങ്ങളിലൂടെ ആയിരുന്നു, തെരുവ് നാടകങ്ങളിലൂടെ ഒക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പെർഫോം ചെയ്യുമായിരുന്നു പല രീതിയിൽ. പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെ എനിക്ക് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല, കാരണം കോവിഡ് ആണല്ലോ, നമുക്ക് പബ്ലിക് സ്പേസ് ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു അവസ്ഥയുണ്ടായി. പക്ഷെ അപ്പൊ ചെറിയ രീതിയിലുള്ള റിലീഫ് വർക്കുകളും ആൾക്കാർക്ക് സാധനം എത്തിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുക, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ആക്ടിവിറ്റികളൊക്കെ ഞാൻ ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ എനിക്കത് പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും ഞാൻ ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ പെർഫോമൻസിനെ ഫ്രീ ആക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഇതാണ്, അത്തരം ഒരു ഫ്രീനെസ് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. പിന്നീട് കുറച്ചൊരു റിലീഫ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്തതിൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ സാറ്റിസ്ഫൈങ് ആയിട്ട് തോന്നിയത് കലാകാരന്മാർക്ക് കേരള സർക്കാർ ഒരു എയ്ഡ് കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ആൾക്കാരെ തിരഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഓൺലൈൻ വഴിയാണ് അത് അപേക്ഷിക്കേണ്ടത്. അപ്പൊ അത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾക്ക് നടന്നപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എന്റെ പരിസരത്തുള്ള കലാകാരന്മാരെ അറിയുന്നില്ലായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഒത്തിരി പേരെ കാണാനും അറിയാനും സാധിച്ചത് വളരെ നല്ലൊരു കാര്യമായിട്ട് തോന്നി. പിന്നീട് ഭയങ്കര ഡിസ്റ്റർബിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് തോന്നിയത് നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെ സേവാലപ്പാട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് തീരം സംരക്ഷിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഒരു സമരം നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, കരിമണൽ ഖനനത്തിന്, മിനറൽ സാൻഡിന്റെ മൈനിങ്ങിനെതിരായിട്ട്. ആ സമരം പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും നിന്നു. അതെ, അതാണ്. പക്ഷെ അത് സർക്കാർ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ആയിട്ട് കണ്ട് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ മൈൻഡ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇപ്പോഴും ഇരിക്കുന്നു. അതെ, ഇതാണ് എന്റെ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ റെസ്പോൺസ്. താങ്ക് യു. നൗ വിവേക് will translate and we will do the performance together.
Good.
Thank you, Ajit. So what Ajit was telling us is that, before the pandemic, he was quite busy working in Bangalore and in Kerala. He was rehearsing for a play in Bangalore, working with a group of children in Bangalore. And every Friday evening, he would go back to Kerala and work with children there as part of a fellowship that he had received from the Kerala government. And he was someone who used to visit home only between works for a few days or a week maximum. But then with the pandemic, he got stuck at home, it didn't allow him the response that he usually would do, which is to go to the street and perform. So it was very difficult for him to be home and not have that agency to perform outside. And then he spoke about how the Kerala government, from where he is, the Kerala state government was very sensitive in their response to COVID, but the central government was not. And it was very painful for him to see people dying out of starvation, dying on the railway track, etc. And then he also pointed out another incident, which is that he comes from a fishing family, and near the coastal region of Alappad, the Kerala government had plans to do black sand mining, and he was sitting in protest against it. But when the pandemic hit out, the protest stopped, and which made it easier for the government to continue the black sand mining. And he was also telling me yesterday that with the monsoon hitting the state now, the problem at the coastal region has become very severe, unlike any of the previous years. Yeah, that's what Ajit shared with us. Now we shall read a small piece that me and my colleagues at our theatre had created last year in response to all that was happening. It was a digital creation that we made with camera and a few props, but we will read it here. So it's about two pawns from the game of chess who meet each other after they've been ousted out from the game. Like they finish their course, somebody killed them or something, they're out of the game. And these two pawns meet and have a conversation. So two characters, A and B. So I'll read A and Ajit will read B. So A is the white colored pawn and B is the black colored pawn. Okay. All right. So here we go. My game is over. Someone else does the thinking and we are the ones who kill. So much violence. Anyway, it's all just a game.
This is the limit. What people are there?
You too? So quickly? Who killed you?
Maybe you have to read both, Vivek. I think we have.
Right. So maybe I read both then.
Yeah. We cannot hear you, Chatal. So yeah, read both, Vivek.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'll read A and B. Okay. So A, my game is over. Someone else does the thinking and we are the ones who kill. So much violence. Anyway, it's all just a game. B, hey, this is the limit. What kind of people are they? A, you too, so quickly. Who killed you? B, what difference does it make? One of yours only. A, now no one will bother us till the next game. A playfully moves around and stops in front of B. B, again you're blocking me. Now where will I go? A, this is the battlefield. B, yeah, I know. A, then go anywhere. Here, there, move back. B, I won't move back. I never move back. A, sometimes go back and see. It's allowed here. This is not the battlefield. From back, you can see more. B, that's why everyone else stands behind us. Look. Sorry. Look. Looks like you're still in the game. Hey, Baba, your game is over. B, no. No one thinks about us pawns. A, how is that possible? Will the game be interesting without us? B, whatever. A, whatever? Yes, I mean, we can be whatever we want. B, but we can't be the king. A, but we can kill anyone. B, but we can't kill the king. A, but before that, the game is over, no. Like he also walks one step at a time like us. B, what like us? He can move on all sides. A, yes, but if he stops, B, checkmate, game over. But he won't die. A, well, why are you after the king? B, then what? For him, only checkmate. If he gets trapped, game over. They don't even give him a chance to die. The king never dies. A, yes, so what? B, but to keep him safe, we keep dying. A, then what do you want? B, I want to kill the king. What? I want to be king. Have you gone mad? Why? Can't pawns think anything big? You'll kill your own king. Your king is there, no? And even if you kill him, you can't become king. Why? You're different. Color also matters, no? But we both are pawns. It's all the same.
Yeah.
Hey, what's your point? Are we same or are we different? Almost same, but a bit different.
Yeah, we coming closer to the end, and I'm sorry, we have to stop here, Madine and Ajal. Maybe we can hear you better now. And we had some, I think, problems in the line with it. So both of you thank you. And so, are you able to do your work at the moment? You can both Vivek, you continue to rehearse in your studio, and Ashitala, how do you do it? How is your work going?
Ajit, go ahead.
Now, yeah, initially it was difficult for me to cope up to the online environment. Now I am able to, I figured out a way to do it via online engagements. But physically, it's not in a good condition right now to do physical rehearsal.
So you do your comedy stand up, you do it online then, and people pay you and listen in?
Yeah, I do a clowning workshop online, and I also engage in 5 schools. So their children came in online space. So we will do some kind of engagement with children.
That's amazing. So it's you both found a way to continue your work and to be there. And have you lost friends? Have you lost colleagues to COVID?
Go on,
yeah. Recently, a friend passed away. Like yesterday, I am submitting this stuff to her. Her name is Binsi. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is it is quite a time, and we're getting really an overview of Indian artists, who are with us. This is a unique event for all the viewers who are joining us. We have a 24-hour global readings and talks about COVID as an end of the Segal talks, which have been taking place since March last year, and to get an update on where we are and where we're going. So really, thank you both, Vivek and Ashitala, for joining. And we move over now to our guests who are both, if I'm right, are you both in Palermo at the moment, Elizabeth and Pamela? I think you're on mute. Yeah, but you have to put the microphones on.
Yes, Frank. Hello. I am in Palermo.
Yeah.
Yes, she's in the bureau. I am home. That's why it's different.
Yes.
Different background. I'm sitting in the conference room of Teatro Biondo in Palermo.
Good. You look like an admiral in the Star Trek fleet.
Yeah, it does, doesn't
amazing.
it?
Yes, that's
their cabinets with archive files.
Yeah, so for our Indian colleagues, these are both workers in Europe, actors in the case of Pamela, and arts administrator, organizer, curator, and producer in the case of Elizabeth. Elizabeth is from France, but it's still Pamela and Elizabeth. Tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do, and maybe Pamela, you start.
Okay. I am artistic director in Teatro Biondo di Palermo. That is quite a national theater. Is a trick we call, and I am director. I started 2.5 years ago, so I was the director of a closed theater for most of the time. But anyway, even it was closed for the public, our theater worked a lot because we put it on rehearsals or our productions. And also we have done many things for our social online. And even we have done a big work with the students, the pupils of all the school of the town. So through their professor, we asked to the students, the young boy between 14 and 18 years, we asked them to receive what they write about that period of lockdown, how they lived that period inside their little room. And I think the young persons paid the best price of this lockdown, because that one is the age where you need to have social contacts and so on. And and through our school, our pupils, drama, dramaturg, directors and actors, we did 8 films of 40 minutes each. And we put it online about all the things that the students have wrote. And it was for them very interesting, and it was important for them to write what they had not the courage to tell to their family and so on. So it was quite a key to cry over their problems, but even to laugh and to stay all together. And now we are doing 2 shows about the things we receive, all the things they wrote, and the script they wrote. And so, because what I thought when we are closed is, what is our duty now that we are obliged to be closed, to not receive the public inside? The duty of the theater from the beginning in the Grecian period was to be an occasion to have a reflection, to think about the problems of the polis, no? And so how could we do close to the persons, especially to the young persons? And so we have done a very hard work, and even the television of RAI, of the state, asked us one of this film because it's a very interesting document of the young persons of this period, Italian young persons. And we were even the collaboration with some psychiatric of the University of Palermo. So we did quite a good work. Now we are working again. We are in summer period. So we had all our 6 productions that were just ready because we did the rehearsals when we were closed on the stage. And so now we are outside, and we started on the 4th of June. And we finish in the end of July. And we are in beautiful courts of very ancient building of the town. So even the location is beautiful. And the public comes to see. They are happy to be back and hear what we tell them. And it's a fantastic feeling now to be again together. With my show, I have a show about Frida Kahlo that is called Viva la Vida. And we had to stop for the first lockdown after only 1 evening. And then the second down, we had to close after 4 evenings. So now every evening I say, okay, we had the COVID, we had the lockdown, we had even the rain, the first night, but now we are here and we won. And so it's a fantastic feeling. We are back.
That's fantastic. So if I understand right, your 6 productions will take place. They're all outside in courtyards and piazzas, and the theaters themselves are closed. Tell us a little bit. You also had an extraordinary program while everything was closed. You did not say, let's wait and see. You took some actions. What did you do in the time?
Yes, the rehearsals of all our productions, but even many things that we wanted to do, for instance, about Sicilian culture. We had to Centenario. It was 1 century from the birth of Leonardo Sciascia, Gesualdo Bufalino, big poets, big writers. And so we did a lot of course, show we just online, but it was just a step because now they will be a show for the theater. So it was just a step. And so we did a lot of the things, and many of these kind of things. What we could do, we did do. We used 164 persons, artists, during the lockdown.
Incredible, incredible. Pamela, if I may ask you, I mean, you're a very prominent artist. You have worked on the big stages, you know, with Strehler and so much. You have been in movies, television. You've been in Oscar-nominated movies. Now you run the theater in Palermo. What does it mean to you in the time of Corona?
Well, I wanted to learn from persons like Frida Kahlo. She had a big accident, like you know, and she had 33 chirurgical operation. And she transformed a tragedy in an occasion, and she started to paint, and she became immortale. How do you say immortale?
Immortal.
Immortal. Okay, so it was an occasion to understand what a theater, national theater, has to do with his territory. In fact, we started to think, of course, we are obliged to talk about the culture of our territory and to promote the artists of our territory, especially of the Sicily, because Sicily was a land that lost a lot of talents because they had no work here and so on. So many young persons had to go away. So we created the first school in Italy that is has a university back for acting and direction and dramaturgia. And after that, but we thought, even what does it mean to talk about the culture of this land? It's not only Pirandello, it's not only Sciascia or Bufalino that are great writers, but of the past. What is now Palermo? For instance, Palermo now has many persons that come from other country. They are Palermitani, like our mayor says, Luca Orlando, always one, I think the unique mayor of the world, that when the journalists ask him, how many strangers you have in Palermo? He answers, no one. And the journalist says, no one? How is possible? And he answers, yes, because one person is in Palermo, is Palermitano. That's all. And so he's fantastic. In fact, our assessore alla cultura is not assessore alla cultura, but assessore for the cultures. And this is very impressive. And so I studied all the town and the social situation, and I discovered, for instance, that we have 30,000 Indians in Palermo. Well, Indians is a large word. I mean, coming from the family from Pakistan, all Indian and Sri Lanka. So it's a very large area with different religions, etc. But especially there is a big community of Bangladesh. And so I asked to a very good writer, Daniela Morelli, to stay 6 months here with a cameraman. And they did a lot of interviews to many persons of the community. And then we created a script that is Bengala a Palermo. And that Bengala in Italian means also fireworks. So Bengala Palermo. And a very good musician that is Mario Incudine created the music. And the music is like a little bit like Bollywood, a musical. And the music are between Indian and very Sicilian musics. And we created the first company, the first multiracial, I mean, the race in the world is only one, human, but anyway, the multiracial racial company of Italy. And we are very happy. We are guys, actors coming, the family are coming from all over the world. And of course, they are Palermitan now.
Fantastic. That's incredible. That is fantastic. We just had one Segal Talk speaker, Gerald Thomas, who said he wanted to create a multinational company at Kampnagel in Hamburg. He had 800 people who were ready to audition, were waiting in the snow. And then the people said, no, they all have to be German. And he left overnight and gave back his artistic directorship, you know, and so this is fantastic what you are doing. It sounds like such an easy thing, but it is quite outstanding. So did you prepare a reading for us? Do you have something for us, or we talk? Just let me know. It's an open conversation, of course.
No, I have
no. That's fine. So then let's go on. Yeah.
But I promise that I will send you some video about Bengala Palermo. That is very, very interesting and very nice to see.
Yeah, but your theater does quite an outreach. I think it's very different, inspired by your mayor, but also you really to rethink what a national theater means. National theater normally meant, at least in Germany, that under Goethe and Schiller, that finally we have a German language. This is how you perfectly speak German. This is representative of the highest you can. If you weren't German, you had a dialect, something was wrong, you would never be on it. It was the exclusion of it, as many people say. The Shakespearean project to speak and play Shakespeare around the world with the British right accent. American actors still have to learn a British accent to pass acting school. Yes, it's kind of a colonial project, you know, of the white art, as some say, like supremacy or supremacist art. But now your national theater is taking these steps. So tell us a little bit more. And is it working? Do people come?
The people come to see our show. Yes, I don't know what will happen in the future. I mean, we had 5,500 more or less abbonati. How do you say that when
subscribers?
Mm-hmm. Not as a subscriber. When you buy
to this theater. Yeah, abonnement. Yeah.
For all the season.
We say subscribers. Yeah.
Subscribers. Okay. Mm-hmm. And but now many of them were old, like me, over 60. and so outside is not a problem because the persons are quiet because we use masks and everywhere they have distance between one chair and another chair. And so they are quiet, they are not afraid about the sickness, about the COVID. I don't know what will happen, even because now, because of some persons in Italian persons, they don't do the vaccine. Now the numbers of the COVID are a little bit growing up again. And so we have to see what will happen in autumn, in September, when we will open again the theater, and how many persons will be subscribed again. So let's see, it's an experiment, we don't know. But anyway, I wanted to give an identity to our theater and to our school. Little bit different from the other schools that are very classical, even in Italy, perfect Italian. Of course, they have to talk perfect Italian. I hope even perfect English after 3 years because they have more possibility to work. Even we will give them lessons of Arab language because Arab is part of the history of our town of Sicily. And because if they can speak many languages, they will have more possibilities to work in the world, of course. But especially the identity that I like is to let grow the racine,
the roots.
The roots in the ground of our land, I mean culture and everything, popular even culture. But on the contrary, to know all the news, all the avant-garde of the world. So we have a very traditional teacher of popular traditions like puppet, Sicilian puppet, but even Bob Wilson or Charlemagne or Irina Brooke and so on. In between, okay, we have lessons of Dizione Italiana, even Shakespeare and so on, but it's a balance from the past and the future. That's what I like, even for our season, even for our shows.
Yeah, and you invite mostly Italian artists to direct or artists from around the world. Your shows, what is your concept?
Yeah, even around the world. For instance, for the next years, we are now created a show with Aurélien Bory. That is the director of Toulouse, is one of the most important, I think, of the world. And he doesn't normally use the words, just the body and movements, but now he's starting to create something that is more teatrale.
Yeah.
So even with the text and words and so on. And he's looking now for the Sicilian Italian artists here in Palermo. He was here for 10 days just to see dancers, acrobats, actors, and so on. And you know, 30 years ago, Pina Bausch was here, and she created Palermo, Palermo, the famous show. And and she was talking about that Palermo, where the wall that mafia created in this town fall down. It was destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
And the town slowly by slowly became a free town, like now it is. And so Aurélien Bory will talk with our artists, but his view, the new Palermo, Palermo was what is Palermo now.
That's
and
amazing.
Of course,
yeah.
we have many artists from other parts of Italy. We have co-production and so on.
Yeah, that is quite
and many
stunning, yeah.
many artists from this land.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Pamela. We will slowly transition over now to Elizabeth, who also is no stranger to Pina Bausch. Elizabeth, tell us a little bit about you.
Well, I am actually not in France, but in Palermo, in Sicily, in Italy. I've been here for about 10 days. This is my new home and my new professional home, as I was extremely touched and honored to be invited by Pamela Villoresi, whom I have known since she was first young actor in earlier productions of Giorgio Strehla of the Piccolo Teatro. And because all of my life and all of my professional life has been involved in international theater, music, dance, management, production, organization, she asked me if I would be able to think of coming to Palermo to work on specific collaboration, international, and so forth. So I might pick up just where she spoke about Aurélien Bory, who was indeed here very recently until last night. And just to give you an idea what is so interesting about this extraordinary city, which is Palermo, is that he and others have found that there is such a wealth of cultural activity and of artists that he will be using local artists in multiple disciplines. He's very set also on the fact that the premiere, the beginning of the production, will happen here in Palermo, and then it would be seen elsewhere in the world. And it's marvelous what Pamela just said. It is so very true that 32 years ago now, when Pina Bausch made the production Palermo, Palermo, the actual set of Peter Paps was an enormous wall that was at the edge of the stage, which was very mysterious for anyone in the audience, because I think we were all wondering where and how can the dancers dance, because it seemed they had about 8 inches. And in fact, very, very slowly, the impact of the beginning of the production was amazing. Very, 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 very slowly, this huge wall that seemed to be made of enormous cinder blocks fell backward. And of course, when it actually fell, it made a terrifying sound. But this happened, the premiere of this piece happened in the Teatro Biondo 2 months before the fall of the Berlin Wall. And of course, in the mind of people here in this city, it corresponded indeed to the fall of the mafia. So there's an enormous association in this city, apart from ongoing cultural life, to that.
Incredible, yeah.
That
I think, Pamela, you have to go, right, to your rehearsals?
I have this show. Thank you.
Bye-bye. So thank you for joining and being with us. We are on stage tonight. Thank you. It's already late in the evening, Italy. So thank you for being with us just before you hop on stage as Frida. But Elizabeth, let's get back to you. You moved from New York just a week.
Just a couple of weeks ago. In fact, I had begun this collaborative work about 1.5 years ago. I was here for 3 months. I went back to New York and I was going to come back 2 or 3 months later. And in the month of March, COVID happened and everyone in the world was affected by that. And there were there was no possibility to travel. So I was working remotely, again, like so many other people, working remotely for almost, yes, for a year. And now, because Italy and other countries are reopening, I was able to travel finally. So now I'm here and based here. And I might just add that, first of all, a couple of things I'd love to add to what Pamela Villoresi just said about the activity during the lockdown. I know that many institutions were able to transmit archive work, which is fine. I thought what was so impressive, and this applies to you and to Segal Talks, is that the work that the Teatro Biondo generated was new work. Almost every day. Well, you were doing Segal Talks every day for the first year. And the Teatro Biondo was, when I say generating new work, at one point it might have been a poetry reading of a Sicilian poet, because there was already great emphasis on Sicilian work. There were indeed productions with the young people from the school and so forth. But it was the idea of generating new work, of keeping a link with the public, even if physically we couldn't be together. So the very intense joy of this summer season that began early June in 4 different locations, not productions simultaneously, one after another, but in 4 different locations outside in Palermo. And it's quite fantastic to be able to see a live performance and share it with other members of the public. And the first production was Bengala a Palermo, which initially, of course, was programmed to be in the theater and took place outside. It was restaged and reconfigured. It took place outside. Pamela's production ends tonight, the last of 5 or 6 performances. And there's one more before the closing, which is indeed this production with the students of the school and their own writings that have been organized and produced. And that the last performance, I believe, yes, is the 25th of July. So there's a lot going on here.
My question to you, you are an arts professional. You have brought Nushkin to New York City, Ariam Nushkin, Konserai, Karavanserai, and so many other pieces. You were in lockdown for 1.5 years. Now, at least it seems like in Palermo is opening up. We are still in a way, things are closed in New York. What do you feel? Do you feel there is a change in the air of how people look at it, what they want to see? How is the mood?
Well, I think it's hard to know what people want to see. What I do feel, at least each time I go to a performance, and I've been to several of each production since I arrived, is a very intense feeling of joy and of appreciation for being able to share a live performance with other people. After all, theater is all about the live performance. What I am impressed to see all the time I was in New York, and I think everyone has felt this around the world, there's a moment, there was the first wave, the second wave, the third wave, and when things were beginning, when the situation was beginning to improve, I think we were also hungry to be able to get out, to be able to share a meal with friends, to be able to be with other people. Then I began to feel in New York, and I hope I'm wrong, that there was also a little bit of a feeling of, oh, I've had enough. The numbers are better, it's okay, I'm vaccinated, everything is fine. We don't know. You know, we don't know what's going to happen in the fall. And when I say we, I'm not just speaking of Italians here. The Delta variant is all over the world. Now, in a number of countries, the vaccination rate is very strong. It is strong in Italy. It is strong in New York. And I think that gives perhaps a degree, some little degree of security that we didn't have before. At least I can speak personally. But what has impressed me here since I've arrived in Palermo, since I was in New York, is that as of just a few days before I arrived, the mandate for wearing a mask everywhere was lifted for outside. And we're talking about federal decrees, because of course in the United States there's nothing that's federal, they're only recommendation. So in Italy, having to wear a mask outside was no longer obligatory, vaccinated or not. But even now, the minute you step into a building of any sort, a cafe, a restaurant, a shop, a supermarket, you must put a mask on. And if you don't, there's someone at the door who will say, Signora, la mascarina. And there's no question, it's a given. So there's a discipline that I was impressed to see. And I think, you know, first of all, I think people are extremely grateful to be able to be out and to live with greater freedom of movement. I think many, and also maybe to go on vacation, to have family reunion, all these things. I think there is an awareness that there's an uncertainty about the fall. But we all, I believe, remember that Italy, in terms of Western European countries, was the heaviest hit at the beginning. And now, you know, Italy is doing quite well. Again, we're in the south, in Palermo, and the south was never as heavily hit as the northern regions, which are greater cities, greater density, industrial. So optimism in one word, and hopefulness, maybe in, you know, oversimplifying, but I would generalize that way.
Yeah. So, and we heard from India, from Abhishek today, and also today from Vivek and others. You know, the situation is still complicated around the world. Is there an awareness that, you know, it can still change, or it can come back, or people know? Do people think it's over, or is it?
It's interesting because I think for the most part, people think or hope it's over, but there's a very thin line between one and the other, because we're still living in an unknown. We are still living with an unknown. I did have an opportunity to speak with a doctor who's a friend of a friend, and she said that in the medical community, there's a bit of a given that there's going to be another wave because of Delta and all of the people who are traveling everywhere. Now, she didn't say an enormous wave. What she did say that was extremely interesting was that all of the new cases of people who are being hospitalized with COVID are people who have not been vaccinated. That the people who are hospitalized who have been vaccinated, and they're very, very few, they will be going home. But those who are new cases hospitalized are in not so good shape, and there are not many, but not so good shape, and they're non-vaccinated. So yeah. It's a very telling sign.
Even in New York City, where over 70% have been vaccinated, but a population of 10, 12 million, that still means 3-4 million potentially all could get in. So Vivek, when you hear from Italy and Palermo, what comes to your mind when you Aishatal, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's, what should I say? It fills me with a lot of energy and positivity to know that they're able to do so much work and open to performances. In fact, I feel very happy to know that at least in some part of the world, this is happening. And yeah, I've also heard similar things about, the possibilities of, getting vaccinated. That if you are vaccinated, then, the chances of you getting infected is less. And even if you do, then the intensity of the infection will be very low. So that's the hope we're also living with. However, the vaccination drive is not as it should be here in India.
So both of you, have you been vaccinated?
Yes, I have been vaccinated, and so has Ajit also.
Yeah.
We've got the first dose. We need to wait for another month and a half to get the second dose.
Just to know, Elizabeth, did you prepare a reading? Will you read us something?
I didn't, because I thought it was so interesting if we speak about.
That's also, absolutely.
It's not my role. I'm not the person on stage. I'm the person backstage, out front, and so on. But I did want to add to what I said before. Pamela had a press conference a week ago, and she announced the new season, which is programmed inside the theater with first performances on October throughout the theater in the big hall, the Sala Grande and Sala Strela.
Like 50% or full seating?
Here's the thing. It is difficult for them to specify the subscribers in terms of number because they have to wait for the federal decree which has not yet been issued, to indicate if theaters will be able to operate at 100% or 80%, and that's going to be coming later. What is confirmed is that the productions will take place in the theater on stage, and again, you see, we are still dealing with the unknowns. I didn't think about the reading, because another thing, Frank, that has struck me, because as you know, I was a great fan of all the earlier Segal talks and heard so many of them. And I was very struck when Emmanuel de Marcy-Motin, who is the artistic director of the Théâtre de la Ville, said to you that he did not, and very deliberately, he did not prepare in advance and didn't rush to do digital programming, because he thought it was very important in this period to be silent and to listen. And I so agree with that. It was an opportunity when we were forced to be inside. We had an opportunity also to listen and to listen to one another. And I think there's new connection that many of us find with colleagues and others. It's because we're listening differently to one another, because we're living in a different world and no one has a roadmap to move forward. And also another one of your interviewees, Carl Hancock's Rux, was one of several, but he was one of the first that I heard, who said, you know, if we don't move into a different world, which is a new world and an unknown world, this experience has served no purpose whatsoever. It means we haven't learned anything. We can't go backward. We can't look backward. There's nothing about going back. It's all about moving forward, and we have to realize we have to imagine that present and future and create it as we go along.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you. Ashital, how does it make you feel when you hear about Palermo and the opening of theaters?
Excited, thrilled, optimistic. Yeah. Look, you know, here's the thing. If we have surprises in the fall, sometimes surprises are not good ones, but I don't think you can plan on a negative or on something which is hopeless, or, you know, first of all, you have to have a plan in place so you're ready to go, because in our world, no one can organize a production overnight or in three days. So you have to be ready to go. And then you deal with changes if you have to make changes. But, oh no, I feel very optimistic and very energetic and excited to be here and to be part of this activity.
Yeah, thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Ashital, how do you feel when you listen to all of it?
It's great to listen that, great to hear that there is so much happening, and they were also in a way to like positively coming back from the larger their hit of COVID, and it's so much optimism that I am getting from here, that there are things started happening and going to have things going to happen physically in place. That is so beautiful to hear, and we also hope that things also will get better soon here also.
Yeah, Vivek, it is quite still traumatic in India, right? Everything is closed, and the suffering of people is still tremendous.
Well, the suffering is I mean, it is very much there, but the unlock has kind of begun in many parts of India. So slowly things have started opening up over the past 3-4 weeks. It's not still completely open as before, but like, for example, in my city, since this Monday, restaurants and pubs, etc., are allowed to be open till 10 p.m. with 50% capacity. And cinema theaters have been given permission to open with 50% capacity. But I mean, we have to wear masks all everywhere. It's not like what you were saying that you could be without masks outside. We haven't reached there at all. And also, given the population density in a place like India, it's quite, the challenge is a lot more. The number of people.
You need to, even so, if only 5% are vaccinated, still the number of actually people vaccinated is high, but still, we don't know. Elizabeth, coming closer to an end, we have 2 more minutes. What is the big thing you have learned, what you feel in your life, but also for theater? What have you learned in the last year and a half?
Well, it's such a cliche, but I'm going to say it anyway. we are all responsible for one another. You know, it's how many hundreds of people have said, you know, of course, COVID doesn't respect borders, frontiers, and those are all fictional, in fact, in terms of humanity. As Leoluca Orlando says, in Palermo, there are only Palermitani. There's only one human race. And knowing about and caring about one another is an absolute. And if I may add a postscriptum, and it's not directly related to that, but in a way it is related. I really want to thank you, Frank, and Segal Talks, because I have come to know indirectly so many theater colleagues around the world and the work of others, some whom I knew, some whom I didn't, because of your approach, which is, I think, very related to this. So I was thrilled to listen one day after another, and to become acquainted with theater makers and theater work around the world in cities and, you know, cities and institutions that I didn't know. So I think it's an example of this, the interconnection and the caring for and responsibility we have for one another.
Yeah. Any last words from you, Indian Vivek?
Well, just to say thank you very much. I mean, it's a real honor to be in such august company and to be able to express all that we had to do. So thank you very much for inviting me. It was a real pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Same. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. And we are on time, which is really, really great. And we are switching over if our team in Bangalore is ready. So thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And,
thank you, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All the best.
And all the best wishes to Pamela for the opening. And
indeed, I will say so. Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So here we go. And I would like to, you know, tell all our viewers who are still new to us, this is the beginning, the first hours of a 24-hour marathon of COVID-19 talks with the international with the international global theater community and Segal Talk participants. We have done over 150 talks. Some of the participants joined us again, and then together with Abhishek and Tanvi from India, from Bangalore and Mumbai, we invited Indian theater artists to join us and to contribute towards a better understanding of the situation, also to support Abhishek and his colleague. They have been up nights after nights in this time of crisis, connecting Indian fellow citizens to hospitals, and to doctors, and to bring care. And even, you know, if I understand right, repaired. Is that true? You kind of collected pieces for oxygen machines and you put it together, Abhishek?
Yeah, that's right.
So you, as a theater company, did a work that normally the state, the hospital should do. So you bought these machines, or how did it work?
Yeah, actually, I mean, that there were two aspects to it. There is one company which is not just theater people, also some other people who work. We bought a lot of oxygen cylinders and kept it in certain areas, which could be used for emergency in places where they cannot afford the oxygen. So
Amazing.
That's something we had to work on. Yeah.
Did you learn yourself? You repaired oxygen machines? Did you put some screws on?
Yeah, we had to learn that. I mean, my medical knowledge has gone up so much that I almost feel like a quack at the moment. You know? It's unreasonable how much medical knowledge we have.
Good. So we are slowly transforming into the third edition, you know, of our talks. We started off with Thea Rogers from HowlRound and Marvin Carlson, who was our special surprise guest, the great theater historian, we think perhaps the most distinguished in the world. And then we had Hope Asida from Rwanda, Carol Martin, Elizabeth Hayes, and Pamela from Italy. And now with us, we have a great lineup of people who move objects on stage, and they are puppets. It's the significant field, and we have with us the great Basil Jones. We have Manuel here from New York. We have Paulette in Chicago, I forget. But tell us about those. So first of all, say hello, and then Sriya from India, who we're going to start the segment with. But maybe all of us, you guys, say short hello and where you are and what time it is. Manuel, where are you?
Hi, everyone. Very happy to be here. Very excited to be part of this. I'm in New York City. I'm actually from Puerto Rico, but I am in New York City. And
Right.
the time here is 12:04 p.m.
And Paulette, where are you?
I am in Atlanta, Georgia, and the time is 12:04.
Basil, where are you? We don't know. You have to put the mic on. You're on mute.
Okay. I'm Srija from Kerala.
Sija from Kerala. Yes. What time is you in the evening, right?
9:30.
9:30. Basil.
It's 7 o'clock, and Adrian Kola, my colleague, and I are in Kemer in Turkey, on the Mediterranean coast.
Amazing. And Basil will tell us about the most amazing theater project. He is with us. And you are where?
Kemer in Turkey, on the Mediterranean coast.
Yeah. So Sriya, we start with you. Tell us a little bit about you and what you do.
Actually,
I'm Srija.
Oh, Deepa, yeah?
Yes. I'm Srija. Born and lived in a rural village of Kerala, Thrissur district, working as a theater person, playwright, actress, and an social activist. And an organic farmer also. I'm a founder member of first independent women's movement in Kerala called as Manushi in my college days. Now I am working as a secretary of a culture, agriculture, rural group called Padashala. Literally means it's a learning center of learning, and it have 3 divisions. Krishi Padashala, that means agriculture learning center, and Kala Padashala, that means art center, and children's Padashala, that means this means Tira, literally means crescent moon, and it's a children's movement. And I am working in the field of theater, a playwright, and I wrote about 10 play scripts. It received so many awards from Kerala state government, from Kerala Sangeeta Nada Academy and Sahitya Literary Academy. And I am an organizer, and we have a cultural, cultural fest in every day in our paddy land. 3 days festival. It's a agriculture festival.
Incredible. So you work in the field of theater and in the fields of agriculture. That is sensational. I have not. So you run your own farm.
And professionally, I am working as a government servant in GST, Goods and Service Department.
Wow. Wow. And you work with Deepa together?
Deepa is my friend and co-worker. She's a theater artist also and a senior journalist in Kerala.
Yeah. So tell us a little, how has this been for you, this moment, this time of Corona? How was your personal experience, your political experience of it? For Deepa and Sriya, yeah.
Excuse me, I am switched over to Malayalam and Deepa will translate it. Okay.
Yes.
COVID എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഈ മഹാമാരി നമുക്കറിയാം 1.5 വർഷത്തിലേറെയായി നമ്മുടെ കൂടെ വന്നിട്ട് ലോകത്തെ കോവിഡിന് മുമ്പും കോവിഡിന് ശേഷവും എന്ന രീതിയിൽ ലോകത്തെ വിഭജിച്ച ഒരു വലിയ മഹാമാരി നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ ജീവിതകാലത്ത് ആദ്യത്തെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ആണ്.
Okay, let's translate. Wait 1 second. Let's translate.
Okay. This pandemic, we have been living with this pandemic for the last 1.5 years, and it has divided our world into it has divided our world into two, like before COVID and after COVID.
ആൻഡ് ഈ ഒരു ഇതുപോലെ ഓരോ രാജ്യത്തിനെയും ബാധിക്കുന്ന ഒരുപാട് പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ അത് ലോകത്തിലെ മുഴുവൻ രാജ്യങ്ങളെയും ദേശങ്ങളെയും ബാധിക്കുന്ന ഇത്രയും വലിയൊരു മഹാമാരി നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ആദ്യമാണ്. ഒരു ആർട്ടിസ്റ്റ് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ, ഒരു നാടക കലാകാരി എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ, ഒരു സോഷ്യൽ വർക്കർ എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ, ഒരു ഓർഗാനിക് ഫാർമർ എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതത്തിനെ ഇത് വല്ലാതെ ബാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
Good. Let's translate.
Before COVID, each country had its own specific issues. The issues were different, but this pandemic has affected the whole world. And as an artist, as an organic farmer, as a social activist, my experience has been very different. Something unprecedented experience that I had.
ഇതില് ഈ ഒരു സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ ആദ്യത്തെ പ്രാവശ്യം ലോക്ക്ഡൌൺ കേരളത്തിലും ഇന്ത്യയിലും ഒക്കെ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്ന ആ സമയത്ത് വളരെ പെട്ടെന്നാണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നാളെ കഴിഞ്ഞ് രണ്ടാമത്തെ ദിവസം ലോക്ക്ഡൌൺ ആണ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് പെട്ടെന്ന് അത് പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുകയും അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ജീവിതങ്ങൾ മുഴുവൻ വളരെ നിശ്ചലമാവുകയും ഒക്കെ ചെയ്തു. നമ്മളൊക്കെ ഒരു ആർട്ടിസ്റ്റ് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ഓടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. വളരെ
so in India, the lockdown was declared all of a sudden. We did not have time to prepare. So all our lives came to a standstill. It was like, as an artist, we were leading a very busy life, but everything came to a standstill after the lockdown was announced.
നമ്മൾ വളരെ ഒരു നിശ്ചലാവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വന്നു. എല്ലാ അർത്ഥത്തിലും നമുക്ക് നാടക അവതരണങ്ങൾ ഇല്ലാതായി, നമ്മുടെ സോഷ്യൽ വർക്ക് ആക്ടിവിസം പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും ഇല്ലാതായി. നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന മറ്റൊരുപാട് സെമിനാറുകള്, പെർഫോമൻസുകള്, തിയേറ്റർ ക്ലാസ്സുകള്, തിയേറ്റർ ക്യാമ്പുകള്, ഇതെല്ലാം പെട്ടെന്ന് നിലച്ചു. നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതത്തിന് വളരെ സ്പീഡി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ജീവിതം വളരെ പെട്ടെന്ന് നിശ്ചലമായി.
The life which was moving ahead in high speed, it became very slow. We walked into a kind of stillness. We used to do theater performances, we used to do camps for children, we used to do training for theater activists. All that came to a standstill.
ഞങ്ങള് പക്ഷേ ഇതിനൊക്കെ വളരെ വൈയക്തികമായി, വളരെ പേഴ്സണലി പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, വാസ്തവത്തിൽ എന്നെ ഈ കോവിഡിന്റെ വളരെ വ്യക്തിപരമായിട്ട് നമ്മളെ ഇത് അങ്ങനെ ബാധിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. കാരണം ഞാൻ ഒരേ സമയത്ത് ഞാനും എൻ്റെ ഫാമിലിയും എൻ്റെ കൂടെയുള്ള ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് മൊത്തം വെറും തിയേറ്റർ ആർട്ടിസ്റ്റുകൾ മാത്രമായിരുന്നില്ല, ഞങ്ങൾ ഫാർമേഴ്സും കൂടി ആയിരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിനെ ആ ഫാമിങ്ങിനെ വളരാത്ത രീതിയിൽ ഇത് ബാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. നമ്മുടെ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ കൂടുതൽ കൃഷിയിലേക്ക് കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു.
Okay, personally, I can say that COVID did not affect me that much because we were not just a theater group, we were also farmers. So our life was very localized in that sense. And our group was, we continued doing the farming activities. And so we started concentrating more into farming.
അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മുടെ കൂടെയുള്ള കുട്ടികളൊരു വലിയ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ട്. അവര് നമ്മളെ കൃഷിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ കൂടെ നിൽക്കുകയും നാടകങ്ങൾ റിഹേഴ്സൽ ചെയ്യുകയും പാട്ടുകൾ പാടുകയും ഒക്കെ ചെയ്തിരുന്ന ഒരു സംഘം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവരും ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും കൂടി കൃഷി, ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഫാമിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് മറ്റു കൊല്ലങ്ങളെക്കാൾ കൂടുതൽ നന്നാവുകയൊക്കെ ചെയ്തു. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് അരങ്ങുകളിൽ നിൽക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്ത ഒരു വലിയ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഗ്രൂപ്പിലുള്ളവർക്ക് ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
We had a children's theater group. These children used to work with us on stage. They had like a performing band, and they were also doing agriculture with us. So all these things we continued, but the only thing that we could not continue was to perform on stage. And that was, and also some of us were having serious financial difficulties once the COVID affected some of their livelihoods.
Mm-hmm. Just a question, Sriya, will you also do a reading for us later on? Do you prepare something, or do we?
video clipping, so I'm not prepared.
Yeah. Okay. So let's.
I think her daughter is planning to do some performance. I think.
Actually, ഞങ്ങള് ഈ കാലത്ത് കൃഷിയുടെ കൂടെ തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ റിഹേഴ്സലുകൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ വീടിന്റെ അകത്ത് വെച്ചിട്ട് 4-5 പേരെ മാത്രം വെച്ച് ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരുപാട് ചെറിയ നാടകങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. റിഹേഴ്സലുകൾ മാത്രമല്ല, ഞങ്ങൾ ചില നാടകം എന്നുള്ളത് ഞങ്ങൾ വീടിന്റെ മുമ്പിലുള്ള ചെറിയ പെർഫോമൻസുകളായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ കോവിഡ് കാലത്ത് 3-4 പേരെ മാത്രം വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് വീടുകളുടെ മുമ്പത്ത് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. നാടകങ്ങൾ ചെറിയതായിട്ട് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു.
We started doing some small rehearsals of some small skits inside our houses. The Malayalam word for drama is nadagam, which means inside your village. So we turned that into Vidagam. Vidagam means like inside our house.
അത് കൂടാതെ അതിന്റെ ഇടയ്ക്കാണ് നമ്മുടെ കർഷക സമരമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഞങ്ങളൊരു കർഷകരെന്ന നിലയ്ക്കും തിയേറ്റർ പേഴ്സൺസ് എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്കും ഞങ്ങള് ഈ കർഷക സമരമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കുറെ പാട്ടുകൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കുകയും അത് പാടുകയും പെർഫോം ചെയ്യുകയും ഒക്കെ ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. അതിനോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഈ കർഷക സമരമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ട് അതിന്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ കൂടുതൽ ആളുകളുടെ ഉള്ളിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മളൊരു നാടകം ചെയ്തിരുന്നു.
Let's translate.
It was during this time that this national level farmers protest began, and we also, in solidarity with that protest, we created some songs. We did some small performances in different parts of our village to create an awareness among the people about this farmers protest. We did some small skits also.
Good. We have 5 minutes for you, Sriya. Do you have a video clip, or you have something to show us, or you want to do a reading?
I think my daughter and I sing that song.
Good.
It's available in YouTube. We are the farmers.
But sing it now. That would be great. Is your daughter there?
Okay. Yes.
We don't miss anything. We still have time to talk afterwards.
Okay.
What's your name of your daughter? What's your name? Get closer a little bit, your daughter, so we see your daughter. Yes, that's good. So here we go. What's your name?
What's your name?
Hello. Savitri. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi.
What is your name?
My name is Savitri.
Savitri. Okay, wonderful. So we're going to hear a song, and you sang that song in the time of the protests. Yeah. Okay, so we are ready to hear.
She is also a theater person and a dancer and singer also.
Okay.
We are the farmers. We are the farmers. We are the farmers. We are the farmers. We feed the nation. We build the nation. We feed, we build the nation. We are the farmers. Make the earth more fertile. Let us make the earth more lively. Let us make the earth more lovely. Let us make the earth more fertile, more lively, more lovely. We are the farmers. No part to move, no part to flow, no part to work for the whole of the world. We are the farmers. We are the farmers. We are the farmers.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So you went through villages and you performed this and you had masks on, or how did you do it?
Well, yeah, within the village, I think. Inside the village, their own village.
Their own village. But did you perform it with masks on, or on the town square? Where did it happen?
Actually, we didn't use mask. We just performed the play. Yeah.
No, actually, it's a very rural area. There are no towns there. A small 1-2 shops will be there. So I
And
think they
distance
have social distancing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. And what do you produce on your farm, on your fields? What plants?
Actually, mainly paddy and vegetables. Organic vegetables and organic paddy. And we sell it in our local market. A weekly market is here. We organize a weekly market, and the villagers can sell their products in the market.
That is just incredible. And how has the response been? Did people stop? Did people listen?
എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് അവര് ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മള് ഒരു ചെറിയ നാട്ടുമ്പുറമാണ്. അവിടെയുള്ള ആളുകൾ മുഴുവൻ നമ്മുടെ ഒരുപാട് പേര് നമ്മളെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ സപ്പോർട്ട് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മളിപ്പോ 10-20 വർഷമായിട്ട് ഈ പാഠശാല എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഇവിടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഒരുപാട് കൃഷിക്കാരും ആർട്ടിസ്റ്റുകളും നമ്മുടെ കൂടെ അസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
Okay.
Ours is a very remote village. The people have been supporting us for almost for the last 20 years. And that is how our group, the Padashala, is doing things there. And also there are many farmers, artists, and people from different walks of life cooperating with us, supporting us.
That's amazing. So we are coming to an end of the section. Shreya, is there something you want to tell us? Something you would like to say to the world?
എനിക്ക് പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് പറയാനുള്ളത് നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പൊ ഏത് മഹാമാരി വന്നാലും മനുഷ്യൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരാളെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രത്യേകത എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്ത് പ്രശ്നങ്ങളെയും അതിജീവിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു വലിയ ശക്തി ഇന്റേണൽ ആയിട്ട് മനസ്സിന്റെ ഉള്ളിലുള്ള ഒരു ശക്തിയുണ്ട്. മനുഷ്യന്റെ നന്മ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ശക്തിയുടെ മുകളിലാണ് ലോകം ഇതുവരെ നിലനിന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഇനിയും തുടർന്നും മനുഷ്യന്റെ ഉള്ളിലുള്ള നന്മ കൊണ്ട് ലോകം ഇതിനെ മുഴുവൻ മറികടക്കുകയും നിലനിൽക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് ഈ ലോകത്തെ മുഴുവൻ എല്ലാ ജീവജാലങ്ങളെയും ഒന്നായി കൊണ്ടു മനുഷ്യൻ മാത്രമല്ല ലോകത്തെ എല്ലാ ജീവജാലങ്ങളെയും ഒന്നിച്ച് കാണാനുള്ള ഒരു ശക്തി ഉണ്ടായാൽ മാത്രമേ ലോകത്തെ നിലനിൽക്കാൻ കഴിയുള്ളൂ എന്ന് ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു.
Okay, thank you.
I think the most important human quality is the ability to do good things and to persevere. So I think even if the pandemic seems to be very frightening, I think we will survive. And we also have to keep in mind that we also have to think about all the living things, not only humanity. But we have to bring into our fold all the living things and take care of them.
This is so important. The plants, the animals, that spacious, yes, in the 10 meters above us and the 10 meters below us is the most crucial thing. So we now go on to thank you so much, Shreya. This is fantastic. And thank you for the song.
Thank you.
And Basil, tell us a little bit where you are and what you are doing and your amazing project.
Thank you, Frank. We are in Turkey and we are rehearsing a project that has been delayed by a year because of COVID. I brought Adrian in because of several reasons. But the most important is that he is my husband of 50 years this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We are celebrating 3 or 4 important events.
Celebrating, is it your birthday today or not? This is what we heard.
My birthday, I'm 70 years old today.
Congratulations, great Basil Jones, the great genius, as many say, on stage for puppets who, look up what they did in South Africa. We don't have so much time, but please look at the work of Handspring. It is sensational. So, but go on.
Yeah, so our company is 40 years old this year as well. Handspring Puppet Company has been going for 40 years. Adrian and I were together for 10 years before we started the company. So we've been together for 50 years. And we met when we were 19 years old. And we're now 70. So Adrian turned 70 in December. So it's a very big year for us. And we're kind of almost retiring from theatre. but we were asked to do this project, and it came out of the jungle in Calais. Maybe Adrian, you can say something.
Yeah, the jungle was, it's no longer there, but it was a refugee camp housing 12,000 people at the time, at its height. And two young British writers went to see whether they could be of any assistance to anybody there. And they found that whilst there were spontaneous mosques and churches that had sprung up and small shops serving that community, there was no central place for anybody to meet. People were living in a very hand-to-mouth, obviously, way. And so they went back, they found a second-hand geodesic dome and went back to Calais, to the jungle, and with the help of the residents in the camp, they built this dome, and it became a meeting place where music started to happen, poetry started to happen, and eventually theater, and a play developed there, which became a more professional production. Some of the refugee actors went to London and joined in with professional actors in London and produced a piece of theater at the Young Vic called The Jungle. And it was a huge success. It played in New York.
I saw it, yeah.
Yeah, in this play, there was a little girl who never spoke. And so they felt maybe they could extend the life of the project by developing the character of this little 9-year-old girl. She comes from Syria, and she is forced to leave the country. She's looking for her mother, and her father is dead, and she's looking for her mother, and she leaves and she travels all the way across Europe on the road that refugees take, looking for a place to live.
So can we now show that clip, if I may, if Josh could show that clip, which is 2 minutes long, which kind of introduces the walk a little bit, and Little Amal, which is the giant puppet that we have made.
Chérie, je m'adresse à toi. Avec toi, chérie, la vie est belle.
Incredible, incredible. It brings tears to your eyes. So tell us a bit.
Yeah, so the idea really is to create empathy across Europe for migrancy. And the way that this is happening is that every city that she is going to, and I'll just read you some of the cities. That's not, Sanremo, La Roya. Well, let me start from Turkey. Gaziantep, Adana, Tarsus, Mersin, Bozkır, Konya, Antalya, Pamukkale, Ephesus, Izmir, Çeşme, Chios, Ioannina, Kabaka, Trikala, Larissa, Athens, Piraeus, Bari, Scampitelli, Naples, Rome, Florence, Bologna, Milan, so on. It goes, there's 70 cities. And in every place that she goes to, she'll be meeting different kinds of people. Sometimes they are migrancy camps, so not really a city, it's outside the city. But other times they're an art group or a group of children. Every single place that she goes to, people are being asked, how would you like to welcome her? So some places she's welcomed with food, other places she's welcomed with dancing, other places she's welcomed with a concert, other places she's welcomed by the mayor of the city. But it's all about welcome and yeah.
The Good Chance Company, who initially did the jungle, feel that whilst ultimately refugees in the world are a political issue and spurred on by climate change and war, where farmers, it was beautiful hearing the performances done by Srija in India, to see a combination of theatre and farming in one life. You know, the impact of global climate change is going to make refugees more and more visible in the world, and so ultimately politicians are going to have to recognize this. But the Good Chance people feel that it's very important that we experience the joy of the humanity, that the talent that is forced to leave. Nobody leaves their home deliberately or purposefully. They leave because they have to, and they take with them their culture and their talent and their energy and their will to survive. And I suppose we're hoping that this project might help the rest of the world recognize that.
We're sort of describing it as a play taking place along a stage which is 8,000 kilometers long, with one child as the main actor and a cast of 10,000 extras. And that's really, no one will see the whole play. But the people along the road, there will be thousands of people along the road who will see her and her response. And we're finding that puppets are sort of, they're very, very good at empathy. When you try and make an inanimate thing come to life, then air turns to breath. You make breath out of air. You make, and that process of creating a breathing object that takes on life, it gives you hope. I think that's the bringing forth of something that's dead into the living. It gives you hope, and that's one of the things that we think Amal will do. She's a kind of a Buddha of empathy.
Yeah, and here in Turkey, we're in the final stages of rehearsal, she's quite a challenge to actually work. Somebody on stilts inside her, and one person on each of her hands, plus a support person at the back of her spine in case the wind is blowing strong or the road is too stony. She needs that extra support. And the launch starts next week.
Incredible, incredible.
And it's becoming really close now. She's going out at night in the town of Kemer here, which is a holiday resort next to the sea. And so she's going out at night, walking the back streets of this little town to allow the actors to be familiar with rough stones and cars and people who bump into her.
It's very hard, I have to tell you, to manipulate this puppet, because when you are on stilts inside her, her head is up, your head is there, her head is above you. So you can't see her eyes, where her eyes are looking. Right. You are manipulating strings inside her chest that move her eyes from side to side and up and down, and the head up and down. But you've got to be well enough versed in that manipulation technique from watching it in a mirror indoors to know where her eyes are looking, because she can't accept a gift if she's not looking at the gift. So right. She can't be engaging with a person if she's looking in the wrong direction. And also it's very hot here. So when you're walking, you get very, very hot. You might have noticed that her chest is open. She doesn't have cloth over her chest. That's because the puppeteers would find it intolerable to have cloth over them, even if it's see-through cloth.
Yeah, so here in Turkey, we've been stripping away her shirt. She's wearing the remnants of a collar and cuffs on her arms, and the rest of it, she's got, natural air conditioning front and back. And then from her waist down, she's got a nice skirt and some nice boots.
We have 9 puppeteers and 2 teams. So they're very, very carefully worked out who she's going to meet on what day. And one team will be dealing with her walking over a bridge on one day, and then another team, and they can really focus on the bridge walking. Another team will be dealing with a feast that is held in her honor on the next day, so they can work out how she deals with food, because you have to understand that a puppet can't eat food. So if people give you food, you've got to have a dignified way of dealing with it. You can give it to other people, you can give it to your puppet manipulators to eat, but you've got to have an idea of how to deal with food. So every single little, every single event has to have a great deal of thought about how to courteously get through it and how to deal with the great limitations of the puppet.
And we've made a choice that she doesn't actually speak. She if she needs to speak, she calls one of her puppeteers and they will speak for her, because we found it very difficult to decide what kind of a voice does this giant puppet have. A normal human voice wouldn't actually sound quite right. And also we have many different languages that we are going through. And
yeah, the 9 puppeteers speak a variety of languages, from Arabic through Italian to Spanish, Eritrean, and of course English.
In Palestine, yeah.
So it would be very difficult for her to actually speak. So she's not what's her name?
Oh, she's not Greta Thunberg, who speaks very eloquently herself.
Right.
She comes with joy. She comes to play. She doesn't come to teach you anything.
It's just stunning looking at the images. How will it be to encounter her just the very end of the video when little girl comes and touches her? You can see how the girl is moved by it. And you're right about the idea of the refugees. Some say America was founded on refugees, people who said there is a better future. I should leave the place where I am. I'm going to go to, for example, in America, there is something, you know, where I will bring my energy, and we have to accept that. Like Pamela Veronesi just said before us in Palermo, said everybody who lives in Palermo, the day he or she arrives, they are from Palermo. We don't distinguish. So this is a great theme, and what you do is so beautifully done. And this is extraordinary effort, what you do there. I have my highest respect. This is just outstanding on the scale, and she will be a legend, I think. And do you have two heads? Do you have two puppets or three, or will she be always one?
No, we have two which are exact copies, and there's a third one in storage in case we have to quickly get it out.
Took that out. Yeah.
But we have to have, we cannot disappoint people saying that the puppet is broken.
Yeah.
So we have to have a second puppet. And of course, that all travels with us in a truck. There are 9 puppeteers, but there are 12 people who are facilitating everything, organizing everything, and interfacing with local people in local culture. So every single place, there are local people, local artists that are going to sing for her, or create something special for her, or do something.
There's an ancient bridge in the second town she gets to, called the town of Adana. It's thousands of years old. I'm not exactly sure how old, but the town is extremely proud of this bridge, and they wanted her to cross the bridge. So we needed a story. So we've said that she's never seen a river before. This is her first river, and she's going to be scared to cross it. She sees a lot of water rushing under the bridge. So she approaches it with the town is supplying a band to play music for her, but she refuses to cross. She steps onto the bridge, and then she's too scared. And then from the other side of the bridge, a whole flock of swallows arrive, and we puppet swallows, because they're also migrants. They also migrate across the world, and so they fly towards her and encourage her to cross the bridge. And then the band starts playing again once she's getting over the bridge, and they all go off to the concert in the forest.
Incredible. What an incredible image also to bridge something from one thing to another. That is amazing. Really, thank you. Perhaps you would walk India one day, who knows? Abhishek now has 40 artists lined up. You know, she would maybe, Amal could go there one day, but we're going to move on to our next session. I don't know if you can stay and listen in, which would be one of, but really both of you, thank you for sharing. This is one of the greatest projects I've ever heard of. And especially in this time and after COVID, you know, this is so that crisis we are in. It is an extraordinary response by artists, and it will be seen and move people and show what our field can do. So Paulette and Manuel, what do you think when you see that?
I think it's fantastic. Congratulations, Basil, and everybody. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. We're doing something different, but kind of similar in the streets of New York now. And I wanted to
tell us a little bit about you first, Paulette. Since Manuel started, but we'll start with him. But tell us a little bit who you are, what you do.
Okay, I am a puppet artist and independent researcher. I am very fortunate to live in Atlanta, about 10 minutes as the crow flies from the Center for Puppetry Arts. I am fangirling at this moment. I can't even believe I'm in the same virtual room with Basil Jones and Adrian Kohler. I've been looking at the phenomenal warhorse puppet that they have at the Center for Puppetry Arts for several years, and I'm just overwhelmed. Thank you.
Same here, same here. I'm actually a fan of your work. You're an inspiration. So congratulations, both because of your work and also your personal life and the birthday. I'm Manuel Moran. I am a theater artist, puppeteer, playwright, director, producer. I run the only Latino children's theater in New York City, and perhaps the only space dedicated to Latino children's theater in the United States. I'm from Puerto Rico, and I've been doing theater for young audiences for the past 35 years. And I'm very happy and honored to be here with all of you.
And you created a festival, right? Claudia Orenstein said, you know, this is one of the few places in the US where you feel like you're in Avignon or in Edinburgh, like where this is a festival. Tell us a bit.
Yes, I'm actually the founder and the producer of the International Puppet Fringe Festival, the only and first ever Fringe theater festival dedicated to puppetry. We launched the festival in 2018. It's a biennial festival. It happens every 2 years. And last year, we had to cancel the festival because of the pandemic. But I said this year we're doing it. And I am so thrilled and excited that we have just announced the festival is happening during the month of August. And it's going to be a hybrid festival, both virtual and on site in New York City. We have over 70 events in 3 weeks. So many of them are going to be virtual. So I invite everyone to look at the program. We have companies from India, from Africa, from Latin America, from Spain, from many different parts that are going to be presenting their work virtually, and also some companies on site. It's puppetfringenyc.com.
So yeah, maybe you can have one live session with Amal, you know, and so in case it's filmed, you know, in the festival, you make just one session. So Paulette and Manuel, did you prepare a reading for us? Will you talk about how this time is for you, just so I know?
Yes, I actually wanted to read, it's a short story of when the first time I saw theater, live theater, and I wrote a little story from it's my book called Butter, Adventures and Tribulations of a Puerto Rican Boy. So I think, you know, kids have been deprived of live theater for 1.5 years. And the experience that I mentioned, you know, that I retold here transformed my life and gave me a purpose. And I think it is important for us to understand that it's important to go back as soon as we can to bring live theater to young audiences, because it's an experience that will transform their lives.
Paulette, what?
Oh, yes. So I wanted to honor the occasion by reading 2 short poems by Lucille Clifton on the theme of Kali.
Fantastic. So maybe we start. Manuel, do you want to start with the reading?
Sure. It's 2 pages. So here I go. It was a morning like any other. I woke up and followed my morning routine, brushed my teeth, put on my school uniform, comb my hair, and go to school. I had no idea that this day would be special. I was in 3rd grade at the Jose Gualberto Padilla Elementary School in my hometown, Vega Baja, Puerto Rico. When class started, the teacher, La Missy, like we used to call her, told us that she had a surprise for us. With enthusiasm, she said, during 2nd period, we're going to the schoolyard to see a theater and puppet show. Without knowing what that was, I waited anxiously for the moment to arrive. It was finally time, and we all stood in a line to walk to the schoolyard. Our group was one of the last ones, and all the other students were already there. At one of the 4 sides of the yard was a puppet stage and sound equipment playing a famous children's song. They sat us down on the ground, and we clapped to the rhythm of the music, entertained by the songs. Once all the groups were organized and seated, the school's principal spoke about the show we were about to see and asked us to give our full attention to the performance about to begin. The play was La Plenópera del Empache, the opera plena of the upset stomach, of the bellyache opera, by Leopoldo Santiago Lavandero. It was so much fun, full of music and color. It was the story of a gluttonous child and his mother who spoiled him. One day, the boy gets a terrible stomachache, and the town doctor and many of the neighbors conspire to make the mother think that her son needs surgery to alleviate the pain. They take him to the hospital, where they seem to remove shoes, animals, and even a sewing machine from his stomach. In the end, the boy and his mother learn a lesson: both eating and spoiling children in excess is not good. Despite the fact that I was sitting on the ground outside and that it was hot because the sun's intensity at that time of the day, I was paying close attention to the show. I didn't miss even one detail of the story or any of the components they were using for the presentation. The puppets were very funny, and there were also actors and musicians. I had only seen puppets while watching the minimal amount of TV I was allowed to watch, which included Sesame Street, or in Spanish, Barrio Sésamo or Plaza Sésamo, and probably some other children's program. But this captivated me. I laughed so much during the play, and when it was over, I was eager for more. I approached the improvised stage because I was very curious to learn how they done this or that. After going back to the classroom, my mind would not stop thinking about the show. The evening when I came home, I told my mom all about the play with a lot of enthusiasm, not leaving out one single detail. That's what I want to do when I grow up, I told myself. And I grew up, and theater changed my life. It gave my life direction. I became interested in film, radio, television, music, literature, history, and most of all, theater. I spent all my free time interpreting and role-playing different characters or doing presentations with puppets. And my mother supported and encouraged me by taking me to the theater to see children's theater, as well as helping me create puppets and costumes. I quickly organized a theater troupe which consisted of my neighborhood friends and classmates. That's where I started developing my skills. The troupe soon turned into a community theater company and later into a successful professional theater company. Theater was my obsession and ended up becoming my profession. Thank you.
Incredible, incredible. And it just shows how serious we all should take theater for young children, adults, young adults, how important this is. There's a theater company in Stockholm. They do children's theater for starting 9 months to 15 months old babies, very serious theater work by a theater director. And this is a great audience, the greatest audience you can work for. And puppets players actually capture their imagination. It's not easy because they are also honest audiences. Paulette, tell us a bit about what are you reading about?
So I chose 2 short poems from Lucille Clifton's collection, A Good Woman, because the way she works with the image of the goddess Kali evokes the paradox the pandemic represents for me. The death and destruction have been truly horrific, but they have also opened our eyes to the possibility and the necessity of creating new ways of living.
Great. So the Indian, the god Kali, where you would make the reference to.
So the first is the coming of Kali. It is the black god, Kali, a woman god and terrible with her skulls and breasts. I am one side of your skin, she sings. Softness is the other. You know me well, she sings. You know me well. Running Kali off is hard. She is persistent with her black, terrible self. She knows places in my bones I never sing about, but she knows I know them well. She knows. And the second one is called Calming Kali. Be quiet, awful woman, lonely as hell, and I will comfort you when I can, and give you my bones and my blood to feed on. Gently, gently now, awful woman. I know I am your sister. And then I have my little commentary.
Yeah, say it.
So while Kali is most famous as the destroyer, she has the power to destroy because she is also the original creator. I find that part of the fear Kali inspires is the fear of recognizing the immense power we have within ourselves. The human contribution to the disastrous destruction the pandemic is wreaking on us, on the whole world, is maddening. Yet Kali, like Kali, our rage is righteous. We have a right to our anger. Our anger can be a force for positive change. our anger can sweep away all the false beliefs that endlessly proliferating scarcity and lack are the natural order of things. Just as Kali lapped up the usurper Raktabija and danced on the corpses of his minions.
Fantastic. Thank you. Really, really thank you for preparing the reading. Deepa, maybe ask Shreya what were her impressions? What did she think about seeing the puppet Amal, for example? You know, we took a little bit of minutes away. It took us about to get inertia. So I want to give a minute back to Shreya. What were her impressions seeing Amal, the girl puppet?
Deepa?
Your sound is off, Deepa.
Deepa, you're on mute.
Deepa, you're on mute.
Okay. പപ്പറ്റിനെ കണ്ടപ്പോൾ റെസ്പോൺസ് എന്താണെന്നാണ് ചോദിച്ചത്.
ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ. അതൊരു എന്താ പറയാ, അവര് പറഞ്ഞത് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത് ഒരു ഒരൊറ്റ പപ്പറ്റി ഒരുപാട് ആളുകൾ അടുത്തുകൂടെ പോയി ഒരുപാട് യാത്ര ചെയ്ത് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു അത് വരാൻ പോകുന്ന ഒരു ഇവന്റ് ആയിട്ട് അവര് പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യണതല്ലേ അത്?
അല്ല, നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്.
ഇപ്പൊ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ് പല രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ കൂടെ അല്ലെ? അതൊരു അല്ല, എനിക്ക് ഭയങ്കര നമുക്ക് വളരെ വലിയൊരു ഇതായിട്ടാണ് നമുക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്തത്. അത് നമുക്കൊരു കേരളത്തിൽ പോലും ഞാനത് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കല്ലോ, കേരളത്തിൽ പോലും അവരൊറ്റത്ത് മറ്റൊരു ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മള് എടുക്കുന്ന ഇത് എന്തുമാത്രം വലിയ എഫേർട്ടാണെന്നും, അതൊരു ഹൈലി തിയേറ്ററിക്കലാണ്, അതേസമയം ഭയങ്കര എർത്തിലിയാണ്, ഭയങ്കര എക്സൈറ്റ്മെന്റ് ആണ് അത് കണ്ടപ്പോ തോന്നിയത് ശരിക്കും.
Yeah, she says she is very much excited watching that puppet. It's highly theatrical, yet it is very earthy. And also she says that in Kerala, the theatre groups cannot even imagine traveling. Kerala is a very small state, but even then we cannot imagine traveling from one place to another during this pandemic. So what effort would have gone into that? So she appreciates that effort. She is amazed.
Amazing. And I think this puppet also would be welcome at BAM, the Brooklyn Academy of Music, the avant-garde place, but I'm sure also in the town from Shreya in Kerala. So it's bridges, you know, cultures, countries, and also aesthetic preferences, so which is quite unusual. And in its monumental scale, it is something that really is inspiring, and what the puppetry art, you know, is contributing to that. The question to Paulette and Manuel, what do you feel within the American theater community of puppeteers? This pandemic, has it brought it closer together? Will it be a renaissance, a rebirth? Aya from Hope Azeda from Rwanda said her this year's project is hope, you know, and rebirth, renaissance. Do you think there will be a emergence of the form?
I believe it. Yes, it's actually it has pushed all of us to reinvent ourselves and reinvent ourselves, and also to rethink the purpose of our work as well. I feel that many of us have been creating new stuff during the pandemic, not only moving things to the online, you know, to the virtual reality, but at the same time preparing for what is next. And like in my case, you know, I have been writing, I created a show talking to kids and to the family about seniors. We did a homage to the seniors. It's called Los Grises, the gray ones. It's been playing throughout the streets and parks of New York City for the past month, plus 2 months. It's going to be also part of the festival. We're honoring our community, in this case, our seniors, that we have lost so many of them. Yeah. So I feel like rethinking the way we think, to be a little bit redundant. And also I feel that word also hope, it's also something that we are feeling, especially, you know, seeing the reaction of the people about the festival, the upcoming Puppet Fringe Festival, which is pretty much the first that I know, the first on a presential festival that is going to happen in the United States, Puppet Festival. So after the pandemic, so we are excited, we are hopeful, and I think we have reinvented ourselves.
Good. Paulette, for you and for, I know you do so much research on the overlooked contribution of Black puppeteers to puppetry in America. How do you feel the moment is?
Mm-hmm. So for me, the pandemic is inextricably bound up with the racial reckoning that is largely a result of how the pandemic exposed the systemic inequities that existed all along. And in particular with the murder of George Floyd last summer and the protests and the sort of rethinking, soul searching and creation of art in response to that event is very much impacting puppetry. So I have a friend who recently completed an over life-size puppet of a political prisoner named Abu Mumia Jamal. And so that puppet is starting to circulate and show up in other places. And I think it will inspire even more monumental images of figures from the struggle. So behind that, and what impresses me even more about the little Amal, this walk, and this event that Frank has organized, is the amount of organization and social connection required to pull something like this off. And I think that as much as the performance itself, that is what makes this kind of theater meaningful. It brings people together.
Thank you. Basil and you, Adrian, is small. We don't have much time left, but a last word from Turkey, even though you are from South Africa, a little goodbye greeting.
Yes, we would like to say goodbye. Unfortunately, we have to leave because
yes,
the colleagues of our project have prepared a birthday for Basil.
Good. So happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Basil.
Happy
it's fantastic to be there with you and the big contribution you made to world theater. Really, Adrian, both of you together, but Basil. So thank you.
All the best for the festival coming up, Manuel.
Thank you. Thank you. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. And Deepa, thanks for translating.
Thank
you. And I think we are slowly transporting us into our next session. We had the Amal is from Syria, but the next playwright is a refugee. Yeah, it's also someone from Syria who went to Berlin. So here we go. We will have with us Liva Yatsi and the great Richard Schachner.
Thank you.
And so thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the Indian artist will be MD Pallavi, if I say that right, Mumal Tanvar. So welcome, everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're all there. Fantastic. So thank you. I mean, we are off to a start. It's still the morning. We are early on in this 24-hour marathon of COVID-19 talks with the global theater community, marking the end of the Segal talks. We did over 150 of them. So we will continue Segal talks, but no longer just focused in a way on COVID. We started last March. Welcome, everybody. Mumal, where are you? And Pallavi, what time is it where you are?
I'm in Rajasthan right now and it's 10:30 p.m. here.
I'm in Bangalore right now and it's 10:30 here p.m.
10:30. So welcome. Richard, I think most probably is in New York City in his office.
I'm in New York City. I'm in my place where I write.
Yeah, fantastic. And we take away your morning time, I know. And Liva, where are you?
Berlin.
Berlin, and it's already at 7 o'clock, I guess, right?
Yeah.
In the evening.
Yeah.
But let's go. We have a little, sequence. So let's start with our Indian friends and colleagues first. Mumal, tell us a little bit about you and what you do.
Okay, I'll start with myself. So I'm from Rajasthan and I'm a theater practitioner and a theater teacher. Because I was thinking about my identities and theater teacher is really close to my heart. So I would like to introduce myself as a theater teacher here. And I'm working with theater as an environment to basically work on the alternative ways, to show alternative ways to the society. And my major work revolves around spaces and audience. I feel that the play should reach to the right audience. And for that, I'm trying to create alternative spaces in Rajasthan for the performances. That's what I'm doing in theater.
Amazing. Rajasthan is in the north of India, or?
Yeah, it's in north of India.
North of India. And Pallavi, tell us a bit about you.
I'm MD Pallavi. I'm from Bangalore. I'm an actor, singer. I compose music. I'm also a filmmaker, and yeah, these are the things that I'm basically, I would love to do anything that is related to performance, and I'm constantly looking for collaborations with multidisciplinary artists. Yeah.
Yeah. So how has the situation been for you personally, and what do you think about South Africa and then about the situation in India, but how has it been for you personally, that time of COVID?
Is that for me?
Yes, Pallavi, maybe you start.
Yeah. So what happened was, just before COVID hit the world and India, India was in the middle of these huge mass protests, the Citizenship Amendment Act and the National Registry of Citizenship, and a lot of people across the country were protesting against these acts. And I was also very actively involved in those protests. And the protests continued until March. And what happened was that COVID hit the world, and the protests had to be called off. And I mean, that danger is still there, that they might just bring the act in, and we will still have to go out and protest at some point. But a lot of people were put in prison, and they still are in prison because of that. And then suddenly this happened, and we all were like, it was suddenly like a huge like brakes applied to everything that we were doing. And personally, for me as a performer, everything came to a standstill. All my concerts, because I also perform as a singer, my concerts were cancelled. My performances, plays, rehearsals, whatever was happening just came to a standstill. And then, of course, in the initial days, there was this huge anxiety of what do performers do, and how do we perform? And we tried all kinds of things. And those were the days when the first lockdown was announced in India, and it was announced very suddenly without any kind of preparation. And the whole world saw that these thousands of migrant workers walk across hundreds and thousands of kilometers to their houses or to their homes back home. And we were sitting at home, the ones who were privileged and sitting, but we also were trying to raise money and work for food relief. And a lot of brave people stepped out, and people like me who couldn't, because I have a very young daughter, a little baby at home, and an older person at home. I didn't dare step out of the house, but we were doing a lot of relief work just online and phones and all that. But the artist in me was also craving to do something, to do something with my art and my craft. And there was this opportunity presented to me. They asked me to do some kind of a performance for an online platform. And I did a solo performance of Abhishek Majumdar's script, Salt. Oops, sorry. I hope you can see me. Okay. Sorry, the electricity just went. So that I did an online solo performance of that. And then what happened was the lockdown was lifted, and it seemed like the first wave had passed, and maybe we could go back to the theaters and perform again. And Abhishek, suggested to me and a very small group of artists that maybe we could do a play with just 4 or 5 people rehearsing in a room. And we did rehearse for a month, maybe less than a month. We devised a play called Desdemona Rupakam, which looks at the death of Desdemona and why did it happen the way that it happened. And we tried to look at parallel stories that we tell in our culture, in our lands, where the woman is, what kind of an agency does she have when presented with similar circumstances? And thankfully, what happened was, while we were rehearsing, unfortunately, I got COVID, and it's a two-hander. So my co-actor also got COVID because of me. Thankfully, nobody else got COVID because they were all wearing masks even during rehearsals. But we both got COVID, and everything was stopped. We couldn't do the production. We couldn't continue with the rehearsals. And then it took us at least, it was quite a serious infection, and it was quite a bad COVID infection that we got. I was in the hospital for some time, and then we came out, and then again we resumed our rehearsals at the end of March, in March. And in April, we did the shows. We performed Desdemona Rupakam. And as soon as we performed Desdemona Rupakam, soon after that, the second wave hit us. And we thought the first wave was bad, but the second wave just kind of absolutely took everything out of our, it took our breath away, basically, and literally. Because I was also one of the few people who was, a part of a relief team, and we were arranging for beds, oxygen, blood, plasma, even money sometimes, medicines, a lot of these things which just were not available to a lot of patients.
Incredible.
And
yeah. What came out? Mumal, how was it for you? Was it a similar? I mean, what do you think about India at the moment?
So basically, my work revolves around women, especially young women of Rajasthan and their choices. And earlier in 2019, I was trying to create alternative performance spaces in Rajasthan. So we were taking our place to terraces. We were going to the colonies. We were asking, we were going door to door and asking people if we can perform on their terraces. And results were unbelievable because people started inviting us to perform at their terraces. And a lot of women came to watch our plays, and we were talking about them in their spaces. We were talking about their rights in their spaces. And by the end of 2019, we were thinking that we are able to create a sort of movement or something, that women are coming together. They are talking about their rights. And these are the women, those are homemakers. They are living, they're housewives. They are called housewives here. And we were thinking that, the second thing that we were planning, that as a group, we will actually collaborate with these women, these housewives, not with the artist or something, with these housewives. We'll take their stories and we'll work with them. And then COVID came all of a sudden. And that entire energy that we had, that we'll perform and we'll do this and that, it just suddenly took a turn, and we had to sit back home. These women were also locked, and we were also locked at the home. So personally, for me, I thought my subject was always living with me. My subject was these women and their stories, their life stories. And where I'm living, there is a colony, and I used to see that the women are working endlessly. Earlier, before pandemic, the male were going to the offices, the children were going to the schools and tuitions. Now they all are 24/7 at home, and she's working continuously like a machine. And I used to see in the balconies of the apartment, this is the entire collage of a balcony, and the women are working, some are working in the kitchen, some are doing some sort of work, and the male are just reading the newspaper or something. Because I do not know about the other states, but in Rajasthan, it's strong patriarchal structure here. And women are expected to do certain defined gender works. And these are the women, those who are subject of my play. And I was concerned about them. I was reading the researches, I was reading the surveys that what is happening to these women in the lockdown. And I came to know that the number of domestic violence doubled in last 1.5 years in India. And even in then, the Hindu newspaper says that the 70% of women are not even filing the cases because they are afraid that the case will get worse. It will go out and we'll talk about it. Our husband will say something to us. And I was just thinking, how can I help them? Earlier, we were working through theater. We were going to the community. We were doing theater for awareness. But now we are sitting at home. How can we create a safe spaces for these women? How can we offer them support when we are also locked?
Yeah, that's true. And it's interesting. So you went to their people's home, to their terraces, you created stories with them and by them. And lockdown happened, and now the violence, domestic violence, which is most numbers are not recorded, especially in India. And we often hear it in the news, and it doubled or 3 times full. Have you both prepared a reading? Will you do a reading, or should we continue a conversation just so I know?
I have prepared a poem.
Yeah. And what about you, Pallavi?
I will sing something.
Okay, so maybe we start with the poem.
Okay. Wait. So I'm actually, Tanvi told me about this, that we have to dedicate something to the artists, those who have died due to COVID. But I thought to myself that I really want to dedicate the poem to all the sisters who are actually tolerating the inhuman behavior in the 4 walls of their households.
Okay.
Those are losing spaces. So I'm going to read a poem from a book, Growing Up as a Women Writer. The poem is written by Joya Mitra. It's to my sister. You stand within the room. I can see you. With the mark of the turmeric on your hand. Your tired eyes bearing the strain of nights of sleeplessness. With my back aching all over. An excruciating pain along my shins. It hurts to straighten the head. I want to touch you. I send my song to you. Through the slits behind these bars, the song turning into a bird with its wings broken, struggling through the darkness. Your 8 arms, your 6 heads, straddle all the directions. Insects, mud, and grass stick to you, almost stifling you. In a mad spell of restlessness, you pick up your pen, even as your tired fingers twist with the effort. Your letters burst beyond your small table, roll down beneath, fill the room, your blood spilling with everything coming to be. Your letters, like the flow of your blood, flow along the streets. Till your blood-stained letters come halfway to touch my song. Sister mine, I can see you. Sister mine, I grip your hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we can see you, Momal. Thank you. Pallavi.
I'd like to sing a song written by a poet called Sule Sankava, who was a prostitute in the 12th century. And there was a huge movement against the caste system in India when she also gave up her caste, and she wrote this poem. So I'm singing that one for you. ಹಿಡಿದು ಮತ್ತೊತ್ತೆಯ ಹಿಡಿದಡೆ ಬೆತ್ತಲೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಕೊಲ್ಲುವರಯ್ಯ ವ್ರತಹೀನರಿದು ಬೆರೆದೆಡೆ ಕಾದ ಕತ್ತಿ kivi mugu koi varaya Olle nolle balle nagi Olle nolle balle nagi nimane Nirlajeshwara Nirlajeshwara Nirlajeshwara
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Tell us a little bit about the words. What does she say? We have
She
2 minutes
says-
left. Yeah.
She says, once I have slept with one man, a man of a certain class. I dare not sleep with a man from a lower class, because then they will take me, pull me by my hair, strip my skin, skin me alive. But I know that you will understand these problems, and she's referring to you, who is her divine, who thinks is her God. And she calls him Nirlajeshwara, which means the uninhibited Shiva.
How beautiful, how beautiful. And yes, indeed, a timeless song. So really, thank you both, Pallavi and Mumal, for staying up for us and putting up with us and all the emails and preparations for this big event. So really, thank you, and I hope you will be able to stay with us. We move over now. We go to Liva, and in Berlin. And Liva, tell us what's going on. Where are you?
I'm in Berlin, in Charlottenburg, but I'm Syrian, and I just arrived from Syria like less than a week ago. And it's remarkable to see the difference between being in Berlin and going to the global south, and see how, I mean, Corona at least works in these two places. I mean, it really works differently.
Tell us a bit about Syria. What's happening?
End of May, there were like the pseudo kind of elections for the same president over and over again. And so I attended the democratic wedding. That's what they use to describe it. So, and with mass gatherings in the squares and people over each other in stadiums and like concerts, and like everything is kind of manipulated, kind of staged actually. Like, of course, in a totalitarian space, I mean, you never expect these things to happen spontaneously. So, I mean, people over each other in the streets and like marching and celebrating the surprisingly new president, which is the same president. And so, yeah, I mean, it was so hard to see that, but I really intended to see it. And then I just spent time in the country, and yeah, because that's really part of my, I mean, the thing that concerns me, and like the creative tank of my work coming from that place. So, I mean, living in Berlin is so important also to see it from outside, and to see sometimes where is the accent is really taking place. I mean, in both societies, and to study, I mean, actually. And Corona is so vocal in this issue, because here, like, spacing and masks and vaccination and they're like as if Corona does not exist. And it's really stunning how it's not really breaking out into more and more numbers. Honestly, I don't know anything about real statistics coming from Syria ever since. So I don't know the numbers of people dying from Corona, but people gave up Corona. It kind of, they really like had too much, and it was just the cherry on the cake just to have Corona after like a devastating war and militarization. And I mean, the economic situation is the real Corona over there. I mean, it's the real concern. And So yeah, it feels like there is a moment when they cannot take it any longer, and they just like really stopped, I mean, believing in that Corona exists, although it exists and people are dying, and like we hear stories, but I mean, people can no longer really carry all these kind of missions at the same time. Is like to pursue a life after war, to find a way to come up with money in this really devastating economic situation. So, I mean, with Corona, it's just too much.
Yeah, I can only imagine what it means in a country like Syria to have that Corona on top of everything. And just thinking that this is not even the biggest problem. And
no, it
so,
is. I mean, yeah, it isn't. It just adds to their difficulties in life. I mean, life was so difficult, and this is another, I mean, kind of layer. And I don't know if there are all these jokes about there is a meteor coming from space, and like maybe also the Chinese rocket who missed the route, and like, yeah, all of these things were like funnily were kind of approached like saying, yeah, please come to Syria, we're anyway destroyed already, so we can just take everything from the universe here. So in a way, it levels up the sarcasm level, and it makes life more tragic and more difficult. But it's not the only thing that really concerns people. Like some really, they don't have access to money, to food, to water, to electricity, and to, I mean, to basic necessities of life. So, I mean, the idea of stopping work because that what should really happen in times of pandemic is out of question. I mean, there's no system that carries, I mean, that would help them to live. I mean, there's no way, I mean, there's no infrastructure, I mean, social infrastructure, let's say. People's savings are all eaten up by war. So, I mean, and some, they don't have houses. So, I mean, it's really absurd now. I mean, people just put their masks sometimes when they have masks. I mean, they put it down here. It just looks like another part of their body, but it's not a mask, you know, and they said, we survived chemical weapons, we survived bombs, we survived so and so and so. I mean, what about virus now? And it's not, I mean, it could be, I mean, scientifically incorrect, of course, but I mean, from the life going on over there, it's their only answer to it. And some, I mean, the people really go to cafes and drink and go and do all these things. There is a kind of a special narrative in the governmental level that there is a Corona and there is like a committee studying a committee, doing a committee. So there is all these kind of committee branching out from another committee to study and to facilitate, and I don't know what, but people really are in a different planet. And there is like one funny story I would like to say, that there is one office, like governmental office for like the passports and foreigners and stuff, where you're not allowed to get in unless you have a mask on. And there is a guy downstairs near the gates who's selling masks or renting out masks or renting used masks. So, I mean, you can rent a used mask down there, which is cheaper than you buy a new one. So you just rent a mask that was worn by somebody who was inside, and you put it on, get inside, and actually you put it just like in a way, no matter how, just to show them that you have a mask, and then you just go out, give it back, and you get your money, I mean, part of your money, and then another one gets and use it and go back. So it's coming back to Germany, it feels like, yeah, I'm just like coming from 1009 and
that's incredible. You are, Liba, you are a poet. You wrote over 150 soap operas from Syria to survive. They are the most successful in the Middle East. You also had a play that was staged at the Royal Court. Can you work? Do you work?
In time of Corona, I slowed down, and it feels like kind of the universe is working on my inner rhythm right now. So, I mean, just also because I like to work a lot, but also there is this fantasy of like slowing down and watching, and here it comes. And yes, I wrote a lot of notes. I mean, I wanted to be part of what's happening, not to kind of bubble myself again, just to continue my projects. So it was interesting for me to see how, I mean, we're all interconnected again, because I'm so concerned about the issue of refugees. and the interrelation between, I mean, a place like Europe and a place like Syria and the whole Middle East at the moment, and how they are intersected in a way, but Europe, or let's say the global South, try to define this relation while the other part does not. In a way, selling weapons to Syria and not getting refugees from there is a kind of unequal equation, you know? So, I mean, there is a moment now with Corona when we're all interconnected in one problem, regardless to, I mean, how it initiated in Wuhan or not, and like, but at least something happened somewhere. I mean, somebody did something or something happened or whatever in the Far East, and we're all affected by that. And for me, it's kind of culmination of this idea that I was trying to kind of work and think about in terms of refugees and war and economy and climate change and all these things. So, I mean, yeah, refugees coming due to war reasons are just part of it. I mean, there would be hundreds of people moving for so many other reasons in the future. So, I mean, and the idea that, I mean, the rich countries are, you know, have nothing to do with it and they cannot get refugees. Yeah, but stop selling weapons and stop interfering in a different way. Stop kind of protecting the dictators in that area. So, I mean, in a way, Corona came to emphasize the fact that we are all affected. I mean, when something happens somewhere, like we're all affected. Yeah. So yeah, for me, it was a time to also understand this more.
Did you prepare? Will you read us something, or should we continue the conversation?
I have something in Arabic. I mean, it's a poem in Arabic. I can read it and.
Read it in Arabic and then maybe in English, both?
I don't have a nice proper translation because it's, I mean, I don't.
Well, then you tell us about it. You tell us.
I will tell you about it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, and sometimes it's just the only thing that yeah. Okay. So here is another one, all of a sudden came out, not the one I prepared, like, but another one pumped up. It feels like this one won't be read. So I have a translation. It's called A Glance. I will read it in Arabic first and then in English. لا أؤمن بالله ولا يؤمن بي. لا يعدو الأمر أن يكون أكثر من سائق الباص الذي قد ينظر إلي أحيانا بمرآة وهو يقود. So it's a very short thing, and I will read it now in English. It's called A Glance. I don't believe in God, and he does not believe in me. It's no more than the bus driver who may glance at me sometimes through his mirror while he drives. So yeah, just a very short
reading. Well, thank you, really, thank you for sharing. What did you think about your Indian colleagues when you heard Mumal and Pallavi?
Yeah, first of all, I have some regards to Pallavi from Swati Simha, a friend of mine from India. And yeah, we're connected, and yeah, and I told her, like she was saying, say hello to the friends. And yeah, I'm actually I remember hearing Richard Cheshner's Segal talks some months ago, and he was saying, like, until now, I remember that he said something, until now Corona didn't arrive to India yet, and like when it arrives, things will be different on the globe. And I feel like it's now a very important moment that what he was talking about really happened. I mean, it's really different. I mean, like with India, it's really, really different. I mean, it's a kind of like the worst scenario. I mean, like when things really go out of control. And yeah, and I'm hearing now from the morning when you started, I'm hearing, and I'm like really so in a way astonished at first, and then so I don't want to say proud, but that's it. I mean, that like theater people are so involved. I mean, it's in Syria, the thing happened actually while the revolution happened in Syria, that Syrian like artists and especially theater artists were involved in the demonstrations, and like we have some iconic names, but we don't have that attitude during Corona because like the country is kind of really geographically is incapable of defining right now. I mean, it's Syria, but I mean, to see this thing with India is really, it highlights, I mean, a kind of different level of importance and involvement.
Yeah, and I think the really the work that Abhishek, who is with us,
yeah.
What he did, staying up night after night, as I said earlier, I remember my Segal talk with him. He said, I'm now going to call 114 people on the list, where we try to help them to connect to something. Abhishek, what comes to your mind when you hear from Pallavi, from Mumal, from Liva?
I mean, I hear from Pallavi and Mumal very, very often. So it's really like meeting friends who I meet regularly. And Liva, it is wonderful to connect to you. I'm just reminded, with this conversations that we are having, and the last one where we saw the puppet Amar, and
by the way, I'm part of the puppet. I mean, I'm part of the walk as well, and I was so happy.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, so I was happy also.
Amir, isn't?
Yeah.
Isn't Amir also part of that?
Yeah, Amir is part of that, and I'm writing. Yeah, and I'm writing as well, like as a letters to Amal from her mother or from her aunt, and the cities that she's moving on. Yeah,
it's a wonderful project. Yeah, I was just saying that I think from the last one and this one, what really I'm thinking about is this enormous role that women have played in this towards relief, in every place, and the price that women have paid for this, and it's so clear also that in all these countries which have had strong women leaders have in fact come out much stronger even in administration and taking care of the corona than essentially the big nationalist countries like ours, Brazil, Turkey, where there was a positioning of these strong leaders who took over, these men, and they're complete failures at it. So in India as well, I think there's a lot of narrative around, the complete failure, the male failure, and looking at women as really the new. There are heroes everywhere now, in this country, because the states which had women ministers, they did better. They're out there in relief work. And I think both these conversations are more and more, they were reminding me of that power that somehow we have missed out, especially in the chauvinistic moment in India.
In our Segal talk, Abhishek, you mentioned the lynchings in India. So what is happening at the moment there?
The thing with, I think there is a continuous stoking of tensions between Hindus and Muslims every time there is an election in some place. So now there is a big election coming up in a northern state in Uttar Pradesh, and things are heating up for that. So unfortunately, these it's not something that's receding, because law and order is falling into a real abyss. However, what is even worse is that 4 years ago, one had to actually, you had to go out on the road and somebody would have to lynch you. Now that doesn't happen because there are laws which protect the lynchers. There are so many laws that have changed in the last few years that essentially now legally one can be put in prison for carrying a piece of meat, and you wouldn't need to be lynched on the roads. So that's where I think that is where we are. We are also. I was just thinking, this virus has also revealed a particularly undemocratic moment in the world. It's a combination of this right-leaning, undemocratic moment with the virus, which seems to have erupted in that way.
Liva, why do you think the Syrian arts community is not as connected or on the side of helping like Abhishek? Is it because they're helpless themselves? It's just not possible to intervene. They have given up.
It's so scattered, and I mean, they are not like one body and no longer. I mean, like some of them, they are still in Syria. The others are in France, in Germany, and like they are overwhelmed with, I mean, with their legal status, with their economic status. I mean, after 10, 11 years now being kind of displaced or deprived of work. in Syria, there is this kind of blackout propaganda about Corona in a way, let's say. I mean, like people really disconnected from the idea of Corona because they can no longer take any other dire situation, you know, like any extreme, no more extremes possible. I mean, we just hit the wall. So kind of, I mean, any togetherness in a way, it is suspicious in a place like Syria now. Like there are some organizations that kind of, they are like kind of governmentally approved, gongos, not NGOs, all these things, like they might interfere. They're like the government are giving some kind of food or stuff to, I mean, to poor families, but that is happening way before the Corona, just because of the war. So in a way, I mean, the body of the artistic scene, I mean, the theater scene is so scattered and shattered, and like, in a way, we were all pushed into individualistic salvations. So I mean, that is, I mean, after the revolution times, I mean, in the revolution times, like they were really one cluster where like really like a girl, an actress like Fadwa Suleiman, and really she was ahead of all the demonstrations, and like she did in cancer in France alone, and like neglected. So I mean, the things that happened way before, like in these years, in a way, scattered this idea of
it made it impossible. Yeah, it really made it impossible. So we will see, and I really feel for you. I remember the story when you said your father, you had to pick him up, and he was in the coffin in your car, and you had to go through police controls, military controls. They wouldn't believe that's your father. I mean, stories that are just incredible in times of civil war. And now you are a refugee, but you're in Berlin, and you're writing a series also for Netflix, I think, or HBO. I forget.
Yeah, I'm writing and I'm working on my second film. It's a documentary, and I'm also working on a play. And
yeah,
like
it's incredible story. So you're an inspiration to all of us. We really, you know, thank you for having you with us and taking the time and being such a good friend. So now we are with Richard Schechner, who is, you know, in the terms of chess, he would be the grandmaster of the game of what we are in, of performance in theater. He coined that term of performance, and he has such deep insights. He's transcending, I think, the field that's like novelists sometimes who don't just, you know, talk about their novel, but about the life where we're in, about politics. So Richard, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me. And it was very intriguing, powerful to listen to, you know, Liwa and Abhishek, to hear the song, and to hear the poem. I wrote down here, hope and horror. There's a kind of hope and there's a kind of horror that we are facing. And what I wanted to remember is my long history in India and with India and Indian thought, and the relationship of that and Indian theatrical practice to myself, to Grotowski, to Philip Zerilli, who passed away. I first came to India in 1971, so many of you weren't alive when I first came to India. I would think that maybe Frank, I think the rest probably were not on this planet yet. I don't, at any rate, it changed my life and continues to change my life. I showed you over here to my left, there's a kind of shrine to Shiva, and there's my conversion certificate. I'll show, because it's paradoxical. So you can't really read this, but it says, and I'll read it, this is to certify that Mr. Richard Schechner, New York City, a Jew by faith, has been converted into a Hindu and named Jaya Ganesh, as per his request after performing purificatory rites at this ashram, the Sri Ramakrishna ashram in Trichure, Kerala, on the 7th of July, 1976. A year I spent all of the year in India, and I'll be reading some more from that journal. So here I am, a Jew, an atheist, a Hindu, At the same time, I hate Hindutva. Now, you've talked a little bit about politics, so I want to begin there. That's the horror. The horror is Mr. Modi, who is kind of worse than Trump, or who knows worse than Trump, in the same league as Trump and Bolsonaro and a lot of others. I have many Muslim associates in India. And Hindutva, for those of you who don't know, is a kind of Hinduism uber alles, if you will allow me to do this. And we talk about lynchings, we talk about violence, we talk about, you know. And then Mr. Modi also advocated a festival called the Kumbh Mela, which I attended, not last year, but where millions of people come together in close contact. So at that point, advocating for the existence of the Kumbh Mela this last February further sowed the seeds of the catastrophe that COVID is in India. Today I read that probably around 3 million people have died of COVID in India, whatever the official, and that's an enormous, you know, one thing about India, whenever anything is done in India, finally it's done at enormous scale. At the same time, it's done at a very tiny scale. So I want to, you know, and Frank, you have to tell me when I have about 4 minutes left, because there's something.
Okay.
So I arrived in India in 1971, and the first thing, many things changed my life, but 2 events in Madras, now Chennai, were very important to me. I had the privilege of seeing Bala Saraswati dance. Now, many of you don't know who she was, but Bala Saraswati was, you know, as great a performer as Stanislavski, or whoever, the greatest. And she was performing, and this will connect to what I do at the very end, a famous story about Krishna. When Krishna's mother, Krishna's a little boy at this point, he's not a god, and he's playing, and he puts dirt in his mouth, and his mother scolds him and says, spit out that dirt, spit out that dirt. And Bala is dancing this. By the time I saw her, she was in her 50s, so she no longer had a slim Bharatanatyam body. She was, you know, hefty, and she no longer really was doing much with her feet. She kind of kept step, but her abhinaya, that means her abilities to act, her mudras, her hands, her eyes, her face, you know, it's 60 years ago. I'm there, and she shakes her finger at Krishna, spit out this dirt, spit out. He says, no, he's a little boy. And finally, she makes him open his mouth, and she looks into his mouth, and what does she see? She sees all of creation and its destruction. The same thing that J. Robert Oppenheim saw when the atomic bomb came up, when Krishna, who is the beginning and end of all existence, but inside the mouth of her son. And he says, as the God now, what can I give you to the mother? And she says, what you can give me is to take away all memory of this, so that when this is over, I will only have my son. I do not want the God. And Krishna grants that, and it ends with her playing with her son. I just, you know, I can't tell you what a powerful performance that was. That same week, I met a man named Krishnamachari. Now, Krishnamachari is a great yoga teacher. He's passed now. He was in his 80s when he met me. And he allowed me to become his one-on-one student. And I studied yoga with him intensively every day, not for long, 5 or 6 weeks. I have it all written out in my notebooks, the daily lessons. I still practice that yoga, and that also changed my life. So those 2 things in 1971. And then in 1976, I returned to India, and I saw Kudiyattam and Kathakali and Chow and Odissi and Bharatanatyam and Kathak and Yakshagana and Jatra and Kalariyapayattu. I took Philip Zimmerman to see his first Kalariyapayattu and Ramlila. So these are folk forms, but folk is the wrong way to say it. And in the West, we don't really have this kind of thing. There are other parts of Asia and Africa that have it, but these are living traditions, or at least when I saw them, they were absolutely living traditions. So they were both avant-garde because they involved audience participation. They involved environmental theater staging, where the mix between the audience and the spectators was very, very well modulated. So that they had a profound influence on my theater practice and the things that I did as a director. They also had a profound influence on Grotowski. I think probably people know this story, but Eugenio Barba came to the Kathakali Kalamandalam. That's the place in Kerala where the Kathakali dancers and actors are trained, some of them at a leading school. And he left a notation in the guest book, which I found when I was there. And he had come and he said that the exercises that he saw would be of great use to Mr. Grotowski. And so he brought some of these exercises back to Grotowski, and they formed the basis of what Grotowski later called the plastiques and the movement exercises, which when I studied with Grotowski, he taught to me. So it kind of goes back and forth, these training that you had in Kathakali, which involves back bends and exercises for the body core, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this profound Indo-European connection, which at one side of the bridge goes back 4,000 or 5,000 years to the first incursion of the people from Central Asia, the Aryans at that point, who came into India, and the basis of the Indo-European languages discovered by German philologists in the 19th century. But then all of these years later, through Grotowski in the theater, the bringing back of this intensely physicalized idea that meaning can be and ought to be embodied. So those are some of the things that stay with me and affect me. And another strand are the Indian students, people. I mean, of course, Indian artists, and I'll talk about some of them in a moment, but I also had a number of Indian students ranging from Sudipto Chattopadhyay to Anurima Banerjee, who does Odissi, Shayani Mitra, who worked on street theater in Delhi, and Shanti Pillai, who was brought up in Auroville, brought up where the mother and Sri Aurobindo has had a settlement in Pondicherry. So India is, of course, for me and for many, a multiplicity. It is a global whatever. It is also, and I don't want to bring cold to Newcastle, but it is also in many ways chaotic. And that's why when COVID gets loose in this intensely packed place, in which both its glories and its horrors are closely associated, so that because it is still a class and caste oriented system where different communities are really within their own community and not going to take orders from another community. This is not the intellectual artistic class I'm looking at here, but I'm talking about ordinary people in villages and so on. So that leads to an overall chaos, paradoxically fostered by intense organization at the local level. It's one of those paradoxes. I don't know if you want to ask me any questions, Frank, before, I'm giving my...
Yeah, listen to you, it makes us wonder, the significance that India as a state, where you say, most probably 3 million people, if not many more, already dead, was probably a 1%, Abhishek, that only vaccinated 1 or 2% of Indian population. Even so, it is one of the great manufacturers of vaccine in the world, great facilities.
That's the paradox of India. It has this hugely advanced tech, hugely advanced chemical industry. And at the same time, it's got 1,400,000,000 people, or however many, huge population, of which certainly 700, 800, 900 million are not living that life. They're living a life still of extreme poverty.
Yeah, and this is perhaps the darkest hour. I think Abhishek said that when we talked about in Bangalore, since that state is created, it's the most dangerous moment, and
Well,
we
remember
don't.
the Mahabharata War, I'd say. So India also has a huge history, both mythic and absolute. And at my age, I'm always a little hesitant to say the greatest, the worst, and so on.
Yeah.
Because you can look back. I mean, at the time of partition, millions were killed as Muslims, moved to what became Pakistan and East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, and Hindus. There were great riots. There were, that was a terrible time also.
Terrible time, yeah. Since then, since it became a state. But Richard, since, like a Buddha, you encompass so much. They say, Buddha has a big belly because he can take so much in. And Ganesh actually also, he can take the good and the bad of the world as you do. So what do you think of this moment now, a little bit later than our last talk? Is this something where you feel actually this is a tremendous change now? Things will never be the same.
I tend to be optimistic in that belly of mine and pessimistic in my brain. So if my belly talks, I feel, this too will pass. There is light at the end of even this tunnel. We won't get back to normal. Every historical moment that is important changes the course of history. Bertolt Brecht knew that, Marx knew that. History is not already written. History is what we write. So after COVID, things will be different. But will we always be meeting on Zoom? Will we always be doing? No, we will. Things swing and then they swing somewhat back, but in a different way. And the question is, what will we make of this as an opportunity? At the other side of it, the pessimistic side, the brain, there's tunnel at the end of the tunnel. In other words, we have in the United States these raging fires. In Germany, you have those terrible floods and so on. There's a difference between climate and weather, but definitely the climate change is making for vast changes, and that will lead to extraordinary social unrest, the outcome of which I don't know, and neither does anyone know. But people your ages, or Liwa, Muma, the younger people, you're going to be dealing with this, and so that the part of what COVID is an early warning system. So, and if I get a little depressed, it's because the world leaders have not so effectively dealt with COVID.
Yeah.
So then how are they going to possibly deal with climate change?
Yeah, if this is a dress rehearsal, it's not going well. Speaking of early warnings, 5 minutes, Richard, you have your 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes.
4 minutes, 4 minutes, yeah.
I want to read something that I wrote in 1976. So it's way back, and it's about one of these performances. And I wrote this, and I was giving a lecture in Delhi. So I just want to read it because it gives a sense of my participation. Watching performances of another Ram Lila troupe at Kishorban Temple, I penetrated further. The gopis, these are the small boys, were 6 or 7 years old. They needed promptings. They said their lines without understanding them or giving them emotive backup. Occasionally they fidgeted or looked around, dropped wholly out of character. But instead of ruining the performance or turning it into farce, their naivete was the main source of its power. The performance was a mix of religious ceremony with scrupulous attention to a fixed agenda, and theater with a story, costumes, music, and so on. It wasn't that the theatrical devices supported or expressed the religious sentiments, or vice versa. Each operated in its own sphere, and between them a dialectical relationship developed. Then the sincerity of the non-acting made me doubt the theatricality of the situation. I mean, if religious belief is a function of projection, and if Vishnu takes the form of Krishna, a little boy who teased his playmates, and if all of these people believe for the time being that these children are those children, because Krishna is not a God like Christ, but a little boy like the one in front of me. You see, theater at this level can be very convincing because it asks the performer to be exactly who she or he is. Some training is necessary, but not pretense. In structural terms, the little boy and Vishnu converge on Krishna from opposite directions. It is Vishnu's Leela, that is his game, his sport, to incarnate himself as a little boy. It is the little boy's fortune to become Krishna in Ram Leela. And in that Leela, Vishnu and the little performer coincide. So this is the kind of theater I truly, deeply love.
And it's quite something, right? That for the moment, the little boy, is a god. And, that's, and it's so interesting that this is, this the Catholic and Protestant church say, is it really that the wine turns into the blood of Jesus and they were religious, but here is about a performer, makes it very clear, in a performance what the divine relations are.
Right, well, because the Leela is the boy as the boy, the child as the child. It's not miraculous, it's right there in front of you.
It's no miracle, it's no magic.
It is miraculous when you think, here we are as a species, and what we occupy and been given, what we can advance or ruin, and it's up to us.
It's up to us. It's incredible. As we said earlier, the 10 meters above us and the 10 meters below us, that critical zone, and we have to take care of it, and the consequences can be devastating. So really, thank you all for participating, Momal, Liva, Pallavi, Richard, really also for taking the time and interrupting your work and your writing. This is so special to us, and Abhishek, so it's a big honor to be with all of you. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And we're going to transition over to the next round if everything is ready. And we are going to have three great workers in the field of theaters, all women. As Abhishek pointed out, so much work is done by women, as was also shown in our discussions. And here we have, one could even say, the AAA. They are Anurupa Roy from New Delhi. We're going to have Adelheid Rosen, if she's with us, and Aina Tour. They're all A's, and they're great workers in the theater. And we have Anurupa now here with us. Anurupa, how are you? Last time you were supposed to be on Segal Talk, you were in the hospital.
Yes, that's right. I made it out in one piece, so I'm happy to be here.
So tell us a little bit, what has happened since we talked?
Many things apart from being sick. We had the second wave of COVID in India, and of course in New Delhi. New Delhi was very badly affected. We were all chasing oxygen cylinders, hospital beds, steroids, doctors. All of that was happening, and I was unfortunately one of the people who needed hospitalization. It was quite a severe situation. It was quite a serious condition, I think, which began sometime in April. Until April, we were excited and happy that things were coming back to some sort of a normal, and a lot of work had begun in the artists community. And I think things went south April onwards. Yeah.
And your father also,
yes,
got sick, and
yeah. So we were actually, it started with him and his oxygen levels falling very severely, and then just I got sick pretty much chasing oxygen cylinders for him, and then chasing treatment for him. I think that was, a lot of us were as caregivers were very vulnerable to being sicker than we needed to be at that point, and also not really knowing where to go till of course, I have to admit, it's just individual and the artists community which came in very large numbers to support. I think I sent a message on Facebook in absolute desperation. I had already been gypped in the black market for an oxygen cylinder. I was searching for cylinders everywhere. For medicines, we were out of medicines in most of the shops. A thermometer, which is normally 50 rupees, was 450 rupees. So there was all sorts of things going on. I put this post on Facebook, and miraculously people started sending cylinders home. I then suddenly had 4 oxygen cylinders because this was just a response from the artist community. So I think it was a very intense crisis, but I think the kind of response from private individuals, some of them were not even known to me, they were not even friends or acquaintances, was absolutely moving. It was incredible.
Mm-hmm. Tell us a little bit what you do, Anurupa. What are you in your life? I know you're on the field of puppeteers,
yes.
But tell us a little bit about you and your work.
So I'm a puppeteer, and I make puppets, design puppets. I co-founded a puppet theatre company in 1998, which is called Katkatha Puppet Arts Trust. And we're essentially a touring puppet theatre company. We also run a little community theatre space for children. We work in the outskirts of New Delhi in a village called Jaipur. And we also do a lot of projects around the country, which are health, education, advocacy, etc.
Yeah, I remember from our last talk, you said, when you said, we looked out of my window and I saw these 500,000 people leaving, in New Delhi. So, that moment, I mean, it shocked me even. It was the hardest of all the Segal talks. And the one was you and Abhishek. So maybe, did it happen again? Maybe bring us back to that moment and then tell us.
So this is right after the first lockdown, which was announced in a real hurry. And I mean, it threw everyone off, but it's a moment where I actually went out to buy groceries in a little bit of a panic. And there were people, and apparently they'd been walking the whole night. There were literally thousands of people. And of course, now we know that the numbers are millions, who were leaving the city and also the neighboring areas, and they were going back to their villages. And I live on a main arterial road which connects the east of the country and to an extent for the north, for the south as well. And there were literally thousands of people walking with everything they owned, their children, their luggage, dogs, cats, animals, parents, people on their back. And there was no food or water because it was a complete shutdown. And the first day went by, I think, in all of us watching in shocked horror. I don't think I've seen things like this except for, partition visuals and documentaries. And then, of course, somebody in the neighborhood had this moment of, we have to do something. And the next morning, at about 6:30, money was collected, a shop was opened, and they procured things from the godown, and about 200 or 300 odd packed dishes were cooked, and a food distribution began. So this was the beginning, and this went on for 6 or 8 days. And at that point, we realized that there was a need for a further collection of money. And we also started getting phone calls from the puppetry community, especially the ones which were settled in the city. So the Kathputli, which is the Rajasthani string puppeteers, they are not only in New Delhi, and they had recently experienced the demolition of their old colony, which was called Kathputli colony, and they in Shadipur, and they were now scattered in 3 parts of Delhi. So one urgent call was from the magician community, the street magician community. They're called Madaris. So there were about 56 families in Ghaziabad. The government there had said, sorry, you are not from Delhi. I mean, the Delhi government said you were outside our purview. The government there said you were outside our purview. Then we started getting calls from Jaipur and Udaipur in Rajasthan saying, we have no food. So these are daily wage working artists. They go out and earn an income for that specific day. So it turned into calling artists in the local space, and the artists calling then various things like women's self-help group, the Rotary Club, the Freemasons. I mean, all sorts of people came in. And I would say Rajasthan state government actually jumped up and came to the aid of the Rajasthani puppeteers. But in Ghaziabad, it was terrible. So we put out most of the shows which were well recorded into the digital space. And we did a fundraiser which raised about 2.5 lakh rupees in a matter of 2 weeks, which went to for dry rations to the families. And so this kind of a food network began, and there were several other theatre companies doing this. I know Abhishek was doing this in Bangalore. There were people doing this in Chandigarh. There were people doing this across Delhi as well. And slowly a network started to form, which has been an incredible network, which has got further strengthened the second time round, because when I was sick, I actually got so many calls from the network because my mother was home alone and also down with COVID. And my sister was home alone down with COVID. And so where would food come from? And it was the network which came in. So I think it's quite incredible, this symbiotic network which has come in when there's a complete failure of the government machinery and the medical system.
So a network you helped to create ultimately came to help you.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So tell us a bit. I also Abhishek, what did you say? No, if not, Anarupa, you talked about that village of artists, and I didn't fully understand, but if I understood, some 10, 15,000, is that true? Artists who kind of, tell us a little bit about that village. And you said it was, especially in that community that could not work, there was devastating situation. So tell us a little bit about what it is. I never heard of such a city, and what happens and how is the situation?
It used to be something that settled in the late 70s, a community of street performers and artists, also puppeteers, acrobats, fire eaters, animal tamers, street magicians. So it's essentially a community which has about 16 different art forms living together. They all belong to the same sort of, they have the same sort of cultural identity. They are called the Bhat community, which is a wandering performing community. And I mean, they trace their roots. I mean, they're supposed to be the Romas technically, so they're gypsies. And this community settled in Shadipur, which at once upon a time used to be the outskirts of the city, now is very much a part of the city, and also a very commercially rich part is where they were settled. And their land was sold to a very big land developer through one of the government agencies. There was a long discourse between the artist community, and the courts were in favor of the artist community. I would say on the one hand was the systemic corruption, on the other hand also was the artists who couldn't unite at that point and become a strong union. So the artist groups were actually put into transit camps, and so there are 3 transit camps, one which houses a huge population of about 2,300 families, another with another 600-700 families, and then the small community of street magicians, which is about 58 families, went further afar. The transit camps are not in the most savory parts of the city, of course. The camps themselves are okay, I mean, the way they were built up. Now the houses that were promised to the artists are ready, and they're decent houses, but it doesn't take into consideration that these are artists who rehearse every evening. You can't give them a little box apartment and say, here, this is where you're going to live now. They need spaces, they need rehearsal spaces, performance spaces, spaces to keep their animals. So, so I think these are some of the crises that had already hit this community. Apart from this, they also exist in 3 other cities. They are in Rajasthan, in Udaipur and Jaipur. And currently, we've had a massive crisis in Bhopal, which is in Madhya Pradesh. So then the crisis is of food. So the big crisis is rations and food. In the second round, I would say there is a very strong unity within the community now. There's a young man, one of the Bhats, Vijay Bhat, who's set up an NGO and is now taking care of the food needs of the community. They got very quickly the ration coupons from the government, etc. But the smaller communities are really marginalized, and food still remains one of the key crises. So the Puppeteers Union, UNIMA in India, is now looking at the food crisis and how to get food, livelihood, some amount of money to puppeteers across the country. We've also had two natural calamities, two cyclones, which has hit the eastern coast. So Orissa and West Bengal are very badly affected. So the puppeteers who didn't have food, didn't have work, now also don't have homes. So within the artists community, what we find is when a crisis like this hits, they stop being performers. They become construction workers or go into nursing care. So that's something we're getting from the field over and over again is we're quitting and we're moving on. So the current crisis, the response to the current crisis has been an archival project. So we are trying to send small amounts of money for short documentations of the work of the puppeteers. And it sees them through 3 or 4 months and helps them do some basic construction if their houses got destroyed, pay for rations, pay for phone bills, etc. And we get archival material in the Puppeteers Union because I don't know if you know this, but puppetry archival material is very rare. Yeah. And we don't have too much material of all the living traditional art forms, which is about 17 or 18 of them across India.
So this is a real emergency at the moment. Do you think it's life-threatening situations for some artists?
Yes, I think it threatens the art form in a very, very big way. I think there's a real incentive among the artists to leave, to stop. And I was recently, and he'll be tomorrow. He'll be at the chat. I was talking to a shadow puppeteer from Karnataka, and in his community, he wants to do shows. But it's difficult because half the puppeteers have left. They've gone to the main city, Bangalore, and they're working as nursing care staff because post-COVID, a lot of the people in the cities actually need full-time nursing.
Yeah.
And they will stop puppet theater in the long run is the fear.
That is a big fear. Just for me to know, did you prepare a reading? Will you do something or should we continue? Yeah, you have a reading? Yeah, that would be great if you want to share it.
Reading, and I think it's time because there are only 5 minutes left. This is from a piece when I was, one of the days when we were distributing food, I met a little girl called Sitara. She was wearing her best party frock for this walk. And I was fascinated. I asked her her name. She was 11 years old. They had walked from Manesar. They were going to walk to Gonda. That was 586 kilometers for an 11-year-old child to walk. And they had only eaten once in the last 26 hours. So this is a friend of mine in Bombay, Aditi Mendiretta, who's imagined why she was wearing her party frock and also the fact that she was probably going to catch a bat. So this is a small extract from the end of the story. It's become a little paper theater performance, which is being used to raise funds for the various people walking home. So here it is, The Girl in the Pink Frock, an extract. Today is food day. And I'm in a good mood. There are lots of trees where we are walking. And today again, some people came and gave us food and water. I like when people come to see us. It's brave of them. They give us food to keep our strength up. Otherwise, what would be the point? If we reached that bat, hungry and weak, it would eat us all up. And they would have to start again with new people, no. I do wish they would give us more food though. This finishes so fast. I still feel hungry. I feel hungry all the time. But today is still a good day. Father was feeling strong and he carried me on his shoulders, so I didn't have to walk much. He's so tall. I feel like I can reach up and touch the sun as it vanishes and appears from in between the trees and the leaves. I pretend that the sun and I are playing a game of hide and seek. I think I must be winning because the sun has got so angry and it's making my face sweat. He's just like Bittu, a sore loser. I'm not going to play anymore. I hide my face in my father's back and fall asleep. I dream that I'm a lizard. And then I'm a kitten and I eat the lizard. It was a very strange dream. And it's already night by the time my dream ends and we stop. Father puts me down back on my feet. I feel like running. But Ma says, Sitara, stay close. Everyone sleeps on the side of the road, but I'm not sleepy anymore. I lie awake and I count the stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I wonder how many more days till we find the bat. I hope not more than 20. I can't count more than 20. Thank you.
Amazing. That's the little girl in her best dress, and she has nothing to eat, and she does not know what the future will bring. And this is it is quite stunning. And there's a difference. Normally read about it, or I read about it. We have seen movies about it. We read poems. We read stories. But you are going through that at the moment, especially your colleagues, puppeteer colleagues and others. I can only imagine how devastating it is. And to think what Abhishek always pointed out, it is not that India doesn't have the resources. It is, bad management. It is, the state not coming up to the challenge. And it is quite are they bitter about it? How is the mood in between the artists, in between?
I think the desperation is really high. And on the other hand, some of them are really trying, because this is the first time I've seen traditional artists going digital and, really saying, I want to keep performing, even if it means I have to do it on Zoom, or even if it means I have to record my shows. So there is this desire to do anything that they have to. And it has definitely helped them do make some changes. But on the other hand, like I said, there is also a lot of hopelessness.
Yeah, incredible. Well, now the two other, as I said, the two other A's are joining. We have a triple A of really great workers in the field of theater. Adelheid, so wonderful that you joined us. You are still on mute. Also, Aina. So Adelheid, who is normally based in the Netherlands, is traveling at the moment. Aina, who is from Barcelona. Who are changing us. So Anurupa, thank you again. You both might not have heard it, but it's so devastating, the situation in India at the moment. Artists who are leaving the job behind, people are literally starving, families who cannot be fed, especially in that town. Also Anurupa supports us out of 10,000 people who are street performers, moving performers, magicians, fire eaters, and whatever. And it is quite a devastating place. So maybe we start, since we have it on our agenda. Adelheid first. Adelheid, if you take away your mute button, and we want to hear where you are, and hear a quick hello. And maybe we also say quick hello to Aina. Are you in Barcelona, Aina? Are you there?
Yes, I am in Barcelona. Hi.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Adelheid, tell us a little bit, where are you and what are you doing?
Hello, Frank. What a wonderful, wonderful initiative. It really touches me what you are doing. Beautiful.
Thank you for being part of it.
Really, really beautiful. I am in Amman in Jordan. But I like to add some words, because when I speak to you, I feel my tears.
Yeah.
Really from my heart. I saw already a lot today. I followed the conversations as much as I could. And I think you are really acting. Can you say acting out or acting through the no, acting through the, everywhere where the no is, or where the hesitation is, or where the but is, and you are just doing the job.
Yeah, no, it was really inspired by Abhishek, I know you heard it, that, and people like Anurupa who stayed up night after night. Abhishek even learned how to repair oxygen machine. He's a playwright, a director, and I remember that Segal talk. He said that now when I hang up with you, I have 114 people on my list who I'm still going to talk to. And he said one evening, he said I have 5-6 meals I can distribute in the neighborhood, or 10, and there are 2,000 people on the list. It's just incredible. But Adelheid, tell us a little bit. Not everybody knows you. Tell us a little bit who you are, what you do.
I'm artistic leader of a theater group called Zina, a female economy. It's based in Amsterdam. And we worked the whole period till today, through the whole Corona period, in the neighborhoods for the people who were isolated, the violence against women and children, well, the isolation, the connection, well, there is a lot to do, I think, around the world. So I feel grateful also to take maybe sometimes risk to get ill, but I think where the heart is, you should go and you should walk.
Yeah, it's some people don't know if I hopefully represented Adelheid. One of her ideas was, you know, she went on a bike with her team through the streets. I think it was Amsterdam, and she pressed doorbells, or people went into their apartments and said, we are interested in your life, in you. We would like to do a performance in your space. Is that possible? You know, and then she organized in neighborhoods, you know, 4 or 5 connected performances you could see in a time, and in the same time, a radical approach. I think it is what Tania Bruguera, the great Cuban artist, said, you know, why we have the French Revolution behind us, but we all still go to palaces and look at their thing. You know, we should look at the lives of our people, where we live and what we do. This is a democracy, you know, after all, and you are doing it. So Adelheid, how can you do this now in the time of COVID? I was wondering, how does it work?
Yeah, sometimes I feel it difficult to find the words for the very easy, clear, small things in life, because it's all about connection. It's being vulnerable, I call it even, but then in a nice way, training vulnerability, training to talk with tears, training to embrace but really hold somebody, training to really, really listen so that you can receive somebody and empty yourself, and feel, even in the worst circumstances, feel that the world is people. There are only people. I meet every day people who I do not know, but who are, in my opinion, exactly the same as who I am.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, you have been recognized with the CUNY Gildner Award that's giving out every 4 years to a remarkable woman, female director in the world. You were in the Netherlands, it was, if I'm right, you know, Vogue said she's the woman of the year. So, and now you're in Jordan. So what are you doing in Jordan in the time of Corona? What is happening?
Well, I was visiting a friend, and I was invited years ago on the International Theater, Amman International Theater Festival. I made a performance years ago about honor revenge. Mm-hmm. And I was very touched and surprised that that this festival invited me with the performance, because they have the highest, I don't know nowadays, but then nowadays, like 8 years ago, they had the highest numbers in killings. And I made some beautiful friends over here. Samar Dudeen, for example, I'm going to visit her and see her again. And because it's a Corona time, I also realized, like, oh, I don't know, you know, I just don't know. I don't know with the life. So I thought, yeah, when do I visit old friends? I made theater with them. I had beautiful adventures. I was 3 times on the festival in Jordan, and also in Egypt and in Syria, and you know, in the Middle East. And I thought, well, life goes on, and when will I see them? And the next time.
That's true.
Only because, sometimes only because you are invited for a festival. And then I thought, why not go on holiday to them? Why go to the sea? Why not go to my friends in Jordan?
That's incredible. And thank you for interrupting your holiday. I remember your talk with us and Melanie Joseph, the great Melanie and the founder so well. So has anything new thoughts come up in your mind about when it comes to theater, Corona, or new theater, this theater we need, what we should be doing, or in your work, is something developing?
Well, oh yeah, what a nice question. Yeah, there were several things, which was very and still is very inspiring. And what I'm working on now is it's called Wanted, or I call it Wanted, and it's about dating. I do it with people, the young people, so also my class, the actor school in Amsterdam, with people till 80 or 82 is the oldest. And it's Wanted is for, like it's nowadays, like, can we date with each other? Be also in that conversation, being in that date, being very open and vulnerable and curious, but also date. Actually, for example, when I date with you, Frank, then it's like that I, through you, can meet myself. So what is my own blind spot? Where did I make, not that's a problem, but where did I make my, mistakes? Where were my blind spots in relationships? And so it's a deeper layer than the normal dating, what we do like this. But we try to learn in that process. It's like an experiment. We do it with many people. The conversation, the dialogue is 1 hour. We are just sitting across each other, and we are dating, actually using you in the conversation, so strangers, and reflecting on yourself, because you have so many judgmental things. You have so many, how do you say that, values or opinions. But where can I really meet you and honor you as a man, or honor the lady in front of me, and connect to the erotic flow, which is not the sexual flow, but the erotic flow of creation, and mirroring each other.
Yeah, that's especially at a time when you cannot meet, right? And when you, like the time of my daughter, who is 24, 25, who shows a bit more extroverted. Also, it's hard. You cannot go out. You don't meet people. You can meet people actually here in New York. They're meeting online, have a relationship, and they break up online without ever having seen each other. And so on this time, of COVID, of course, it means, what does it really mean to meet someone, and what is it all about?
For example, what was very nice, I could use the main hall theater. So we were spread out, over the whole building, and then we could see each other and have the distance of the 2 meter. And have all our own quiet corners.
So you did it in Amsterdam, in a very big theater, and part audience were actors and some were audience members, and they rotated.
Yeah. So that's the experiment where I'm in now. So it's not a performance yet, but it's rehearsing. We have to rehearse while doing. And I also did it outside, in parks. And because that was the thing in the Corona. I wanted to, in the dialogue, I wanted to go deeper in the conversation, deeper in the encounter, instead of what Corona is doing. So it was so. Oh yeah, well, it was. I was amazed. I met so many people I didn't know, and after 10 minutes we were unfolded ourselves.
So yeah,
perhaps. And then in very, how do you say that, subtle and intimate, let's say, information about yourself. How do you, some people didn't say, like, I didn't kiss in 20 years, it's something I miss. I do not know how to embrace the whole, what in Corona is not possible, finding words for being not connected, but also being not connected before Corona even happened to us. Find that whole intimate body, that energetic, intimate body, which is not, we do not educate ourselves, we do not educate each other to open up that very intimate body.
Mm-hmm.
And that was for me the challenge, to go straight through not through the Corona rules, but through the Corona, what the Corona was showing us, for the not touching, but then I started to be so interested, like, what can we not touch in ourselves?
Wow, that sounds like it's a real, in a way, a Corona piece that comes out of perhaps always on your mind, but the urgency of it is stronger. How is the situation in Amsterdam? I know you're in Jordan now, but how do theater? Are they open? Do people wear masks? It's a small performance, it's a big one.
After 1 year and 4 months, I played the last 10 days of June. I could play.
Oh.
So it was the piece we had to stop in March last year, and we picked it up at the end of June. But now the country opened up, in Holland opened up half of June. But now the numbers are raising among the young people, the young generation, because discos are open, parties, festivals, and now it's.
And they are not vaccinated, right? They are, no,
not
a
yet.
lot of them,
Or only one.
Or only have one. So how was it to reopen something that you closed a year and a half ago, and then you, kind of like a film cut, and you go fast forward? How was the experience of it?
Well, we had the play we played is with 4 actors, and they are all above the 60 till 78, the 4 of us. And we were like young sheep in spring on a fresh meadow. It was, we could first play with 50 people, and after a week it opened up for 100 people. And then, of course, everybody was 1.5 meter, with 1.5 meter distance. But in the theater, without
masks.
Yeah, the masks. Thank you. And now now the government closed it again.
Yeah, it's closed again.
Yeah, but parts what they opened in June, parts of it they closed. And they leave, for example, cafes outside is okay, but inside, because of the numbers who are raising.
Yeah, and how is it in Jordan on the streets when you go around? How's the feeling there?
It's like if I forget. I was on the market. in Jordan, and I forgot it.
So it is the idea of a vacation, actually, that you forget.
Well, maybe it's, I'm realizing it now. Now you are asking. I'm realizing it now in this moment. Maybe because it's not, you know, it's for me a new environment. I was for hours on the market. I forgot.
Incredible, incredible. Well, we really, these live in extraordinary time. And that what Anarupa just said also about India, you know, the kind of devastating, you know, reality, you know,
Yeah.
in Amsterdam and in Jordan, you know, we are all slices of reality of that work here, but it is such different experiences, you know, of reality. What are your plans? Do you have plans, Adelheid? Do you still make plans, or you say we don't really know what will happen in Amsterdam when it comes to theater?
Yeah, the new, let's say, theater installation. Of course, I made it into an installation form because of the corona.
Yeah.
So also what I just told you where it is about, but also the form is an installation form so that I can spread it out. And not in a theater. And
could be anywhere.
Yeah. And also I'm in dialogue with a museum right now, because the space is, you know, bigger, and maybe we want to use headphones so that public is free to walk and sit any place they want and then listen. And we are wired. And we are developing, the first thing I'm going to do is, so I have to test, I think every day, but I have 2 vaccine shots already, because I'm going to make television series in September, October till half November about the Alzheimer people.
Yeah, I remember.
Because of the whole isolation, it's the 3rd series I'm going to make for television now with the same.
Yeah, that is amazing. This is a subtle reminder from our Indian colleagues. We are moving slowly to the next segment, but I remember that you had this engagement with the idea of losing memory, getting older, and the Alzheimer, you know, what does it really mean and what it is. But let's switch to Barcelona, right? You know, that is where you are. Tell us a little bit, you are Salah Beckett, right? And tell us a little bit about you and what you are doing. And I remember our Segal talk so well. Ina said, you know, cannot believe it, but I put on my headphones, I'm at home, and I dance for a long time, right, to the song. So how is life for you?
My wall, that one. I was dancing this song every day, once or twice during the lockdown. So now we are a little bit better. And first of all, thank you, Frank, for the invitation and for the confidence. I'm so glad to be here. And I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Aina. I'm a playwright and also a cultural manager. And currently I'm overseeing programming at Salah Beckett, and also I'm a member of the advisory committee in Centro Dramático Nacional, the National Theatre in Spain. And I publish theater, narrative, and essay. And now one of my plays, after 1 year waiting, A Galaxy of Fireflies, it's on and it's programmed in the Greek festival, that is the summer festival, the Scenic Art Summer Festival here in Barcelona, and I'm so happy. And after we arrived here, after being programmed in Madrid and in some other theaters around Spain, and in during autumn and winter, we are going to tour around with the play, and I'm so happy for that.
Yeah, and for everybody who doesn't know, Salah Beckett is a very significant and important play in the theater of Spain, but especially Catalan's theater, of course, and in Barcelona it's important, but somehow kind of a royal court, you know, in a way of Spain. How is the situation there at the moment?
Yeah, the situation here in Spain due to the pandemic, it's very complicated because despite most of the population, it's not most of them, but we start the vaccination. How do you say?
Vaccination.
Yeah, vaccination. It's very different how we pronounce it.
Yeah.
The vaccination starts a few months ago, but not everyone is vaccinated yet, and the infections increase a lot the last weeks, and they need to apply some restrictions again. Now we have curfew again. We had curfew during a year.
Oh, you have it again, yeah.
Yeah, and we have it till last week. We have to be at home here, and just in some parts of Spain, but here in Barcelona, we have to be at home at 1 a.m. and police is in the street. And if they find you in the street after 1 a.m., they give you a fine. And it's complicated because most of the young people is not vaccinated yet, and there are a lot of infections, and we don't know what is going to go on again. But I have to say that mortality decreased a lot. Now the hospitals are saturated, still collapsed, but the mortality decreased.
Decreased, so that's good. Yeah, you know, I know the Greek festival opened, and there's also a big music festival, and all of a sudden also numbers went up again. So tell us about your play. So your play is going to open? You worked on it in this time of Corona.
Yeah, no, I wrote it after Corona, but I was supposed to have
Are we after Corona? Can we say that?
After Corona, no, before Corona, sorry, after Corona. Yeah.
Oh.
No, it's my wish, you know.
Yeah, interesting, yeah.
And no, I wrote it down before Corona, and we're supposed to open to do the premiere last year, last July, during the Greek festival too, and we need to stop it. But then we have the premiere in Temporada Alta in Girona in autumn. Then we were supposed to be in Barcelona again, but they closed the theaters again, and now we are fine because we spent 1 month here in Barcelona, and we have a lot of places to go, and we are going to be on tour, and that's nice. But I spent 1 year with the team like that. Don't worry, it's okay. Just save your energy for the project, and being always very implicated and trying to get them alive, you know, and fire alive. And finally, we are here.
That's incredible. Yeah. Someone said before we were resuming our rehearsals, but you cannot unhear Zoom. You know that people went back. You know, resume. They said, and actually it was we did it online. We resumed online, and it's quite a new world. But have you been able to write? Did you write also since our last conversation? Are you working on a play? Are you putting something together? I remember you said I have to take a break. This is serious. You cannot just pretend nothing is going on. But are you reflecting?
I'm gonna read something now during the August, because I asked to be in a kind of prize for playwrights, and I need to write a short play, but I couldn't write too much, and I prepared a text because and I wanted to read it if you want.
Yes, please. We want you to tell us about what you're going to read. Give us some context.
You told us that if you want, we can just get some
we want you. Yeah.
And I think that it's summarizing the feeling I have about creation, no? And I include this text in an intervention that I adapted a bit because it was a long intervention, and I've been working on it for today. And in this intervention, I need to talk about dystopias and how writers were facing the pandemic. And the text I'm going to read is inspired by Otho Neruda's metaphor, and he uses the similitude in between the complex task of creating scientific knowledge and the sailors who must rebuild their boat or their ship when they are in the middle of a storm, using the same old timbers from which it was built. and there is no possible shelter, no dry dock in which to operate comfortability, no complete and detailed construction plans, no store of new materials and adequate tools. And I applied this metaphor to talk about creation. So I want to dedicate this reading to all the people who has lost their beloved ones due to the pandemic, especially the ones in India, because we are doing this for them. And the title is The Same Storm, We Are Lost. For many months, more than a year, all humanity is affected by the same storm. And each one of us, clutched to his boat, tries to weather it. An infinite numbers of boats without direction, without answers, without understanding anything, sailing a days, giving themselves up to chance, imploring whoever it may be to help them find the least horrifying course. In all these boats, we, the crew, are disconsolate and would sell our souls to the devil if we could moor this battered ship in a safe harbor, in a place from where we could watch what is happening in order to understand it. But no, it's not possible. Reality overwhelms. The ship sinks, and we must rebuild it. Disorder oozes from our restless minds as we try to organize these stories, to find words, to explain ourselves, and to explain this strange becoming under the cover of fiction. The letters, the words, like our course, organize themselves in confusion. And I have the feeling that the old pens no longer serve to describe what is happening. From the deck, we hear echoes, desperate cries, coming from distant vessels, interfering in our synapses and paralyzing our tired hands that keep fighting to keep us afloat. Desperate words and more desperate words knocking down our possible walls. Questions and more questions invite me, while I try to avoid the most terrible, the irreparable. What the ship sinks. My hands, exhausted, are unable to work with precision. Disoriented, they try in vain to restore the structure of the ship. The storm does not abate, and when we manage to repair some damage, other major damage occurs. What if I jumped off the boat, jumped into the water and swam to a port? I don't dare, and I continue with the arduous task, the reconstruction of the boat, of the keel, of the story. The night arrives, and taking turns, we get ready to dream. Entering the cabin, I lie down on the bed and review papers, notebooks, scribbles written when the storm strident had not yet burst my hands. Nothing seems interesting to me. No possible scenario cheers my spirit. Why? Another question, unanswered. Hours and hours trying to understand, trying to fabulate, without success. I decide to close my eyes, as the others, my art colleagues, have done, and with all my strength, I invoke that God that numbs and repairs. It doesn't work, and I accept it. One more sleepless night, as almost always. I see myself to my boatmates' narcosis, trying to find peace, but the notes that rush into their pillows are not peaceful at all. Bats, chips, humans living like hamsters, disoriented scientists, traces, provisions, friends having parties inside the computer, dead people, collapsed cemeteries. What a nightmare. Somebody please get me out of here, please. I want beauty. I beg for a parenthesis. I need to escape. I go out on the deck, sweetie, and I shout. You, creators, artists, writers, where are you taking us today? What are those stories that should inspire us? What possible worlds will you invent will help us to find some peace of mind? You, if you can understand the present, please tell me about your dreams, tell me about your ships, and please wake me up only with the promise that this reality has not overwhelmed your fiction. Please, creators, artists, writers, wake me up with the touch and the sound of your artwork.
No, thank you. Wow, that is so beautiful, and what a metaphor of that boat that is sinking, and you're trying to repair the boat while it's sinking with the material you have, and you say it does not work, and the safe harbor for the battleship, you know what you use for, and is and someone should get us out of here. So yeah, it's a big question what you raise. Anarupa and Adelheid, what are your thoughts when you hear that, when you hear the poem?
Are you asking?
No, yeah, Adelheid and Anarupa.
Okay,
maybe, yeah. What comes to your mind?
I write it down.
Yeah.
Well, I must say, I did feel like I was on a sinking ship a couple of times in the last few years, last 2 years. And I completely resonate with that visual metaphor. Yes, I do. So it's very powerful.
Thank you. I thought it was a beautiful thing to share with creators and all the people that is feeling lost right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and we all hope that someone is listening, but maybe, you know, I think there's that old Brecht poem where people say, will there be art in the dark times? What will people sing about? And he says, yes, there will be art times, and they will sing about the dark times, you know, and in a way that's this, what we are doing now, how to find a form for it. And have you, in your community in Spain, have people not survived it, or has it been kind of a safe space in Barcelona?
Yeah, not people very close, because I don't know why, but yes, beloved ones from people that are close to me, and it's so sad. And also it's that feeling that now I'm vaccinated, is the word. But that feeling that for 1.5 years I feel that I could die. Yep. Because I could die always, not just because of Corona, but the feeling that something were there that could kill me or kill my beloved ones, it was so stressful, no? And I think we didn't give the time to process that and give the space to talk about that. I know it's a dark or sad thing, but we need to talk more about that and face it, just face it to get out of here in a sane way, you know? And
Aina, yeah, sometimes the sound is a bit difficult, but I also wanted to add to what Anarupa was saying and what Frank was asking, that it were not only the words, but it was also your intonation. I loved so much your voice.
Oh, thank you.
So I really heard your heart. I was really touched by I thought you can stand on a big square behind a microphone and then really, and then really touches like people. That is also the association I had. So I would jump in your boat.
That would be a pleasure.
But Adelheid, going to Aina's question, so what should the creators, what should they sing about? What do you feel, Adelheid, at the moment? And Anarupa, we have about three minutes left, but what do you sing? What should we sing about? What should be in the center of what we are doing?
I think what is very clear is the urgency of everything we do. I think I have never felt so compelled to really know why I'm doing what I'm doing. I don't think I don't feel like I can just indulge in it. I think I need the stories I'm telling them with a certain urgency, because the time seems to be running out. Time is not what we have on our side. And it really matters what stories you tell, because there is also a really loud mainstream narrative. And it seems it's up to us, the artists, to make sure the whispered narrative is also heard, and not just one kind of mainstream narrative that is heard. I mean, in various contexts. In the Indian context, as you would know, there's a mainstream political narrative, and we're fighting very hard to be heard and bring in the narratives which are slowly being pushed aside. Even in COVID, it's always been about the mainstream versus the whispered narrative. So I feel the urgency of that very, very, very much.
I want to add something, if it's possible,
Yeah.
and it's not about creation, it's about how they are managing situation, and I think it's good to talk about that in this 24-hour round for India. No, I want to add that despite the situation is hard to manage and tiring, we are lucky here in Spain, in Europe, in North America. And we need to be conscious of our privilege as citizens from a rich country. We have the tools to prevent infections. They are testing us all the time. And the sanitary institutions are working well to give us the better treatment for everyone who is suffering a symptomatic corona infection. But I'm deeply shocked with the situation in poor countries as India. I cannot understand how pharmaceutical companies are still doing business with the world pandemic situation. We are in a point that all the world citizens should have access to vaccination. And it's the only way that we have to stop mortality all over the world. And I beg for that. Please give vaccines to everyone.
Yeah. I think it's a real call to distribution of wealth, of distribution of medicine, of education, of access to democratic political tools. So, yeah, Adelheid, we're going to go out, but have you some last?
I'm sorry to get serious, but
no, it's very serious. This is what this is about. We have to say, and it showed in India, politics does matter. Who is in charge? It does matter. This is not, some God-given fatal plague by the gods. This is something can be handled, can be done better, could perhaps even be prevented. And we need an urgent call, to those in power this has to be, things have to be different.
Yeah.
Well, I focus all the time on what I can manage in the time at the moments I live. So I do it like a constant flow and not as a part of my life. That is what I think. If everybody, can reflect on listening and really encountering, and even if it's one glance in an hour or one glance even in a day, but really to connect and to give each other value, because you are the same human being. That is for me always the source.
Yeah, really. Thank you, Ainas. Thank you, Adelheid. Thank you, Anarupa. You're the AAA. Really so wonderful to have you all with us. And I hope one day you guys can meet and we all meet. Thank you. We're going to transition now to our next slot. Thank you really, really for taking the time and for being with us. And we have, now another wonderful, great lineup, of participating artists who have been part of the Segal Talks, but also artists who are from the Indian side. We have Saran with us, and so thank you for joining us. We have Penda and Marine who were with us from France, two young workers in the theater who are changing the face of theater, contemporary theater in France, and the great also Anne Bogart, who has been with us, the great director, and also theater teacher, a teacher of theater, and someone who writes about it and reflects on it. So really, thank you all for joining. It's such a big honor to have you with us. Maybe we go very fast. Anne, where are you at the moment?
I am in the Catskill Mountains, where there is smoke from the California wildfires outside my window.
Incredible.
3,000 miles away, 3,000 miles away in the Catskill Mountains, upstate New York.
Incredible. Last time you were in London. Maureen, where are you?
Hi, everybody. I am in France, Avignon. It's very hot. And this is a theater festival where I play.
That's true. Yeah. Penda, where are you?
Hi, everybody. I'm in France. I am hosted by the Théâtre National of Strasbourg. And I'm here for 2 months to write a play.
That's fantastic. This is where you came the first day when we talked, right? Perhaps that's
the first day. The first time I was in Tunisia. I think.
Oh, in Tunisia, right.
Yeah.
You moved on. So, Sapan, so tell us, where are you at the moment?
Yes, Frank, I'm in Mumbai, Maharashtra. It's raining outside. Hello, everyone, all my peers and theatre friends across the world. Yeah, my name is Sapan Saran. I'm a poet, playwright, director. I'm the co-founder of the theatre company Tamasha, along with theatre director Sunil Chandbag. Our company produces small to mid-scale productions, and we tour with them. And we also run a curated, intimate performance space in Mumbai, where I am right now, called Studio Tamasha, where we do all sorts of things: readings, work residencies, workshops, talks, everything that we missed today.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit, about the situation in Mumbai. So I think Tanvi early on spoke a little bit, but how is it at the moment?
Yeah, actually, the whole thing has been quite complex, Frank, and we've had no time to process it at all. So in a way, I'm actually thankful that this has given me the opportunity to do that. I'm going to speak about two things, basically. I've been involved along with my colleagues and peers in working towards what can be called as our survival at various levels: artistic, physical, and moral. And I'm going to touch upon two kinds of work that we've been doing. The community support work, which is aimed at our immediate artist community, and Theatre Dost, which is a COVID relief initiative by the theatre community of Mumbai for the most distressed sections within the community. I've broadly divided this talk into 4 reflections, and I'm going to just begin each section with a very short scene that I've written based on a real experience. And I'll just jump to reflection 1. Do you have COVID? No, I don't. I have a daughter who has a hole in her heart. Dada, does your son have WhatsApp? Yes. Can you give me his number? Yes, but I don't remember the first digit of his number. Where is your office, ma'am? I work from home. Then where do I go, ma'am? For what? To stand in a line, ma'am. Hello, can I speak to Suresh? No, he passed away. So these are snippets of my conversations with theatre workers and their families in the last few months. Theatre people in this country, I must say, we are an invisible breed. The Indian state and society by and large has stranded us as a sector that is not worth protecting, nurturing. And within this, the contemporary theatre artists are literally, we're ghosts. We don't exist because we don't fit into the classical, we don't fit into the folk, both of which do find some kind of validation. However, today I want to talk about the layers of invisibility that exist within theatre. So for instance, what has been my relationship with backstage workers pre-pandemic? It's limited to actually knowing 3 people. Prakash Dada, who's our set person, and Anil Bobde, who's our light supplier, and Sunil Dada, who's our makeup man. There they are, you call them, they come, they plug into your system, and only on show day, you know them, and then they're gone. In my practice of theatre, that is the extent to which you know your backstage workers. And there are certain things that you absolutely don't know. You certainly don't know that there are about 1,000 backstage workers in Mumbai who depend on this work for their livelihood. You've heard in scholarly lectures that there are about 8 to 9 different language theatres that flourish in Mumbai. But at your best, you haven't seen more than 5. you do not know that these backstage workers cater to theaters across languages in Mumbai. You don't know that the usher who shows you your seat inside the auditorium is also a theater worker who's hired as a contractual labor and is paid dismally low per show rates. None of these facts were a part of my conscience. And the point being that even within the community, we limit our imagination of the theater to a handful of visible categories. The actors, the director, the playwright, not taking into account the larger fraternity, the larger family, the workers, the collaborating artists, the spaces, our audiences. Of course, part of this is also, it comes from the heterogeneous theater practices that exist in Mumbai, the different ecosystems and models of theater making. For instance, it's possible to live and practice a certain kind of theater in the city without ever having to encounter the others. The other thing that I realized is that the most of the professional theater practice that these backstage workers are a part of mirror the same old social structures as the Indian society. They're feudal, they're patriarchal, they're casteist, almost always gendered. The theater workers find themselves at the bottom of this hierarchy, and it was this world that opened for us due to Theater Dost's work. Theater Dost translates to a theater buddy. And on one hand, the initiative did the obvious, which is that it provided relief. It reached out to a large invisible section in our community. But in the process, it also did, I think, something very important. It brought many of us into each other's conscience. And it lit in us a hope of having a collective voice, an organized collective voice that is the voice of the theater practitioner of Mumbai. Which brings me to my second reflection. I'll read the scene. What is your name? Vandana. Vandana, do you need grocery this month? No, I need a job. The question of dignity. So in India, accepting a free meal from someone else is considered equivalent to being thrown into the lowest possible socioeconomic strata of society. People's sense of pride takes a huge hit when they have to depend on someone else for the food that they eat, when someone else decides for them that here, these are the essentials that you need. This is especially true of our workers. But most theater workers have not worked in the last 15 months or so, and they've exhausted their savings. And they're now having to make these horrible choices between whether to buy groceries for the entire family or to buy, one person's medicines, somebody who has chronic illness in the family, or who in the family should we choose to save, or which ailment do we treat? It is at this point really that Theater Dost intervened. Another aspect to understanding the Mumbai worker is that everybody in Mumbai is essentially a migrant, me included, whether first generation or second. And many of our workers are still connected. They have their roots in the village community, which is their safety net. They go back to it, they return to it in case of crisis. However, there are many of them who cannot do that, who just cannot go back. They've spent years working consistently, and they've moved their way up into the urban lower middle class strata. And now with the pandemic, they've been pushed back to poverty. And this causes, the psychological stress that this causes is just unimaginable. I'm going to quickly present some photos of Theater Dost distribution, grocery distribution days. Is this visible?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So these are organized entirely by the workers. The point being that people don't line up on the roadside next to some truck to collect food packets. They go to an auditorium they're familiar with, and they pick up their packets from there as a matter of right. Also, what has happened is in the process that theaters across Mumbai have become relief centers. This is a makeup room, for instance, which has become a storage space for grocery kits. This is a rehearsal room, which has now become a distribution space. As we speak today, we are already in conversations with the groups about reskilling and training. Several workers and artists have already taken up other businesses and services in order to survive. And I'll share a few more photos. So someone sells products from his farm in his village. Another is driving a taxi. Another is making earthenware because he's also a potter. It is absolutely tragic what is going on, but it's also hugely inspiring, this spirit of survival with dignity. I'll come to the third reflection. And I'm going to quote someone here, Frank, I don't know if you remember this. It's in these moments of crisis where everything stops. It's how you are, how you act, how you behave now matters. This is the moment when not only action, but preparation for action counts. End of quotation. This is Anne Bogart. And she said that in her Segal talk last year. And I remembered, I mean, this bit of it stayed with me throughout last year and my most vulnerable and difficult moments, and it pushed me to work actually. So during the first lockdown, we worked actively to boost the morale of the artist community, to reclaim our space, whatever little our ecosystem was. If it meant training in and taming the digital beast, so be it. By August 2020, we had launched an online version of our theater space. And a whole lot of artists and audiences were engaged over a period of time through podcasts, dramatized readings, and hybrid shows. And by the time the lockdown was lifted on live performances, we were ready with a new physical show. But at that time, the formal theaters were not yet open, and our small indoor theater space did not feel safe anymore. So what we did was we converted the terrace, which is right behind me actually, attached to our studio, into a makeshift black box theater. And I will quickly share some photos of that. It's really a very, very small space, as you can see. But we opened 3 productions in this little theater, and we managed to do about 17 shows there. Yeah, all these online and offline shows, I think they had their own meaning and place. But I think in the larger scheme of things, what was happening was that they were keeping us connected to each other and to the idea of theater. And I really look upon it as a little act of resistance that we needed to keep us going. During the second lockdown, the needs were very different. The second wave was absolutely devastating. Not only had our government done absolutely nothing to prepare for it, but they had actually abandoned the citizens. It was too busy locking up students, intellectuals, our brightest minds in jails. It was busy fighting elections, privatizing every imaginable sector, investing billions in making a new parliament building, a new statue, a new temple. It was just generally a very busy time for the government when the healthcare system across the country collapsed. Almost overnight. And I remember even the rich struggled to survive. I mean, you can well imagine the state of the poor. And this is when citizen groups and volunteers stepped in to bridge the gaps. This time around, it was really just about life and death. The numbers, as you know, were overwhelming. The disease had reached our homes. My mom had got COVID, and she was in Delhi, which was a complete mess. So much so that I knew that, God forbid if she needs oxygen support or hospitalization, she will most definitely not get it. So Theatre Dost was born under these complex political and personal circumstances. It was a coming together of a lot of theatre people and individuals, a collective of sorts. And our approach, I'll quickly talk about that. Our approach to Theatre Dost was exactly like our theatre work. Once you decide that you have to do a play, there's a list of ABC that you have to do around it, whether you know it or not. You have to find out, you have to figure it out, you have to form alliances. And that's exactly what we did here. I mean, so what if we did not know enough? We spoke to people, just formed alliances. And you know, most of the times when you do a play in our context, we don't even have the money to do the play. But it gets made at the end of the day. So likewise with Theatre Dost, we found ourselves in a position to help, and so we did.
2 more minutes.
Today,
yeah,
while
yeah.
Oh, do I have 2 more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, shall I go to the dedication then?
Yeah,
Or
maybe. Yeah.
do you want me to? Yeah.
Dedication would be great. Yeah.
Okay, well, I would like to read that because it's a poem that I've written dedicating to the theatre workers who passed away due to COVID, and whom we managed to document the death of. Anant, Datta, Ramu, Ramakant, Abhishek, Ashok, Anand, Vikas, Salil, Chandrakant. I will write your names down, for I want to remember you, though I never knew you. I will write your names down, for they rhyme with my cousin's name in the village, Manju. I will write your names down to remind me that even in death, you are all men. The women remain unaccounted for, as do many others. I will write your names down, so I do not mourn your death with tears. I will write your names down to remind me that you were killed in spirit much before they killed you for real. I do not wish to archive your murderers, so I will write your names down. For your killers crawl inside people's minds and turn their hearts to stone at night when they go to sleep. I'll write your names down, so I never sleep sound. I will write your names down, not in the hope to get your family compensation, but to remind myself that a life can never be compensated for. Like a Palestinian poet did on his homeyard olive tree, I will write your names down in every poem, every play, every character on stage that comes to be. Till I become a living reminder of your senseless, tragic death, I will keep writing. Anant, Datta, Ramu, Ramakant, Abhishek, Ashok, Anand, Vikas, Salil, Chandrakant. Thank you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. That was so well presented, and also, you know, that to say I will write your name down, and I will keep writing. You know, these bookends of your poem, and it is so. You created your company in the time of Corona. That is just stunning to hear. Let's move on. Let's go to France, and I'm sorry we have such a state schedule, but this is what we decided. And Marine and Penda. How are you guys doing? How is the situation? Marine, maybe we start with you. You are in Avignon, where the festival is taking place.
Yes, it takes place. It's great to see so many shows, to be with many people, with audience, applause, very emotional shows. Tomorrow there will be the sanitary pass, so every spectator would have to present a vaccination attestation or a negative PCR. So we don't know how it will be in the organization. Well, so it's quite absurd, but as the virus grows and spreads, there are these sanitary measures. And some shows were cancelled because of a case contact of a case corona. So it's well, it's very contrasted, because we have the shows, we have the audience, we have so many beautiful things, but there is the menace, the virus is here.
Incredible. So there are hundreds of shows going on. It looks like every other year, perhaps a bit more energetic feeling of enjoying. But and all of a sudden, midnight tonight, you will have to show your passport, your digital. Yeah, incredible. We had Tiago Rodriguez, the great artist from Portugal, with us on Segal Talk, and he has just been named actually as the Avignon director for the coming years. He was supposed to be with us for this 24-hour marathon, but then he said now he has to be in Avignon, couldn't come. Penda, you are writing, you're secluded, you're taking your time to work on your plays?
Yes, I'm in Strasbourg because I have two projects here, and I have to write two plays for Théâtre National de Strasbourg for September, and one of the play will be performed during this winter, I think in November, December, and it will tour in different. It won't tour in theaters, but outside in schools.
Yeah, tell us a little bit, and then we ask also Marie. Tell us a bit who you are and what you do.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Penda Diouf, and I'm a writer. I'm writing for opera and for theater. And I have a festival, the name is Jeunes Textes en Liberté, and we try to give more visibility to contemporary writers and to be aware of people, of different, of giving, sorry. And we try to give more opportunities to people who are not white, and to give to have another narrations on stage.
Yeah, and you started out right at a library. You were a library worker, and you then moved into writing.
Yeah, I was librarian. I was managing 4 libraries in the suburb of Paris, and 2 years ago I decided I'm sorry, to spend all my work to become a writer at full time.
At full time, incredible, incredible. Sort of a guardian, you know, to of literature, to produce, and perhaps everybody is at the same time. Marine, tell a bit about you.
Yes, I'm a playwright and a stage director. I am from a company which is based in Rennes, Brittany, which is called Lumière d'août. It's a reference to Faulkner, Light of August. And we are a few writers and directors, and from more than 15 years we work together. Everybody writes and invents shows. I work mostly about social and political issues, feminist, queer, and post-colonial issues. I think it's very important for me to write about this question with documentary approaches, but also with fiction. I like to mix things, to work about genealogies. And and we shared with Penda a lot of preoccupations, and we also do a little reading together.
Great, great.
Yeah.
That is so wonderful. Yeah. So how do you both feel? If I can ask both of you, and we share this session, you know, how is the mood at the moment in France between artists? And now we hear, you know, the Macron said, you know, everybody will have to get vaccinated. There are big protests against it. Some people even refer, it's like wearing the yellow star if like in the Nazi time, if you refuse to get vaccinated. How is the atmosphere at the moment in France, but also among artists?
Well, I think the Macron way to govern is quite unfair, because when he did this speech about the sanitary pass, and he also talked about the reform of retirement and of employment. Well, I think there can be a social crisis, revolution, but it's difficult, because when there is this sanitary threat, people can have a lot of anger, but maybe there is also fear of the virus. And among the artists, we were yes, we were cut it from our work, from our reason to be so many months. So now we are happy to be able to show our shows, our performances. And I don't know what will be the next year, and there are these political elections, and I really hope this situation won't be bad from extreme right, because it's a real threat too. Well, and I mean, we will be in a situation of social crisis, and well, what can do the artist? I think the artist, we talked already about this, but we need to go to get and to be outside the theaters, in the social, in the public space, in public spaces, just to concern and to invent collective energies for the future.
Mm-hmm. And how do you feel about the moment?
Well, I am tired. I try to keep energy for playing every day, and the beautiful thing is that when the public, when the people came to us at the end of the show and tell us how they were emotionally concerned, how they think about many stories, how for many days they think to our shows. So I think it gives sense and it gives meaning to our work, of course. And
thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Penda. Same to you. How are you? I know you are secluded now. How are you experiencing the moment? Is it influencing your writing?
I think it's a strange situation because we are living in developed countries, and we have the ability to travel all over the world as we want. And it's not the case for all people in the world. And now, because of the COVID and because of the vaccine, a lot of people cannot come here to work or cannot travel to work. I was doing a performance yesterday with other artists in Centre Pompidou in Paris yesterday, and an artist from England couldn't come because he didn't have all the stuff they asked to come in France, so he couldn't come, even if he had a test PCR negative. So it's very strange. I have to travel a lot in September, and I don't know if I will be able to do it for work. But in the same time, I know I'm privileged, and I know a lot of people are very precare. It's
complicated.
Yeah, and a lot of people. I think if we don't have a real a lot of demonstration or a revolution, as Marine said, I think that that people don't have a lot of energy enough because they are tired of what happened during 1.5 years.
So what do you write about? Tell us a bit, if you can. What are your story? What are you putting into words?
I am writing about a movement in England. The name is RAD, R-A-D, and they were only people in handicapped situation. And they were very radical because they used to throw some bombs or cocktail Molotov. And I wanted to write about it because I think we don't have a very fair view about people disability, and we always see people as passive, but not in a political way or militant or active. And I wanted to show that they can be affected by situations as everybody, and they can demonstrate as everybody and do radical stuff as everybody.
Yeah, and that's important. And I saw once a show, it was back-to-back theater in Australia, and was also with people with handicaps. And they basically, the idea of the show was, compared to artificial intelligence, we are all handicapped. Actually, they're just at various degrees. We have no way to compete, and it is actually time for us, what do you say, to create sense, put together and protest and fight for what we want. Maybe we go to the reading right away, and then we see what time we have left. If you can maybe tell us a little bit about it up front.
Yeah, I'm going to read a text. The name is Piste in French, Tracks, and it's about the genocide in Namibia at the beginning of the last century during the German colonization. And I will read the beginning, the prologue. Do you remember the dunes? Do you remember the dunes in Namibia? Do you remember the dunes in Namibia and the sand swaying on their slopes? The song of their slopes. The lap of the dunes in Namibia, from which grains of sand stream, falling one by one, rolling over themselves. Hastily from vertiginous small of the dunes back, they burn with impatience to roll on the ground, far from their point of origin. A place where they will no longer be seen, where they will see nothing, because their eyes have seen everything and their retinas have burned. They sing their lament in a flow as enchanting as it is baleful. A howling dune. It's the lament of the grain of sand roasted in the sun, in the Namibian desert, which rolls, falls, and tumbles. These are the tearless cries of the grains of sand, witness to ancient death. Witness to bodies emaciated by thirst, by other continents forgetting. The grains of sand, felled by the wind, wail their sadness for the bodies caught in the German trap. The slopes cry Big Mama's blues for the dead children. The Namib Desert, despite the signification of its name, shield, wasn't protected well enough. For the first time, the order was given to spare no one, men, women, and children. Beneath this radiant sun, in this lunar desert landscape, so beautiful it brings me to tears, men are dead. Men are dead. Only the mineral remembers, the grain of sand that tries to flee its reality, its eyes, its senses. It remembers and escapes. It sings. And when you tourist come hurtle down crazy dune, frolic on the red sides of Big Mama, surf on her wounded knoll, don't forget the song of the grain of sand. Don't forget the silent cry of the abandonment, sadness, and neglect. This song of the last century that still rings out today. Yeah, that's it.
Really, really, thank you. It's about the grain of sand and the song of the centuries, and not to forget. Marine, do you have something?
Yes. I would like to dedicate this small reading to Wake Foguin, which was a wonderful writer and actor from Cameroon, and he passed away from COVID because there was no more oxygen at the hospital. Well, and I will read a piece of a part of Capital Circulation, which is the play that we play in Avignon. And I will read the end of the show, which is about family memories, France, Vietnam, Russia, because we are three on the stage and coming from Vietnam, Russia, and France. Sorry. It all starts on a beach. I believe it all starts on a beach, at dawn or in broad daylight. A fish emerges from the water, grow legs and lungs. A missionary in a cassock lands on the shore and baptizes my Vietnamese grandmother with an enormous cross. Jesus multiplies the rice. A soldier fires at the head of a Tonkinese pirate shouting, "France is a champion of the world!" A swarm of Yankee helicopters approaches on the horizon to the tune of the Ride of the Valkyries. And old women practice Tai Chi, each with a hammer and cycle in hand. In the sea, decapitated statues float and bleed. All while hanging in the sky, a gigantic octopus with a smiling head of Ho Chi Minh spreads its dollar-colored tentacles and TV camera suckers. It does a Shiva dance and sings, "Long live red capitalism!" My grandfather walks on the beach, carrying his head filled with ghosts in his hand. And I believe that many exiles like him across the world always walk a little beside their soul. Legs and body here, the head remains somewhere else. And we, their descendants, we try to be all in one piece, feet rooted in the ground, body and head aligned on an axis to the sky. But injury or luck, we inherit their imbalance, their non-alignment. This early morning in Nha Trang, I try to measure my share of Vietnam and of France, my rate of capitalist indoctrination and my rate of communist ideal, what circulates in our cells. I feel us syncretic and alive. I think of the breath of change, the change in our eyes, the change in our loaves, the change in the pulsing of our veins. Thank you.
Wonderful, really, really. Thank you both. Thank you for sharing. And the octopus with the head of Ho Chi Minh, that's quite something, and that you stand beside you. So really, thank you both for joining. This is a very moving, and for all of you, we could have more time, but let's move on to Anne, and how wonderful that Sapan quoted you. So Anne, it's your time. You're on mute, maybe?
Of course, you'd think
Yeah.
after all these months. Frank, I just have one question for you.
Mhm.
Are you going to be awake for 24 hours?
I don't know yet. I've never done it. Maybe it was a foolish thing to do. I have no idea. We'll see.
Did you bring a lot of coffee? You have a lot of coffee
Yes,
with you?
I have had some coffee cans. Yes, yes.
I think you should make the effort because you've outdone Maria Abramovitz and the Artist is Present.
Yeah.
I think your time over this last year and a half has been extraordinary, and your presence has been extraordinary. I'm going to jump right in.
Yes.
Because it's probably take 18 minutes to read this since I read it out loud. And I'll dedicate this to Graham Vick, the opera director who I heard yesterday died of complications from COVID. And what I'm going to read is little snippets of, it's like a diary, but it's every month I write something for my company, City Company, on our blog, on our website. And I took little snippets from many of the months since COVID began. And the first one is March 2020. Does everybody remember March 2020? And I wrote this before the lockdown. March 2020. I'm disturbed by the increased reports of people on the streets being attacked for speaking a different language. You shouldn't speak other languages is a phrase shouted out regularly. Last month, a daughter and mother walking home from dinner were attacked on the streets of Boston because they were speaking Spanish. The attackers punched, kicked, and bit the two women, shouting, "This is America, speak English." I am likewise disturbed by the US president calling the coronavirus the Chinese virus. These are words and language that can engender virulent reactivity and destructive action. April 2020. Right now and across the planet, many of us are enacting what is being called social distancing. But perhaps social distance is a misnomer. We are indeed maintaining a physical distance, but I have noticed a concurrent escalation of social communion as well as spatial and temporal awareness. My wife Rena and I are at home in our garden flat in London with our puppy, Mabel. We do not know how long we will be confined to this space, but it will definitely be for quite some time. The space between us matters now more than ever. We are less casual about the quality of the space between us now because we know, without even discussing it, that we must get along. We must cultivate respect and take care for the love. One senses more than ever that marriage is a verb. Perhaps love is respect. On the streets of London, I've noticed a rapidly escalating awareness of spacing and timing. Normally, our attention to time and space is unconscious. We weave around one another, for the most part, avoiding collision, not even aware of the dance that we are enacting. With social distancing, I notice that people are becoming hyper aware of other people and the distance around and between them. Spatial relationship is critical, and the space between people is charged with wakeful tension. A couple of days ago, I was steering Mabel, that's our puppy, for a walk towards a nearby neighborhood cemetery that is run by the Royal Parks Department, and three drunk guys weaving closely together down the sidewalk careened past, almost bumping into me. I suddenly remembered a scene in Werner Herzog's haunting 1979 film Nosferatu, the Vampire, wherein dying villagers infected with the plague come out into the town square, dressed in their finest clothes, to enact a macabre dance with one another amidst coffins, bits of furniture, and untethered animals. I realized that we have a choice when it comes to how we act and interact in this current alarming crisis. Because every other person on the street or in a grocery store may be contagious, the space between us can be considered dangerous and charged with tension and threat. But these moments of social and spatial exchange, we can consciously choose how to respond and how to treat the space between us. We can either react to others with fear and selfishness, or we can project and communicate respect, friendliness, and good humor. We are now responsible for the whole space and for those within it. Being together in this way requires us to occupy the present moment with one another in a new and heightened way. Our interactions with one another are currently less casual, have higher stakes and greater meaning. Not only do we have to be apprehensive of what our hands touch, but the space between us matters and timing matters in a newly intensified way. Perhaps it would be useful to re-examine the notion of courtesy, which arose in the Middle Ages from the concept of chivalry and the chivalric code. Courtesy is not politeness. Rather, it teaches deference for the other person who very well may be dangerous, and to show respect and awareness of that danger. Courtesy requires both restraint and responsibility. May 2020. Normally, the more uncertain I am, the more I crave control. I want to feel in control, and I want to exert control because I feel safer when I believe that I can control things. But in the current confined to home state, I may not be alone experiencing the overwhelming sensation that I control next to nothing. In the face of this great unpredictability, I have the opportunity to consider issues of control in new ways. But in fact, uncertainty is intrinsic to the human condition. As much as we try to surround ourselves with as many guarantees as we can, we inhabit a sea of uncertainty. The age of enlightenment may have been the strong impetus in the human attempt to dominate the world through productiveness, political revolutions, industry, science, and technological developments. And now in 2020, this forward momentum, this seemingly unstoppable progress has come unexpectedly to a crashing halt. But this is not the first time that the pause button has been hit. We were taken surprise with the fall of the Soviet Union in 1989 and the collapse of the World Trade Center in 2001. These events happened unexpectedly, although in retrospect, perhaps they were, as the coronavirus, inevitable. But we were not prepared, and governments who knew about the threats did not prepare. Now, in the rush to control the virus, we see how little, in fact, we do control. Right now, the true nature of uncertainty is present and palpable. The vast number of job losses caused by the coronavirus shutdown rises daily. The uncertainty about when it will be safe to be reunited with family, friends, and coworkers is real and actual. The inability for many to comfort those in hospitals feels untenable. I cannot stop imagining the suffering and loneliness of the people who are dying and the suffering of those who love them and are forbidden any kind of expressions of tenderness and love, not to mention the lack of the rights that are essential to mourning and elemental to any civilization. But perhaps in light of this pandemic, we can shift our expectations. The prospect of a secure future was always an illusion anyway. Currently, we know very little about the coronavirus, about its origin or its real harmfulness. We are facing a great unpredictability and perhaps an upcoming social upheaval with radical economic consequences. In this new landscape, we can reflect upon uncertainty and reevaluate our assumptions about what matters. Moving forward, we will definitely be called upon to innovate, to activate our imaginations in new ways and proceed with empathy and dignity. We will be required to invent a new reality within unfamiliar circumstances. These innovations and the actions that will have to happen in order to arrive at them will require reason, ingenuity, trust, and courage, plus an openness to new scientific, social, economic, and political paradigms. June 2020. Political movements are successful only when they converge with an aspect of resonance. The words, "I can't breathe," have been echoing around the planet and have now finally hit a widespread sympathetic nerve. A man on the precipice of life and death pleads for the one thing he needs to live. The impact of the cell phone recorded physical violence and those three real and palpable words are inescapable, reprehensible, and shocking. These three words also became a powerful and meaningful metaphor for powerlessness and social injustice. The primal human fear, suffocation, not being able to breathe, speaks volumes and resonates with each of us. The metaphor I becomes in empathy and solidarity a we. We empathize instantly with the inability to breathe, and we can each feel the personal terror of being in that condition. From the trope, "I can't breathe," an outpouring of empathy, not hate, has motivated millions of fellow humans to exit their homes after long confinement and to hit the streets in protest against brutality, social inequity, and unfair police practices. August 2020. I traveled from New York to London on March 11th, 2020, carrying a small suitcase and expecting to stay for 1 week with my wife, Rena. And now it's mid-August and I'm still in the UK with no idea about when it will be safe to return home. This is not what I planned and it's not what I had in mind, but this is the situation now. These are the circumstances. Since then, how many lives have been lost? How many jobs? How many plans and projects have been put on endless delay? How many evictions, hurricanes, fires, and how much civil unrest? Where will it end? When shall we reemerge again, blinking in the daylight? We are experiencing a time of seismic rupture and nothing short of a paradigm shift. One thing that is guaranteed, things will be different afterwards, and things must be different. Meanwhile, the tide has gone out to reveal the dark underbelly of the capitalist enterprise spread out upon the proverbial ocean floor. What can we now perceive so clearly is the detritus, the environmental waste, and the racial and economic inequality that has been submerged in the ocean of our busyness, willful neglect, and heedless consumption. December 2020. Recently, during a public Zoom conversation with the choreographer Bill T. Jones, I mentioned that his work has always seemed political to me, rooted in the big social issues of the time, including AIDS, social justice, and questions of mortality. At first, he countered by suggesting that the Black body is inherently political. Then he said that in the period following his partner Arnie Zane's death, French journalists would interview him in an attempt to understand his art-making practice. They would say, "You are an artiste engagé," that is, an artist engaged in the world. This would inevitably lead to discussions about identity, history, race, and sexuality. Jesse Green wrote in the New York Times, quote, "In the wake of Trumpism, Black Lives Matter, and the coronavirus pandemic, many theater makers, through readings and other nonfiction performances that recreate real-world events, are grappling with politics more directly than ever before." End quote. Perhaps the trials that we are currently undergoing can teach us to look critically and re-examine our assumptions about the institutions and the systems in which we function. Perhaps we can reify the notion of art as resistance to the status quo, with the understanding that if you do not actively resist the currents of the day, you will be swallowed by them. To function with force and consequence within a consumerist capitalist culture, perhaps it is necessary to be an artiste engagé. January 2021. When we emerge from the current COVID theater shutdown, I have a feeling that it will be useful to look towards the lessons that site-specific theater provides. Will we be staging plays out of doors and in non-theatrical environments? Everything is up for discussion now. But meanwhile, there exists a palpable and energetic creative impulse. Audiences' appetite for theatrical adventures has not diminished at all, and artists are no less creative, and they are ready to make and share theatrical journeys with audiences, and perhaps more readily than before COVID. What is at issue now is, quote, the delivery system, which is the term that theater director Stima Sueco uses for our theaters and their administrative and producing structures. The function of the delivery system is to connect artists and audiences with artists. Perhaps now is the moment to face the fact that the theater has already become impenetrable fortress for many. The barriers that kept audiences from connecting with artists, whether financial, geographical, or psychological, had already been radically compromised pre-COVID. But in this moment of cultural and political change, these barriers can be uprooted. Because so many theater buildings will not have earned money since March of 2020, with social distancing upon re-entry, they will be facing severe restrictions on audience size. Putting on plays may become unaffordable. The financial picture will inevitably lead to the decision to only stage small cast plays at high admission prices. But money cannot fix all of the problems that we face. We need to think about finances differently. Perhaps the way to return is not by making small, affordable shows in closed spaces with lots of empty seats and a new ventilation system. Perhaps encouraging audiences to be in close physical proximity is simply too dangerous for a while, and so we may need to bring people together in less intimate spaces. Rather than becoming risk averse, we need to summon the courage to take the reins firmly in hand and become more innovative and entrepreneurial than ever before. February 2021. In our current moment of cultural, social, and political rupture, perhaps the deconstructivist impulse has finally outlived its usefulness. In a time of social reckoning, pandemic considerations, increased consumerism, narcissism, and wildly escalating digital culture, have we deconstructed to the point of meaninglessness? Perhaps now is the time to stop taking things apart. Perhaps now is the time to reconstruct and rediscover the art of storytelling while asking the questions, whose stories are we telling, who are they for, and how are they conveyed? June 2021. In September, my new book, The Art of Resonance, will be published by Methuen Bloomsbury. This past May, I spent several days in a recording studio in London speaking the book into audio existence for Digital Theatre Plus, an online service for those engaged in theater and arts education. The recording will appear concurrently with the book. I'm enthusiastic to share the book as well as the audio version with you. I wrote the bulk of The Art of Resonance during lockdown in the UK, in London. In some ways, it felt strange to write about resonance during such tragic and stuck times. I worried that the subject of resonance would feel too rarefied, too distant from the unfolding events, from the roiling unrest, the pandemic, and from the pressing issues that were floating to the surface and taking on great meaning in the world day by day. And yet, I also understood that the pandemic, as well as the ongoing social and political crises, provided a unique opportunity to re-examine the fundamental tenets of theater and art making. Lockdown offered the opportunity to slow down and ask the most basic questions about the art of theater. What are we doing? How are we doing it, and why? What is the platform upon which we stand? What are the values upon which we may build a future? How to adjust, how to return to making theater in a way that is inclusive and productive and that capitalizes on what the theater does best while addressing the issues and circumstances of our time. July 2021. I have deeply ambivalent feelings about the fact that Zoom has been the baseline of almost every day during the past year and a half. I imagine that I share with others who've been similarly engaged the sensation of a wedge being driven through the brain at the end of each day. Zoom is mentally exhausting, and the body, generally hunched over for long stretches of time, pays a severe toll. I remain deeply ambivalent and weary of Zoom, and yet the medium has allowed me to remain connected with the communities that I care about and to remain close to those I am invested in. My need for connection with others has been greatly aided by platforms such as Zoom. But I miss reading the entire body and experiencing the symphony of movement, shape, and tempo. I miss breathing with others, and I miss how my breathing is changed by how others are breathing. I miss being present with other people, reading their body language, empathizing with subtleties of their struggles, and moving with them through space and time. I miss synchronizing my movements with others. Some days I detest the very online medium that connects us. Not only does spending time on Zoom send a wedge through my brain, but I'm too easily distracted and fatigued by the consecutive hours of staring into the computer screen. And theater performances on Zoom generally depress me. I find it hard to concentrate, and I hate how I find myself not caring as much as I do when I'm present and in person. Last paragraph. Nevertheless, Zoom does provide some valuable benefits. Even though I feel saddened by the isolation, I'm also moved by the extraordinary efforts of others to connect across airwaves. I do enjoy watching people in their living rooms and their bedrooms, and I'm fascinated by the details of their living spaces, how their rooms are decorated, what they choose to show, or what they must visually reveal by circumstance. Occasionally, my efforts to be supportive pay off, and now and again, I feel even tangible enthusiasm. Sorry for going over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you. And this is a great time. Thanks, Marine. Thanks, Panda, Sapan, and Amanda Gunn for translating for Marine. So this was a very important session. So really thank you, Anne. And also, I do remember, bigot-wise, I think you said, slow the fuck down, everybody, in COVID. And so many people refer to it. So let's move over right away. And Panda, Marine, and Sapan, have a good and great day. And really thank you for taking the time for joining us. And we are here already in our next session, and that back team in Bangalore is just amazing how that all works. Bye-bye to everybody who was with us.
Thank you.
And we have now with us quite an incredible lineup again that goes from Kenya to Switzerland and to the US, and we have Washington with us, and Eva, and I think Rupali and Pradeep will join us from India, and Catania hopefully will also be there. I see her name up there. So thank you all. Before we start very fast, Eva, where are you and what time is it?
I'm near Zurich, Switzerland, and it is 2 minutes past 10 in the evening.
Great. Washington, where are you?
I am in Nairobi, Kenya, and it is 11:03.
Amazing. Anne?
I can't believe you did this, Frank.
We got it done, yes.
I'm in New York, the epicenter of the pandemic, but it's only 4 in the afternoon. It's quite hot, and I had to put an ice cube tray under my laptop to keep it from overheating.
Amazing. This is high-tech and low-tech solutions. Rupali and Pradeep, where are you? And let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about you and your work.
Sure. Hi, I'm Rupali. This is Pradeep. And we are in Pune, which is about 150 kilometers away from Mumbai or Bombay. And it's raining.
So this is the northeast of India?
No, the west.
Just
the
east.
west.
Mumbai is on west.
Mumbai is on west, but we are on the western part of Maharashtra.
Okay.
India. And it's raining currently, so it's cooler. So we'll just introduce ourselves. We'll go in
please.
turns. Perhaps I'll go first. So hi, I'm Rupali Bhave. I'm a theater practitioner. I'm an actor. I'm a theater trainer. I'm a translator. And I work with a collective called SMART, which stands for Strategic Management in the Art of Theater. And I have founded my organization called Jacaranda, through which I work with children between the ages of 10 and 16. And I teach theater, I create plays with them. And Pradeep?
I'm Pradeep Vaidya. Hi, and I am a writer, director, lights and setting designer, music composer, and theater trainer. I recently co-created a black box space, first of its kind in Pune, titled The Box. I co-created it with Rupali, and we started the work for that particular venue just before the first lockdown, and that is now in shape right now. So this is what we are.
Amazing. And so we heard, from Anarupa, about the complicated situation that India is experiencing. Less than one, most probably less than 1, or perhaps less than 2% vaccinated, perhaps up to 3 million victims of COVID. Nobody knows exactly the numbers. And Anarupa pointed us the picture, how hard it is to get, food and the basic things to artists, that so many people are leaving the profession, that artist town, she's so close to 10, 15,000 artists who are traveling artists, are deserting it. And she says it's existential and devastating. So we just welcome Abhishek, the great playwright and director from India, the co-creator of the marathon here. And it came out all of a conversation with him, that we do this. When Abhishek said, this is a political crisis. It's almost state-sponsored murder. India has enough resources, but it's not organized in a way that is really helping us. And the only thing that would help us is some attention from the outside. It was a sentence he said, and then we decided to do this big 24-hour marathon. So Rupali and Pradeep, what do you see? How is the moment in your place? How do you feel?
It's very difficult, and it's kind of a roller coaster. It has been throughout the pandemic, but more so now, well, when the pandemic first started, the lockdown happened like this overnight. And just all of a sudden, everything came to a standstill. And that was a pretty big shock in itself. And the first month especially was excruciating, just figuring things out and dealing with it and all that. Then we got into a rhythm of that. Then slowly things started opening, and very naively we thought, well, we are soon inching towards the end of this all. And then the second wave hit, and then there's the lockdown, and now it's even worse than before. The thing is, one thing that is very, very striking, like Anurupa said or Abhishek has mentioned to you earlier, Frank, is the staggering apathy of the powers that be. In fact, they've behaved in a very myopic and self-serving manner, and thousands are suffering, have been suffering. And since we belong to theater, we know firsthand what is happening with the theater workers and how difficult the situation is for them. And so that's there, that's very difficult, very disturbing, in fact, rage-inducing, if I might say so. But on the other hand, something that's very heartening is that ordinary people have stepped up to help other people in need. And without any kind of support from the government machinery, the administration or so, just ordinary people coming to the help of other ordinary people. And I'm so happy to say and see that artists and especially theater practitioners have been at the forefront of relief work. And so that kind of gives us hope as well.
To give some examples in theater that we are doing, we ran our plays for 7 months, from September to April, and during that time, our ordinary, otherwise who are considered ordinary, our backstage members, backstage workers, they decided that we will not charge for anything that will supply to the theater makers in Pune. So whatever shows happened at our venue, they just charge for their own labor charges, but they did not charge for the material that was given to those presenters of shows or whatever. Secondly, as Rupali said, common persons are reacting in a collaborative manner. They are proactive, they are supportive. But those who are playing in millions, those who are close to power, those who are millionaires are not just considerate at all in any kind of situation which affects the economics. Like we lost 10%, sorry, 1/3 of our project cost just on holding the space, holding that place over the lockdown. 1/3 of our project cost in just paying the rent for the lockdown period. And that's insane.
Yeah,
that's insane. I mean, nobody is considerate that there is no income, there is nothing that is happening, the activity is not allowed, and still that is happening.
Also, the very weird thing is that the state of Maharashtra has allowed performances with a restricted capacity, but they put in a rider that yet every municipality can decide for itself. And so strangely, Pune Municipal Corporation, the city that where we live in, decided that all businesses can partially resume except for theater alone. And so in Pune, there's no theater happening. And I fail to see the logic. There is no study, there is no scientific evidence to prove that theater causes or helps to spread. I'm laughing out of frustration, actually.
Interestingly, we conducted a survey from among those around 1,000 people who attended shows during those 7 months, and
at
we
the
got
box.
at the box, and we got responses from 240 people. So we had 240 respondents from the around 1,000 people who came in as audience. And from those 240, we had only 3 cases who were COVID positive within the 5 days window from where they came to the box. Out of them, just 1 had no other evidence of having contact anywhere else. I mean, he contacted COVID somewhere in between that zone. But there is no such evidence, there is no such survey that was done over millions of people who contacted COVID over 1.5 years. I have written to the CM, to the mayor of our municipality, that we must conduct those behavioral studies, giving them example of AIDS. I mean, HIV was earlier considered as sexually transmitted disease, but then afterwards, as the studies went on, it came to notice that it was transmitted through needles, it was transmitted through lifestyle, and there were several other factors they were also involved. But we are going on the same old model that was presented to us 18 months back.
Yeah, and I think statistics, at least also in Germany, that were done, shows theater spaces are quite of the safest one. It is office spaces without windows. It is restaurant closed spaces, very small businesses without ventilation. It was the same absurd situation in France. Libraries and bookstores had to close. Alcohol stores were open. Churches could open to any kind of numbers of singing church members, but even 20 or 30% seating in theaters was not allowed. There is absolutely no sense to it, and it just shows, the kind of prejudice against it. So, but how can that be? A question to Rupali, Pradeep, and Abhishek. How can it be that Abhishek has to be up night after night after night, connecting hundreds and hundreds of people, talking to people who are dying? And actually did die. He said, we talk to people, we can get them to the hospitals, and they often die. Our volunteers freak out. They leave it. They cannot take it. They have psychiatric care as needed. Abhishek became an expert in buying oxygen machine and repairing them. How can that be? What is wrong in India in that sense? What do you feel is missing? It's a rich country. It's a technologically innovative country. It has, as Abhishek said, all the things that could be done. What is wrong? What is missing?
According to me, I think COVID is no more calamity for our politicians. It's an opportunity for them to get something out of that. They are just riding on that wave to extract individual benefits, their own benefits for their political whatever. I mean, the advantages that they can take out of that situation. They are not really concerned about public health. They are not really concerned about anything that we are talking about right now.
It's shocking, and the rich flew out on private planes and make more money. Rupali and Pradeep, did you prepare a reading for us? Did you bring something if you want to share? Yeah?
Sure. We'd like to. Yes. In the email I received from Tanvi, she had said that bring it in as a tribute to somebody who passed on. I am just going to expand that sphere a little bit, and I'm going to recite and sing a poem in Hindi by an eminent poet, Gulzar ji. I am going to share the English translation on screen, and it's an extract of his poem that speaks to hope, and that says, "Don't lose hope yet." And I would like to share this for everybody who's lost their spirit, their passion, their livelihood, and their life. So this is for all of them. I'm just going to share screen, and let's see. Where is it? Oh. English translation, where is it? Just pardon me, I'm just going to quickly. Oh no. A minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I'll share it and I'll recite.
Yeah.
Okay, is it visible?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. अभी न पर्दा गिराओ ठहरो के दास्तां आगे और भी है अभी न पर्दा गिराओ ठहरो अभी न पर्दा गिराओ ठहरो अभी तो टूटी है कच्ची मिट्टी अभी तो बस जिस्म ही गिरे हैं अभी तो किरदार ही बुझे हैं अभी सुलगते हैं रूह के गम अभी धड़कते हैं दर्द दिल के अभी तो एहसास जी रहा है अभी न पर्दा गिराओ ठहरो के दास्तां आगे और भी है अभी न पर्दा गिराओ ठहरो.
Wonderful. Thank you. Don't drop the curtain yet. Wait, feeling still lives on. You know. So why did you choose this poem?
To me, it represents in part the loss that we have suffered, and yet the hope and the will to go on beyond all of this and survive and then thrive. And that's the meaning that this holds for me. It's also about actually about death. So the interesting thing is 3 days before the first lockdown hit, we performed the 25th show of one of our performances called Parting with Words, which is about which is a performance, a presentation of death poetry. And then the lockdown, the pandemic hit, the lockdown happened, and the last year and a half or more has been repetition of death of all kinds.
Yeah.
So Pradeep will now sing a Sanskrit verse from the ancient Indian scriptures, Upanishads, and I'm going to share the translation of that, English translation of that on screen now.
Okay.
Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityormamritam gamaya sarvepi sukhinah santu sarve santu niramaya sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kaschid dukkha bhagavati.
Wonderful, wonderful. Really, really, thank you so much. Let awareness lead me to the truth. I think this is what we really need, to be aware and the truth, and because the truth is the truth, and it is not debatable. So thank you both, really, really, for joining, for being with us. Thank you. I hope you can.
Tanvi, Frank, HowlRound for this initiative. We are very,
of course,
very
this is the least we can do to also share our compassion for Abhishek and everybody. But let's move on. I hope you both can stay to Eva and Washington, actually, and Catania, who was with me on the Segal talk, and we also often speak and talk. She said, you know, you really should think about Eva and Washington and to invite them. So tell us, both of you, you know, what did you both do together? Who are you, for everybody who don't know you are? Maybe Eva, you start.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Eva. I mostly live and work in Switzerland. I direct, sometimes I act, and recently with the pandemic, increasingly I've been writing. About 60% of my work, I work with non-professional actors in Switzerland. We have a very strong sort of community theater scene that has to do with the fact that the language that we speak is not a proper language, but we still speak it. And so that's quite interesting because that way I work a lot in rural communities. I believe the divide between sort of conservative versus progressive, etc., that every country knows. Well, in our case, it's a city countryside divide. So that's why it's very rewarding to do this work with amateurs.
Washington, tell us a bit about you.
My name is Washington Omondi Obwanda. I'm a Kenyan director. I live in Nairobi, Kenya. And also I'm a community director, forum theater facilitator, and also I train high school drama festivals.
Yeah. So, and you both collaborated together, and it was so complicated, right? And you were trying to bring him to Switzerland, and it was not really possible, right?
Well, actually, when we collaborate, the two of us were just fine. It's sort of the world that seems to have some kind of a problem with it. So we collaborate. We're edging towards our third collaboration. We worked once together in Kenya on a forum theater play about female dressing, how females dress and modesty, and like everybody having an opinion on it. This was devised by the company and then written by Washington and directed by him. And then a couple of years later, we started working on a part documentary, sort of a mixture between theater and a video installation with a third lady. And the difficulty there was that we wanted to do the first series of performances in Switzerland and to get Washington to be allowed to travel to the Schengen area was quite a little adventure, because clearly a Kenyan theater maker is the greatest threat ever to the Festung Europa, to the stronghold of Europe.
Yeah, it was quite shocking, you know, when you spoke to us, you know, what difficulties you had to go through. We thought this is no longer the case, you know, how we spoke about India, also about the complications, the castiness, as someone said before, you know, but that this is also part of your experience in Washington. How is the moment? How do you at the moment experience the corona? How is it in your place in Kenya? Are people more affected, less? Is it getting better or worse? What is going on?
Okay, here is still we are still struggling because even we are not even reached 1% of us has not even gotten the first dose of the vaccine. So the corona is still spreading. So far, we have around almost 5,000 people who had died because of corona. And then we always have not less than 3,737 cases of those people who have tested positive so far. And in a daily basis, we always report not less than 20 people dying every day because of corona. So those who are, at least we are struggling to get vaccine from countries in Europe, but still is we just have to be patient, because we were told that the vaccine was supposed to arrive like last month. Until now, we are in the second month. We are still waiting for the vaccine. People are still dying of COVID. Just yesterday in the news, they were trying to approximate that maybe around next year in August is now when at least our country will be somehow free from this COVID. But again, we are not sure about it. And then ironically, the politicians, you know, next year we are having our general elections. So the politicians have started campaigning, and they don't care about the people, because, you know, the social distancing, the COVID restrictions, they just do their campaigns, and that also help in spreading of the disease. But we believe, because it's around 1% of the population, have at least received the 2 vaccines. And most probably they are the ones who have already received the 2 vaccines, so they are okay. And now they are going around campaigning, and people are gathering and all sorts of those things. So we are expecting our 4th wave, maybe in 2 weeks from now.
2 weeks
Then
from now,
other part of the country has been locked down. Like right now, they have locked down around more than 6 counties in Kenya because of the COVID. When there was an outbreak from India, and you see in the western part of Kenya, we have so many Indians who are businessmen. They do business there. So when the outbreak was in their country, some of them came to Kenya, and now the politicians were saying that the ones who is spreading the COVID in those part of Kenya, and now they decided to lock them those counties down. So it's really tough. It's still
complicated.
Very complicated.
And you have to think that Africa is a country where there is not enough money to buy measles shots. 400,000 people die each year of malaria anyway. And now, of course, this catastrophe is hitting, and there will also be no real solution for the Western world if there's not everyone on planet Earth is vaccinated. It is so complex and complicated. You are what we think one of the advanced countries in the world is Switzerland. Where are you? So how is the situation there?
So our vaccination is progressing among those who choose to be vaccinated. Since mid-April, things have been opening up at quite a rapid pace. I've noticed that when it comes to theater gigs happening, it's a bit of a watershed in that people who consider theater a business and a means to gain revenue, they are very hesitant to produce. And those who see theater as a mean of civic discourse, as something that needs to be, they are out there and they are finding ways that theater can happen regardless. And this actually applies to city, countryside, regardless. I just want to, after what Washington said, I want to share an anecdote that happened to me today, just to sort of tell you where we're at. So I think about roughly 40% of our population has received both vaccines. I think that's where we're at. So today I accompanied an elderly person to the pharmacy to get their first vaccine. This was shortly before the pharmacy closed. And as the pharmacy, I waited with the person. You have to wait 15 minutes to see if you're okay with the vaccine. And then the pharmacists were phoning around frantically. They had extra vaccine doses. They were trying to get people to come in to be vaccinated, and they eventually gave up, telling me that, well, you know, it's one of the first sunny days in a while. The people are all sitting at the lake. That's why they're not coming in to be vaccinated. They chucked those doses. I feel so ashamed.
Yeah, it is shocking to think, you know, how hard people around the world fight. For us also in New York now, it's of course better how complicated it was to get any shot. And it is just, it's devastating. Washington, Eva, we can continue conversation, but did you prepare a reading? Will you share something with us?
Yes, we both wrote a couple of lines, and what we'd like to do is, one of the aspects of our work is that they're sort of multilingual in all kinds of ways. So what we'll have is we'll share the text on the screen in English, and then Washington will first recite the lines in a mixture of Luo and Swahili, and then I'll do it in Swiss German. So Frank, don't be confused if you don't understand me. I'm speaking your language 500 years ago.
Okay.
Washington, shall we have a go?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Give me a moment to get the English text on the screen, and then, let's see. All right.
Okay, I will start. I'll go first. I'll read the first stanza with my mother tongue, my first language, which is a Luo. I'm a Luo, So I will read it with my mother tongue. Now the title is Artist's Grief. So that is Yuak Mar Artist. COVID no obiro gi buombe ka goyo koko kendo ne duongo dhoudni to ere iwe.
Künstler sein Schmerz. Psychisch gekommen, geflügelt, schreiend mit Karacho vor unsere Tür. Aber wo ist jetzt ihre Stachel?
This is a Kiswahili translation. Huzuni inatuambia imeisha, lakini bado mioyo yetu ingali inazunika.
Der Schmerz sagt uns, es ist vorbei. Und das Herz sagt, es ist Gegenwart.
Ka wanyalo weyo chunywa mondo onyiswa ni masira oserumo, to ng'eyo gimomiyo wanyalo buok kendo wanyalo kweyo piny.
Wenn wir nur glauben könnten, dass Ärgst vorbei ist, könnte es vielleicht besser werden. Wenn wir nur den Grund könnten verstehen, könnten wir lächeln und den Tränenstrom abtupfen.
Chochote tutaletewa na kizazi zijayo, ama chochote tutakumbana nayo baada ya corona, baada ya corona kuisha, bado haitabadilisha uchungu corona ilituletea. Lakini nina imani kwamba watu ambao tuliwapoteza watakuwa wanatuangalia kwa furaha, wakitabasamu na kusema tumeshinda corona kwa sababu hatukukufa moyo.
Egal was kommt, in der Zukunft oder nach der Seuche, die wir verloren haben, schauen freundlich auf uns ab und sagen, gut gemacht, habt ihr nicht aufgegeben.
Na spirit zao zitazidi kukua na sisi. Mola aweke nyoyo zao mahali pema peponi.
Und im Geist werden sie immer bei uns sein. Mögen sie Ruhe und Frieden finden. And then the answer to the grieving friend.
Yuak mar osiep. Ka anyalo temo wacho ni bed gi kwe, yani ang'eyo lit mi ikale to anyalo bedo ka awuondou. Chal kaka anyalo sayo jaduong' ma piny osechamo mondo obed gi mor kata othagore.
Für einen lieben Mensch, der trauert. Wenn ich dir sagen will, komm, lass dich trösten, dann meine ich eigentlich, mich frisst dein Schmerz. Was gar nicht so viel anders ist als denen, wo du den alten Mann angefleht hast zu bleiben.
Tumelelewa tukijua tunaweza saidia kila kitu na kupima tabia zetu na uzito wao. Kuona wapendwa wetu wakiumia, wakilia na kuhuzunika. Hiyo tu ni thibitisho ya kwamba tumefeli.
Wir glauben ja, wir müssen alles flicken. Und das Resultat, das gibt dem Handeln Wert. Wenn jemand von uns trauert, grennt, leidet, dann haben wir das Gefühl, wir haben da versagt.
Lakini haukutoka nyumbani kwake. Ulikaa karibu na yeye. Ingali matumaini ilishakuondokea. Bali ulimpatia kila kitu uwezavyo. Ambaye ni wewe. itakuwaje uliamua kuwa hivyo?
Und trotzdem bist du in dem Zimmer geblieben, wo man lang gewusst hat, dass es nicht mehr wird. Und hast das gegeben, wo nur du kannst, dies Dasein.
Bila kutarajia chochote, ulihakikisha kuwa uko hapo na yeye. Ulimshikilia na kuishi pamoja.
Die Demut, die du gehabt hast, lehrt mich jetzt. Es braucht kein Wollen, Machen, Helfen, Tun. Stattdessen Schnuff und Raum und einfach da sein.
Wonderful, wonderful. Really, really, really thank you. Yeah, so what it said, no matter what the future will bring, we have to go on. And at the very end, Eva, you also related actually to this ancient Sanskrit poem that Pradeep sang to us and spoke to us, you know, that is about presence, you know, and being there in the moment. This is quite quite stunning. So you, how did you collaborate for this? You went back and forth over email, Zoom for this reading, or you had it already written, or you created it for this marathon?
We created it for this marathon. Our main means of communication, weirdly, is WhatsApp. And it's quite interesting that we sort of both went into our rooms and wrote something, and then it turns out that Washington has written a lament and I've written a consolation. So we're like, oh, that's interesting.
It's like an old Greek concept of theater, the lament and the consolation. And then you could say, what's up? You say a poem, that's what's up. And so it came up. So that is fantastic. Abhishek, what do you think?
I think it's very beautiful. Thank you, Eva and Washington, for sharing that. And of course, Rupali and Pradeep for everything that you have shared. And hello, Anne. So good to see you again.
So you guys know each other, right? Tell us about it.
Anne is my godmother in New York City. And she's godmother to many people in New York City. And I'm one of those children who wander in the world.
And one to Washington too, right? Yes. And his children, yes.
Yeah.
How did you guys meet, Abhishek, you and Anne?
The first time I met Anne was at the Lincoln Center Director's Lab.
You applied and she let you in.
She let me in, yeah. And then she kept me. And then since then, she has been letting me in several times. And I never fail to meet her when I go there. So yeah, so it's always great to meet Anne.
We moved,
I was just saying that, you know, one of the things I was thinking of, I'm really intrigued by this survey that Rupali and Pradeep were talking about. I didn't know that there was such a concrete survey that both of you have done about, you know, the correlation between coronavirus and theater. Obviously, you know, it's so great that this has happened. But I think if we do a survey of theater and totalitarianism, there is an inverse correlation. So essentially, the idea of shutting down theaters very quickly is something we see very often. You know, like in India, they would do a religious function with, you know, 1 million people, but not open a theater with, you know, 20 people.
Yeah.
And I think the correlation is with this other virus of totalitarianism. Then
I remember Abhishek said, when we had a Segal talk, you said, I said, does your theater has relevance? Do you feel it has impact? He says, if my theater gets shut down, you know, by the government, but the movies and the million people relations stay open, yes, it has an impact. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. We had our talks with Poland, and the Polish people said, we are on the same level with sex workers. We were like on the lowest, and when massage sex salons will reopen, then also theaters will open, and it just shows you what the people in power think of it. And welcome. Tell us a little bit about you for those people who don't know who you are.
Hi, everyone. Well, I'm basically here because I always do what Frank tells me. And so I'm very glad to see many old friends. And I know many people on this call through this program the Lincoln Center Directors Lab that I've been running for 25 years. So it's nice to see you all. I don't have anything prepared. I'm feeling
That's
bad about
fine.
that.
No.
But I did want to come with a slightly different point of view, maybe, and that's this. I think the main thing that we have to realize is that we don't know so much yet. We know a lot, and every day that goes by, we begin to know more scientifically about how the virus sheds. I'm in the middle of New York City. I've been locked in an apartment for over 15 months, not far from Frank's apartment. We actually saw each other for the first time after a year. And we were the epicenter of the first wave of the virus. And we had absolutely no idea why. We just knew that the streets were filled with stretchers and people were pouring into hospitals. Well, the answer turns out to have emerged a couple of months later, which is the reason that New York was the epicenter was because we have 3 huge airports in New York. They don't have them in Texas or Colorado or California. We have LaGuardia, Kennedy, and Newark. And everyone thought the virus was coming from China, so flights from China were restricted. But actually, I think the virus was coming from Switzerland, Eva. I think it was a skier who came with the first variants, a super spreader, went home, went to church, and then just suddenly 300,000 people got sick, and no one had any idea. So I think it's, first of all, important to remember that not only do we have a medical emergency, we have a sort of psychic emergency of distrust and anger and lack of information. And people are jumping on people. You're not telling us this, or they're doing this for this reason. And sometimes that turns out to be true, and sometimes that turns out to be not true at all, because we simply don't know enough yet. The one thing that I wanted to say specifically that was very impressive to me was when I was in school, in college, my roommate was a scientist, a cell biologist, who's been a professor of cell biology now for many years. We're all old. So of course I called her when this began, and she said within 24 hours, there was an international Twitter feed of scientists, and everyone in the world was on that Twitter feed, and everyone just started posting everything that they thought, they found, they had tried, etc. She said it was the largest Twitter feed she'd ever seen. And I think it actually began because a scientist was at the airport in China speaking to a friend who was a scientist in Australia, and they were just about to board and said, okay, I'm just gonna upload the DNA profile of this virus. And that got it to Australia, not the virus, the profile, and then they sent it around the world. And at one point she said students at the University of Washington were doing more sequencing than any part in the world, any group in the world. And so I think for us as theater people, there's something to be said for staying in touch, making work, sharing, that doesn't, that brings out what we do best, which is collaborating, which is making work that we know how to make. We can assume, since we're not stupid, that people will be profiteering off of this, that people will be using this for political purposes, but that's not what we do. We do something very different. And I think that one of the great miracles of this past year was the speed in which a reverse RNA virus was sequenced, a vaccine was made that actually works. I mean, that would have normally taken 10 years, and it was done it was done completely internationally. It wasn't one country that did it. It was a worldwide group of scientists. And then the next step was manufacturing it. And that was a nightmare until people began to figure that out. And now we have to get it out to people, but we at least know that it is effective. So to me, in the middle of this, I'm still in the theater district in New York. I'm trying to keep my head together, although it's not easy, to focus on what I actually know, not what I suspect. And I of course know that everybody is going to be, profiteering from this, not telling the truth. That's just the way that life is. But I think you have to stay, as we do in theater, with people you collaborate with, that you love, and keep yourself and your family safe. Unfortunately, I don't have, none of us, I don't think, have a way of taking those doses that Eva saw thrown out at the pharmacy in Switzerland and transporting them. But the stories that we can tell, and the ideal that we have of not attacking one another, of staying together, is what we have to offer in this. And we thought it was beginning to be over. It will be over, we know that. It's just a question of how much more we have to go through. And each of us are talking from different parts of the world. We're in different stages of this. If you had spoken to me this time last year, I would have been in a totally different place. Yeah. But we're beginning to emerge from this. But now we have other political divisions. We need to get these vaccines out to the rest of the world. They have to be distributed to the rest of the world. And I don't know that there's a role for theater in that, but perhaps ideally we could find a way. It'd be nice if theaters would become vaccination sites, that people would need to come to us to get vaccinated. But I think it's that feeling of love and of community is something that we know how to do, surrounded by people who are doing things for reasons so awful that we don't even want to talk about them.
I mean, it shows the extreme, like in war, someone said, I think James Hillman wrote a book about war where he said it brings out the very best, the worst, the absolute worst, but also the mankind and love. And I think in a way we see the Abhisheks on one hand who stay up night after night in his team and everybody to save lives. And then you see, people who, put up fake vaccination passports, or do price gouging. It's incredible. And I also know, maybe it must be of interest for our viewers and for your colleagues, your neighborhood changed, more than that. Maybe tell a little bit. There's nobody, when I tell people that they don't believe me fully, but tell a little bit about your neighborhood. What happened in COVID?
Yeah, I actually live very close. I'm in the theater district. And this is the place that you watch on New Year's Eve when you see the ball come down and the whole world is crammed into Times Square. And my husband walked to his studio every morning for the last 16 months. And for maybe 14 months of that, Times Square, he was the only person in Times Square. Everyone in the city left. Not everyone in this part of the city left. The newspapers left. There's no reporting on what's going on here. So things are just beginning to, people are just beginning to come back, but we have been like a deserted city. I think it's happened once before during the terrible 70s, but it's been pretty shocking to see everything that's happened. And I know the theaters want to reopen, and the politicians, of course, want to reopen so they can make money from people coming in as tourists. And of course, the businesses are desperate for restaurants and stores. But I think we still have a ways to go. I think probably it's going to be close to December before we begin to be anywhere normal.
And all the hotels in your neighborhood, you know, were then used for people who were homeless people. Or the New York prisons are so badly run, so many people were infected or died by COVID. They took low offenders, whatever, out of the prisons, put them in the hotels next to it. But of course, and they could go out, I think, till 5 o'clock was a curfew or something. So the entire street scene of New York City changed.
Yeah, till 10 o'clock, yeah.
Or till 10.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been something. I mean, first we had 9/11 and now we had this. New York seems to be the headquarters of all kinds of terrible events, and we hope we have the spirit to get through this. And I think the fact, Frank, that you have put this enormous event together, spanning the globe, is a good inspiration for all of us, that if we stay connected, we can get through it.
Yeah, that is quite something. And you're also a dramaturg. You're a dramaturg at the Lincoln Center Theater, which in a way fulfills a role almost of a national theater, or Théâtre National, as our friend said before, from Strasbourg and whatever. So what do you see? What impact does this really have on theater?
I think there's so many changes that are happening now in the theater, politically, etc. And I think maybe I'm just an optimistic person, but I think all of the changes will be difficult, very difficult, but I think they will be good. I think things need to be rethought periodically. The first theater I worked for was called the Phoenix Theater. Phoenix being the classical bird that every 7 years dies and is reborn from his ashes. And actually this theater closed every 7 years and everyone was fired. And then it was revived in a different location, different theater, doing a different repertory. And it was a very good way to make theater. It allowed change. It allowed you to look around and say, the world is very different from what it was 7 years ago. And I think that will happen. Different voices, different models. I'm very interested in what's happening in the United States outside of New York. There's so many, maybe I see that from the Directors Lab, so many directors, just as many directors are on your Zoom call from around the world. We have directors from every state. I mean, there are huge communities of directors in Utah and Idaho and New Mexico and places that you just never hear of because of no coverage. So I think things are going to move from very high-priced schools into theaters that are actually serving communities, that are producing plays that are about the communities, that are finding audiences in the communities. I don't know how all that's going to be done. And I don't think New York theater will disappear. It will never disappear. There will always be Hamilton. But I think there will be a Phoenix-like resurrection, just as there will be in so many aspects of life. But I would be a fool if I could tell you what it's going to look like. But I'm impressed that you've organized this, Frank, that something that no one could imagine.
No, we were lucky, you know, that it was this, and then also Abhishek and Tanvi, who hopefully she will join us the next session, put together. But one of the first notices I got, Broadway is reopening. Michael Jackson, the show will come.
No, Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, I know. At the time, they thought it would be earlier, but it, of course, didn't work out. But is that what people want to see? Do you think it will be similar? Will people say, actually, this is not what we need to see? What do you think?
Well, I only have 2 minutes left. I think that it's not called show business.
We can go a little bit over time. Jin couldn't join us, so we have a little bit of more time.
I think they call it show business for a reason. And the business part is very important in New York. I mean, the theater is one it's not the top, but I think it's the third largest employer in the metropolitan area. And so we think of it because we're writers, we're directors, but don't forget that there are musicians, there are house managers, there are union technicians, there are box office people, there are carpenters. I mean, all of these people belong to unions. They're very, very well paid. So it's very hard in New York to make professional theater, which means unionized theater, theater like Lincoln Center. It's the case with every major theater probably in the world, without having a lot of people attend, and those people have to pay money. And that, if that doesn't happen, the theater can't stay alive, because it's got what we call a nut, which is the amount of money you have to make every week to pay the person who says hello in the lobby, or sells you the ticket, or takes you down the aisle, the ushers, the dressers who dress the actors. I mean, it's an enormous, enormous enterprise. I mean, we can't, I mean, this is going to be, I'm the only person on the Zoom call who's going to say something so crazy, controversial, but after 9/11, which was our other enormous event, that was a Tuesday morning. I was at home, also downtown, very close to the center. We had a mayor, a sort of mediocre mayor, who stepped up and became a fantastic mayor after 9/11. Then he kind of went insane. But his two things that he accomplished was Thursday, so 48 hours after 9/11, he ordered Broadway to reopen. He called the unions in New Jersey. They all live in houses in New Jersey. They don't live in New York, and said, we're opening every show on Broadway Thursday night. And he opened the baseball stadium, and one of the great baseball players, Mike Piazza, hit a home run on Friday night. And somehow the morale of opening the Broadway shows, opening the sports stadiums, I mean, it's different than COVID. You didn't have to worry about being infected, but people were still very frightened about what was happening. There was something about that that brought the city comfort. It was the theater, and it was baseball, a sport that doesn't even exist outside of Japan and America. So I think our situation in New York is very different from the theater that you're making with communities that are smaller. Lincoln Center is a very big space, but it's going to be hard to bring people back comfortably in the numbers that you need to keep it going. And that's, you know, I personally don't think it's going to be happening much before November, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, but I also mean, will themes change? Will that really attract people? I mean, Carl Jung, the great psychoanalyst, said, you know, a cultural symbol releases more energy than you put in. A Woodstock concert released energy. The same concert today wouldn't have that response. So will the stories be, even on the commercial one or on the Lincoln Center Theater, will they be different?
Well, it's not like Lincoln Center makes the stories. It's the artists who make the stories.
Mm-hmm.
And
but you pick up stories that exist.
Yes,
also.
and that's what we want to do, what we hope to do. I think, you know, people talk about Broadway. I've just been talking about Broadway because it's so big and such an economic engine. But don't forget, there are like 300 theaters in the city. Yeah. And so there's so much room for a range of material, and everybody I know has been home writing. So I'm waiting to see what, you know, what comes out when I'm allowed back into the office, which I'm.
You're also not allowed back in the office. You're not back.
Yeah, I mean, I can go in for 2 hours every 2 weeks alone, just to print things, you know. But no, we haven't seen each other in a year and a half of my staff. Yeah.
Well, that is just, it's incredible to think and what that means to a theater. I mean, we had that statistics, the Oscars, which is such a big screening, 50% less people watched it. And the big question is, if you break down 2 years, you don't go to movie theaters, will people come back, you know? And
well, that's because all the movies that people want to see, they didn't release them, they held them. So as soon as we can go back to movie theaters, there are going to be a lot of good movies. They're made, they're in the can, they're just not released because they won't make enough money until people can go back. So we can all go see, speaking of art, we can all go see the James Bond movie when it finally is released.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I think that, you know, in sports, I think youth sports, because for 2 years, kids have stopped joining teams. You know, the idea to, you know, become the young baseball player, whatever. So things are changing what it will be. So we will see where it all will go. I think we can slowly transition to our next
Thank you.
session. We went a little bit over time, but we also started a tiny bit late. Eva in Washington, really thank you for joining us, for writing those beautiful words. Rupali and Pradeep, thank you for joining and for keeping up the ideas and the wish and your space in Rajasthan, and thank you for being with us. It's a great privilege as always to have you in your mind and with us. And Abhishek, stay with us. We're going to go now to the next session, and we are going to have Carl Haycock Rux with us. Is a great writer here in New York City, who also joined the Segal Talk last year, and it's one of the talks a lot of people refer to, and I hope Carl is with us and that it will work out. So thank you, Eva, Washington, and everybody to have been here with us. We just got a notice that Dr. Gora Paraset, who was Jintara Minigate, her flight back from Vienna has been delayed. It couldn't go off and on like it was, so she will not fully be able to join us. But we're going to have Tanvi with us and Abhishek, and we will talk a little bit about also the situation in India and what we do. So first of all, Abhishek, how do you think, how are the talks are going? Were you expecting this level of engagement, or how do you feel?
How are you doing, Frank?
So far, so good. I'm surprised. It's still early in the day.
You want to take a 5-minute break? You want to walk around and come back? I can hold fort till then.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that for some minute, and maybe you talk a bit with Tanvi also about producing and what choices you made and what you did, and I'm just going to turn my camera off for a moment.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for Tanvi to join in into the broadcast, and then we will start talking about our producing choices for this show, for this evening. Tanvi, are you joining us? Are you here? Yeah, so I mean, for our audiences, I think it's been fascinating. The first 8 hours or so that we have had this talk going on, and a very wide range of conversations. Essentially, when Tanvi and I were curating it, we were looking for, curating a diverse set of opinions and looking at diversity across India. And it's so exciting that HowlRound and Frank and Segal Center have, obviously knowing their work, kept the same thing in mind for a global set of speakers. So it's fascinating. It's been fascinating to see this conversation reach this larger scale. So yeah, that I think is the most important thing.
Hello. I think we're waiting for Abhishek to join this call. I think Abhishek will need to be sent this new live stream link now that we are done with our first 8 hours of our 24-hour marathon.
No, I understand.
Yeah. No, but in the meantime, it would be welcome, Atish, and welcome, Dakshin. It is so wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us at this incredible hour. Will you please tell everybody what time it is in India?
Thank you so much, Tanvi. It's really, really good to see you after a long time. Where are you? Are you in India or? Where
I am. It is 2:30 a.m. for the both of us.
I mean, I was saying that we are enjoying the moment. That first time we are speaking at the midnight at 2:30 a.m. webinar. But yeah, that's amazing time.
It's quite electrifying. I mean, I would find it very hard to be asleep at this time anyway. So it's great. It's great to be here. Would you, in the meantime, Dakshin and Atish, would you please introduce yourselves and your work?
Sure. Actually, Atish will speak about what Budhan Theatre has been doing since many years, and I will be speaking on what we have done actually during the pandemic. So I will request to Atish, he will start, and he will speak in Hindi, I will translate in English. And I'll try to do the best translation, I don't know, but I'll try to justify.
Sounds good.
Over to Atish. Hello.
We are just welcoming Atish and Dakshin, and they were just about to introduce themselves.
मेरा नाम आतिश है और मैं अहमदाबाद से हूँ और मैं बुधन थिएटर्स के साथ पिछले 18 साल से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ एज एक्टर के तौर पर.
Atish is a theatre practitioner and he has been associated with Budhan Theatre since last 18 years. Myself, Dakshin Chhara, I am also known as Dakshin Bajrangi. I am a theatre practitioner, filmmaker, documentary filmmaker, and denotified tribes activist.
For those of us who don't know, Dakshin, or may not know, could you please explain to us what denotified tribes mean and where this term came from and what the history is in Budhan Theatre?
Sure. So what, like, for example, who we are, what we are doing, that part is actually Atish will be speaking and I will be translating. I request to Atish to speak. So that will explain who are denotified tribes, who are, in detail. I'll be able to tell. Please.
Basically ये है कि मैं और दक्षिण जिस कम्युनिटी से है, छारा कम्युनिटी, वो one of the denotified tribes कम्युनिटी है. ये जो कम्युनिटी है, इनको गवर्नमेंट का ये कहना है कि इनकी जो तादाद है इस देश में करीबन 110 करोड़ की तादाद है और इन्हीं सभी लोगों को क्रिमिनल ट्राइब एक्ट यानी क्रिमिनल ट्राइब एक्ट के तहत सभी को क्रिमिनल घोषित किया गया है. और ये इतिहास में इसका इतिहास है कि जो अंग्रेजों ने बनाया कानून था 1871 में क्रिमिनल ट्राइब एक्ट, जिसके तहत इन्हें गुनहगार घोषित किया गया था.
Me and Dakshin, I mean myself, we both belong to the Chhara denotified tribe. Chhara are known as a denotified because they were notified as a criminal tribe during the British era, and unfortunately that stigma is still going on the community, and not just Chharas, but there are more than 110 crore people. I don't know how many in millions, but 11 crore people in India who are branded as born criminals by the British, and right now they are living the life with the stigma.
और इसी स्टिग्मा को लेकर हम लोगों ने हम सोचते थे हमेशा से कि स्टिग्मा को लेकर हमारे पास बहुत सारी कहानियां थी, हमारे साथ बहुत सारी बातें थी, तो हम एक स्ट्रगल था हमारे साथ. तो हम लोगों ने सोचा कि इसको एक आर्ट फॉर्म देना चाहिए, इसलिए हम लोगों ने 1998 में एक थिएटर बनाया जिसका नाम रखा गया बुधन थिएटर. और उस थिएटर को दुनिया के साथ जोड़ा कि हमारे साथ जो हुआ है, यानी ये क्रिमिनल एक्ट के बारे में हमारी कहानियां, हमारे गाने, हमारे सब कुछ हमने थिएटर के माध्यम से लोगों तक पहुंचाया.
We wanted to tell our stories. We wanted to tell our stories that how we are living life with the stigma, and for that we choose theater to tell our stories. And in 1998 we started our theater group. And through the theater, we connected with so many, like to the different world. I mean, for us, that is a different world. Like Charanagari is like its own universe. So we connected with another universe, another world to tell our stories.
और इस थिएटर ग्रुप को यानी इंस्पायर करने में डॉक्टर गणेश देवी जो पद्मश्री अवार्ड से विजेता है, और साथ में महाश्वेता देवी जो कलकत्ता की महान लेखिका थी, जिनका 1084 की माँ रुदाली से नॉवेल लिखे हैं उन्होंने, और उन्होंने हमें इंस्पायर किया इस थिएटर ग्रुप को यानी डीनोटिफाइड ट्राइब्स की आवाज बनाने के लिए.
The group was founded by known linguist and professor of English, Dr. Ganesh Devi, and very known writer Mahashweta Devi. They founded this theatre group.
हम लोगों ने अभी तक यानी इतने सालों में 58 प्रोडक्शन हम लोगों ने किए हैं, अलग अलग घूमतू समाज की बातों को लेकर, उनकी स्ट्रगल को लेकर, उनकी स्टिग्मा को लेकर, पुलिस एट्रोसिटी को लेकर पूरी दुनिया में हम लोग घूमे हैं. और साथ ही साथ हम लोगों ने यानी थिएटर के थ्रू, यानी दुनिया में एक ऐसा पहला थिएटर ग्रुप होगा भोजन थिएटर की, थिएटर के थ्रू उन्होंने हाउस राइट्स दिला है इस स्टेट में, गुजरात स्टेट में.
We have done 58 productions, and let me just add that roughly we have performed more than 1,500 shows across the country, and mainly we do street theater. I mean, that is, you can call, poor theater, which does not have, we have just our bodies and our voice when we perform. So we perform more than 1,500 shows, and one of the success story of our efforts, through theater, is that we succeeded to give the justice to the 112 families to get their housing right from the state, because we fought the case in the High Court and in the Supreme Court as a theater group, and we won the case. And right now, the people who were living at the, on the streets, and their huts were many times bulldozed by the civic authorities. Right now, they are living in a pakka houses, government houses. That all happened because of the theater. So that is one of the success story Atish है.
और दूसरी और ये था जब कोरोना यानी कोविड आया, और कोविड के चलते क्योंकि हम लोग जिस बस्ती में रहते हैं वहीं, क्योंकि ये गीच बस्ती है ना, बहुत सारे बस्तियों में तो लोग कैसे रहते हैं, तो काफी डेथ हुई यहाँ कोरोना को चलते हुए. तो जो फिजिकल थिएटर था, फिजिकल थिएटर तो खत्म ही हो गया क्योंकि कोरोना के दौरान हम लोग कर नहीं पाए. तो हम लोगों ने ये सोचा कि हम लोग फिजिकल टू डिजिटल का एक माध्यम चुने हम लोग. और हमारी जो कहानी, क्योंकि हमेशा से आप देखिएगा जो मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया है उसमें दलित कम्युनिटी, मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी, आदिवासी एंड डीएनटी कम्युनिटी, उनको हमेशा से आउटस्कट किया गया है. तो इनकी बातें कैसे पहुंचा, इसलिए हम लोगों ने फिजिकल टू डिजिटल का एक आइडिया सोचा और हमने अपना एक मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार किया हम लोगों ने.
I mean, Atish just has shared that in the mainstream media, stories from the margins, like, stories from the Adivasis, de-notified tribes, Dalit communities, from the marginalized population, they, those stories are always missing at the mainstream media spaces. When the corona started, there were so many deaths in our community. I mean, we saw 42 people died in the first wave of corona in just where we live in one community, like in the Chara community. And there was need to tell these stories and also to inform people that whatever is happening, what is happening in the world in our own language. And that is why we have decided that, the kind of theater we were doing physically, we tried to turn, from physical to digital, and we started the video podcast. From here, I will just take on, and I hope we are on time. So I'll mainly speak actually about our work during the podcast. We Indians are aware that, our Prime Minister, he announced lockdown in just 4 hours. I mean, 130 crore people populated country. He just announced lockdown in just 4 hours, and we saw the world's largest migrant workers migration actually from urban areas to their villages. Let me just share that when, the corona was starting and things were coming out and the states were informed, during that time in the February, the United States President was invited by our Prime Minister and organized the event called Namaste Trump in Ahmedabad. And Namaste Trump was organized on 24th of February, when the entire world was preparing how to survive and how to save themselves from this pandemic. That time, our Prime Minister called the US President, and with the US President, so many foreigners and like thousands of people actually came to our city, when that was the time when all the countries were stopping, closing the door for the foreigners because of pandemic. Because of that, we faced first wave, and on 24th of March, he announced lockdown in just 4 hours. And after that, there was a lot of chaos everywhere. We heard first time the word called pandemic. We were not aware at all. Mahamari kya hota? What is Mahamari? What is pandemic? And how that gets spread? We never heard actually. We never even learned actually from our in our school syllabus also. We heard first time this word and did not know what to do, how to survive, and there was a lot of misinformation actually spreading from all corner of the media people and press, and nobody was able to decide what to do and how to survive. During that time, as I said, that we lost 42 lives in our community, and we decided to speak out because we tried to contact government, we tried to contact government to give the solution, we tried to contact the mainstream media and so many people that please help us, even local administrators, please help us, because we lost 42 people in just one community in 1 month. There were daily deaths. So we decided that I think this is important to tell the stories, and with the help of University of Leicester in UK, fortunately we got this project, and because of their funding help, we started to produce video podcast in our own language. We don't speak Hindi, or we don't speak Gujarati or English. English is our 5th language actually. So we speak our Bantu language, that's our dialect, it's our tribal dialect. And might be in South India, if our community people are there living in South India, they might don't understand Hindi or Gujarati. So we decided to express ourselves in our own language. We produced 10 episodes on different subjects, like how women are, what they are facing during the corona, people who died, how their family and what they are feeling, what are their stories. Children, they were really scared, and they were like constantly washing their hands, and a lot of these sanitizers, using. They were facing a lot of skin problems, physical distancing, which is impossible where we are living. That's a congested ghetto. In such kind of atmosphere, how you can survive? And there was a need to, spread a scientific information in our own language. So through this, video podcast, we spread the information, and slowly, the corona cases actually get down. Even during that time, as a theater group, we thought that is our responsibility, that we should sanitize the entire community. And we all actors, we gone actually during the lockdown, when nobody was allowed to go outside, we gone in our community with the sanitizers, and we sanitize each and every houses. So slowly, the corona cases got down. Then in second wave, after that, we were keep working on video podcast. We produced 10 episodes, as I said. Then after that, we thought that I think there's a need to tell other people's story, other community story also, who are living at the margins, other denotified tribes, like Bahurupis, multi-face people who are, they perform on the streets in disguise, in different, different costumes, like nuts who are traditional acrobats. They walk on the rope, their performance gone. The snake charmers, they could not perform, like, rope makers, the map sellers. Their livelihood was completely gone. So they had a lot of stories to tell, a lot of suffering to tell. So we decided to tell their story also. So we started second season. Right now, we have finished 5 episodes. Altogether 15 episodes. We are producing 5 more episodes on different communities, and 10 episodes. Like right now, the theater group, Budan theater people, they are now trained filmmaker, because they will be producing more than 20 episodes. So they don't know, they know how to work with the sound, how to work with the camera, and different kind of equipments. We decided to give this knowledge to our Adivasi friends. So from next month, we are going to train 10 Adivasi youth, 200 kilometers from Ahmedabad, in the forest area. We are going there, and we will be training, those youth that to tell their stories through the film medium, because physically it is still not allowed to perform on the stage or to do any sort of performance. So I think right now the social media and the digital media is the only medium where we can express and we can tell our stories. So this is what we have been doing after Corona, during Corona. Apart of that, around $60,000 to $70,000 charity work we have done as a theater group. People supported, different organizations supported us, and we provided a lot of ration to the different denotified tribe communities and poor communities, oxygen concentrator. We also bought oxygen cylinders as a backup in the community, because in the second wave, people died because of the lack of the oxygen, including my mom. And I also faced such a horrible time, to arrange one bottle of the oxygen, and she died. For me, that's not a natural death. That's a political killing. And during first wave or second wave, you say whatever, in India, I think people who died, they were not died, they were killed systematically. They would alive if our administration, our state, proactively work for the people, not just, for the advertisement. So I think these are the political killings, because I think you're supposed to ask us question that what we face emotionally and politically. This is what actually we feel, that all deaths were actually, political killing. That is what we feel.
Oh yeah, I just joined back. Welcome, Atish and Dr. Xin. That's quite. It's shocking and hard to hear, and almost unimaginable that this would be the case. Will you do a reading, or did you prepare something? What you might do for us?
We will be reciting a poem which was written by Avtar Singh Sadhu, Pash. So he will be speaking in Hindi, and I will be speaking in English. Should we start?
Yeah, why not?
मेहनत की लूट सबसे खतरनाक नहीं होती, पुलिस की मार सबसे खतरनाक नहीं होती.
The most dangerous occurrence is not a robbery of hard work. The most horrifying act is not torture by the police.
गद्दारी लोभ की मुट्ठी सबसे खतरनाक नहीं होती, बैठे बिठाए पकड़े जाना बुरा तो है.
A merger of betrayal and greed is not the most dangerous. To be trapped while asleep is undoubtedly miserable.
सहमी सी चूक में टकरे जाना बुरा तो है, पर सबसे खतरनाक नहीं होता.
To be buried under the silence is undoubtedly miserable, but it is not the most dangerous.
सबसे खतरनाक होता है मुर्दा शांति से भर जाना, न होना तड़प का सब कुछ सहन कर जाना.
To remain silent in the noise of corruption is undoubtedly miserable. Reading cowardly under the light of a firefly is undoubtedly miserable, but it is not the most dangerous.
घर से निकलना काम पर और काम से लौटकर घर आना सबसे खतरनाक होता है हमारे सपनों का मर जाना.
The most dangerous deed is to be filled with the dead silence, not feeling any agony against the unjust and bearing it all. Getting trapped in the routine of running from home to work and from work to home, the most dangerous accident is the death of our dreams.
That's so. quite so powerful. Tanvi, since we have you with us, what is your response? Also, tell us a bit about the Mumbai experience at the moment for theater makers. But what do you think when you hear that he said it was actually, this is almost murder, it's political murder?
Yeah, I think, for me, because I mean, across the world, many countries were proactively working to save, their own people. I think in our country, as a theater practitioner, as a political activist, as a filmmaker, I don't think they were really serious to save people. If they would serious, I mean, oxygen, scarcity of the oxygen, that's a blot on the politics, of our country. I mean, people were dying because of lack of the oxygen, whether they were Bombay or Delhi or Calcutta or anywhere. I mean, the responsible, the person who is holding the highest office of the country, and he was gathering people during the corona, during the pandemic. I mean, that's clearly a killing. That's clearly a killing.
Tanvi, are you going to speak about your experience? I think Frank was asking. Dakshin bhai, we are very sorry to hear about your mother. I wanted to say that first. It is heartbreaking to hear that. Very sorry about that.
It's also really heartbreaking in the context that I think it was just announced, or the government just released some sort of circular which said that the states did not declare any oxygen shortage deaths. And this, I mean, to hear it in the context of what you said, to hear it in the context of, so one of the most horrifying afternoons of the pandemic for me in the second wave was, I mean, theater projects were stalled. People were panicking. A lot of people contracted COVID in the second wave. A lot of theater makers who I was collaborating with, even digitally, and it just didn't make sense to work on ideas that were not relevant to what was really happening. So I sat with my father and I said, okay, I'm going to be your assistant now. I'm going to answer your calls, because he has 3 phones now. And he at one point was trying to answer all 3 of them. And for an entire 5 hours, I think, of one day, all I had to do was tell people, I'm sorry, there are no beds available. I'm sorry, there are no beds available.
Yeah.
And then we were scrolling down the messages of people begging for beds, scrolling down messages. And my father was going in order, because we were getting so many. And when there was a backlog of hundreds, and then he got to the bottom one, and he said, okay, I'm here now. When somebody said, my brother-in-law desperately needs a bed, oxygen, and he says, okay, I saw your message now. Tell me what you need. And they said, too late, he's dead. It was just a matter of us not being able to get to them in time. And I answered this. I'm in no way equipped. None of them were. I don't think it was emotionally ravaging. I don't know. And there was no mental health support. There was absolutely nothing. And they didn't ask for it. These people are used to working in ridiculous conditions, but especially in the last 1.5 years, doctors have been working 18 hours a day. My house has, we haven't had a single meal that wasn't interrupted by one of us picking up calls. And what that led to for us was that's kind of how I became part of my father's relief efforts. It just seemed like there was absolutely nothing else that was more compelling to do. And one of my primary focus points was getting quality N95 masks to people in urban areas and having them distribute them among their domestic help and their staff, because the N95 masks available at pharmacies and online are often fake and of bad quality. Now people, of course, the mask trade kind of became a trade, really. And doctors, and my father was like, no, fake, no, not an N95, no, that's just a lot of cloth that's put together, that's not accurate. And people are spending lots of money to buy these. So in the last maybe 3.5 months, I have we have donated and sold, and I have packaged physically, just me, packaged about 20,000 N95 masks and given them to NGOs, to people, to send them to Bareilly, send them to, to Telangana, to rural Maharashtra, to villages that were, that have no umbrellas. They were also, we were also trying to organize printers for their schools and umbrellas and little things that were absolutely, nobody was asking about. We were organizing PPE kits for crematorium and cemetery workers, because they were really the frontline workers that were not treated like frontline workers. They were not given any of those privileges, and they were working 7 days a week overtime to bury bodies, and they didn't have space for those bodies, and they didn't have equipment and gear to protect themselves, and they were literally in contact with COVID bodies. So one of the things I am, I'm proud of, and I'm glad we did, was we got sanitizers to them. They didn't have sanitizer to take back home. We got them giant bottles. It seems ridiculous to have to do that, and it seems ridiculous that I was the one who got to decide who got sanitizers and didn't, who got N95 masks and didn't, who got protective gear and didn't. It gave somebody who has no insight into the healthcare system and its structures far too much power, and all it took was initiative, which seems ridiculous, because look at the kind of funds and the kind of resources and the kind of reach that institutions have. Yeah. And the more I kept doing it, and the more we kept doing it, and we had people doing fundraisers for 7,000 rupees. I mean, translate that into dollars, that's like $100. Fundraisers, they were selling chicken puffs, they were selling cards. My 9-year-old niece sold bookmarks, and she managed to save the life of a poor man in the hospital, being treated in the ICU. She managed to get a poor man who couldn't afford treatment. A 9-year-old sold bookmarks. We're sitting on so many resources, on so much money, and it's ludicrous. And there is a sense of, wow, I can actually contribute, but then there's this constant, overwhelming sense of, it is ridiculous that I am able to contribute, and only when, it is entirely now about my imagination, it is entirely now about, oh, if I think to contribute here, then they get resources. If I think to ask, I had a really chatty rickshaw van, and I was talking to him one day, and it was the first rickshaw ride I had in a year and a half, and I was going to meet my grandmother. And he said, hi, how are you? And I said, hi, how are you? When we were talking, and then I said, how has the last year and a half been for you? And he said, we lost 2 family members. My brother-in-law is unemployed. I'm the only person. He said it so nonchalantly because we're so accustomed to this. Even the doctors who were assaulted, the doctors I spoke to who were being haggled with, doctors are currently being haggled with by patients, by rich affording patients, saying, oh, you're doing digital tele advice. Oh, you can't possibly be asking for the same amount. People are haggling. And then this man is saying, oh, it's fine. I lost people. I lost whatever. And I just casually, in a rickshaw ride to meet my nanny, said, do you need things? Can I send you something? And he said, yeah, that would be great. And so we managed to send them resources. And it's ridiculous that it literally is that.
It was total 100% panic. Nobody knows, what to do, where to go, total mismanagement, 100% mismanagement everywhere. Whether that's here, Ahmedabad or Kolkata or where.
What I would like to say that maybe has not been said yet is that a lot of the people currently lauding us for relief efforts are people who voted for this government. A lot of people who currently are like, you are heroes, you are wonderful, you are warriors, you are our white knights and shining, they are the people who are completely okay looking at citizens essentially stop their real-time jobs, stop earning money, stop doing anything that is about their training and their life. It feels ridiculous that I essentially came off the back of 2 directors training programs, one with Abhishek and Indian Ensemble and one for my master's, and I came back and I've done nothing to do with theatre, and instead it's been about this, something I have no insight of, no political science background, nothing, no training. It literally is an exercise in imagination, and the fact is that a lot of people will get away with appreciating you and then keeping the powers that be where they are. And I just want to say that this is not our job. Yes, it is very important to be doing what we're doing, and yes, it's very important to find our ways into the community and to constantly work on the ground in any way we can, but you can't, this is not a replacement for the real work that needs to be done. And this feels temporary, and it feels ad hoc, and it feels disorganized, and it feels adrenaline. I think we've been running on adrenaline and this overwhelming need to be useful and be of use for the last 3.5, 4 months, because there's nothing else to do. Nothing else makes more sense. So, but yeah, it is important to say that lauding efforts and being complimentary is not what is needed. What is needed is to be critical. And we live in this country where we turn people into reverential figureheads, whether it's politicians or doctors, and we don't question them or we assault them. So we have this extremely strange relationship with power.
I think because we all are associated with the medium of expression, I'm sure Abhishek would agree with me that I think in future, we need all the artists. I think that will be our duty as an artist, that we should bring out a lot of catharsis of the people. I'm just giving you one example in my state. In 71 days, in the second wave, in 71 days, I mean from March to May, 71 days, do you know how many death certificates were issued? 1,62,000 in the entire state. And the state government says that out of 1,62,000, only 4,000 people were died because of Corona. Now, if you divide 4,200 with 71, you will see that every day only 60 people were dying during the second wave. I mean, I saw, मेरे आंखों से मैंने देखा, I saw in the Samshan where we criminate our mob, I saw in 1 hour, एक साथ में at a time, 8 to 10 bodies are actually cremated there. I mean, in one Samshani, one cremation ground, more than 60 bodies were actually burned or cremated there. And the state was saying that in entire Gujarat, only 60 people died every day in second wave. Can you believe what sort of this life? I mean, the people who lost their nears and dears, unka reconciliation kab hona? Who will do their reconciliation? I mean, who will bring out their catharsis? Who will bring out their issues when they will see whatever they have suffered in their life on the stage, or maybe on the on the screen, small screen or big screen. But I think as an artist in future, we all have a duty to bring out such kind of stories on the stage, to reduce the violence in the society.
1 second.
Yeah, to reduce the violence in the society, because I think if this catharsis will not come out, this expression will not come out, I think there's a fear that in future there will be a lot of violence because people are not able to express, themselves. That's what actually as an artist I believe in. I don't know.
Yeah, incredible. We have now with us Carl Hancock Rux, and he is speaking to us from my phone. I think Thea from HowlRound will also send him perhaps a phone number. But Carl, can you hear us? And I'm putting you next to the microphone. Can you hear Carl speaking?
Yeah, a little
Carl?
Very,
Yeah.
very.
Yeah. And Carl, where are you at the moment?
It's very bleak, Frank.
Yeah, he is in the Carolina Islands, and somehow, for whatever reason, his internet is not working. maybe Thea for HowlRound can try to send you a phone link, a direct one, and by text message, and let's see if you can join from there, because I think it's not loud enough for my phone. So Thea, in case you are listening, please send to Carl a link. He can call in, and Carl, if not, I'm sorry about that it's not possible. It does happen, and let's see if it works. So I'm gonna send a mail to Thea, and we go on with the conversation. So talk to you soon, Carl. So I think I'm going to write to Thea, send text to Carl with a number to call in, and we'll see. I mean, we have over 100 artists participating in it. He did say us upfront that there might be technical problems, but normally they always get solved, or it's just a weak connection, but he, for whatever reason, cannot dial in to the link. Yeah, I mean, it is quite stunning. And I think the reason why we do this 24-hour marathon is actually to hear those stories, that you are talking about. They were not told in the mainstream, I guess, Indian media. We don't hear enough about it because also very few correspondents actually are paid full-time on the soil of other countries. Often they are just by continent or by region. There's one, two office members. I think the entire American networks have one correspondent who is full-time in Asia. So we don't hear enough about it. Abhishek and Tanvi, what do you think? Do you foresee that there will be a ground-up movement? Will people say, this goes no longer, or will they just say, as Tanvi said, oh, well done, all you volunteers, you are great and nice people, and but they will go on voting for what's clearly not working?
I think, if I may, Tanvi,
yeah,
in my view, that we are at a very interesting moment in our democracy, where for the last at least 2 to 3 elections, which is 8 to 12 years, we are only electrocracy. We have a functioning voting system, but that is not representative of the real issues. So what is happening is, although there are groups of people, there are now professionals who have figured out how the voting can happen so that a particular group can win. And I think if you look at the history of electoral democracy, it was predicted that at a certain, B.R. Ambedkar, the founder of Indian Constitution, has also said this as a warning in his early lectures, that we have to be careful of a time when democracy becomes a statistical game, wherein you can get a majority, but it may not represent benefits of people. This is Ambedkar's word. And I think we have to look at Ambedkar's warning today. We are in that situation. So I think people might vote for this government one more time, I don't know, but it still does not mean that they are actually for the government. I don't think in this kind of broken neoliberal capitalist system, we can expect a social movement from below, which is united, because the system itself has broken everybody into thinking of their own little islands. But I do think that this democratic structure is going to change, as we can already see in the state government elections in India. If that aggregates to a national level, we will see it quite soon. Otherwise, it will take maybe another 4 years. But I also think that is not, there is a significant difference between politics and social work, which people have to be aware of. We are always available for social work. We are brought up in a culture where everything is about community. Most festivals in India are community festivals. Like we don't have many festivals which you celebrate only at home. There are many festivals in the West which people celebrate only with their family. We don't have many of those festivals. All our festivals are about going out and celebrating. We are like that. So I think, but that is something we will always do. That is not a political move. That is just inside the culture. I think if we, like our Prime Minister today has said that let us not politicize the pandemic. He has said this a few times. What is fascinating about this sentence is that he has his photograph on the vaccine certificate. It is not the flag of the country. It is not the flag of father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. It is not B.R. Ambedkar. It is his photo on the vaccination. But his photo is not there on the death certificate. I am happy to not politicize. If he puts his photo on the death certificate, then his photo will be actually in every house in much more numbers than the vaccine. Because vaccine certificate is less.
Agree, completely.
They are politicizing it. And we should politicize it hence. And I think that movement, I don't know when it will happen, but it is happening. I think it is going on right now.
Yeah, the problem is that we also spoke to our friends in Chile, Argentina, but you cannot even organize, you cannot go on the street, because it's not safe, so it's very hard, at the moment, because often political movements are grassroots movements. It comes out of meeting in parks, people, I think the uprising in Chile, which actually as a country for the first time now will vote on a new and create a new constitution after Pinochet, the dictator, stepped down. Finally, the government was forced to make changes, but it took teenagers who also refused to pay the higher metro prices. Women who went on the street on the Women's Day, over 1 million walked outside. But if you cannot do that in the times of Corona, so it is quite a complicated time. But it seems so obvious. But perhaps things have to get even worse for people to realize it. But then also often change happens fast. Tanvi, what does your father think if he's a doctor? And what are his predictions? What are his thoughts? What does he think about India?
I don't think he thinks big picture things at all. I think he is so concerned about the absolute disease. I think he literally is taking it 1 week at a time, as are many, many other doctors. Because there's been an uptick in cases that we see in Maharashtra now, which is not the second wave, also not the third wave. It's obviously the unlocking, and it's people getting more liberal with how they move around after they are, vaccinated, not even fully vaccinated. So there's a lot to still contend with. Also a lot of ignorance even within the medical community, and a lot of over dependence on steroids, and a lot of over medicating, which has also been a real problem. So it's not even like all the doctors agree on what the right course for COVID is. So, I mean, I think there are many, many battles to fight for them as well. Also because the medical community is a complicated space. It has its issues of, assaults and medical assaults, and the fact that patients live in a situation where they can beat up a doctor in case there is a death in the family. There is also latent and blatant casteism, which often results in bullying and suicides among students and medical students. So there's a lot for them to contend with. There's also a general kind of assumption that they will always be around, but they aren't really, they're grossly sleep deprived and underpaid. And as government servants, they live in abysmal conditions and extremely unhygienic. And people who are on call, residents on call in the last year, nurses weren't paid in multiple hospitals. A lot of news came out that people were working through the pandemic overtime without being paid. So I think the concerns of the medical community are currently, I think his job right now is that he wants to create awareness among people and among the community, among doctors, and just educating. I think conversations about India at large and politics, I think he just can't be bothered right now. He just wants to do what he can control, and this he can control.
Yeah, incredible. And I'm sure he works so hard, as you say, 13, 14-hour shifts and over a long time. I think it is hard, not easy to sustain. We also have medical misinformation here in America. There was, I think, a Florida doctor who went to a hearing. I don't know if it was a congressional one, but a political hearing, and she said people should not get vaccinated. They will be, magnetized. Their bodies will be magnetized. Others say if you let anyone in your house who will give you vaccination, they will steal your Bible and they will take your guns away, like the obvious false information by opponents, and people take it serious, believe it or not. How is that in India? Is that an outcry, people, we need that help, or is there also hard to find out what's true and what's not true?
I mean, just a quick response actually to this man. I mean, we have a once so-called saint. His name is Ramdev, Baba Ramdev. Yeah. And he's a businessman actually. I mean, he started his company in 3,600 rupees. And right now he has empire. I think before 3 or 4 years, it was around 12,000 crore rupees in just 10 years, right? He sells Ayurvedic, Ayurveda medicine, something. He started to manufacture, I think, Coronil or kind of Ayurvedic, right? Coronil. So Coronil. So he said that now you can be cured and blah, 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 blah. And there was a lot of chaos because many people, if you wear saffron in this country, you become saint. I mean, you are casteless now. When you become a saffron, these people wear the saffron color cloth and they are the businessmen in that. And they have been using such kind of pandemic for, their businesses, such kind of incidents. And medical, I mean, he was keep targeting to the medical science, medical authorities. And after 1 year, now medical authorities have took action against him legally, because he was keep telling to the medical authority that you are doing wrong, I am doing, correct things, in terms of Ayurveda, blah, 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 blah. But right now, since 1 year, he's just spreading misinformation across the country, and because he fear the saffron cloth, people believe him.
I think also it's about breaking the habits of a lifetime. For instance, with things like steam inhalation, Indians are with all these different kinds of medication and just home therapies. COVID is an airborne aerosol spread disease, and what my father and his colleagues saw is that steam inhalation, which is what people do when they have colds, which is something that many Indians do, was being done when people suspected that they had COVID to kind of cure the cold quickly. And what they inevitably ended up doing was spreading the virus within the house to the entire family, and that's actually how community spread happened as well. So it's also about, and then when we tried to spread that information, it was, no, you should believe what you have been doing since our grandparents have told us that it's okay, and So it's also just needing to update. In fact, I think my father's doing a conference in December. It's called Unlearn or something, and it's literally about all the things that the medical community needs to discard, because there is so much, because so many developments have happened in the past 1.5 years that need you to let go of a lot of old information to make space for the new.
Yeah, it is quite shocking and stunning, and the result is that people like in the arts community who are compassionate souls are forced to take over work that really should be done by a healthcare system, by governments, by local, state and city governments. And this is also why we have this call here. Does that idea of the Indian government to say, just spread positive news. I remember I read that somewhere that they say, don't say anything bad, just don't call it Indian virus anyway, they call it the Delta. But if we just have positive thinking, it will go away on itself. Is that working with the population in general? Or do you feel that, that somehow the walls are showing cracks?
Abhishek, do you? Or
I think, today in the previous session, Richard Schechner was with us, and he said a very interesting thing about, he was pointing to Hindutva. And he was saying that, Hinduism and Hindutva, what is the problem with Hindutva? I think this positive news business is basically a Hindutva idea. Hindutva is all about positive news about itself and bad news about everybody else from the beginning of time. So this is the fundamental assumption in Hindutva. So this works very well. It's an automatic thing given to somebody who is a believer of Hindutva, not Hinduism necessarily. Hinduism also has a lot of problems, but right now I'm talking about Hindutva. So this notion that, don't speak bad about the country is a combination of religion and nationalism, which means that if today I say something wrong about Narendra Modi, I'm also saying something bad about Lord Ram. I'm also saying something bad about my ancestors who came God knows from where 4,000 years ago. You are negating everybody if you give bad news about your country. Also, we should not give bad news about our country to anybody who is external. Now, this is a really catch-22 situation because we are saying that we are superior to everybody. Hence, we should vote for this government. On the other hand, we should keep the people who are inferior to us impressed by us. Otherwise, somehow, we still have to please them. This kind of logical fallacy is at the heart of Hindutva. And I think this is not, they're not asking to spread positive news. They're asking us to spread positive lies. And that's the difference between news, and everybody is open to spreading positive news. But I don't think we can spread positive lies.
Yeah, this is quite a difference, and it said, we said before, it's about the truth, and the truth is concrete, as a big philosopher said. It's the numbers, as I think Dakshin pointed out. You look at death numbers of hospital beds, number of death certificates. These are true numbers, and you might fake news about them, but they won't be right. So it's really heartbreaking for us to hear, because we all do admire India. We think so highly of this country with this great tradition, with this revolution, and the innovation that comes out of India. And in a way, it is also seen, in the Western world as an alternative model to China, and as a democracy that perhaps actually is dignified, to use that word, but it is so troubling to hear. And we all hope that events like this today also will help to steer it in a direction, or at least create discussions about it. We will slowly move into our next session, and really would like to thank Atish and Dakshin for having joined us, for Tanvi to be with us, and Abhishek. And we now go to a completely different part of the world, not from India to Hungary, and we will also go to the US. So it is quite a journey around the globe that we are doing here. But like with every hour, in the very beginning, we start with India, where we in a way just ended now. Now we have with us Indian artist, if I say that right, Damarakshit Randiv and Kaustubh Naid, if I said that right. So I would welcome them and say hello to all of you, but also welcome before our friends from the Segal Center. So there is Maud Mitchell, who is here from New York, is at the moment outside from the great Mabu mines. There is Andrea Tompa, a Hungarian theater worker, dramaturg, also I think a director of the wonderful Laszlo Upur, who is a director and also runs one of the great national schools, a famous theater and film school in Europe. And but first of all, welcome to our Indian colleagues, and Kaustubh and Damarakshit. So where are you guys? We make a quick round first, and then we come. Maud, where are you at the moment, and what time is it?
It's 6 o'clock, and I'm at an old friend's house. I'm on the road these days, so I've just been here for a couple of days. I'm in Massachusetts, actually, in Amherst.
Amherst, great place, great university. Laszlo, where are you?
I'm far from home in a garden on my mobile internet, and I hope the connection is great. It's Hungary.
Sounds perfect.
Our time is just past midnight.
Past midnight. Andrea?
I'm at home, North Budapest, and yeah, it's midnight.
Fantastic. And Kaustubh, where are you, if I said it right?
I'm in Philly. I'm in Philadelphia, so I'm on the same time zone as you. Not very far.
Oh, amazing, amazing. So you didn't have to stay up too late. And Damara Kashid, where are you?
I'm from India, Maharashtra state, and Satara is my hometown. Satara is near Satara. From Mumbai, it's 250 kilometers minimum. Yeah,
250. So tell us, we start maybe with you. Tell us a little bit about you and your work and what you do in Indian theater.
Yes, me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Kaustubh will help me for the translations some bit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm Dhammarakshit Ranadive. I'm basically from Satara, is my hometown in Maharashtra. It's one small town. And I belongs to Yalgar Sanskritik Manch. It's a Yalgar cultural group. The motto is the alternative cultural movement for human liberation. This is the basic motto, and we believe on Ambedkarite ideology, thought, and we're working since 7-8 years long. So मैं भी हिंदी में भी बात करूंगा, कौस्तुभ आप उसको बीच में बात रख सकते हैं. तो यहाँ के अम्बेडकराइट मूवमेंट से एक दलित आइडेंटिटी के साथ भी यहाँ का समझ बढ़ते बढ़ते हम लोग काम कर रहे थे मूवमेंट्स में काफी टाइम से. और I studied MA in theater, and also I studied performing folk art, postgraduate diploma folk art of Maharashtra.
So you studied you studied folk art, performance, traditional Indian theater.
Yeah.
What kind of traditional theater?
Traditional Indian folk theater, so specifically in Maharashtra folk theater. The different types of Maharashtra folk, different theoretically study and practical study. The six minimum study six folk forms, different folk forms of Maharashtra. The Povada, Lavani, Jagran, Godhar, and Bharud, and the Shautar. So different kind of folk. And also did MA in theatre arts from Mumbai University. So I basically since my childhood, my father also folk singer, and he's we attach with Ambedkarite thought from my family also, and we are participants in social activism. My father also. So in Satara, the Muktiwadi Sangathan is the one organization which is work for humanitarian approach, which is work for anti-caste movement, anti-religion, and it's for the all man-made discrimination. We want to end all kind of man-made discrimination. I know
it's crazy. Yeah, that's a great goal to end all discrimination. Part of your practice is social activism and to be politically engaged.
Yes.
So let's go to Kaustubh, if I say that right. So tell us a bit about you and your work.
Yeah, so I'm currently, actually I prepared a note, so I was just wondering if I can read that.
Sure.
Yeah. So, give me a second. Yeah. So I thought we'd get like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So this was a note that I prepared, briefly talking about my work, and then probably what I see this moment as a part of the theatre making community in India.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Kaustubh Naik. I'm a playwright and a doctoral student from India, currently based in Philly. I would like to thank the Segal Center for putting up this event, and to Tanvi and Abhishek for asking me to speak here. Back in India, I oversee a 71-year-old theatre company called the Hans Sangeet Natya Mandal, which was founded by my grandfather, Vishwanath Naik, in the year 1950. Before the pandemic, we were gearing up to celebrate the 70th year anniversary of our theatre company. and we were in the process of putting together a theater festival back home in Goa. Goa is the place where we work from. It's a small state on the west coast of India. That, however, did not materialize. We had to suspend our operations. However, when things opened up in India for some time, we managed to put together a production of my second play as a playwright, Bhaval, the play was called, which had a brief run of 3 shows before we got shut again. And the production was perhaps not the best to be produced amidst a global pandemic, as it had almost 22 actors on stage. And as of now, I don't know when we will be able to sort of perform it again. But I've been reflecting on things meanwhile. So in the meanwhile, we watched India plunge further into the moral and social abyss that it has become over the last few years. Not that India was a democratic utopia before 2014, that is the year when the fascist BJP government under the leadership of Narendra Modi took charge. But even the most pessimistic people like me will agree that the overall fabric of India's political life has changed since then, beginning from the killing of Muslim men over suspicion of carrying beef, till the most recent revelation that India has been using Israeli software to snoop on its own people. A list that includes high-profile politician, political activist, and even a virologist. We have stood trying to hold our communities as the ground beneath us turn into a quicksand. Prominent political activists such as Sudha Bharadwaj, academics like Anand Tiltumde, Hani Babu are in prison. So are 2 of the students from my former university, JNU, that is Sharjil Imam and Umar Khalid. All of them have been framed under draconian laws that incarcerate young and marginalized dissenters. While the political gloom is writ large, the pandemic and its effects have pushed the country into one of its harshest phases. We have seen migrant workers walking miles to reach their native homes, people resting near the train track being run over, people dying not only due to lack of medical facilities, but for the sheer mismanagement and the apathy of the government. And just today, the ruling class is blatantly lying in the parliament that there have been no deaths due to lack of oxygen. Each death has been reduced to a mere data point for the government, not accounting for the magnitude of the crisis. When the COVID crisis was at its peak in India, the ruling dispensation was asking people to remain positive, share the good news, feel better, as if almost gaslighting the entire nation into toxic positivity. Our memories and our emotions were being erased in this sorry state of republic that India has become. And this is where I think theatre needs to intervene from here on. At the core of theatre, it involves people coming together to participate in a collective emotional experience. Pandemic has robbed us of that. When we go back to theatres, and we will, we must address these erasures and restore the emotions that we have not been afforded to possess in the public consciousness. Families have lost their dear ones without being able to grieve. People have been subjected to violence and injustice but are deprived to feel enraged about it. Our emotions and our memories are sovereign too. We cannot let a fascist government tell us how to feel and what to remember. Theatre will have to restore our emotional spectrum, not just with positivity, but also with the rage that would create radical solidarities for a fight that is yet to come. In one of Abhishek's plays, a character says, people come to theatre to watch what they already know, what they are afraid of forgetting. For Abhishek and for many of us, theatre is a repertoire of public memory. And thus, when we go back to theatres, it is important that we remember and remind everyone what all has happened.
Yeah, Kaustubh, let's maybe Damara Kashid respond, and we'll come back to you. So we divide a bit the time. Damara Kashid, so tell us a bit about how do you see the moment at this moment, and maybe speak a little bit slower. The connection is not super perfect, so let us know what's on your mind.
कौस्तुभ ने बताया है, तो वही मतलब पॉलिटिकल प्रिजनर्स को जो मतलब लोग जो बोल रहे हैं उनको तो समझ आ रहा है. तो मतलब एक कविता है, खश्र बपा है घर.
I think he just froze in the screen. Were you translating or?
No, he was just saying that that I mentioned some few political prisoners that have been incarcerated in India. So I think he was talking about them and probably a poem that he had to read about. Damarakshit,
do you have a poem for us, Damarakshit? You have some? Why don't we do the reading? As the connections seem to be working now, let's try your reading, if you can.
Yeah. So, so the situation is very worst, and we work on the lockdown caste atrocity also. We worked on the documenting the caste atrocity during the COVID pandemic. Is the biggest issue, the mob lynching also, and caste atrocity also. So I afraid as an artist on virtual media, on social media, there is a lot of violence.
Yeah,
it's a violence, and the rationality and the scientific approach is downturn day by day. Yeah, it's going down of Indian society. So I afraid, and so I feel to create some music, create some short films, create some songs for this kind of the healthy dialogue, because we are the folk artists, we are the street performer. We go to the community, we work with community, we work with children, we work with every constitutional rights fights. We stand with CAA, we stand with farmers protests. But now in the COVID pandemic, we are not that much practically work within a community. So Baba Sahib Ambedkar says the cultural movement is very much important for the political revolution. So the cultural movement, we have to do all kind of theater work. I really happy to all worldwide theater artists, Abhishek ji, you, Tanvi and Kaustubh and all our friends. We come together and we have to cultivate minds of the peoples of the world.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so we believe in constitutional values.
So maybe if you could we have certain time, if you could do is it a song or a poem what you will do, or is it a song? Just do it so we have it and we don't have to interrupt you, and I'm sorry that we are under time.
Yeah, the song is asking the question of this ruler, who is the responsible for this kind of death. Yeah. ये किसका लहू ये कौन मरा, ये किसका लहू ये कौन मरा, रहबरे ये मुल्क बता। धरती की सुलगती छाती के बेचैन शरारे पूछते हैं, तुम लोग जिन्हें अपना ना सके वो खून के धारे पूछते हैं। सड़कों की जुबान चिल्लाती है, सागर के किनारे पूछते हैं, ये किसका लहू ये कौन मरा, रहबरे ये बता। किस काम के ये दीन धर्म जो शर्म के दामन चाक करे, किस तरह के ये देश भगत जो बसते घरों को खाक करे। आंखें तो उठा नजरें तो मिला, रहबरे ये मुल्क वो कौम बता, ये किसका लहू ये कौन मरा, ये किसका लहू ये कौन।
Wonderful, thank you, really. Maybe Kaustubh, in very few words, tell us what the song was about, and then you have 5 minutes for yourself for the finishing of it.
Yeah, so this song is by this very famous poet and lyricist Sahir Ludhianvi, which the song is begging the question to the regime and the man at the helm of the affairs, ki, whose blood is this, and who are these people who are dead. And so it says dharti ki sulak. So the earth is on fire, and the sparks are asking the question, and people who you did not sort of include in your program or as your beneficiaries, who are those people? And it's basically asking ki, it's the poet sort of imagines a scenario where there's a lot of death and violence. And the question is being asked of the ruler, who are these people?
Who are these people? Yeah, that's great. That is a good, important song and gets a new meaning. So Kaustubh, the next 4 minutes are yours. And
Yeah,
you
I
can
think I'll
continue or read or speak or read whatever you feel like.
I think I'll just now give a gist of it. So what I was talking about was that one, I see theater makers sort of take on this task of, remembering and reminding people of what has happened. And the call that I was sort of heeding to was this poem by this young poet from Delhi called Amir Aziz, where he said, "Sab yaad rakha jayega," everything will be remembered. The poem was recited at the protest, one of the biggest protests that happened in Delhi a few years ago, during the Citizenship Amendment Act that was being passed in India. So I think, yeah, so if theater probably has to create that space where people can come and grieve and feel enraged about things that has happened. And the second thing that I was going to talk about is a larger virus that we have seen in India and across the world is how truth is being manipulated, and how the media, I mean, we have seen sort of post-truth become a colloquial word in our lifetime. And and in India especially, we are seeing a shift in the media, news, digital media, electronic media especially, where instead of representing people's interests and opinions, it is going against that and sort of siding with the regime. And what it has effectively done is it has sort of corroded or sort of destabilized people's ability to discern truth from untruth. I mean, we no longer know what is true, what is fake news. Our skills, our ability to tell something is true and something is false is being sort of attacked. And I think as theater, theater is a business of truth at the core of it. And whenever we do sort of a play, we sort of incur a great debt to the idea of truth. And I think it is on theater makers like all of us to restore that ability, to help people to discern, because what is happening right now with the sheer reach and the scale of the electronic media, there is a didactic propaganda that is being beamed through people's televisions and phones, and there is no participation. And I think theater will have to sort of restore that ability. I'll just quote a quote by Susan Sontag, where she says, that in a society that works and enriches itself by means of organized hallucinations, artists should be less devoted to creating new forms of hallucinations and more devoted to piercing through the hallucination that nowadays pass for reality. The current regime, I mean, so this is what I drew. The current regime in India is marked with a perverse theatricality. People who uphold and support this regime are in a perpetual suspension of disbelief. It is therefore contingent upon a contingent that we step up and mount works that effectively counter these mass hallucinations and create more democratic and inclusive spaces of truth through theater. So that is what I mean. These are the two.
What an important statement you make to say, theater should not create false illusions. On the contrary, we should fight against them and pop them and show the truth. And if there's ever a time where this is of importance, it is now. And for our Indian friends and colleagues, we now move to a country that in some way also is fighting for the arts, for the truth, and what it means to be an artist under a government that all of a sudden has changed. Hungary, where we are moving on now, had always been looked at as one of the beacons of modernity. There has been, Moholy Nagy, so many great playwrights, Molnar, others, filmmakers. And joining the European Union, it was a great addition. And all of a sudden now in Poland and Hungary, we are seeing things that we did not expect. And Andrea and Laszlo are with us now to share a little bit also about this, but also about the time of Corona. So we start with Andrea. How is the situation at the moment in Budapest or north of Budapest, where you say where you are? What's going on?
Well, most of theaters are in holiday, so some are open and work, but others are closed. It's like really relaxed now, the whole situation, but we are preparing for the fourth wave of coronavirus in the fall probably. I think the fall is really unknown what's going to happen and how theaters can or will operate, if there is a full lockdown again or just like restrictions, or we have no idea about that.
What are the vaccination percentage in Hungary at the moment? How many people got it? And
it's like 57, 8 percent of the population is vaccinated, but now it goes very slowly because those who wanted to get the vaccine got it, and so to go further, it's very difficult.
Yeah, of course, it's much smaller than India. I think the Hungarian population is at 15 million. I'm not sure.
No, it's 9.7 million.
Yeah.
9.7 million.
It's like half of Delhi.
Yeah. So that is different. So how do you see this situation? How is Hungary dealing, with COVID at the moment, and how's the atmosphere?
Well, I think it's kind of very depressed. There are some skeptics, and there are people who think that the government didn't deal very well with the virus, and of course the government used the virus as an excuse to strengthen its grip on the civil society. And actually I wrote a note as you suggested, and if you don't mind, I would read
please.
it. I mean, I'm happy to talk freely,
Yes.
but sometimes,
no, but let's do that first.
Yeah, and it's quite long, and excuse for this. So this is dedicated to the huge masses who fell victim to their respective governments all around the world being too incompetent to deal with the health crisis, and cynical enough to use this historic opportunity to forge political capital and gain firmer grip on their opponents. And let me, as a symbol of all this, revisit a moment a few months ago. I am standing in a large basement storage room filled with personal belongings of dozens and dozens of university students from all over the world. The objects are there all right, but their owners are not. The storage room has been, since the moment I entered it first, a metaphor, a reminder, and so much more. While there is no tragic element to it, I experienced some truly dramatic feelings when looking around. Time, the middle of the grand virus saga, devastating chapter 3. Place, the student hostel of Central European University, aka CU Budapest. Characters, myself, former leader of the University of Theatre and Film Arts, plus my students present in comfortable rooms some stories above. And students of CEU not present, that is, present in their homes all around the world or in their new Vienna campus. Central European University is a unique institution funded by George Soros in Budapest many years ago. Students arrived literally from all over the world and were offered a wonderful study environment with top quality education that gained international recognition. Until the recent populist government of Hungary decided, as one highlight of their glorious march towards the so-called illiberal democracy, to discredit and practically ban this free-spirited and open institution. The leaders and staff put on a fight, followed closely with great sympathy by the civil society, but eventually had to give up. The university moved to Vienna, and the generously built Budapest complex is now hollow and almost totally deserted. Some 15 months ago, this same government decided, maybe as a next stop on the famous road to nowhere, that is, a march towards illiberal democracy, to attack my institution, the University of Theatre and Film Arts. The students and the teachers stood up against it united. A series of demonstrations and creative actions followed, again with substantial spiritual support by civilians from Hungary and abroad. Then the leaders resigned, including myself. The students occupied the university's main building and kept it under control until 71 glorious days later, they were forced out by the pandemic. Once the semester was safely completed, most of the teaching staff and the administrative employees, plus several students, left the university for good and formed our own society. We were suddenly jobless and homeless, but free. And freedom, as we all know, might be luxury. The quest for a safe place and the search for funds began. Then, 5 wonderful European art universities decided to join forces and adopt our courses and administer the necessary credits. Thus, the students who left their conquered alma mater would work on with their dissident teachers. So now we had promising opportunities to continue our creative work, but we still needed a place. Here comes the above-mentioned Central European University to the picture. They offered us some empty rooms and auditoria to settle, plus beautiful and comfortable housing to our students in their half-empty student hostel. Let us go back to my story, as we are ready to absorb the moment. Here I stand in the basement of the CEU hostel where my students are residing, but the owners of the left luggage are not. The room is full of suitcases, cardboard boxes, huge plastic bags, and bigger personal objects, including some funny or bizarre ones, all neatly arranged on the shelves. This is what's left behind when many students of CEU moved out temporarily and left Hungary in the hope they can return soon. That obviously never happened. The combined effects of the government chasing the university out of Budapest and the pandemic preventing people from traveling made this room a rich collection of objects full of personal history and culture, a spectacular but not necessarily sad memento of how fragile our little communities and how insecure our lives are. So I'm standing there in the building that belongs to the severely attacked and harmed CEU that nevertheless helps our small educational republic survive in collaboration with those courageous European universities. Standing there and looking at the personal belongings of CEU students from India, Colombia, the Ukraine, etc., I understood more than ever how much we rely on each other and how important uniting humanity and free spirit to win over darkness is. My government, which earlier...
If we interrupt you there and we come back, maybe we give for a moment the work back to Andrea. For our listeners and our Indian friends, the Hungarian government decided to impose unacceptable rules to a very successful, very important Oscar-winning school in the film part, and the theater school has been one of the most significant in the Eastern European and European world, and it was shut down by the government. So, Andrea, how is the situation to work in Hungary at the moment? You're also a dramaturg, and also did you prepare a reading? Will you tell us something?
I prepared a text about the Hungarian independent performing arts scene. Is under really in a crisis situation, and I would like to read at least partly.
Sure.
So the Hungarian independent performing arts struggle also not only under the global crisis and local political financial pressure, but there are also cases of soft censorship, which has a toxic impact on this sector. Artistic freedom and free expression is, in my understanding, in danger. Ideological expectations work as a form of soft censorship, and they are part of the bulldozer type cultural policy. Some of these expectations are reflected in grant calls. The most recent one for 2021 for independent performing arts reads, quote, priority is given to affirmative presentation of Hungarian cultural values on high level, strengthening the consciousness of our national identity and our belonging to European Christian culture on a professional contemporary theater language in a positive interpretation, end quote. Parallel with these expectations, policymakers are dismissing certain topics, attitudes, theater forms, and of course, aesthetics like activism, negativism, criticism, different forms of political theater, political criticism of contemporary life presented in a direct way. And in the light of the newest homophobic law just recently passed, heteronormativity as an expectation becomes an even bigger threat. After this scandalous law was passed, there already had been cases of threat toward LGBT people. I wonder what would happen if today a big or small theater would play Angels in America. It has been only less than 10 years since the National Theatre premiered it, which seems now ages. The Hungarian performing arts field was hit by COVID-19, especially due to lack of state care for those who work in the arts sector. While for those who were part of big state-subsidized institutions, the year-and-a-half-long situation was, first of all, a mental crisis. For those who worked in independent institutional forms, this yet unfinished period became an often extreme existential and financial situation. The state offered very few aid options, and most of which were only pretending to be a form of help. Many people working in different areas of this field had to understand that there is no social network below the artist, no meaningful economic rescue packages offered by the state in crisis situation. They had to understand that they were left alone, and independent artists could only count on themselves. The whole scene situation was never this fragile. And one more thought, this first lockdown had a negative impact, but according to independent artists, a positive one too. Artists of the independent contemporary field felt that they have always worked under not normal conditions, with high working hours, exhausting production pressure, and a high number of performances in order to fulfill their grant requirements and be able to live exclusively on creative work. But the summer holidays soon became too long, they say. So, and I don't want to continue to read my text, but
no, but we get the idea. Yeah. And for our listeners also from India and Hungary declared, I think also like in Poland, there are lesbian and gay-free areas. It is homophobic laws, which really puts a gay and lesbian lifestyle close to criminal behavior. And so it's completely unacceptable. The European Union is at the moment rethinking its policy and might take away all financial funding for the countries because of also scandals within the system of law, that judges are no longer independent. So it's a big, big crisis also for you to know in India. So Laszlo and Toma, Andrea, when you hear what's happening in India, when you hear what's happening in Hungary, what you experience, do you feel that there are similarities? Is there something that you can relate to? Laszlo, maybe you start.
Well, yeah, there's definitely similarities all around the world. As was said before, this post-truth thing, the overall control of the media, the free spirits everywhere, what I mentioned, the so-called illiberalism, it all infects our societies, and the governments in power do, not only in our countries, not only in India, in Poland, but all over the world. There are tendencies that the governments, in the fear of knowledge, in the fear of creativity, in the fear of free spirits, they try and discriminate the freedom of art, the freedom of speech in every single way. I mean, that's a general tendency, and we must unite forces, because pandemics is not a private matter. You know,
social one. Yeah, Andrea, what's your response?
I think Hungary is, as a part of European Union, still expects something from this European Union. Although the news propaganda messages on the streets of Budapest and of Hungary are sending very strong messages against the European Union. And it looks like that there is a danger that Hungary would like to step out from the Union, which I feel like a real big threat. And we also know that Hungarians are very supportive. Most of the population is very supportive toward the European Union. One thing I wanted to share, and maybe there is a similarity here too, that there is very little solidarity in my country, and this is what I see around the world. Solidarity toward the poor, solidarity toward the artists, and there is a lot of indifference in my country, and this is something I think we share now in the world. Although what you do now, Frank, is something really against this this indifference and this lack of solidarity. But what I see around my country and in my country is that the lack of solidarity brings us to this kind of distancing ourselves from the problems, distancing ourselves from everything what is difficult, and put the responsibility on the poor, on the people, and not sharing this situation and not giving very much help.
And of course,
Laszlo, we have 1 minute left. Yeah, maybe.
I know, but
give us a statement. Yeah.
Yeah, I just mean that this is, of course, political propaganda, because boiling down everything on two-bit questions is very marketable. So when they divide the societies into parts, it's all about, are you with us or against us, and all kinds of questions regarding the whether shoemaking or theater is not analyzed. It's always a suggestion that you should find the right answer and say you are with us. And that is just marketing, because this is the easiest way to market your own goods.
Yeah, and then political
goods, I mean.
Yeah, and we are really sorry to hear, that complication that Hungary is experiencing. It's also been a great country. There's a great tradition of theater, lots of contemporary great work. And I'm so sorry, Laszlo, that you were forced out of that leadership of that great school. It's a scandal. We also did a session about it, and we hope that artists have always been, we said that on Segal Talks, on the right side of history, on this right side of the struggle for democracy and freedom, and for social justice and progressive justice. And I wish governments would hear to artists, because then the countries would be better off. So thank you both. And I know it's so little time to devote to such a significant part of the world, but it is a global run through, and I really appreciate you guys staying up in the dark, as you often, I guess, are worrying what will happen. But thank you for sharing, and we think of you, and we wish you all our energy and all our best. And I think what you both said is right. It's no longer just up to you. Have a better app, go to a fitness studio, to meditation, and the world will be better. No, there are systematic changes are needed. It's a system that is wrong, and we need to mobilize in a way. Let's move back.
And we should get all the students who once left their luggage behind. We should get them back.
Get them back. Yes, this is quite an image.
And have their energies with us.
Yeah, I suggest maybe you connect a museum somewhere in the world and make an art installation. It's such a symbolic image you point out. But now let's go to New York, a city New York that has been the epicenter in the very, very beginning. It was in a way what Bangalore was 4 weeks ago, maybe right now. It moved a bit also to Indonesia. We will hear from Indonesia. It's got a bit better in India, but who knows what will happen. But in New York City, it was where the sirens wouldn't stop and where people worked overtime in the hospitals, and in the neighborhood of Corona, it's actually called Corona, Queens, 60 to 70% of people were infected with Corona. It was surreal, and we did not really know what was happening, and Maud was in the middle of it, and we had a Segal talk, and it was quite a moving one. It was deeply touching to me, and also afterwards, it was even daily on my mind. Maud, maybe tell us a bit and about that time.
I just want to say appreciate being here, and it seems fitting. Frank asked me to read something perhaps in memoriam for my spouse and artistic partner of the last 20 years, Lee Brewer, writer, director. And it's as I think that this past year and a half has very much highlighted our interconnectedness and our interdependence. Lee, India was an enormous source of influence in his work, and he was an exchange scholar there in the early 90s, and you can see the ripples of the work through the years. And also Lee's father's family came from Hungary. I was just going to read, because I am aware of the time.
Yeah, maybe tell a little bit more about Mabu Mines and you and Lee, about your work, so people know who you are.
So Lee is a co-founder of the theater Mabu Mines, a small experimental theater company, avant-garde work that's founded in the 1970s. And we are going to have our delayed 50th anniversary celebration next year. Lee worked all over the world, and I worked with him these last 20 years. He's both known for his radical adaptations of work, but also his own original work. And he was writing up until 2 weeks before he died. And this is very much thinking about death and dying, and but this is a satirical spin on Gulliver's travels. Gulliver's on the train to the end of his life. So shall I read?
Yeah, so we heard, and maybe for the audience, so the last talk, also public talk, Lee gave together with Maud, was a Segal talk. He's a beloved member and a towering member of the New York City theater scene. Great work. Most probably his Doll's House is the most performed Ibsen in most countries in the history of theater. It was an incredible work what he did. Is a great loss for the city, for America, and for the world of theater. So Maud, yes, please tell us.
And I think we've been very focused on a good death for a number of years. He didn't die of corona, but died in the midst of it. And it was a very graceful passing. We were very lucky because we had family and love and floated him out. But he's definitely, when someone of this stature, he had such a extraordinary theatrical intelligence and such a largesse of spirit. Feeling his presence is sorely missed, but happy to be able to, he would have been thrilled to have a little bit of his work. And he's hoping that this would be performed at Mabu's 50th next year. So Gulliver is on this train to nowhere, and he spied an eensy-weensy spider that he had trailed from his shipwreck, and he invited the delicate creature to crawl onto his fingernail, and he raised it to his ear. When the culture is in chaos, preached the tiny spider, it gives birth to prophecy. Chaos is the earth's birth pangs. Gulliver's ear exploded with banshee cries. Oh! What is it? What happened? There came a voice, tiny like bellows. The little spider was gasping for breath. Cramp! There's a cramp in 3 of my 8 legs.
See how they're curled up like burnt bacon. He could feel the insect struggling onto his lobe, where it hung like an earring. Just getting some air, just sticking my nose in the breeze. It had been to the doctor that very morning, and the spider had lost weight, and the lack of balance made crawling on a path as narrow as a single thread hopeless. The doctor had said, this could be terminal. Can I help you? Gulliver whispered. Can I do anything for you? You can listen, gasped the spider. I object to my art being called my work. I do not work, I play. I am not working against time. I'm playing against time. The game is make-believe. A spider simply falls from one fiction into another. A spider is indispensable from its myth. Who wrote you? Gulliver asked. I wrote you, said the eensy-weensy spider. You are my fiction. You're what I've wrought. I love you. We swing together. Gulliver's ear grew hot. The spider had bitten it. Ow! Did you kiss me? The myth of the swinging spider purports to rescue a spider art from the condescension of posterity, to recognize its theology. For after all, is not God a consensus of fictions? Are not artists the creator of gods? This conversation was taking place in Gulliver's head while he was searching for something. What was it? Oh, his seat. Had he forgotten everything? Where have you been? The spider asked. Up front. Then you saw the engine? Did you see where we're going? Up, said Gulliver, and he took the little spider on his finger, which he held up to his ear like he was balancing an antique teacup, and together they looked out the window. Tell me, pleaded the spider. Tell me what you saw up front. And to answer this, Gulliver had to plumb deep into his memories. The name of the train is the Royal Blue. It's an Art Deco diesel. It's the name of the train that took me first from Wilmington to New York when I was 3. I ate my first cocktail onion on the dining room of this train. My father carried me home and tucked me in bed. Bye-bye. And he started up the aisle. Flo called out to him, but he couldn't hear a sound. However, he could see that he was retracing his life in the manner of an archive viewed in reverse. Piles of books overflowed the upholstery, each one spliced open with a bookmark. He understood that he had been reading them simultaneously and that each was open to the place that he'd stopped. He must have stopped hundreds of stories. Did his stories hate him? Did he dare ask one of them to be honest? Shelley, do you hate me? Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Flo in the aisle, crawling towards him and crying, Gulliver, it's time for your blood pressure pill. She was heading for the fountain. Take with water. There was traffic in the aisle. Gulliver was petrified. Flo would be stamped on. In his mind's eye, he saw her squashed flat, stuck on the bottom of a shoe. He dove headlong toward her, skinning his elbow in the side of his cheek. He twisted, he turned, shielding the spider from his heels, taking the blows on his head and his fingertips, until with both hands, he cupped the dear insect to his ear. That was the moment that he knew he loved her. She was his guide to God. She had risked knife and limb to bring him his Labadol, 200 milligrams. It was the moment that she knew that she loved him too. He rode for nearly an hour, holding her to his ear and whispering, it was true love. There could be no problem except he was in the wrong seat. He had to have a story. The conductor was due to come by. I am sorry, sir. I had a stroke, I've lost my memory, and all the seat numbers look the same. Yes, no, I don't remember who I was sitting next to, but it doesn't matter. They're all ghosts. Yes, I was going to the head of the train to see if anybody was driving. Oh, this is Flo. No, she doesn't need a seat. She lives in my ear and she doesn't need a ticket. That way we can talk. I'm deaf, she's my guide. Oh, don't be so bureaucratic. We're all going in the same direction, aren't we? Some of us are just sitting more up front than others. Some of us are just more confrontational. Sometimes, Gulliver wished, I wish I was sitting more up front. Only I'm anxious. What will I say to the deity? It's an honor. I'm not sure I can say that with a straight face, but I'm glad I'm out of the toilet, even if most of the shit is mine. And that's the fate of the creative persona. If one builds with one's own shit, one stinks of it. Gulliver looked down the aisle. Every seat was spilling over with his archives. Oh, look, there are the rewrites of La Divina. Across the aisle was Hajj. Under a footrest were his old notes for the Warrior Ant. And down 3 seats, he could make out Sister Susie Cinema across from the Red Horse animation. And one by one, the people around him started to clap. Not yet. There were little clumps of people who stood up. Was it over? Not yet. Not yet. A standing ovation for a pile of shit. Gulliver was embarrassed, and he thought long and hard about getting to work with the powers he held in reserve. His flamethrower, irony. This was a fiction. He was free to think about things any way he wanted to, even happily. Me and Flo just need me and Flo. She just has to promise not to die in my ear. At last, Gulliver understood he was talking to himself. But how to end it? Well, the obvious way would be to stop talking. But how could he be sure that the story wasn't finished, or was it? There were devious ways the story could be strung out. He could say, he said, she said. He could be an author omnipotent. But the point was, he wasn't omnipotent. Far from it. This was all about honor. What was the honorable way? To just shut up with a quip, with a couplet, with proper punctuation, with gratitude.
Oh, thank you, thank you so much. And it was beautiful. And I like the line when they said, you know, what you can do is listening, you know, and we do have to listen to that little flea and little bug next to our ear, and that perhaps loves us. So how are you doing in these days? First of all, thank you. It was such a beautiful reading. It's a wonderful. But how are you doing? How are you doing?
I think grief is elliptical, and I think I was hoping that for the world with so many unresolved, with so many deaths, with so little chance to grieve in community, that there might be more attention going forward to certainly the American culture compartmentalizes dying and grieving. I know other cultures do it better, it seems, but that I would hope that worldwide there would be an opening of conversation, as a good death is integral to a good life. And that would be one of my hopes for what this year and a half has wrought. More frank conversation and attention to, certainly to hospice. And I think each of these, especially these COVID deaths where people died alone, and they have so much ripple down to so many other family members and loved ones.
Yeah. It's, you know, it's never a good time to lose a loved one in life, but in the time we live now, it is especially hard. And yeah, you know, as someone said, all great stories are about love and death, and you know, the death with the love you had both for each other, you know, but the death is got at least a word, the final word for a moment. Maybe some of our everybody wants to respond to Maud or to her reading. I saw it was such a touching, beautiful moment. So I invite you.
I just feel very happy and lucky that I have seen you on stage in Poland. And I never thought I will meet you in. So it was one of the shows of my life. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's thank you.
Maud, I also realized that I think I met some of your members in China a couple of years ago at the Fusion Theatre Festival, and we could not watch the performance, sadly, but I think we sort of hung out during the parties. When you mentioned the theatre company, I just sort of remembered that we had like a brief meeting. Yeah.
The piece about the rhinoceros and the chimpanzee?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I've not seen the play, but I think I've certainly interacted with some of your members at the festival there.
Well, it's such a pleasure to feel connected from afar. And I have to say that even in my own personal grief, there was this just a feeling of a deeper connection to a planet that's grieving and many of its species that are grieving.
Yeah.
I'd like to take that grief and go forward.
I would like to say more thank you for that beautiful reading and the metaphor of that train in which Gulliver is going somewhere where he doesn't know. I think is so powerful, so modern, and speaks to our timing. Beyond the binary of Gulliver going to, a place where people are much smaller or people are much bigger than Gulliver. Gulliver also has other places to go to where Gulliver doesn't know. I think that is very powerful, and that can. And if you don't mind, I would love to read the whole text if it is available somewhere for us to read. It really sounds like something intense and important.
There are different versions of it. Lee was doing many different drafts. There's going to be one. This will be turned eventually into a performance text that from a single draft that I hope to be able to publish. And there's also in September's PAJ, there's going to be an edit from a number of drafts that his youngest son was collaborating with him on, which is also a beautiful thing, as Lee worked with all his children, 5 children, and so we'll eventually get these things out into the world.
Yeah, look forward to it. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing your grief. It's a very powerful thing to do, and we are really moved and we feel privileged to be part of that. Thank you.
And you're not alone, Maud. We really, we love you. We appreciate you. We love Lee and the work of it. And also as general, as such a compassionate souls, you both are, and you stood for everything good and beautiful and real and truthful in the world. And I think when we hear Laszlo and Andrea talk about what is threatened to be lost, when we hear from Kastub and Damara Kashid, about how much is endangered right now. We heard earlier from Tanvi and Abhishek, that what you created is so very special, so very rare and precious. And it also, someone said, countries have the democracy they deserve, but countries also have the theater, the games, the plays they deserve, whether it's in sport or on stages. So it's connected in the atmosphere and the truthfulness in society. So really, that loss is something that goes as deep as our human experience, and losing something like this is devastating. And the danger that we are losing this in countries where they have it, perhaps that you still hold on to the end of the rope. It's devastating. Yeah.
But and yet to keep going forward, because I know even when I said to Lee, this is the end, and he said, well, we had 10 more months of plans. And that was one thing about him, is that he always had more plans, and didn't wait for things to be perfect or set, but like to keep struggling through and muddling through.
So we also have plans. We move into the next hour, but Maud, really, thank you, Laszlo and everyone, Andrea, Kastub, and Damara Kashid. So really, thank you, and we move on to the next session. Yeah.
Yeah. Just let me just finish with one sentence. You cannot build schools and theaters and hospitals alone, let alone teach and entertain and heal people, we should all work together. And this is all about that.
Yeah. It is really, thank you for participating. So now we welcome, thank you, really, I'm so grateful and honored that you all are with us. And now we move into our next hour, and again, we have a group of theater artists with that. It is impressive, they are important, they are significant, and they have made a difference here in the world. We have Titas Dutta and Segal Mondal from West Bengal, who are with us, who will be opening the session. Then we have Daniel Wetzel from the Great Rimini Protocol. He's one of the founders and of that tricolor ensemble. And then we have Daniele Franceschi from Martinique, who was with us with the Caribbean Playwright Festival. And Madhusree Mukherjee from India will join us, who's a collaborator of Rimini. So this is from India. So this is quite a very, very special session. Maybe we go super fast. Daniele, where are you and what time is it?
Hello, everyone. I'm in Martinique, in a little Caribbean island in the West Indies. And it's 7 p.m.
11 p.m. Titas, where are you? You're on
I'm
mute?
in Kolkata, India.
In Calcutta, India. Madhusree?
Sorry?
Where are you, Madhusree? Where are you at the moment?
I'm in Kolkata too, India.
Oh, both in good. And Daniel, it looks like it's darkish where you are.
Yes, it's in the middle of the night in Berlin, and I'm on a bicycle.
Is it the Kreuzberg neighborhood? Where are you?
Yes, I'm at Görlitzer Park. Actually, yes, I was intending to head towards the stage where Madhusree and I have been working some years ago, but we'll tell you more about this later.
And Damarakashid, where are you? Maybe not hearing this.
Hello.
Yeah, can Damarakashid?
You were asking me?
No, I think Damarakashid, but maybe she cannot hear us. So let's start maybe first with our Indian part, as we always normally. Titas, tell us a little bit about you and what you do. But I'm just getting a note from Thea from HowlRound TV that we should actually start with Daniel. Not only we don't want him to keep up so much longer in Berlin and Madhusree, but so and then we can reconnect. So let's start with Rimini Protocol. And Daniel, tell us a little bit. You said, I'm happy to do that, even though we're in the middle of a production. I know how busy you guys are. And you said we have to bring Madhusree in. So tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, and about your collaboration.
Well, yes, it's deadline time. So in fact, it's about working all night. But I'm really happy to join.
What are you working on? What are you working on?
We are working on an app for a first time, like really something that you will be able to download in whatever Play Store, App Store. And it starts with 9 different audio walks about which we hope that they're going to work wherever in the world you will download them and listen to them. And so they're site specific, but not that specific. So you can do that walk, be it in Kolkata or be it in Cleveland, Ohio, for example, where we have a co-producing festival, or in Switzerland. And it is always like a topos. You're invited to go to a graveyard, you're invited to walk by the water, you're invited to enter a supermarket, and then you're listening to a 15-20 minutes audio piece there. So again, and this is part why I'm here now outside. Also, I was looking into your conversations before a little bit, and I wanted to make a bit the statement that the theater, at least, for many of us, has a lot to do with the streets and with what happens here. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm outside.
That's on the streets. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about Rimini. You are so world famous, but maybe not everybody knows about it. Say a few words about your work.
Maybe in this context is more, let me emphasize on a connection that we have with India. So when we started to work in the early 2000s, I think in 2004, we got the invitation from the German Cultural Foundation to come to Kolkata, to Calcutta in West Bengal. And he just told us this city has such a bad image and it's so wrong. You have to come and do your work here. And our work very much consists of meeting people and declaring what happens outside the theater buildings to be the stages and the theater that we are interested in. So we're rather not working with actresses and actors, we're rather declaring the people that we meet on the streets or wherever at their work places to be our performers. We call them experts of the everyday, as well as the places where we find them to be stages at times. So this has been always our kind of major attitude and starting point since about 1999. And yes, so that's the way we came to Kolkata in about, I think 2005. That's when we also happened to meet Madhushree, first as a location scout. And this was also the beginning of a series of productions with the title Kolkata. So kind of a creation that resembles the act of calling, but also has Kolkata, the name of the city, in its title. And I think Madhushree and I, when it's about the reading, we'll tell you more about this.
Okay.
So this way of working with experts and this reference to, say, the life on the streets or in the world, rather than picking up the drama texts that deal with it as well, is what we have always been doing.
Mm-hmm. Tell us a bit, how is this theater situation in Germany at the moment? In Berlin, are theaters open, full 100%, 50 other festivals? Do people wear masks?
I have my mask here in case I want to enter a shop. The combination of regulations is again in this absurd, mix of where it does not really seem to make sense. But anyway, so in some places you need masks. Oh, sorry, I have to move. The girls are a bit loud. And then the theaters are closed now. Festivals are happening under restrictions, but the theaters decided to stick to their regular, say, schedule, which could have been done otherwise as well. They could have said, let's do theater when it's okay to be outside, and change our annual agenda and just do it a bit differently in 2021, but that didn't happen. And the numbers are very much down. Everybody is sort of, vaccination or why, so like almost everywhere in the world where vaccines are available, they seem to stuck and not cross the 50-something% margin. And people return from holidays. We're working with a lot of actresses and actors because we need their voices, but at the moment everybody seems to be on holidays. Hence, so I don't think, I can afford it and it's okay. And, for say the people in the bubble that I can overview.
So let's go to your performance. I can't wait. Is that a good moment? And we could call it later. Tell us a bit what you're planning or what you want to do.
The reading, you mean?
Oh, reading. Yes, reading. Sorry.
No. We just realized that it's supposed to be a reading. I wasn't.
Yes. Whatever you want to do, that's fine.
So actually, I said to Madhushree, let's have a little bit of a dialogue about what was for us and what was India in the work of Rimini and so forth. And
let's do that.
Madhushree has to say, okay, thank you very much. So perhaps we should call in Madhushree now.
So you want us to go ahead with our part now?
Go ahead with your part.
Okay, so one thing is, before Madhushree, before you tell a bit about yourself, you tell me where I should go.
Well, Daniel, I would say, since you're on the main road already, so why don't you go ahead maybe a few meters, and then do you see a crossing ahead of you? Is there a signal?
Yeah, there will be a signal. Yeah.
There will be a signal. So then, yes, you go towards the signal.
So Madhushree, what brings you here in this conversation? How come?
in this. So I am very happy to be a part of this conversation, this event, a part of Rimini Protocol, with whom I have been performing and associated since 2005. And we have staged, if we can use this term, staged a performance since last July, Kolkata at Home, the third version of our series of Kolkata, which Daniel was talking about. And have you reached the crossing, Daniel?
Yes, yes, I can actually cross. I will enter a village of tents, from tents.
And is the signal is red?
Ah, no, it's red. Yeah.
It's now red.
Moment.
Okay.
Carry on, carry on.
Okay. So once you cross, would you see the post bank over there? If you cross the signal, would you see a post bank?
Honestly, I'm very sorry, the post bank doesn't exist anymore. But why do you ask for the post bank? Why do you ask for it?
Because the post bank was part of our tour that we did in 2005 when we did the Kolkata walk, the first version of Kolkata. When
you know, instead of the bank, what you can see is one tent next to the other. That's how banks convert into what they produce, which might be, you know. Yeah,
okay, that's sad. That's sad.
Poverty on the other end.
Yeah, because I remember when we were doing the show, that was the first intercontinental mobile phone theater, and we were performing one-to-one with our audience, and we were guiding them through the streets of Berlin. And yeah, the first place that we would bring them to is the Postbank after when they came out of the cafe.
So maybe we should tell a bit more about this piece. It was actually about the question, how can we Germans coming from the West do something interesting for an Indian audience? And so there was this moment, actually, it's 4 o'clock in the night, in the morning at your place, is it, Madhusri?
It is almost going to be 4:40 now. It's past 4:30, 40 minutes past 4. It's going to be dawn.
That was the hour when I entered Kolkata for the first time together with my friend Stefan, and we were walking around there. The first thing, one of the first things that we saw was like this cat by the river, where on the one hand, the ashes of people are being released into the water, and on the other hand, kids are brushing their teeth. And you kind of walk there and realize that this is, has a lot to do with many levels and experiences of being human that seem to be almost forgotten when you walk in Berlin. But not in the sense of exotic, more in the sense of so much and so intense, and perhaps a much bigger diversity of things that happen in parallel and that exist and coexist in time and in place. It has been always a super strong impression on a very human level to especially go to Kolkata and Mumbai. These are the two places that I actually know. So it turned out that we can't really make theater for the people there, but we can go to the point where we can talk about who is who and who are we and who are you. And so that's how we ended up in call centers, because that time call centers were the places where youngsters could earn money by pretending to actually be in America or be in the West. One of my favorite workplaces was this guy who pretended to be a pizza place in Brooklyn by taking the orders for the people in Brooklyn who actually thought that they would order around the corner. And yeah, and they should not know that they would call all around the globe, so to have their toppings discussed. And this was a moment where I understood, okay, this has a lot to do with the theater, that has to do with service, and that is a stage that we should explore together.
Incredible.
Where should
we
I
have
go,
like
Madhusri?
we have like 4 or 5 more minutes left.
Yes.
So and you continue to do different versions of, like version number 3. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, that was the response to the pandemic, actually. because yeah, we were invited by a Russian festival actually, whether we could pick it up again, and it turned out to be really fruitful. Madhusri, which cities have we been visiting with that piece?
We began with St. Petersburg last July, and then we performed in Williamstown, USA. And then we were in Helsinki, we were in Tallinn, we were in Salisbury, and we were in Poland. Yeah, and we performed in 8 cities. In the
You have never been in any one of them. You're always in India?
Yes, I've always been in India. And the second version, which we did, was Kolkata in a Box.
Peacock.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, there's a peacock on the street.
Daniel, the peacock makes me very nostalgic because this reminds me of our song, the song that we sing in every performance of Kolkata since 2005.
You're not saying that you want to sing a song?
This song.
Sing it for us. We would love to hear it.
You want me to sing this song, Daniel, or you want me to sing some other song?
I think the song from Kolkata would fit better, if you don't mind, because it's less rhythmic, sure. So it fits better with Zoom.
Okay, so this is a song which was there, which I sang in the first version of our Kolkata, and there was a film made on our performance by Anjan Datta, the film director. And this is a song by our very favorite Rabindranath Tagore. So I'll sing a few lines from that song. You know, this is also a message for all of us who are together in this solidarity that we are part of today. So this is about, you know, it connects. At the same time, it reminds me of all the places that I want to be. So I'm here in Kolkata, but my mind is with you all.
Great.
So
we have about 2-3 minutes left, so this is fantastic.
Madhusri's Howl.
HowlRound.
And I'll join with a fish that travels the streets.
Amar mon berai go ঘুরে ঘুরে দূরে কোথায় দূরে দূরে যে বাঁশিতে বাতাস কাঁদে সেই বাঁশিটি সুরে সুরে দূরে কোথায় দূরে দূরে।
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you. That was wonderful. And what a great fish we are following with,
yes, the
with
fish
Daniel.
is
Amazing. That is such a great thing, and it just shows again you need some imagination and creativity, and not so much. So thank you both. Thank you, Madhusri and Daniel, for joining us. Daniel, for squeezing us in the middle of your work and opening and staying up so
that's
late.
What you all do.
That's amazing. It's amazing. We are so thankful, and we love you, and we hope to see all you guys one day, and maybe Madhusri, one day you are in New York. And you come and visit us. Yeah. Let's move over to Titas and Segal and say goodbye to Daniel or Madhusri. If you want, we would love to have you stay with us, but I know you are busy people and it's very, very, very late or early where you are. So Titas and Segal, thank you for coming. Titas, tell us a little bit since we interrupted you, what are you doing? What is your theater work about?
We both work differently in 2 different zones. Somewhat our work kind of connect by the spirit, but we significantly work in separation in 2 different aspect. So I think we'll start with Sajal and he can start talking about his work. I'll translate for our, if necessary.
Yeah.
Sajal.
Sajal. You are on mute. You have to put your microphone off. On?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yes, perfect.
Sir, আমি সজল, আমি একজন নাট্যশিল্পী। আমাদের নাটকের দল ম্যানগ্রোভ থিয়েটার সেন্টার সুন্দরবনের বাসন্তী
So
দ্বীপে
the
অবস্থিত।
connection is not so good, so speak a little bit slowly, so we can hear you better. So take your time.
Okay. So আমি একজন থিয়েটার শিল্পী এবং আমাদের একটা দল আছে। দলটার নাম ম্যানগ্রোভ থিয়েটার সেন্টার সুন্দরবন বাসন্তীতে। আমার বেশিরভাগের সময় ছোটবেলা থেকে পড়াশোনা নিয়ে সুন্দরবনে কেটেছে এবং তারপরে পড়াশোনার সূত্রে আমি কলকাতা থেকে আমি রবীন্দ্রভারতী থেকে মাস্টার ডিগ্রি গ্রাজুয়েশন করার পরে এবং আমি রাষ্ট্রীয় নাট্য বিদ্যালয় থেকে আমি গ্রাজুয়েশন করি 2011 সালে।
Sajal is a theatre practitioner and the founder of Mangrove Theatre Center, which is hailing from island of Bashanti in deltas of Sundarban in the south of West Bengal. He's finished his school from local schools and then he came to Kolkata for higher studies and finally he finished his specialized degree in theatre direction from National School of Drama and Rabindra Bharati University.
Yeah. Then সুন্দরবনের যে ভৌগোলিক অবস্থান সেখানের সেই যে পরিস্থিতি সেইটাকে আমাদেরকে সামলাতে হয়, কারণ সুন্দরবন এমনই একটা জায়গা যেখানে আমাদেরকে প্রকৃতির এই রোষটাকে সহ্য করতে হয়, যেমন প্রতি সময়ের ঝড়, বেশি জলোচ্ছ্বাস এরকম, এবং তার মধ্যে থেকেও আমাদেরকে একটা বাঁচার লড়াই করে যেতে হয়, তারপরে গিয়ে বাকি থিয়েটার এবং অন্যান্য অ্যাক্টিভিটিসকে আমরা ভাবতে পারি।
Sundarban Delta takes many natural calamities on, like super cyclones, heavy tides, erosion for its geographic location. The inhabitants of the Delta are highly challenged and fighting constantly for their survival, and a lack of support in education makes it very hard. And within that situation, Sajal is making his theatre.
যদিও প্যান্ডামিক ঠিক শুরু হওয়ার আগে আমাদের দেশে আমি ঠিক সেই মুহূর্তে কালিম্পং এর একটা স্কুলে, লেকচার স্কুলে আমি নাটকের শিক্ষক হিসেবে কাজ করছিলাম, এবং কিছুদিন পর আমি ফেব্রুয়ারিতে ছুটিতে বাড়ি আসি। এরকম সময়ে কিছুদিন থাকার পরে আমি একটু শান্তিনিকেতনে ঘুরতে চলে যাই। এমন অবস্থায় আমাকে বলা হয়, মানে আমরা সবাই খবর পাই যে আমাদের সবাইকে বাড়ি চলে যেতে হবে, সেই মতো আমরা সবাই বাড়ি চলে যাই। এবং এর মধ্যে একটা অদ্ভুত ঘটনা ঘটে যে সরকার থেকে, গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে থালাবাটি বাজিয়ে বলে যে ঠিক আছে তোমাদের লকডাউন এখান থেকে শুরু, এবং সেরকম ভাবে কোভিড-19 এর একটা সূচনা হলো, এবং যেটা আমাদের জীবনে অদ্ভুত ভাবে আমাদের গ্রামীণ জীবনে সেটা এসে পৌঁছলো। এবং তারপরে আমি নিজে অনুভব করতে পারলাম যে পাহাড়ে যখন আমি ছিলাম, সেই পাহাড়ের যে সাধারণ লাইফ, শান্ত লাইফ, সেটা সেই কোয়ারেন্টাইনেরই মতন। তো এরকম জিনিস আমার একটা খুব অভিজ্ঞতা হলো।
So it's generally to support the theatre work, most of the time we all take up a side job to pay our bills basically. Sajal was also working in a school at Kalimpong, and he came for vacation to his home, and suddenly the COVID broke out, and it was said that we have to be at home, where there was no prior information or warnings. Suddenly one day it was locked down, and it became very deadbeat all around as everything stopped.
ওকে, এরকম একটা অবস্থায় আমরা যখন গৃহবন্দী হলাম, তার কিছুদিনের পরে আমাকে কিছু লোকশিল্পী তারা আমাকে ফোন করলো, তাদের কিছু মানে মেডিকেলের সাহায্যের জন্য তারা ব্যক্তিগতভাবে আমাকে আবেদন করলো, এবং কোন রকম ভাবে আমি একটু আবেগে আপ্লুত হয়ে আমি তাদেরকে সাহায্য করার চেষ্টা করলাম, এবং এরকম ভাবে আমরা আরো কিছু বন্ধুরা একসাথে জুড়ে গেলাম যে কি করে আমরা অনেক লোকশিল্পীদের সাহায্য করতে পারি। এবং মানে হঠাৎ করে আমফান বলে একটা বড় ডিজাস্টার, সেটা আমাদের সুন্দরবনের বুকে নেমে এলো, এবং যার ফলে পুরো জনজীবন একদম একদম বিচ্ছিন্ন হয়ে যায়, কাটছাট হয়ে যায় সবকিছু থেকে, এবং এই মানুষগুলোর কাছে কোনো কোভিড-19 এক্সিস্ট থাকে না, কারণ তাদেরকে খুব খুব বাঁচাটাই তাদের কাছে বড় দায়। এরকম একটা পরিস্থিতির আমরা শিকার হয়েছিলাম। তো এরকম পরিস্থিতি হওয়ার পরে আমরা বিশেষ করে নাটক এবং আর্ট সেক্টরের বন্ধুরা যেভাবে আমরা ফরওয়ার্ড মানে আগে এগিয়ে এসেছি, এবং সেই আগে এগিয়ে এসে আমরা বিভিন্ন কমিউনিটিকে বিভিন্ন রকম ভাবে সাহায্য করা, ওয়েদার সেটা মানে ড্রাই রেশন হোক, বাচ্চাদের নিউট্রিশন কিট হোক।
Let's translate.
Okay. When the COVID broke out and lockdown started, there was a group of folk performers who approached Segal because he was already working with his theater group there for some funds to buy medicines because they were going through very hard situation. So Segal started on his own to help them, and then finally he reached out to his friends and fraternity in theater, and we all together start generating funds, and they already have helped almost 500 folk artists since the time they started. And even during that time, there was a super cyclone that happened named Amphan, which was a big disaster. And for people who are surviving from that natural calamity, the COVID regulations made no sense, or there was no possibility to actually abide by those. And it just went everywhere. So in this initiative that Segal has started, they also started giving them other helps like medical camps, community kitchens, rebuilding houses, and distributing the essentials.
Incredible. It looks like politicians, are taking time off, are not really fully absent, and theater workers are taking over work, of government. Incredible. But maybe, Titas, tell us a little bit about you. You are also, joining us as an artist.
Yeah. So I basically work for a theater group named Samuha Performance Collective, and it's all women and queer people's theater group exclusively. And we basically run our own bakery and upcycling small workshops and sell those products to fund our theater. And
so you run a bakery to finance your theater, and you recycle material, repair them, or create new?
Yeah, we kind of get recycled clothes and upcycle them, making different products, and we sell those mostly online to get funds so that we can run our theater. Yeah, and we started right before COVID, actually 2019 we started, and then it was happening pretty nicely. Basically, we also create theater with the marginalized narratives from the marginalized communities that is generally unheard of or untold of, and then we present them. Also, we create theater generally for the people who are otherwise not being able to access theater due to either the class barrier or the financial barriers that they cannot pay for the tickets. So we create space generic portable theater. We travel in the rural, peri-urban, sometimes urban slums, and make show theater. And it doesn't have tickets, of course, but we kind of do a hat collection afterwards. And that's how we try to make theater also accessible. And that was going very nicely. Because our audience cannot pay, we need to support. That's why we run the bakery and the upcycling workshop. But the point is, when we were working, it stopped due to lockdown, and we suddenly realized that the whole idea, the concept of online theater, we actually got invited to do a show, and it was a paid gig and everything was fine. And we really reached to a very different kind of audience who are like digitally equipped, like have a device, have uninterrupted internet connection, but they were not our audience. They were not the audience that we kind of pledged to bring theater to. They were already the audience who can access theater. They are just watching another show online because they have time during lockdown. So that was the difference, and we suddenly realized that due to this lockdown and the COVID protocols and not enough kind of planning going into this from the government, we were completely alienated from this significant class of people who are either financially or socially marginalized, like people, daily wages, people with stigmatized professions such as hijras or sex workers and the people like that, or small business people. We are not being able to reach them. They are not only being alienated financially, which everybody talk about, they are also being alienated socio-culturally, because they lose the access of cultural life significantly. So
That's
that was our
true.
concern when
It's one more worry, yeah, one more worry in the time of
very
Corona.
much. Yeah,
And
very much.
incredible. We're going to have later on Govind and Terrence from Malaysia, who run a real a wash salon, like a laundromat, a professional big one in a small factory. And on the top of the floor, they have their rehearsal room, and they say we are independent and we can tell the stories we want. So is this artistic freedom you have, is that based on your economic model? And does it work? Can you live from the bakery and from the recycle shop?
No, I wouldn't say that. We are a big group. We have 30 people working. So we are partially funded, and most of the fund that we get, we kind of put it to produce our theater work or make the plays accessible to the kind of audience that we generally perform for. And we pay for every show to every actor, which might sound, why am I mentioning this? Because, but in theater in India, it's a pretty big thing, because generally we hardly get paid. Even we do shows, yes, hardly get paid. I mean, I worked as a professional, I worked as a professional actor for like first decade of my life, but I was performing in Bombay. I was working with National School of Drama, repertory company. I was working in Berlin, actually, where Daniel is right now. But the thing is that that doesn't work here as an economic model. So it's very hard for us to even support the theater work. That's why we started this, and this helps us to pay the basic payment to the actors, but I don't think that is enough to run their lives.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah. That's incredible. And by the way, we love the images from Berlin of Daniel going through the dark streets. Let's go back to Segal, if I say it right. So how do you feel? How is the mood? How is the situation? And for theater workers in the field and the current crisis, how are you experiencing it as a person?
আমরা এই মুহূর্তে মানে যেটা ফেস করছি সেটা খুবই খুবই ক্রিটিক্যাল, কারণ আমাদের এখানকার মানুষের যে বেসিক নিড সেটা পুরো হচ্ছে না। তার ফলে তারপরে গিয়ে থিয়েটার করাটা সেটা একটা বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ। এবং এখানে থিয়েটার করতে গিয়ে আমি যেটা এক্সপেরিয়েন্স করছি, আমি সাধারণত বাচ্চাদের জন্য এবং ইউথের জন্য স্পেসটাকে ওপেন রেখেছি, কিন্তু তারাও একটা সার্টেন টাইম পর্যন্ত আসছে, তারা প্র্যাকটিস করছে, তারপরে তারা চলে যাচ্ছে।
Let's translate.
Yeah. So it's very critical because the area he specifically works in have extreme poverty and people are struggling for day-to-day life. So after that, getting themselves into theater is a very hard task, also motivating them. Segal space is open primarily for the youth and the children. They also come for a certain time, and as they grow up a little bit, when they are maybe of earning age, which is of course falls into the category of child labor in most cases, they stop coming to the theater and they get into earning survival.
We have about 5 minutes left for both of you. Did you guys prepare a reading? Did you have something for us? So if so, that's a good time to do it now.
Okay.
Titas,
okay, I'll go.
Yeah.
Basically, there's a small poem that I would like to read. It's by Shankar Ghosh, who's a very celebrated poet whom we also lost during this pandemic. But it says everything is bad, everything is dark, everything seems like we are getting into a black hole. Yet maybe we are going to die soon. Maybe this is the end. But if this is the end, then at least come together, come closer, hold hands. So we will live until we die, and that way we'll live beyond the darkness. I'll just read the
Please
poem.
do. What a beautiful poem.
আমাদের ডান পাশে ধস, আমাদের বাঁয়ে গিরিখাত, আমাদের মাথায় বোমারু, পায়ে পায়ে হিমানির বাঁধ, আমাদের পথ নেই কোনো, আমাদের ঘর গেছে উড়ে, আমাদের শিশুদের সব ছড়ানো ছিটানো আছে দূরে। আমরাও তবে এইভাবে এই মুহূর্তে মরে যাব নাকি? আমাদের পথ নেই আর, আয় আরো বেঁধে বেঁধে থাকি। আমাদের ইতিহাস নেই, অথবা এমনই ইতিহাস, আমাদের চোখ মুখ ঢাকা, আমরা ভিখারি 12 মাস। পৃথিবী হয়তো বেঁচে আছে, পৃথিবী হয়তো গেছে মরে, আমাদের কথা কে বা মানে, আমরা ফিরেছি দৌড়ে দৌড়ে। কিছুই কোথাও নেই যদি, তবুও কজন আছি বাকি। আয় আরো হাতে হাত রেখে, আয় আরো বেঁধে বেঁধে থাকি। Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And how beautiful it says, if we're going to die, we have to die. Let's stay together. Let's be close and let's hold hands. Segal, do you have something for us? Not that you have to, but if you want, you can do a reading.
Well, I just decided another poem. The writer is Shubho Dasguptor লেখা কবিতা ফিরে এসো আগুন। It's fire. পরম আকাঙ্ক্ষিত আগুন, বহুদিন ঘর ছাড়া তুমি, কতবার কতভাবে চেয়েছি তোমার খোঁজ পেতে, পাইনি। তুমি জানো না কত চিঠি লিখেছি তোমার নামে, কতবার কাতর ডাক পাঠিয়েছি তোমার উদ্দেশ্যে। আগুন, তুমি থেকে গেছো ধরা ছোঁয়ার বাইরে।
Wonderful. Tell us a little bit what it says. Yeah.
It says it revokes the fire. It says that fire, we have longed for you and we called for you, but you always stayed away from us. But this is the time, come back.
Yeah. So it is a time of fire, and it's a time to think about, what we do with urgency and face death, and also find new ways, and also to find a way to connect, as Daniel and Madhusri did. It's so far away. They really demonstrated, that there are deep connections we have. They might be invisible, they might not be in person, but we depend on each other, and we, without knowing, rely on these things. And it's important to make the invisible visible, and I think that's what theater does, that's what performance does. And I think the big idea also of Rimini, to say the experts of the everyday, the people are in the center. We are organizers, journalists, we have themes, and as the great Cuban performance artist and visual artist Peña Bruguera said, the French Revolution was such a great gesture, but how, and it was about the people and for the people, and how that we still go to the Louvre. Why do we adore it? Why do we go to the big palaces of theater? Shouldn't we go into the homes of people? Shouldn't we make art on the streets? Shouldn't we do art in community? This is democratic theater, and I think she is so right. So I would like to thank all of you, for to join us. Don't go away. We still have Daniele with us, and she is a wonderful also worker here in the field of theater. We met her when we did a Caribbean theater reading. We had Haiti and Martinique and who else? Jamaica. And it turned out it was the first time ever in the history of theater that someone did a festival of the Caribbean nations. One thing that should have happened in France before, but it just shows how little attention is being paid. And according to a statistic I read, the Caribbean community is the largest immigrant community in New York City, yet there's nothing on the stages for them, really. So it was a great discovery. Daniele, we also had a wonderful talk. So where are you? Now say it again. Is it in your house where your garden is, from your mother?
Yes. I'm in my new house.
Oh, here. New house, yeah.
Yes, a new house in the town where I was born, in Martinique. Martinique is a little island from the Caribbean, the West Indies, and we have a particular history with India too. And I'm very happy to be here because, after slavery was abolished here in Martinique in 1848, there are about 25,000 Indian workers who came here in Martinique to work in the fields to replace the African slaves. And then we have here a community, Indian community, and they are mixed with the population. And we have also in our culture, cultural elements from India. And I'm very proud and happy to talk with you tonight.
Wonderful. What comes to your mind when you heard the stories from India, from Daniel, Titas, Madhusray? What were you thinking?
Oh, I think about freedom, because even if we are blocked with the pandemic situation and crisis, it's wonderful to hear about artists who finds ways to continue to create and make things go on and make the world the best we can. We can dream another way. Dream don't have any limits, and we found the way to communicate and to create together. It's beautiful. I'm very, very happy to hear about that.
Yeah, it's quite incredible to hear Tita's company with 30 people involved, that they are financing it through a bakery and through a recycling shop, and try to pay artists, you know, what even often New York theaters don't really do and don't pay enough attention for it. And they're the one that paid last. Daniele, how is the situation in Martinique at the moment in theater and Corona? What is happening?
Oh, Martinique is now, theaters are closed because it's holidays too, but this year we had some change, because in the early of the year theater was open, so we staged. I staged here in Martinique 2 of my plays. I was very happy to do that, because in France, you must know that Martinique is a France-depending island. And in France, there were no theater, but here in Martinique, it was possible to play. So it was okay for us. But last week, the French president said that all theater were closed, and we have to go back to, I don't know how to say, couvre-feu. And
curfew?
Yes, and we cannot play. We cannot go out in restaurants or others. And he also make tell the French population and Martinican population that they have to take vaccines, because, you know, in France only 43% of the population was vaccinated, and in Martinique it's very less. It's 15% of the population.
15 only. Yeah.
Only, and people don't trust all these political decisions about vaccination and about COVID. It's very difficult to take decision in all that, and people reacted from reject this politics of vaccination. And there are demonstrations here, violence in streets about that, because people don't want to be forced to be vaccinated. So it's not very happy those days. But we'll wait and see on on September how things goes on about that.
How is it in the theater community and in your family? Are there COVID cases? Did someone pass away? How?
Yes, here in Martinique we had about as I told you about the cases. We had 1,000 cases and about
that's all.
100 dead about COVID. But we are a tiny island of 400,000 inhabitants, and it's a tiny island. But we don't really, I don't know how to say that. It's not really a dramatic situation, but we are not a lot. We are a tiny island, and we have to move a lot in France or in other countries to work or things like that. So vaccination perhaps will be an obligation for us. And we are very fragile about that.
Yeah, are you vaccinated?
Not yet.
But are you planning to, or?
Perhaps, yes, because I have to go in the United States like for the next year, and in Europe too on September, so I have to. But I wanted to wait a little about that. I was not really ready to vaccinate now, but I have to.
Yeah, so it is quite a different situation. It's stunning how around the globe things are in different fluxes. So for your theater work at the moment, are you planning productions, plays? Are you writing? You going to do things in the fall?
Yes, during the last big confinement last year, I started to work to write a play, a new play about because one of my issue is about violence, and I wanted to talk about colonial violence and the tracks of colonial violence nowadays in intimate relationships in families and in between men and women, and I wanted to treat about that because our stories are as a colonial French island are not told, and I wanted to talk about this little the consequences of the big violence story in tiny today's stories. How this story, this big history of slavery was not really told or taught in school, and how we are still impacted by colonial issues now. So I began to work about to write a play about that, and his name is Matrices. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so incredible. I mean, she said that in the schools, which are, of course, in a way, French schools, it is not even taught. That period is kind of skipped over. It's not mentioned. Very, very little, and it's stunning and shocking. But this is, as we heard from the poems before, about remembering and thinking, and this is something what theater peoples do. I would like to open up. By the way, did you prepare something? Will you read something, or will it be conversation?
I will read you the introduction of my new play.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so it's a sort of prayer for ancestors, and I will read it in Creole, our language here, or in Creole, and then in English. Okay?
Okay, wonderful.
Bah, tout l'esprit familier moi, côté papa, côté maman, ça m'en connaît, ça m'en pas connaît, ça m'en ouais, ça m'en pas ouais, ça qui en lait la tête, ça qui en bas la tête, ça qui en bas de l'eau, ça qui en bas, qui en lait de l'eau, ça qui en lait ciel, ça qui en bas ciel, ça qui vaillant, ça qui doulait, tout l'esprit famille nous, tout l'esprit ancêtre nous. To all my familiar spirits, father side and mother side, those who know, those I don't know, the ones I see, the ones I can't see, on earth and under the earth, on water and underwater, above the sky and below the sky, the brave, the suffering, all spirits of my family, all spirits of my ancestors. Zot ki kawe, zot ki katan, zot ki za traversé, man kamande, ouvert passage, ouvert chemin, vreye lumière, l'emmène marée dans l'emmène nous, chez nous lyonnais dans ta zot, ensemble, marcher au wanou. You who see, who hear, you who have crossed, I ask you, open the passage, open the path, send light, our fingers attached to your palms, our hearts tied in your hearts, together, walk by our side and enlighten our minds. Pour nous pesa ouais, pour nous pesa ton, ça nous ni a ouais, ça nous ni attend, parlez-nous parler, nous écouter, parler, nous entendre et comprendre. Jictan voyage la boute, Jictan voyage la boute, Jictan voyage la boute. Let us see, let us hear what we need to see, what we need to hear. Speak, we will listen. Speak, we will hear and understand until the end of the journey, until the end of the journey, until the end of the journey. Iye, ika, ila, yote, yose, yola, zote pour nous se, zote pour nous ye, zot fait pour nous ke, nous ye, nous se, nous la, ayi, kan la, ayi. This was
oh, very beautiful to listen to the melody of the great Creole language, which, you know, the great Edouard Glissant, who actually taught also at the Graduate Center CUNY, he said, this is actually a model for the world. He called for the creolization because it's a living language. It picks up words from other languages. It morphs, it steals, it recombines, it's alive. And he said, you know, the archipelagos, the idea of these islands, he said, this is how we should think. We should forget about the big nation state, that there's one center, one nation, but no, let's think of it as a group of islands, and we can visit each other, their identities, but all together they form the archipelagos. And he said he called for a new thinking, a new poetry, and this is a great contribution to the world's thinking that comes out of that. And thank you. I remember you talked about your garden and that you were planting, that you were talking to your ancestors, your mother, grandmother, that they are all there with you at the moment, and that you had to put your hands into the earth. And I think also for India, it's a beautiful poem, you know, that you read that, and I'm sure it's meaningful. I'll open up. Maybe all of you would like to say something to Daniele, or to each other, or Daniele to them. So we have some time.
Would just say that it was quite overwhelming to actually listen to the different kinds of thoughts, and also made me think that how much global become local. And I think that's the only way for us now to survive, especially when we are so much fragmented and we are so much stuck in a very specific geographical space, which is very, very small. I think still, on one hand, the way Daniel and Madhushree is doing, reaching theater in a very different way to people, the other way can be for the physical communication to be very, very local. And seriously, the way you said about the language and grab from each other to actually facilitate that. And I think that's the future right now, because I cannot see a very big stage and lots of people and those claps going on for 5 minutes for next few years maybe. But that doesn't mean we should stop. We can still be local and still stay connected and be very culture specific, yet very, very universal. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, thank you, Frank, for giving me and us this opportunity to connect, because through our theater, we have been doing this for all these 16 years with Kolkata, but and now in this pandemic, we have been performing via Zoom. So we are very familiar with this, you know, this whole pattern of Zoom. But today, I feel so good to be connected with all our friends here who are working. And at the same time, we are all smiling with the beautiful sharings that we heard today. Daniele, it's been amazing to meet you. Titash, I would love to be in touch with you, Shojol as well, because you are in my city. You're doing fantastic work. And yes, Frank, someday in New York, or maybe you come to Calcutta.
Yeah.
And actually we performed.
I'll come with Daniel.
Yes, please do, because we performed Kolkata in a box in New York. We had a performance in New York. Yes, yes. So Daniel, where are you? We want to hear something from you.
Oh, I just have a little rest from all the walking, and I also really enjoyed to listen to and experience the diversity of viewpoints and approaches and such.
Yeah,
I can just say that this way of, and that it's almost a normality now that we connect on this platform, despite all the limitations. This is one of the great benefits of these 15 months that are behind us. That is, I think, also something that's not going to go away. And we, I think, also just started to learn more about what you called the invisible dependencies. I think, Frank, that was a super important term that we actually don't quite know yet, but it is actually what will shape this century, the dependencies that we're not aware of, that are connections that actually, we're talking about life or death, to realize how much we're connected intercontinentally and so forth.
Yeah.
And I think this whole being connected on other levels, and also to create a counter reality to the media by speaking with each other. Yeah, it's the great finding, I think, of the last 15 months. It's a great chance.
Thank you. Thank you. And also to think, it's what Abhishek and Tanvi put together, 40 artists or 50 artists from India, from all different regions, 8 different dialects. Also, they said this has never happened before. It's like a first. Also, as far as we know, it's like no one has done a 24-hour marathon with world, with theater workers together. So it is quite something, but I think Daniel is right when he says something new is emerging, but it will also stay, and we are uncomfortable with it, but there's now some kind of a normalcy to it. And yeah, we just, someone said before, we resumed rehearsal on Zoom, which was really a funny way to say we resumed. And we already say here at the Segal, see you Zoom, but so it is, something is changing. Yeah. That's fantastic. And Segal, what is on your plate? Why are you working on a new work? Are you creating something at the moment?
Well, first of all, what I want, I need a job. First of all, that's it. If I don't survive, then I will not able to continue my theater practice. Like just right now I'm in Sundarban, and I'm trying to continue my own way. I'm just putting my all money, my all effort for the community, but it is really hard struggle because they can't able to complete their basic needs, even their education, their food. So if you are hungry, then you will not able to go beyond that. So many times I just face with the community same. Even for my theater practice, I try to give them knitting machine and other materials just only for theater, but it's work for a certain moment, not
Good.
for
So
long.
anybody listening now, Segal needs a job, give him a job if you can do it, and so he can do his theater work. It is stunning. And as Abhishek said, the very rich flew on private planes away from India to London, to their flats, make more money than before, because the big get bigger and the smaller get smaller, and then great community-oriented cultural workers, are starving and are struggling for survival. It's a scandal. It's a terrible thing. And we hope we make a little contribution to change it. As I think Anne Bogart, who was with us earlier, once said in our talk, she said, in physics, you observe something, and already by observing, you change something. Something happens. So I hope this will be the same case, and this is a little homeopathic pill into the body of India. So thank you all for joining. We're going to move over right away into our next session with Tom from the Living Theater, and we say goodbye to Daniel's goldfish, the beauty. Oh, he's blinking even now. That's amazing. The little Nemo from the Rimini, and who guided us.
No India without blinking lights.
Yeah, that's true.
No
That's
India
true.
without blinking lights.
It's a blinky. And so with us now, we wait to New York. We go to Hong Kong. And of course, we have an Indian participation. Well, Tanvi, maybe you, can you introduce the Indian artists?
Yes, I don't know if they're here yet.
Are they here yet? They are not fully there yet. Hanne M. de Bruin and Perungatur Rajagopal. So maybe they come a bit later, and here they are. So maybe Tanvi, you say a welcome.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you, Segal. Thank you, and hello, Tom. I can introduce Han and Rajgopal very quickly. They run the Kathai Kut Sangam, and they used to run the Gurukulam, which has now had to shut down because of the pandemic. And they essentially keep alive a folk arts form in Tamil Nadu. And take it to the community. My first interaction with them was an all-nighter performance, quite like this. It is now 5:30 a.m. in the morning in India, and they had an all-nighter performance, performing excerpts from the Mahabharata, from the Indian epic, the Mahabharata. So they were quite lovely, and they were quite revolutionary. Hello, they were quite brilliant in what they did, which is work with women. And young women entering the form, which was traditionally only performed by men. So the Gurukulam unfortunately had to shut down because of the pandemic, and that process was kind of speeding up. I will let them talk a little bit more about that and much else. But yeah, Han and Rajgopal, welcome.
Hi, Tanvi.
Welcome.
Nice
So where are you and what time is it?
We are in Punjara Santango village, and it's 5:30 in the morning.
5:30. Thank you for getting up so early. And where is it geographically in India, so we can get an idea?
Geographically, we are in Tamil Nadu. So in the point of, when you look at a map of India on the right-hand side, about 80 kilometers from Chennai, Madras.
Madras, famous, great Madras, yeah. So tell us a little bit, I think Tanvi gave an introduction. So you are working on a very traditional form. So tell us, how old is it? What is the form about?
I've prepared a kind of speech act.
Good.
So should we go there?
Yeah,
or
please
is
do.
this the question
Let's go.
answer?
No,
all
we
right.
go with the speech. Right?
We go with the speech. Okay.
Yes.
So Kathakut is a non-elite, complex physical and vocal form of rural open-air ensemble theatre. Performed in Tamil Nadu, South India. Kathakut continues to flourish without any government subsidies. All-night performances are commissioned and paid for by local rural communities, yet the government and the media have described the theatre as a dying art form.
ஊரடங்கு சட்டம் உடனே போட்டு உலகை முடக்கி விட்டாய் கொரோனாவே எதிராக நீயும் புதிராக வந்து அட்டிப்படைக்கின்றாய் கொரோனாவே மண்ணையும் விண்ணையும் மாசுபடுத்தியதால் கோபம் கொண்டாயோ கொரோனாவே தன்மையாரியாமல் தவறுகள் செய்தோம் தண்டிக்க வேண்டாம் கொரோனாவே ஊரடங்கு சட்டம்.
We can't hear you. Can you say again? We can't hear you.
Rajgopal is a performer, an actor, playwright, director, and the founder of the Kathakut Gurukulam. He wrote this song in April 2020 about Corona. Curfews have been put in place everywhere. You're keeping the world hostage, Corona. Your appearance was a mystery that has thoroughly shaken and upset us, Corona. The pollution of Earth and universe have angered you, Corona. Committed out of our lack of introspection, don't castigate us, Corona. So for us, it feels like the human world has stalled. The virus has locked us in and locked us out. Nature is taking revenge, showing us that we are not the center of the universe, never were meant to be. We are waiting, holding our breath, even though we do not know what exactly we are waiting for. For can life return to normal? If so, to whose normal could or should that be? We are mourning what we have lost and loved most. Face-to-face contact, touch, infectious laughter, play, Scrabbles, the indefinable joy of live performances, seeing very young people immerse themselves fully into their roles. The sensation of being part of a team, a larger community of friends, colleague artists, visitors, and unknown others, the Katukute Gurukulam.
I had a dream of having Katakut and education under the same roof. Children would not have to drop out of school if they wanted to become an actor, as I did. That dream became true in 2002 when, with the help of my wife Anna, we founded the Katakut Gurukulam. This residential theatre school offered rural students equal time to train in the Katakut theatre and enjoy formal education. For the first time, girls got access to Katakut, which until then was performed only by men. The artistic training included acting, singing, music making, movement, and makeup. It also included wide range of workshops in other art forms by international and national guest teachers that introduced our students to different ways of making theater.
So that's how he's trying to use his English.
Good. Great. So you created a school. So you created a real school where girls, young women can go learn the craft of theater, get an education and a degree.
The degree, I mean, Kut has no degrees because it is a so-called folk theater.
Yeah.
But the children passed their formal educational exams as private candidates. This is a long story because the government has not been supporting us. So that is a reason for now putting a full stop behind the school. So this dream has come to abrupt, but not an unpredictable. And when the Gurukulam closed its doors on March 17, 2020, on the orders of the government, as did all other elementary schools in Tamil Nadu. While the reopening of all kinds of other institutions and establishments are constantly under reconsideration, students up to class 8 have not been back in school except for a short week break in between the two COVID waves. The dramatic and traumatic exclusion is having huge consequences for the lives of young rural children, cut off from online learning, from the discipline of study and the safety of being in school. There's girls now getting married earlier and boys being sent to work. So this is one of the outcomes of the pandemic for a rural area in Tamil Nadu. For the youngest of our students, their hurried departure from the Gurukulam must have been incomprehensible. In particular, information about the seriousness of the pandemic had not yet really sank in March 2020. In the 18 years of its existence, the Katakut Gurukulam has been home to 182 students who stayed with us for periods of time varying from 1 to 10 years. As is often the case when one starts out on a new venture, however well planned, not all of its outcomes can be predicted or turn out as expected. We feel that the Gurukulam's biggest achievements have been that it has opened up all facets of the theatre to girls and young women, in addition to ensuring quality of performance and the creation of new repertoire. It is with a sense of sadness that we decided we had to let go of this dream, as few students made the choice to become professional performers. Age and the realization that our own bodies are no longer what they were played a role, in addition to recognizing that poor parents had started using the Gurukulam as a parking place for their children. Here, their kids got quality education, something that was often valued more than the performance and life skills our artistic training equipped their children with, enabling both parents to go to work. We would have liked a younger generation to take over the artistic teaching and running of the Gurukulam and establish a professional theatre company attached to the organization, but that was not to be. Being a professional performer is a difficult choice. Given the social stigma that continues to define Katakuta as a folk theatre of the uneducated poor and historically a form of caste-based labor, most parents envisage a different future for their children. We realize that the younger generation too has different aspirations, often influenced by family demands and a desire for freedom to make their own choices. But how free will they be to make these choices now that the pandemic has affected livelihoods of so many? While the decision to stop has brought clarity, we feel exhaustion, not the joy or satisfaction that friends tell us we should experience after all that has been achieved. Finally, the eternal haggling with the bureaucracy is over, a bureaucracy unwilling to support us because our art and education did not fit the rigid colonial ideas of what respectable art and good school education should be like. As Indian arts critic Rustam Barucha has phrased it so poignantly in his Theatre and the Coronavirus, a speech act in 9 episodes, in the solitude of the pandemic, we are confronted with ourselves and our ideals, and with the excruciating difficulty of not being able to plan the future of the organization and sustain it financially. In these times of a global pandemic, the arts, that is to say, some of them, have shifted from live to online performances and audiences that have become the new artistic real and perhaps ideal. For an embodied ensemble theatre such as Katakuta and other marginalized folk art forms, this is a profoundly intimidating development. Most rural performers in India have no access to a digital infrastructure that would allow live streaming. They're also excluded from online artistic conversations and events, such as this one, that are being now organized by arts practitioners and art organizations in more privileged positions. Most rural artists do not speak the language that fits the public debate, nor are they in a position to speak truth to power. And whose truth would that be anyway, when they are looked upon within their own country by a colonial gaze, caught in modern categories that call these resilient forms of folk about to disappear. Folk practitioners are not used and have no need to verbalize their flexible embodied performance practice in discursive, explicit, abstract, rational, or persuasive terms that provide access to these debates. But it is not only the technological aspect of the digital divide bothers us. An unnamed jittery qualm makes us ask ourselves whether we really want to digitalize and virtualize Katakuta. To which purpose, at which cost, for whom? Katakuta's long duration performance events are characterized by a large degree of flexibility. For those who are not familiar with the theatre's vocabulary, this flexibility is difficult to decode and they come across as random bricolage. Flexibility was and is pivotal to sustain performers' precarious livelihoods, allowing them to adjust their performances to the demands and expectations of their patrons and audiences, who consider the performance event their own. The transition from live to digitally mediated performances risks taking away this ownership and the flexibility that characterizes all mediated performances and all live Katakuta performances. Additionally, it would require us to take apart Katakuta's embodied knowledge produced in and through performance, disembodying it, editing it into bite-sized chunks that can be fitted into the frame of a laptop, TV, or film screen.
Yeah.
I think that collaboration and generosity between artists who are each other's competitors in a tension-ridden field of the performing arts is not easy to achieve. Perhaps it takes a coronavirus pandemic to bring about change, a sharing of resources and a cooperation that will enable the next generation to preserve Katakuta, ensure its quality and dignity as a profession for men and women, and support intergenerational generosity to guarantee the transmission of the tradition. in addition to putting in place a system of social security for its practitioners. That would be a great new normal to look forward to and another dream come true.
Amazing. That's quite a statement. And we were so sorry to hear that your school must close down, that young girls or women no longer have the choice to make, at least they could make up their mind. And it is also stunning when we just heard from Hungary, where the national movement is so strong that the government doesn't want anything outside and it's only folk tradition and they want to have just national thing. Meanwhile, in India, and this kind of right-wing government with the colonial gaze, as you said, does not want to support a tradition which in their eyes is not Shakespearean theater or something. And instead of also being proud, in a balanced way.
Well, the irony is that Kathakute is a very Shakespearean theater.
Yeah.
But it is, the performing arts are divided on the basis of not only colonial concepts, but also caste in India.
Yeah.
And as I said, performance is not a job like any other job. It's a caste-based form of physical labor. And that does not make it into an attractive option for young people as a career choice.
Yeah, and why this is important also, there's this wonderful and important book of Isabel Wilkinson. She just came out with a book, she's a Black writer, a Pulitzer Prize winning writer. She wrote about the migration in the 30s, about the Great Depression, but now she wrote, it's called Caste, The Reason of Our Unhappiness. And she said, also what's happening in America, it is not really about race. What it is a caste system. And she compared in her research, Nazi Germany and how they, created laws to disenfranchise the Jewish community, the German Jewish, day by day, months, year by laws. And then she talked that Martin Luther King, got a postcard from a leader from India at the time of the independence wars. And it was said, congratulations to your work. You are, the untouchable in America, And she draws these connections, and what you are living through, this kind of really discrimination against the form that should be supported. We had at the Segal Center programs with Black Indians in the New Orleans Carnival. These are Black community who also has their own interpretation. They're not allowed, they're harassed, it's not supported because it's not the official way. So we are really I'm sorry to hear that, and we admire your efforts. Do you think in any way it will come back? Will it be, if a government changes, is there a chance that this vision, this stream will come back?
We don't know, Rajpal. I don't think it's particularly linked to one or the other government. A caste, I don't think it's so easy to compare caste in India with caste in America. These are two very culturally different areas and have huge histories as to
very
how
different. But she says
it has to do with the mindset. Caste is in the mind.
Yeah. But
so
she says,
as long as a colonial kind of, or the reduplication of the colonial administration has taken place, and so they continue to look down on these forms of making theater, without actually knowing what is happening, what kind of enormous resources of skills, of knowledge they harbor. And that has nothing to do with what kind of art forms these are, that has to do with who practices these arts. And that is not only Dalits, I must say, this is lower caste. There's only talk about Dalits, but there's so many other people in difficult circumstances who are caste, not outside, not untouchable, but who are minorities. These are particularly the castes, the non-agrarian caste where the performers come from. And they have no way of speaking up. They have no language of speaking up because they don't speak the right language. And they have no advocacy of people taking up their cause, trying to kind of facilitate this towards the government, if the government would be willing to listen.
Yeah,
I quote the bureaucracy. This is the educational bureaucracy.
Yeah,
They were asking us why we were teaching theater to the children as part of the curriculum. Theater is an extracurricular activity, in their opinion.
Yeah, it's stunning. So we're hearing the transitional music, we have always our 20-second segment. So Hannah and Raja Gopal, thank you so much also for giving it an insight of something I had no idea about, and we share, you know, your sense of loss, and we say yes, there should be there, it should be supported, and of course that should be a part of a wide landscape where 1,000 flowers bloom. So we move now to Hong Kong. It's a very big jump for us, perhaps in distance-wise, it's not as far from India. So Mok Chiu Yo is with us again. He was one of the early Segal Talk participants, also in the time of the social and political upheaval. So how are you doing, and where are you, and what time is it?
Oh, I'm in Hong Kong, and the time is 8:22 in the morning. Yeah. So, how are you?
Good. Well,
good to talk to you again. Yes.
Yeah, it's good to be with you and to hear again. We are almost half through our marathon. I can't believe it. We have almost 12 hours behind us, and it's been so enlightening and so interesting and refreshing. So how are you? How first, before we come to the bigger question, how is the theater community doing? How are you doing in the time of Corona?
Oh, yeah, I had put on weight during the high time of the pandemic. I must say that in Hong Kong, you know, the infection of the coronavirus, you know, has leveled kind of, and I think Hong Kong, with a population of 7.5 million, we are just having about 10 new cases every day, and most of which have been actually imported. So we actually, you know, going back to the office to work, and unlike the other time, you know, when everyone stay at home, when I cooked a lot, ate a lot, you know, but then of course, you know, we develop ideas of doing things online. So we have been organizing performances, conferences, film shows, and even workshops online, which is amazing in a sense. You know, it's it used to be a time, you know, when we had to fly from here to there to actually engage in the international exchange, but coronavirus actually leads us to a situation where things like this, you know, this kind of international exchange happens, and it can be quite enlightening, and it's also very intimate actually, because you actually are sitting there also, although in New York, but you are just a foot from me.
Yeah,
So,
it's incredible, and the variety of, you know, of experiences of the moment is just so incredible. You have 10 cases. We heard earlier from the situation in India, you know, where it is slightly better in some regions than a month ago, but cases are exploding, and also what we will hear, you know, from Indonesia, there is no longer really adequate help available, and if the numbers continue like this, it will be a devastating effect. India, if the numbers are right, we hear from Tanvi, only 2% of that great continent, or almost of this great country, has been vaccinated. So what is ahead, we do not really know. Meanwhile, Hong Kong has been perhaps the most successful country, right, in the world when it comes to Taiwan.
I'm not sure about that.
Taiwan, New Zealand have similar things, but so this is enlightening to hear. But how is the political situation working out? The Corona thing seems to be not as life-threatening, but how's the political situation for theater workers at the moment?
Yeah, it's getting from bad to worse, I must say. Actually, there are quite a few, actually, you know, hundreds of democracy fighters being imprisoned. Some are yet to appear in court. The popular pro-democracy Apple Daily has been actually repressed, in that, you know, the editors, you know, have been said to have violated the draconian national security law imposed onto Hong Kong people by Beijing. We are very much living in an Orwellian situation, you know, where the electoral system has been so-called perfected, but in fact, this is just to make sure that all the patriots are going to rule the country, or rule Hong Kong, the city rather. And the city is very much becoming part of China, and very much like other cities in China. And what we see is that human rights, press freedom, and rule of law, they are all at stake. And of course, we are mindful of what Havel said, speaking the truth. And speaking the truth we do, but more and more of us are doing that allegorically, if you know what I mean.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Is this taking part in this call? Is this putting you potentially in danger?
Well, if I say something, you know, that I endorse your government in doing this or that, you know, to China or to Hong Kong, if I endorse that, I might get into trouble for having, you know, supporting, you know, foreign subversion and things like that. Yeah.
And we are just talking about theater, the situation in India, about, you know, the search for truth, which is in science, you know, which is also in the arts, and which should be a guiding light for everything, you know, in the times, you know, after the Enlightenment. So do you follow the situation, for example, in India? Do you hear about that, or is Hong Kong at the moment so busy with itself and occupied that there very little comes to the surface?
Actually, yeah, we do have news about the situation in India, and personally, you know, I'm in connection with some friends in India, from Bangalore to New Delhi to Bhubaneswar. Actually, there has been a collaboration which is supposed to be an actual tour. What happened was before the coronavirus broke out, people from 9 different countries, they actually assembled in the north of France, and we collaborated on a piece called The Spice Road. We made the draft and we performed 5 times in northern France, and then people went home and we're supposed to meet again, and then we in Kathmandu, and then we rehearsed that again, and then we would tour Nepal, India, and then Hong Kong, Taiwan, as well as Macau. I think I have a little clip of that. You know, maybe
show us.
Tanvi can show us.
So the Spice Road is that old road that went from Asia to Europe.
It's
找到改变的方向呢？
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing. So you were able to create something online that otherwise would not have existed, and potentially many more people saw it, right?
Yeah, that's right. We actually, had the actors coming from 4 continents, from Peru, from Uganda, Egypt, and then France, and then Germany, as well as from Hong Kong and South Asia. We had a Nepalese young person. We had also a young actress from Bhubaneswar. So 9 of them actually perform in front of the computer, via Zoom, all at the same time, a different time of the day, depending on where they are. But yeah, we did 5 shows, and there will be another one actually, but it will be a recorded one to be broadcast actually at the Seoul International Environmental Theatre Festival on the 23rd of August. Yes.
Fantastic. So this is something that actually was not interrupted, it just changed. It had a it had a metamorphosis, almost like a, the butterfly, that has a different form and before transforming. Right. So what do you see? Do you think that the COVID crisis has never existed and will not exist? That is not the reason that making theater is complicated. You don't foresee complications in Hong Kong for a bigger outbreak, a second, third, fourth wave, or anything?
Well, some years ago, not so long ago, we experienced SARS.
Yes.
All right. If we remember that, that wasn't actually a pandemic. And then at that time already, because of the things we are doing to our environment and nature, it's almost unpreventable that COVID-19 and such things, happen. So I think my personal view is that if we don't change our lifestyle, we do not seriously cope with climate change or global warming and things like that, we are in for many more pandemics in the future, I think. That's what I think anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. And we said that throughout the talk, perhaps COVID-19 was like a dress rehearsal, where like in theater, and the real threat might come, and if there's a virus, there's no vaccine coming, or, malaria will enter, Europe because of climate change. It's getting much, much warmer, and the raising temperatures. I had a little bonsai tree, which I had for a long time on my heater, because it got so warm in New York, and then all of a sudden it got very cold, and the house put the heat back on, and overnight the tree died, because the temperature became so high of that heater. And so that's, people say 1-2 degrees of raising temperature of the earth will have devastating consequences, like a patient who says, if I have in Celsius 41, 42, it's life-threatening, but you have 43, you're not going to survive. So it's about very small changes. So how is the situation? Are you in contact globally still with the theater artists, or has that political crisis in Hong Kong also led to a bit more isolation for you?
Yeah, well, we used to travel a bit, to make the international contact, and we perform, in different places, apart from locally, of course. But these days, we had to rely on the internet, actually. And of course, to theater people, we are not exactly very happy with the situation, because we believe that theater, although it can be done on the internet, but still, the magic of theater is doing it live. Yes. Yeah, I don't know, about Hong Kong being isolated from the rest of the world. But actually, you know, you might have actually read in the news that a lot of people in Hong Kong are leaving.
Yeah, yeah. They're going to London,
Different
to
places.
the UK.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, that includes, you know, theater friends that I know.
Are you considering?
No, not really. No, I was born and bred up in Hong Kong, and I think, yeah, I will try and stay.
You know, when you said we now do allegorical terms, it reminded me when once we had a big event about theater and art from Iran, and the playwrights and novelists said, it's very hard to write about anything. There's censorship. Often people who were inspecting cars or all of a sudden are in charge of censorship for literature, whatever. And they said the only thing they could do is about mermaids. And because nobody, everybody likes mermaids, they're kind of unpolitical, and somehow there seemed to be an agreement that they are safe. So there is a whole industry that developed, you know, about interpretation of stories about mermaids, which of course were allegorical interpretations, like often films.
And about dictatorial kings as well, you know.
Yeah,
they are ruthless, and then, you know, seemingly there might be just a fairy tale, and then when the audience, you know, hear that the king is dead, they erupted in applause. Actually, you know, that kind of thing. Really,
that kind of thing might happen. That often also films on Asian countries then, you know, go back to Middle Ages as a metaphor. It is okay because of course it's a king and it's a monarchy, and that should be overturned, even so it's a disguised message perhaps. So perhaps, you know, we will also see lots of fairy tales coming out from Hong Kong, like in the eastern parts of Europe during the time of the Iron Curtain. There were so many, you know, film productions and radio plays, musicals, and stories, you know, about fairy tales, and where you could imagine a different world, but in a safe way. So we hope that you will continue, that the Hong Kong art scene also, you know, will find its way to be there for everybody who's there. And we are of course worried, and because we think education, you know, as what Hannah and Rajagopal put together, the access to education, access to health, the access to the arts are basic human rights, as the access to democratic, you know, elections. This is the basic what we need, and if it's endangered, everything is endangered. So we are quite
anyway. Bala Sarkar of India, you know, he used to do something called the intimate theater. He was doing theater in the classroom. Everywhere can be theater, you know, like for example, living theater in the United States, they used to perform theater in their bedrooms. So
so we will see
everywhere.
Good, that's a good transition. So thank you so much. You know, so we have Tom Walker here from the Great Living Theater. It's a little bit darkish. If you have any light, Tom, it would be good, but it's not necessary. But yeah, come a bit closer. That's good. So Tom, how are you doing? It's about also 8:45 in the evening here in New York. What is going on?
Well, I'm involved mostly in archive matters as far as the Living Theater is concerned, overseeing publications. We put out 2 books by Julian Beck last year. His wonderful diary from 1957, when he was arrested with the Catholic Worker and Dorothy Day for a month, protesting the mandatory anti-air raid drills, which were mandatory in New York City in 1957. Everyone had to take cover against the future atom bombs, and the Catholic Worker people went out to protest and were arrested. So that came out at Fast Books Press from Oregon, and also 2 plays by Julian, Prometheus from 1978 and The Archaeology of Sleep from 1983. And now I'm involved in proofreading the final draft of Kate Bredeson's edition of Judith Malina's diaries from 1957 to 1971, which are quite exciting. So this takes up a lot of time, and energy and inspiration. And I'm also working with a new group that organized itself amongst several associate artistic directors of the Living Theater who went off to form a new group called Al Limite, which means to the limit in Spanish, Al Limite. And they put on a play last week, actually, a live theater play in New York City, one of the first maybe since COVID, at the new Ohio Theater on Christopher Street. It was called the Liminal Archive, and it was an immersive voyage into the here and now in the post-COVID moment and the actors' reflections about it. They divided the audience into about 6 different groups of 4 people each, and they went through 6 different stations, viewing the actors in sort of box-like atmospheres where the actors performed their individual interpretations. One is a Iranian dissident from in exile, and she created a performance piece. Another was a Buddha who talked to us about the difficulties of the here and now and isolation in your apartment. And his consolation was his devotion to costume jewelry. And he gave a little bit of costume jewelry to each member of the audience. Other actors had more immersive actions where you would peep in through the curtains of these various booths. And then there was a general physical action near the end, which brought everyone together, and there were videos. This was the fruit of almost 40 different people from around the world who had contributed spoken word and video and ideas. And the audience really got off on it. It was sold out. I mean, there were only about 25 or 26 people every night. And it got a great review in this online publication called Vulture. Mm-hmm. A lot of this is almost unbeknownst to me. I'm the dramaturg, and I follow along in the wake of these young people. And it reminds me a bit of the Spice Road of our colleague from Hong Kong. Young people are not stopping. They are going ahead. The COVID is not stopping them. Mm. They are continuing to create and create new worlds for themselves. And this liminal archive, and I think the Spice Road are very similar. The liminal archive, of course, was live. They did 8 shows in 4 nights, 2 shows a night. And I think they'll continue to do great work. They're connected with refugee actions and people in Mexico City and Sao Paulo and Palestine. And I just, they're way out ahead of me. I'm running in their wake, trying to catch up. I'm the Living Theater avatar. I know all the people who were in the Living Theater in 1968, and I'm still there, still trying to hang in there. And I mean, I'm 74 and there's no pension. It's dreadful.
Yeah,
but
there should be a big Living Theater pension for everyone.
Where's that MacArthur grant?
yeah, that is a terrible situation, and it should be different. Tom, speaking about the Living Theater, Julian, Judith, you know, and you, in a way, they speak through you. Hearing what we all heard all day from India, I don't know if you were able to join in.
I have been listening all day. It's been
fantastic. Did you like it so far?
Absolutely. I'm with India.
Yeah. So what
it's real.
What would they say? What was Julian say? What would Judith say? You know, about all of it.
Well, the street theater that some of the people exposed was very much like Living Theater that we did in Brazil and all over Italy for 20 years. Judith and Julian left the theater formally in 1970 to do street theater. And they did it for 7 years, as long as they could survive off it. And then they went back into regular theater venues, and sometimes doing street theater and sometimes doing regular theater. But that was the struggle. The theater is in the street. That was the final lines of Paradise Now in 1968, 69. The theater is in the street, and it seems like a lot of our brother-sister practitioners in India are doing exactly that, which is wonderful. And of course, some people would say, and maybe it's cultural appropriation, the street in India is theater. But that's a Western, analysis, perhaps. But Judith, and you see it now in her diaries that I've been rereading, for her, theater was always politics, was always political action. She was encouraged by Martin Buber and Eric Gutkin and Dorothy Day and the General Strike for Peace in 1955, 57. And the Peace Now people in America constantly were her preoccupation. And often in France and Italy, when they would do Paradise Now and Mysteries in Smaller Pieces, they would get criticism from the left-wing Marxist-Leninists that, oh, you pacifists, to hell with you. What are you doing? You're unreal. You're not realistic. And the Living Theater would persevere and continue and suffer and continue these holy rituals for peace and diversity. Sometimes we had African-American people in our company, and some of the black activists would say, why are you working with those white people? But our good brothers and sisters, Jim Anderson and Rufus Collins and others, would say, I've been there. I'm going to work with these people because they're real. Yeah. So we plowed through a lot of controversy, and we're still doing it. We were up at the Bread and Puppet Theater in 2015 for a memorial for Judith Molina, and we did her last play, No Place to Hide, where we impersonate the Lenape Indian tribe being thrown out of Manhattan and the Trail of Tears. And I guess we made the mistake of speaking in the first person, although we spoke with the Lenape tribal elders about it. We said we were thrown out of Manhattan, and some of the Living Theater people were accosted for speaking in the first person. We should have spoken in the third person. They were thrown out. But we live and learn, and we changed the text. And I have a poem. You want me to read it?
I would love to hear what you selected for us. And tell us a little bit, why did you choose this poem?
Well, it challenges the differences of the races and the religions. And it just happened to come up on my computer. And sometimes I do things very impulsively, and I'm working with a lot of poetry now because I'm not doing so much theater acting, and I'm working more on my memoirs and poetry, and I got to reinvent myself, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Did you write it?
Yes.
Yes, right. When did you write it?
Maybe a couple of years ago, I think. It's called There Is a Time. There is a time when black and white will live together. There is a time. There is a time when Arab and Jew will live together. There is a time. There is a time when Jew and Christian will live together. There is a time. When is the time, I ask? There is a time when black juice and Jewish blood and white stuff dissolve, and pains and tears and crack up are held down. But we are now only in the midst of the drama. It's not over, not over now. Why did the people kill all those in front of, in back of, all around Esther? Why? Why did the third caliph kill the second caliph, kill the son-in-law? Why? Why did the popes kill Borgia, Sforza, Borgia, Farnese, Medici? Why? I'm sure I know. It's blood feuds. And the very rich of whatever race holding on, holding to power. The fat is in the fire, the rose of Sharon under glass, the party's on. 2 Oscars is not enough. Reparations are on the table. Jerusalem is blowing up. Next year, underground. There is a time when it will be worked out, we say. But now we are in the midst of the drama, living together. As others are being killed and killing, we can instantaneously communicate that we are late. Global fate. I am a visitor from out of state. There is a time, and it is now, and it is not.
Wow, that's almost a biblical poem, or a timeless and in a Brechtian sense, and referring to almost a circular history. That things repeat itself, but with the hope that one day it will not be the way it is now. That things will change. Tom, you have seen change in your life. Have you expected when you started out in the 60s and early 70s? What did you expect that would happen in these big changes? You lived through and saw whether it was the time of the Vietnam War, or whether it was a falling of the Berlin Wall, or the opening, as Thomas Oberender always says. So do you feel that things did change really, or did they stay the same?
Things are always
different.
Things are always changing, whether it's 9/11 or the COVID or the Trump. Things are always changing, and to what extent we roll with the punches and survive and get through it. The young people have so much energy, but of course sometimes that's just directed into armies and fascists who depended on the young people. There's this wonderful book about how the Nazis were all on drugs and they gave them Parvitin, and all the fighters who went into France were on dope, and that's why they could fight for 4 days without stop. But a lot of the young people are great hope, and yet the old people have the wisdom. We've seen it all. And I'm a little worried, about my own future, but that's a personal thing. And a lot of the reason I was able to keep working with the Living Theater is because I used savings that I had, to be quite honest. Not very great savings, but a little bit. And now they're running out, and I'm having family problems about getting the last bit out. You know how that can be. And, I hope to live to 80, 85, 89. I'm in a 6th floor walk up here in the East Village. It's not going to be easy. But I try to remain optimistic and hopeful. Judith and Julian gave me a lot of, I must say, rereading Judith's diaries, my God, what difficulties they went through with money. They had these hit plays, Frankenstein, Antigone, Paradise Now, all over Western Europe, and yet they couldn't pay the hotel bills. It was just hand to mouth constantly, and emotional problems and so forth. It was not Paradise Now. And I take that with a grain of salt. Sometimes it's better to just go off into the woods and try to live calmly out of the maelstrom. But I'm dedicated, like our friend who's going to stay in Hong Kong, come hell or high water. God bless you. And the folks in India who are dealing with so much difficulty day by day. I have this terrible thing about India. I think it's all snakes, it's cobras and so forth. And I know that's not true. So I have to come to India and come to Kerala and come to even Calcutta and Mumbai before I die.
Yeah, give a New York theater workshop, from
Little
New York, from the Living Theater. Yeah. Mm.
I mean, I can teach workshops by the back of my hand. In fact, through you, Frank, I got a gig through Thomas Oberender and wonderful kids. I taught a workshop in the Berliner Festspiel this spring, kids from Hanover, and they did an incredible Artaud plague that I taught them on Zoom. Mm-hmm. And so that was wonderful. Things are happening. I do workshops in Sardinia and Italy. And
yeah, so listen, if you guys can, invite Tom, as long as he's willing to go. And he says that not just writing his poems, even so that is very important. Tom, what are the big lessons from the living theater that can be applied for the young artists who are listening, or the, you know, developed artists? What is something where you say, you know, this is something we did and that is important, you should remember, make your own decisions, but this is something that's of importance?
My cynical self says you got to have a day job, but my idealistic self is, you know, continue to work for world peace and progressivism, and be strong in the face of people who say that violence is the only way, whether they're from the left or the right. The struggles can be really tough on the right, the white supremacists and so forth. But then you find, you know, there are guys from the hood who are saying, come on, guy, you got to have a gun. And you got to talk about that too. And it's thankless work, but I see several young people, my brothers and sisters in Alamite, are right there, and they're beautiful and strong. And, you know, it's not an easy road. Be prepared for difficulty. But be smart, be careful. Try to find extra help wherever you can. Hustle anybody, hustle Hollywood. There's a Hollywood group now that wants to make a biopic about Judith and Julian. And Garrick, Judith and Julian's son, and I are saying, bring it on, we're ready. You know, please do whatever you want to do and pay us, you know, $10,000. Sometimes Judith and Julian would get criticism for making Hollywood films. Julian made The Cotton Club, Judith made The Addams Family, but they said, to hell with that. I'm taking the money and recycling it into the good stuff. So be sharp, be tricky. The battle is long. How are you going to be awake at 5 in the morning, my dear?
I don't know yet. You know, I have to see. I didn't think it fully through, maybe. You
I'm
know,
going to be there. I want to hear Peter Schumann and Thomas Oberender at 5 and 6 in the morning.
Peter Schumann is preparing a performance. He's going to do a
All right, at 5 in the morning. I'll be there.
Yes, and he is. I mean, he said, "Can I do it at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock?" That's when I'm awake. I said, "Sure." It is a good thing. That's what we.
Peter is really strong at 85 or whatever he is.
Incredible what he has created, what he has done. It's a great privilege to have him on the chorus of everybody. So,
listen, you want me back at midnight?
Yeah, we want you on the additional spot, which we have. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
just
all right.
Just listen in and be with us, and there will be good. This is with the Egyptian, right? With Dahlia and others. So yeah, so
I don't have to talk so much. I'll just be there.
Fantastic. So we are slowly how would you say, transforming? We are transporting us into the next session. Officially now, we have half of the marathon already behind us. I cannot believe it. It feels like it just started, but we have the first 9 hours behind us. Tanvi, how are you? Have you been awake all the time?
The first 12 hours, Frank, and yes.
The first 12 hours, yes. What did I say? 9 hours? Yeah, the first 12. That's amazing. So how are you? What time is it now in India for you?
It's 6:30 a.m. We've been here exactly 12 hours.
12 hours. And
how are you doing, Frank?
Good. So far, so good, and all without doping so far. So that's good. But maybe that will all change. But we now welcome our new set. We have Han Shen or Eddie with us from China, who will talk a bit how it is. Life is in Beijing.